Chapter 1: The World of Beast Girls. Dragon Country, at the gate of Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. Chen Yi, let's break up. Lu Ruyan looked at the man in front of her with a determined look on her face. Why? Is there something I did wrong? Chen Yi was confused and didn't understand why Lu Ruyan suddenly proposed to break up. He is a time traveler and has been in this world for 2.5 years. When he traveled to this world where he was unfamiliar with the place and was almost starving to death on the street, it was Lu Ruyan's $10 that saved his life. To repay this kindness. After Chen Yi gained a foothold in this world, he would bring her breakfast every day, help her take out the trash, and sign in for her when she didn't want to go to class. Lu Ruyan saw all these little details. In addition, Chen Yi has a handsome and delicate appearance, which meets the standards of a boyfriend very well, so she suggested that they try dating. I never thought that I would suddenly break up. Chen Yi, let me tell you the truth. I was spotted by AB rank Beast Tamer, and we completed the contract last night. Thank you so much for your dedication to me over the years. Please don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid my Beast Master will misunderstand me. After saying that, she walked towards a man on the street who looked like a rich second generation without looking back and hugged him. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's face turned pale instantly. The contract has been completed. Doesn't this mean that Lu Ruyan has already? But, Lu Ruyan didn't awaken the bloodline of an E-level spirit beast? Why would a beast master with B-level talent take a fancy to her? Isn't that Ruyan's boyfriend? Why does he look so grim? When I was passing by just now, I heard that Ruyan completed a contract with a B-level talented beast master last night. Fuck, is this so exciting? We've been dating for over a year without a contract, and then I got taken down in one night. That's hilarious. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. He's obviously not a student of our college, but he often borrows Ruyan's student card to go to the library to read books. What's he pretending to be? A group of students from the Beast Taming Academy were whispering to each other, pointing fingers, and making no secret of their mockery of Chen Yi. Chen Yi ignored all this and quietly turned around and left the Beast Taming Academy. I arrived at the Beast Tamer Association's training room, got a queue number, and sat on a chair, sighing dejectedly. This is a world where monsters run rampant. 5,000 years ago, demon beasts came into the world and humanity fell into an unprecedented desperate situation. Fortunately, when Warcraft was born, the dimensional rift was opened, and a special power called spiritual power spread to every corner of the world. Under this influence, women will awaken the blood of spirit beasts when they reach adulthood, and transform into spirit beasts to fight against demon beasts. However, this power will gradually erode their bodies, eventually turning them into monsters that endanger the world. Men will awaken a power called beast taming power. After signing a contract with women, they can prevent women from being eroded by the power and enhance their combat capabilities. In the battle with the monsters, the beast masters and the spirit beasts cooperated with each other, grew together, and successfully protected human civilization. However, the dimensional rift has not closed yet, and the crisis of Warcraft's advent has not been resolved. To deal with the monster attacks that may happen at any time, humans have always maintained this mode of cooperation, with beastmasters and spirit beasts working hand in hand to defend the future of mankind. But all of the above has nothing to do with Chen Yi. As early as half a year ago, Chen Yi awakened his E-level talent, the art of health preservation, which could only slightly delay the aging process of the contracted spirit beast, but it was better than nothing. The talent level is the same as the bloodline level, with 9 levels from F to SSS. Although E-level is not the lowest level of talent, it is basically difficult to achieve anything great. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan also awakened the bloodline of an E-level spirit beast, which to some extent can be considered a good match. I thought I could go on smoothly like this. I guess it's because Lu Ruyan has both excellent looks and figure that she was noticed by the B-level beast master? At this moment, a voice that sounded like an AI synthesis suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The Spirit Beast Cultivation system has been successfully activated. Activating the system panel. What the hell? System? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. Could this be the legendary benefit for time travelers? How come you came 2.5 years late? Next second, a light blue system pane appeared before my eyes. Name, Chen Yi. Talent, E-level talent health preservation technique. Level, level 1, section 1. Constitution, 9. Spiritual power, 5. Average for normal adult males, 10. Contracted spirit beast, none. Skills, none. Strength points, 0. Holy shit! Are you serious? Chenny pinched his cheek and was instantly overjoyed after confirming that it was not a dream. After waiting for 2.5 years, I finally got my own plugin. Ding! The host has successfully activated this system and will receive an activation gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level Talent Infinite contract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level Talent Energy Guidance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level Talent Spirit Beast Awakening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast taming skill Spiritual Beast Insight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the trial item Strength Amplification Card X3. Unlimited contracts, there is no limit to the number of spirit beasts that can be contracted. Energy Guidance can help spirit beasts quickly refine treasures containing spiritual power. Spirit Beast Awakening allows spirit beasts with hidden bloodlines to gain awakening power and activate the power of their hidden bloodlines. Note, some spirit beasts fail to activate their true bloodlines due to factors such as insufficient nutrition, insufficient exercise, and low spiritual power. This type of bloodline is called a hidden bloodline. Is it so against the will of heaven? Chenny was completely shocked this time. The beast masters in this world can contract multiple spirit beasts. 1 first-level contract, 2 second-level contracts, and so on. It's different now with unlimited contracts. A first-level person might be able to contract 100 spirit beasts, provided they have the strength to bear it. It's really a bit outrageous. As for the other 2 talents, the descriptions are still a little unclear, so I guess I'll have to experiment a bit. You're number 66, right? It's your turn. At this moment, a woman came up to Chenny and urged, I'm number 67. If you don't want to go to training, let me go first. I want to go home early. Sorry, I was just distracted. Only then did Chenny remember that he had booked a training room. The impact of the system was so great that I almost forgot about it. In the training room, you can have simulated battles with AI monsters. Even if you are a beast master who does not have a contracted spirit beast, you can customize an AI spirit beast here to familiarize yourself with the battle process with the monster. Whenever he feels frustrated, Chenny likes to come here and fight a few mock battles to fulfill his dream of becoming a beast master. But when Chenny stood up and his eyes fell on the girl in front of him, the whole person was stunned for a long while. The girl in front of me was wearing a plain white dress, her black hair cascading down to her waist, her slender legs wrapped in pure white stockings, against which stood out her beautiful face that could bring disaster to the country and the people, pure and lustful. I have to say, seeing such a beauty, Chenny's heart was slightly moved. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is the system interface that appeared on her body. Name, Lin Mengxue. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F rank White Lizard. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level Frost Dragon. Level, Level 1, Stage 2. Constitution, 3. Spiritual Power, 8. Attribute, Ice. Skill, Ice Wind. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, suffering from congenital heart disease since childhood, he is frail and lacks exercise, unable to withstand the power of the Frost Dragon bloodline, and therefore has been completely hidden. If his hidden bloodline can be activated, he will become one of the most powerful spirit beasts in the world. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded its information. If the host successfully signs a contract and raises their favorability to 80 points or above, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 110 reinforcement points. Strength points can be used to improve the host and contracted spirit beast's physical fitness and spiritual power, learn skills, exchange for special props, etc. Reward 2, Beast Taming Skill Warcraft Insight. SSS's Frost Dragon Bloodline? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This is going against the will of heaven. Chapter 2, Dragon Girl School Beauty. Chenny was stunned on the spot. There are only 3 spiritual beasts with SSS-level bloodlines in the Dragon Kingdom today. It actually appeared right in front of me? Moreover, there are so many benefits after signing a contract with her? Chenny's eyes widened instantly, as if he saw the girl of his destiny. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability 10 points. Feeling Chenny's undisguised gaze, Lin Mengxue couldn't help but feel a trace of disgust in her heart. She knew she was beautiful and was often stared at by other men. However, this was the first time that a man like Chen Yi stared at her so unscrupulously. What's so good about it? Lin Mengxue replied coldly. Hearing this, Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and shook the number plate in his hand. Beautiful lady, I see you are alone, right? Coincidentally, I am alone too. Do you want to team up and have a mock battle together? Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability 20 points. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue frowned tightly, and the disgust in her heart grew stronger. She has heard this old-fashioned pickup line so many times that her ears are calloused. This is the kind of person who is attracted by beauty, right? No need. Find someone else. Lin Mengxue refused bluntly and turned back to sit in her seat. The expression on his face was like a dark cloud, and he was obviously in a bad mood. Hey, isn't that Ruyan's boyfriend? Why is he here flirting with Mengxue? Mengxue is the school belle of our beast taming academy. This guy even dares to flirt with her. Isn't he afraid that we will go to Ruyan to complain? You guys are so out of date. Ruyan dumped Chen Yi at the school gate just now, and she already signed a contract with another B-level beastmaster last night. Oh my god, isn't this a case of being cheated on? No wonder he came to flirt with Mengxue. Mengxue's awakened bloodline is F-level. Could it be that he thinks he can seduce Mengxue with his E-level talent? Tisk, take a piss and look in the mirror. Even if Mengxue has F-level bloodline, with her figure and looks, there are plenty of people who would contract her. A group of students passing by seemed to recognize Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue and pointed at them. Why would you want to date anyone else but the campus beauty from the Beast Taming Academy? You really overestimate your own abilities. However, Chen Yi did not care about these discussions. He pretended to be calm and sat down in the seat next to Lin Mengxue. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, F-level bloodline white lizard, am I right? Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability 25 points. Lin Mengxue's pupil shrank suddenly, and she glared at Chen Yi fiercely. You guy, are you following me? Chen Yi smiled and replied casually, Lin University campus belle, you don't want others to know that your spirit beast form is a lizard, right? Come with me. After saying that, he stood up and walked into the training room. Having delivered breakfast to Lu Ruyan for more than a year, he naturally knew about Lin Mengxue, but he had never met her. Unexpectedly, the beauty in front of me turned out to be Lin Mengxue. She is so beautiful. The school beauty of the Beast Taming Academy, a sophomore this year, successfully awakened a month ago, but only has F-level bloodline. With his face and figure that are above 9 points, there are still many high-level beastmasters willing to sign a contract with him. But she rejected them all. After awakening her F-rank bloodline, she almost stopped attending classes. After a month, the students in the academy only knew that she had F-level bloodline, but they had no idea what kind of spirit beast bloodline it was. Considering that she has never intended to make a contract with anyone, she is probably afraid that her bloodline and race will be known to others. The school beauty's spirit beast form is actually a lizard. I guess if other people knew about this, they would really laugh their heads off. Chen Yi concluded that Lin Mengxue would definitely come after him to silence him. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability 15 points. Lin Mengxue stared at Chen Yi's back, her fists clenched tightly, and her back teeth were almost broken. As a school beauty, she naturally has some idle baggage. Rather than letting others know that she is a lizard, she would rather not make a contract with anyone until she is completely eroded by power. That way, she could at least be euthanized with dignity and die as a human being. We must shut Chen Yi's mouth no matter what. Thinking of this, she suppressed her anger and followed. When he saw Lin Mengxue following closely behind, and followed Chen Yi into the same training room. The students around were also stunned for a while. Followed? Isn't this right? I just replied to a message. What just happened? I just saw Chen Yi and Mengxue say something, and that's it. Zhao. That Chen Yi, could he be a seasoned picker? Can he even pick up the campus belle of Lin University? Inside the training room, Lin Mengxue sat quietly aside and said coldly, Tell me, what are your conditions? Do you want to sleep with me? Chen Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, handed the control switch to Lin Mengxue, and said, Beautiful lady, don't be so angry. Summon a monster and fight it first to calm down. Lin Mengxue's eyes remained cold. No need, tell me, what do you need to do to shut up? Okay, since you said so, here are my conditions. Pick a monster. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue was stunned for a moment. What does this guy in front of me mean? Don't you want to sleep with her? Or, did he want to record the scene of her transforming into a spirit beast and fighting, so as to better threaten her? With such doubts, Lin Mengxue took the control switch with caution and began to select monsters. About half a minute later, her eyes fell on a magical beast called the Earthworm Monster and she set the difficulty to level 1. The Earthworm Monster, an Earth attribute monster, can be restrained by her Ice attribute skills. For her, it was a very easy monster to deal with. Challenge target selected successfully. AI Warcraft Earthworm Monster, Level 1, Stage 1, will appear in 60 seconds. Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts, please prepare for battle. As the broadcast prompt sounded, the environment of the entire room changed instantly. A holographic projection covered the room, presenting a scene of a desolate wilderness. Lin Mengxue crossed her arms and asked indifferently, "Alright. What should I do next? Do you want me to enter the spirit beast form?" Chenny smiled slightly, walked up to the alert Lin Mengxue, and held her hand. "Don't be so nervous, come on, try your new power first." Having said that, he directly used the spirit beast awakening talent. In an instant, Lin Mengxue felt a warm power flowing through Chun Yi's hand and throughout her body. A strand of black hair was also dyed white at this moment, as crystal clear as a snowflake. On her head, a pair of silver-white dragon horns slowly grew. On her hands, white scales emerged, spreading to her shoulders. Behind her, the shadows of a pair of wings and a tail slowly emerged, fanning the cold wind. If I had to use one word to describe Lin Mengxue now, maybe there is only one word: Dragon Girl. Chapter 3. It feels so good to have power. What's going on? Feeling the surging power in her body, Lin Mengxue was completely stunned. She had thought that Chun Yi wanted to sleep with her. I have thought that Chun Yi might have some perverted hobbies. I thought Chun Yi wanted to use this secret to blackmail her money. But she never thought that Chun Yi could actually give her power? Even the racial bloodline and race have changed. This. Could it be that I have met a noble person? Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 40 points. Name: Lin Mengxue. Armed form: Contract Master, None. Bloodline: SSS-level Frost Dragon. Temporary awakening. Level: Level 1, Stage 2. Constitution: 7. Spiritual power: 12. Attributes: Ice, Dragon. Skill: Ice Breath. Favorability: 30 points. Affinity: Not yet cultivated. Chenny looked at the dragon girl in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect that I could successfully awaken my hidden bloodline so easily. It's so easy. However, with Lin Mengxue's level of the first stage and second stage, it seems quite difficult for her to master this power. I don't know if she can fight as a dragon girl. There are 3 forms of spirit beasts: human form, spirit beast form, and armed form. Like Lin Mengxue now, she maintains a human appearance, but also possesses some characteristics of a spirit beast. This is the armed form, which is also the favorite combat form of many high-level spirit beasts. But generally speaking, only spirit beasts above level 3 are familiar with this kind of power. Her current situation can be best described as cosplay. Although she has the appearance of a dragon girl, her strength remains at the level of a human. Okay, stop being so nervous. The AI monster is about to be summoned. Go test your strength. Ding! Lin Mengxue, favorability plus 50 points. Okay. I'll try. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lin Mengxue was basically certain that she had met a noble person. Maybe, my destiny may change. However, just as I thought of this, an accident happened. Lin Mengxue had just taken a step when she suddenly lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. It hurts. You're fighting in spirit beast form? You're only at level 1, second stage, and you're still thinking of fighting in armed form? I'm sorry. Lin Mengxue's face turned slightly red, and she quickly adjusted her mentality and quickly switched to the form of a spirit beast. A faint light appeared around her body, and the light and shadow slowly grew larger, eventually forming a huge light and shadow that was 2 meters and 5 meters tall and about 5 meters long. Judging from the appearance of light and shadow, it seems to be a western dragon with its wings spread out, looking majestic. The next second, the light and shadow shattered. A snow-white flying dragon appeared before his eyes. Name: Lin Mengxue's spiritual beast form. Constitution: 56. Spiritual power: 48. Lin Mengxue's heart beat faster and she couldn't wait to go to the water nearby and stare at her reflection. The mighty dragon horns, strong claws, frost-white wings, and domineering figure are completely different from his previous lizard appearance. Is this really mine? Is this really not a dream? Lin Mengxue murmured to herself, her voice full of disbelief. It's not a lizard, it's a dragon, a real dragon. Why are you so long-winded? The monster has been summoned, and it's behind you. Oh, okay. Lin Mengxue forced herself to suppress the corners of her mouth that were about to curl up, and turned to face the earthworm monster that had just been summoned. The body of this earthworm monster is as thick as a tree trunk, covered with wet mud, with a huge ring-shaped mouthpart at the front, which is full of layers of sharp teeth and emits an unpleasant smell. From the perspective of Earthlings, it is definitely an alien creature. I used to think it was quite scary, and I always felt that if I wasn't careful, it would swallow me whole. But now, looking down with sharp eyes, it feels like looking at this thing is just like looking at an ordinary little caterpillar, which can be killed with just one kick. She took a deep breath and then blew it out sharply. Breath of ice. In an instant, the entire wilderness was shrouded in a biting cold wind. Whether it was the dead branches, the earth, or the lake, they were all covered with silvery white frost crystals. The earthworm monster was frozen into an ice sculpture without even moving under this powerful cold wind. Then there was a crisp cracking sound, and it fell to the ground, turning into countless pieces. Congratulations on successfully defeating the earthworm monster. Do you want to continue to challenge? Before the broadcast was finished, Lin Mengxue immediately transformed into a human form and rushed to Chen Yi. She reached out and grabbed the control switch and chose the option to continue the challenge. This time, she is going to challenge a level 1, level 5 monster. When Chen Yi saw the scene, he smiled without saying a word and sat aside to watch quietly. At the same time, he opened his mobile phone and checked the precautions regarding the contract. As a virgin who has been single for 20 years, I must prepare well for the first time. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. A first-level, 5th-stage sharp-toothed dog, a whole circle larger than a Tibetan Mastiff, was crushed to pieces by Lin Mengxue with just one kick. So a level 1, level 5 monster is this week? Having obtained such powerful strength, it is naturally impossible for Lin Mengxue to stop just like that. She now understood why those spirit beasts that had awakened high-level bloodlines were eager to marry the sons of wealthy families. You don't even need to care about the other person's appearance or personality. Having resources means having power, and the feeling of having power is really fucking great. Those monsters that Lin Mengxue once dared not challenge have now become vulnerable in her eyes. Just a kick can easily crush them. No frills, just pure burst of power. What's more, she can fly. Those wings are not just decorations, but real wings. Just flap it gently and you can fly easily, feeling the whistling wind and the breath of freedom. Is it really so cool to soar into the sky? Soon, an hour passed. The training room usage period has ended. Lin Mengxue released her spirit beast form and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Ding! Lin Mengxue, favorability plus 30. How was it? Did you enjoy the fight? Chen Yi smiled and took out a towel and handed it to Lin Mengxue. It feels so good. I've never felt so good in my life. Lin Mengxue took the towel and wiped the sweat from her forehead. At this moment, she had completely let go of her vigilance towards Chen Yi. I didn't expect that I could possess such powerful strength. Is this considered a way to defy fate and change my destiny? The feeling of being powerful is really great. However, in the next second, Lin Mengxue suddenly felt as if the strength in her body had been drained away and disappeared without a trace in an instant. She hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Why has my strength disappeared?" Chen Yi chuckled twice and slowly explained, "You look so nervous, but the power just now is still yours, don't worry. It just needs someone to guide it before it can be activated. I'm not sure if other Beastmasters can do this, but as you just saw, I can stimulate the hidden power within you. How about it? Are you willing to establish a contract with me?" When Lin Mengxue heard the word contract, her cheeks instantly turned red. She held the hem of her dress tightly with both hands, her fingers trembling slightly, as if she was still hesitating. But after only a few seconds of silence, she nodded cheerfully. "I do. Chen Yi, please let me be your contracted spirit beast. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. It's getting late now, so let's go and sign the contract later. Although I don't know why a Beastmaster with this ability doesn't have a contracted spirit beast. But since he has already extended the invitation, there is no reason to refuse. And Lin Mengxue still wants that omnipotent power. Hearing this, Chen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Lin Mengxue said this. He really doesn't want to miss out on an SSS-level spirit beast. He extended his hand and whispered, "Well, Miss Lin, please give me some pointers." Before he finished speaking, Lin Mengxue interrupted him, "Schwer, call me Schwer." Chen Yi was slightly stunned, then smiled faintly and repeated what he had just said, "Well, Schwer, please give me your guidance from now on." Lin Mengxue excitedly shook it, "Please give me your guidance from now on." Ding! Lin Mengxue, favorability plus 15. Chapter 4, She is actually a small rich woman. Watching Lin Mengxue walk out of the training room holding Chen Yi's arm. There was a sweet expression on her face, which was in stark contrast to her cold attitude at the beginning. Some students from the Beast Taming Academy who were queuing up were also stunned and confused. What is going on? Is this Lin Mengxue? Is it the icy beauty Lin Mengxue who rejected hundreds of beast tamers at the Beast Tamer Academy? As luck would have it, Lu Ruyan's roommate, Zhao Xiaomei, was also here at this moment, planning to train with her contract partner in preparation for the final exam a week later. Chen Yi often brought breakfast to Lu Ruyan. As her roommate, she naturally knew Chen Yi. When he saw the scene, he was stunned for a long time. Of course, Zhao Xiaomei knew that Lu Ruyan had signed a contract with the rich second-generation Beastmaster last night. Today she had wanted to meet Chen Yi and mock him. But who could have thought that Chen Yi would actually win over Lin Mengxue, the school belle of the Beast Taming Academy? Although Lu Ruyan is also very beautiful, she is far inferior to Lin Mengxue. The gap is really too big. The more Zhao Xiaomei thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She couldn't help but walk forward and ask for clarification. "Chen Yi, wait. What are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi stopped and looked back at Zhao Xiaomei. Name, Zhao Xiaomei. Contract Master, Wang Hao. Bloodline, sea-level wild boar essence. Everything was normal. It wasn't until he saw Zhao Xiaomei's bloodline information that Chen Yi almost laughed out loud. "I heard from Lu Ruyan that Zhao Xiaomei had awakened her sea-level bloodline, and I was very envious. I thought it was some mythical beast, but it turned out to be a wild boar spirit? Looking at her chubby body, it wouldn't be surprising if she awakened as a wild boar spirit, right?" Thinking of this, Chen Yi smiled and said nonchalantly, "What else can I do? Pick up girls." As he spoke, his right hand also grasped Lin Mengxue's slender waist. After feeling Chen Yi's actions, Lin Mengxue's face simply blushed deeper, and she did not show any resistance. This scene made the surrounding students' eyes drop to the ground. Damn, could he really have seduced Lin Mengxue? Zhao Xiaomei was also a little confused. What qualifications does Chen Yi have to be able to hook up with Lin Mengxue? There's something wrong with this. Does Ruyan know about this? Does she know what this has to do with me? You even dared to cheat on Ruyan? Hearing this, Chen Yi also sneered. Does Zhao Xiaomei really not know, or is she pretending not to know? She actually asked this question. All right, good pigs, stay out of the way. I have some serious business to attend to. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he walked around the crowd and left the Beastmaster Association with Lin Mengxue. Zhao Xiaomei was also stunned for a moment. A good pig doesn't block the road? When did Chen Yi know that his bloodline was that of a wild boar spirit? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, do you know that Chen Yi? By the way, Schwer, where do you live?" "Sky International Community." "Fuck, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy woman. Is there anyone at home?" "No one. My relatives all died in the battle to wipe out the demon cave 3 years ago. I am the only one left." Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately showed a guilty expression. "Sorry, I didn't know about this." Seeing this, Lin Mengxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, waved her hand gently, and said in a relaxed tone, "It's okay. Anyway, I don't care anymore. After all, parents like that are dead, it doesn't matter." However, as she spoke, a look of loneliness involuntarily appeared on her face. It seems that Lin Mengxue's family is quite complicated. Chen Yi didn't delve into this too much and changed the subject. "I'm not a student of the Beastmaster Academy. I usually live in the slums of East Street Park. As you know, the environment there is not very good as a contract location. Please forgive me." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lin Mengxue was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed a few times. She stretched out her index finger, gently poked Chen Yi's cheek, and said, "My home is your home from now on, don't live there anymore." After a beastmaster establishes a contract with a spirit beast, they usually live together, and their relationship is even closer than that of a husband and wife on Earth. This can easily improve the affinity between both parties and stimulate their combat potential. As the one who owns the house and needs to rely on Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue naturally has to show generosity. But then again, why would a beastmaster with such power live in a place like that like a homeless person? Then why would Lu Ruyan abandon a beastmaster like Chen Yi and turn into the arms of a rich second-generation man? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? How strange. What's wrong, Schwer? The elevator has reached the 29th floor. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Come on, this is my home. When you open the door of room 2901, a faint fragrance of ink flows out like a clear spring, refreshing your heart. Sky International Community is a well-known wealthy community in Jiangcheng, where the average residential area of each household exceeds 250 square meters. I could smell this scent as soon as I entered the door. It seemed that Lin Mengxue often reads in the living room. The lighting in the room is soft and warm, and strands of golden threads slowly hang down from the ceiling, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. The layout of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, plus an independent attic and balcony, I have to say, is really luxurious. At this time, Lin Mengxue stood at the door with an embarrassed look on her face. Brother Chen Yi, although it may be a bit embarrassing to say this, but you haven't taken a shower for a long time, right? Chen Yi listened and gave a helpless smile. I'm just a homeless person, how can I have the chance to take a shower? Lin Mengxue took out a pair of slippers and placed them at Chen Yi's feet. My slippers may be a little small, you have to make do with them for now, I'll buy you new ones later. Go take a shower first, I'll go cook. Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't say much. After changing into slippers, he went into the bathroom. After taking off all his clothes, Chen Yi's eyes inadvertently fell on his younger brother who had already entered combat mode. I couldn't help but sigh. You're so restless. Can we try again later? Don't use up your energy now. It'll only take a few minutes to complete the contract. But, think about it. If the little brother still doesn't respond in this situation, then I'm afraid he really should consider seeing a urologist. Chen Yi leaned on the edge of the bathtub, his eyes scanning the girl's care products on the dressing table, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. He used to be just an ordinary loser with a dull life. After traveling through time, he became a homeless vagrant. In such a difficult situation, he was able to share a room with the school beauty. Still a little rich woman. It really makes people sigh at the impermanence of life. Chapter 5 Contract. After taking a shower and eating, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mengxue had just walked out of the bathroom at this time. The water stains on her body were not wiped dry, and the crystal clear water droplets rolled on her skin, reflecting the light from the ceiling, making her look very white. Her black hair, which had not yet been blown dry, fell to her waist like a waterfall, gently brushing against her face, embracing her beautiful features. Her slender white legs trembled slightly, gently rubbing against each other, contrasting with the blush on her face, emitting a captivating aura. The surging breasts slightly lifted up the pajamas, forming a charming curve. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire living room became ambiguous at this moment. Lin Mengxue lowered her head, slowly walked to Chen Yi and sat down, whispering, Brother Chen Yi, my room is over there. Do you want to sign a contract? Looking at Lin Mengxue's shy expression, the little devil in Chen Yi's heart suddenly became active. Following her slender waist, he picked her up and asked, Do you want to come? Lin Mengxue's face suddenly turned a deeper red, and her heart began to beat wildly like a deer. After half a minute of silence, a word slowly came out of her mouth. Want. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi didn't say much nonsense. He carried Lin Mengxue directly into her room and closed the door with his back foot. Not long after, a sweet voice like a yellow oriole singing out of a valley was heard in the room. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 70 points. The next day, at 12 noon. The midday sun was high in the sky, but it failed to penetrate the curtains of the room and dispel the darkness. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still a little fuzzy. He reached out and touched the phone on the bedside table, wanting to check the time, but found that there was no response after unlocking it for a long time. It was not until he took the phone in front of him that he realized it was not his own phone. Oh, by the way, this is Schwer's cell phone. Chen Yi muttered to himself, his eyes slowly falling on the delicate body pressed on his left hand. All the scenes of last night kept flashing in his mind like a movie, and it felt like a dream. Especially when he saw Lin Mengxue's name in the contracted spirit beast column on the system interface, and his own name was prominently displayed in the contract master column on the Lin Mengxue information interface. The joy in my heart is beyond words. SSS-level spirit beast. And she is the school belle of Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. I didn't expect that the contract was successful. It also moisturizes me a lot, which is really delicious. The only pity is that the favorability level stopped at 70 points, and I'm only 10 points away from getting the system reward. Try harder tonight, 5 minutes is indeed too short. Chenny restrained his smile slightly, removed the arm that was around his neck, and then gently pushed away the delicate body that was pressing on his arm. After getting out of bed, Chenny took his cell phone, quickly changed his clothes, put on slippers, and tiptoed to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He took a deep breath to calm himself down a little. Then he opened his phone and browsed the latest news. Jiangcheng Daily, Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy's final exams will begin in 6 days. This time, renowned anchor Suta will be the commentator, with Li Kai and Zhao Wanru serving as guest commentators. This is arguably the most luxurious hosting lineup in the past decade. Dragon Kingdom News, the exploration of the Chuanshu Secret Realm, a super-large secret realm located in the Chuanshu region, has reached over 70% and is expected to be completed in 3 months. At that time, it will be open to all Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts above Level 3. International News, the Eagle Country Beastmaster Association has developed a special potion that claims to enhance a Beastmaster's natural talent after injection. It's currently in the testing phase. Reporters from various countries have requested experimental data, but have been denied. As time went by, it was already 12:30. Lin Mengxue also woke up slowly at this time, and came to the living room in slippers with sleepy eyes. She yawned cutely and muttered, "I'm sorry, Brother Chenny, I got up a little late, and it's probably too late to cook now." Chenny comforted her, "It's okay, just order takeout. After dinner, we'll go take the Beast Tamer certificate exam." Lin Mengxue nodded obediently and immediately went to the bathroom to wash up. The two arrived at the Beastmaster Association around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a long queue of people registering for the Beast Tamer assessment, and it had already reached over 100 people. Chenny looked at the bustling crowd in front of him and asked in confusion, "Speaking of which, why are there so many people taking the Beast Tamer exam recently? I don't think there were so many people before." Didn't Brother Chenny tell you when he was dating Lu Ruyan? Lin Mengxue explained, "It's almost the end of the semester, isn't it? There's a final exam every year, and only teams with Beast Tamer certificates can take the exam. You can get a lot of credits and resource rewards. So now many Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts have started to sign up. Haven't you noticed that all the hotel rooms are fully booked recently? After all, as long as you participate in the assessment, you will receive 10 kilograms of first-level monster meat and 3 kilograms of second-level monster meat every month for free for the next year. It can save you a lot of money." Hearing this, Chenny nodded thoughtfully. He and Lu Ruyan were both E-level and had never signed a contract, so naturally, this kind of thing would not be their turn. "I didn't expect there was such a benefit. By the way, Schwer, are you going to take the final exam?" Brother Chenny, do you want to join?" "I'll do whatever you say. I'm not a student at the Beastmaster Academy. Can I participate?" "Of course. The assessment rules state that as long as either the Beastmaster or the Spirit Beast is a student of our school, they can participate, but only those within the second level can participate." Upon hearing this, Chenny didn't think too much and immediately nodded and agreed, "Then join us, and I'll give you a credit increase." "Okay. Well, we still have some time. Do you want to do something? Or should we just wait here? Let's go shopping. I still have a lot of daily necessities to buy. This is a good time to buy them." "Well, Brother Chenny, just buy whatever you like. Don't worry about the price. I'll support you. Then I'll obey your orders. Chen, will definitely eat the gigolo of Lin University's campus beauty. Don't call me that." The two chatted as they walked towards the nearby commercial street. Time passed by unknowingly and soon it was 5:30 in the afternoon. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue returned to the Beastmaster Association. However, when they just stepped into the door of the association. But he ran into the person Chen Yi least wanted to see. Name, Lu Ruyan. Contract Master, Qin Shousheng. Bloodline, E-level Sandworm. Level 1, Stage 3. Constitution, 4. Spiritual Power, 5. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Sand Shifting. Favorability, 15 points. Affinity, 5. Comment, other than the word trash, it's hard to imagine any other word to describe this spirit beast. Chapter 6 Beastmaster Assessment. Chen Yi hadn't finished looking at Lu Ruyan's system interface. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. Are you Chen Yi? Chen Yi turned around and found that it was the rich second generation that Lu Ruyan threw herself into his arms yesterday. He was wearing a gray suit, sunglasses, and had a cigar in his mouth, looking arrogant. It's me. What can I do for you? The second generation rich man patted Chen Yi's shoulder gently and grinned. I am Qin Shoshing, Ruyan is really moist, I tasted it for you, no need to thank me. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, What? What did you say your name was? I'm Qin Shoshing from the Qin Group. Why, haven't you heard of me? Puff. Chen Yi suddenly laughed out loud. What kind of parents are these to come up with such a name? Why are you laughing? I think of happy things. What's the happy news? It's okay, it's okay. Look at the number plate in your hand. You're number 114, right? It's your turn soon. Don't you want to take the test? Tisk, as expected, poor people are poor people. They can't even speak properly. Qin Shoshing clicked his tongue and immediately prepared to go to Lu Ruyan. However, the next second, when his eyes swept over Lin Mengxue who was hiding behind Chen Yi, he was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the Lin Mengxue he has always wanted to pursue? He had given many gifts to Lin Mengxue, but received no response. I didn't expect to see her here today, but she was with Chen Yi? Could it be that the two of them have already? At this moment, Lu Ruyan seemed to have noticed the commotion here and hurried over. Shoshing, forget about him. It's our turn now, let's get testing. After saying that, she glared at Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue fiercely. Chen Yi broke up with her and then hooked up with the prettier Lin Mengxue. Why does it feel like she was the one who got dumped? Qin Shoshing glanced at Lin Mengxue and felt a little annoyed. Chen Yi played with high-quality goods himself, and gave the unwanted inferior goods to him to play with, and he even boasted about it proudly. I feel like a real clown. But it doesn't matter. They are just temporary toys anyway. You can throw them away after playing with them for a while. He is a B-level Beastmaster. If these girls were not beautiful, he would never have signed a contract with these losers. Soon, the assessment officially began. The assessment method is the same as the training in the training room, which is to judge the combat strength of the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast by challenging the AI monster. There are 9 levels in the assessment. As long as you successfully pass the first 3 levels, you can obtain the Beast Tamer certificate. Each time you pass a level, you can get some additional resource rewards, which can be regarded as an incentive policy. The entire assessment process will be broadcast live, which will not only effectively prevent cheating, but also allow some Beastmaster forces to see if they can find outstanding talents to cultivate. Qin Shoshing is a B-level Beastmaster, and his level is as high as the 2nd stage and 10th level. The AI monster level in the first round of the assessment test is the average level of both teams, and an additional level will be added for each subsequent round. There was no need for her to take any action when taking a spirit beast like Lu Ruyan, who had just broken through to the 3rd stage of the first level, for assessment and testing. Qin Shoshing himself was seen holding an iron spear tightly and rushing towards the 2nd level AI monster. In an instant, the gun's shadow flashed and a fierce attack poured down. The AI monster was completely unable to resist and was killed in 10 moves. Beastmasters can be divided into 3 types based on the awakened talent category: auxiliary type, combat type, and training type. The auxiliary type is a talent like Chen Yi, who provides combat assistance to the contracted spirit beast through his talent. The combat type is the type that can improve their combat ability through talents and fight together with spirit beasts. The cultivation type can speed up the speed at which spirit beasts absorb and refine treasures. They usually work in the cultivation center and rarely participate in battles. It is obvious that Qin Shoshing belongs to this category, so he contracted a vase spirit beast, right? So handsome. A combat-type talent. In recent years, it feels like fewer and fewer people have awakened combat talents. I barely see any of them. Yeah. I also wanted to awaken a combat talent and gallop across the battlefield, but unfortunately, I only awakened a B-level support talent. Is it a pity to have a B-level talent? Aren't you being too Versailles? Everyone was talking about it. At this time, Lin Mengxue gently tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and explained in a low voice, Brother Chen Yi, that Qin Shoshing pursued me before and asked me to be his contracted spirit beast, but I refused. There is nothing between us. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled slightly. I know, don't worry. With the system interface, what can be hidden from him? Hearing Chen Yi's answer, Lin Mengxue felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Yi did not misunderstand her relationship with Qin Shouxing. Not long after, Qin Shouxing brought Lu Ruyan out of the assessment area. The final result was determined at the third level. After all, Qin Shouxing has an extraordinary family background and there are all kinds of resources he can buy. There is no need to take risks to challenge higher difficulties and earn that little profit. Next, number 115, Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue, you start the test. When I heard Lin Mengxue's name, many people in the waiting area looked at Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue as they were about to enter the assessment area. A complex expression instantly appeared on his face. Naturally, word of what happened in the training room yesterday afternoon spread throughout Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. Unexpectedly, the loser who was kicked out by Lu Ruyan could actually hook up with the school beauty Lin Mengxue? They've actually signed up for the assessment. Doesn't that mean they've already completed the contract? Wow, my goddess. She was actually ruined by a man from outside the school. Humph, what a goddess. One is E rank, the other is F rank. How dare these two losers take the Beast Tamer exam? Brother, you changed your attitude so quickly. Just now you said that you would confess your feelings to Mengxue after passing the assessment, and now you're so angry? Amid the discussions of the students, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue walked into the examination room hand in hand. Waste? Then you are probably worse than trash. Next, I will let you know what the power of SSS-level bloodline is. Assessment begins. Level 1, Stage 1, Stage 2, Flame Dog. The AI monster will appear in 30 seconds, please be prepared for battle. The broadcast prompt sounded and the whole audience was in an uproar. Flame Hound? Holy crap, going all out right from the start? This thing has a 5-star difficulty rating in the World of Warcraft Atlas, and it's actually on the first level? Even if it's only level 1, stage 2, it's still tough. The AI monsters used in the assessment tests are all random. If anything, they can only blame it on bad luck. All the spectators in the assessment area unanimously believed that Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue had absolutely no way of killing the Flamehound. Other combinations may have some chance of winning. But a combination of an E level and an F level would never win. A sinister smile also appeared on Qin Shouxing's face. Since you can't get it, just destroy it. Unexpectedly, even God was helping him. Oh, what a pair of bastards, they got their comeuppance, didn't they? In the live broadcast screen. After hearing the object of the challenge, Lin Mengxue did not show any intention of backing down. Instead, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Brother Chen Yi, I want to play 9 levels today. Well, go ahead and tell those people that you are not a waste. Lin Mengxue took a deep breath, waved her jade hand, and a cold air instantly burst out, enveloping her body. It actually transformed into a snow-white flying dragon? The dragon's whiskers danced in the air, as if showing her majesty to everyone. This scene stunned all the audience present. Chapter 7, Kill all the way through. What is that? Dragon? It's actually a dragon? How can an F-level spirit beast's bloodline be a dragon? Could it be that Mengxue is actually hiding her true bloodline level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The dragon spirit beasts all have bloodlines of at least S level or above. How could Mengxue possibly have bloodlines of S level or above? Qin Shouxing shouted in disbelief. The dragon clan is the contract object that many beastmasters dream of. Now tell him that the spirit beast contracted by an E-level beastmaster is a dragon spirit beast? He wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. However, the facts were right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. The next second, Flamehound was summoned. It was burning with raging flames all over, and the air around it was distorted due to the high temperature. There was almost no pause as it suddenly appeared, and streams of scorching flames spewed out of its mouth, shooting towards Lin Mengxue. However, facing such an attack, Lin Mengxue just blew out a breath lightly. The biting cold wind even made the audience in the assessment area shiver. The flames that Flamehound spewed out and the flames on its body were instantly frozen, and its body was also frozen into an ice sculpture. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the ice sculpture shattered. Flamehound's body also turned into countless ice crystals and dissipated in the air. The first level assessment is over, congratulations on successfully passing it. Second level, first stage, third stage, Grey Wolf. The AI monster will appear in 30 seconds, please be prepared for battle. Silence. Deathly silence. At this moment, the entire assessment viewing area suddenly fell into silence. If Lin Mengxue is an F-level spirit beast, then what are they? A Z-level spirit beast? At the same time, inside the backstage monitoring room of the Beastmaster Academy. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? A dragon, it's actually a dragon. Director of Studies Zhao slammed the table and recited a series of beautiful Chinese quintessence poems. After all, the final exam is approaching, and many awakened beastmasters and spirit beasts have determined their contract partners during this period, and are actively participating in the Beastmaster exam. Jiangcheng is a small city, and Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy is the only institution of higher learning here. Naturally, it is qualified to set up a live broadcast channel for beast tamer assessments on campus in order to observe the students' assessment results. I didn't expect that a dragon would appear as I was watching. Several teachers nearby were also quite surprised. Isn't that Lin Mengxue? Isn't her registered bloodline F-level? How did she turn into a dragon? Could it be that she lied at that time? That shouldn't be the case. Even if she lied, the test equipment wouldn't make mistakes. You can't say the recorder at the time colluded with her, right? Everyone talked about it, but they still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. At the back of the room sat a man in his 60s. Although he is old, his posture is still upright and his eyes are bright. His gaze was different from that of other teachers. He did not stay on Lin Mengxue, but stared at Chen Yi beside him. SS-level talent, the source of power, not only enables him to manipulate the spiritual power in nature to fight, but also allows him to sense the rich places and flow directions of spiritual power. On the screen, the direction of the flow of spiritual power was clearly visible, flowing from Chen Yi to Lin Mengxue. This means that the reason why Lin Mengxue was able to transform into a dragon with F-level bloodline is probably closely related to Chen Yi. The old man stood up and walked to Zhao Yi and asked, "Is this Chen Yi a student of the academy?" "Wait a moment, Mr. Luo, I'll check for you." "No need to check. That Chen Yi is not a student of our school." A female teacher interjected, "He used to be very close to Lu Ruyan from class 3, sophomore year. I often saw him signing in for Lu Ruyan, and I didn't bother to expose him." Lu Ruyan? Is she the E-rank spirit beast that took the test last time? Yeah, it feels like we've been dating for over a year, but I didn't expect them to break up so suddenly. Hearing this, the old man's brows immediately furrowed. E-level spirit beast? Could it be that this person has some special talent that allows him to strengthen low-level spirit beasts? It seems necessary to pay attention to this person named Chen Yi. In the live broadcast, the beast tamer assessment continues. The Grey Wolf in the second level is in the same situation as the Flamehound before. As soon as it was summoned, Lin Mengxue blew on it and it turned into an ice sculpture and shattered. A sure kill. Next, the first stage, 4th level Demon Dog in the 3rd level also fell down without any ability to fight back after being hit by Lin Mengxue in one breath. Then, in the 4th level, the 5th level, the 6th level, all the way to the 8th level, the AI monsters in each level were instantly turned into nothingness with Lin Mengxue's gentle blow. The audience in the assessment area were completely stunned by the scene before them, and their eyeballs almost shattered. S-level, definitely an S-level spirit beast. Only S-level spirit beasts can defeat these AI monsters so easily. Over the years, there have been people who have passed the 9-level assessment, and it is not particularly rare. On average, there are about 10 pairs of combinations in each city every year. But someone as relaxed and at ease as Lin Mengxue is definitely the first person in history. What's more, Lin Mengxue is only at the 1st level and 2nd stage. She didn't even use any skills, she just blew away and instantly killed the AI monster that was several levels higher than her. This kind of scene can probably only be seen in beast taming novels, right? Several beast tamer students with a grade of B or above in the viewing area regretted their actions deeply. After awakening their talents, they had considered inviting Lin Mengxue and signing a contract with her. However, after much persuasion from family, friends, and teachers, I finally gave up those childish ideas. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation of survival. Once you have the strength, why worry about not having beautiful women to accompany you? Although the Beastmaster can sign contracts with multiple spirit beast girls. But in the early stage, especially at the 1st level when one can only contract one spirit beast girl, if the contracted one is a vase that looks good but is useless, it will undoubtedly be difficult. If you are slow in one step, you will be slow in every step, and you may even be finished before you even break through the 2nd level. If the awakened talent is the same as Qin Shouxing's that improves his combat effectiveness, then it is worth considering. Just change it when you get tired of it. The impact on yourself is far less than that of a beastmaster with auxiliary talents. But now tell them that Lin Mengxue, the school belle of the Beast Taming Academy, is not only extremely beautiful, but also has extraordinary strength. I missed this shit, my thighs are about to be swollen. In the picture, the assessment test finally reached the 9th level. The 8th level assessment is over. Congratulations on successfully passing it. Level 9, Level 1, Stage 10, Snow Girl. The AI monster will appear in 30 seconds, please be prepared for battle. Fuck, it's actually the Snow Girl. It's a 6-star difficulty monster, and it's an ice attribute monster, 9 levels higher. I can't say I'll just kill it in one go, right? Mengxue's luck is really bad. Not only did a flamehound appear in the first level, but now it's the last level, and a Snow Girl with extremely strong ice resistance appears? Humph. If you can still win this time, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea. Qin Shouxing said with gritted teeth. Originally, he stayed here to watch Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue make fun of themselves. But who would have thought that what they saw was a scene of the two of them displaying their supernatural powers? This is worse than eating 10 kilograms of shit. When the others heard this, they all rolled their eyes, as if they were looking at a clown. Every time Lin Mengxue killed an enemy, Qin Shouxing would make a few sarcastic remarks. Can't you stand seeing Lin Mengxue rise? Chapter 8: The Dean's Summons. In the assessment space, Lin Mengxue, who had transformed into a dragon, also yawned loudly, revealing a hint of tiredness. On the one hand, it was because she didn't sleep well last night, and on the other hand, these enemies were too weak to interest her. Yesterday in the training room, she could easily kill a level 10 enemy in seconds, let alone these minions. If the training room Chen Yi opened was not a first-level training room, she would definitely find a few second-level monsters to test her skills. Finally, 30 seconds passed. The AI Warcraft Snow Girl was summoned. As soon as it appeared, snow fell all over the sky, and the whole space was covered with white snowflakes. Xiao! The Snow Girl let out a roar, quickly condensed a huge ice arrow, and rushed towards Lin Mengxue. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and the ice arrow broke. It only left a small white spot on the scales on Lin Mengxue's chest, which couldn't even break the defense. No way? Is the defense really that strong? That's a bit outrageous. He's 9 levels behind, and yet his attack can't break his defense? However, the Snow Girl is extremely resistant to ice attribute attacks. I wonder if Mengxue has any skills with other attributes. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Lin Mengxue flapped her huge dragon wings, and a strong gust of wind swept over, instantly knocking the Snow Girl, who was about to launch a second round of attack, to the ground. Without any pause, Lin Mengxue quickly flew into the air and stomped down hard. Pa! With a crisp sound, the flesh and blood Snow Girl was crushed to pieces by Lin Mengxue like a balloon. His body instantly turned into countless ice crystals, scattered on the ground, and merged with the surrounding snowflakes. The 9th level assessment is over. Congratulations on successfully passing this Beast Tamer assessment. Looking at the words pass displayed on the big screen, everyone in the viewing area was completely stunned. Clearing the 9th level is not unprecedented. But you, damn it, cleared all the levels in seconds. Even the 9th level was killed instantly with one kick. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? After the shock, the whole audience was instantly boiling, with applause rising one after another, one wave higher than the other. Too strong, really too strong. But then again, doesn't Mengxue have F-level blood? Why does she have such power now? Look, Chen Yi just sat there watching the whole fight, but the beauty from Lin University said nothing. I guess that's his strength. I think so too. Otherwise, how could Mengxue willingly establish a contract with a man outside the school? To be able to unleash such powerful power through F-level blood, could it be an SSS-level talent? I don't know, but it's definitely not lower than S rank. I laughed. Chen Yi has such talent, but Lu Ruyan doesn't want him? She even went to find a B-level beastmaster to throw herself into his arms. Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. If the previous look still contained a hint of mockery, it was the look of a clown. Now you're looking at an idiot. Although the Qin group behind Qin Shouxing has some wealth, it is ultimately just a private business organization. In this world, beastmasters are the real hot commodity. Especially for a beastmaster like Chen Yi, who can give new life to spirit beasts with F-level bloodline. his future achievements will surely be limitless. But Lu Ruyan, who had the unique advantage of being a boyfriend and girlfriend, ended up abandoning Chen Yi and trying to please a rich second-generation beastmaster. If this isn't stupid, then what is? Hey, you're Qin Shaoxing, right? Didn't you say that if Chen Yi and Mengxue could pass the 9-level assessment, you'd stand on your head and have diarrhea? Can you fulfill your promise now? Someone in the crowd shouted something, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. Yeah. Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? It's better to do it now than today. Everyone is watching. There's a Splatoon shop across the street. If you can't poop, go have a round there. Many students echoed this sentiment, their words filled with ridicule and contempt. Xin Shou was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never expected that he, the eldest son of the Qin family, would be insulted like this by this group of students. What bad luck! Lu Ruyan's face looked extremely ugly, as if she had eaten 10 pounds of feces. She could never have imagined that she had just dumped Chen Yi yesterday, and today it was revealed that he had such an incredible talent. If I had worked so hard the night before yesterday and last night on Chen Yi, I would have been the one shining on the stage just now, instead of looking so embarrassed and being laughed at by everyone. She even wanted to slap herself hard a few times. But it would be embarrassing to stay here any longer, so I'd better leave first. At the same time, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue slowly walked out of the assessment space. A group of students quickly gathered around them and surrounded them tightly. Of course, almost all of them were looking for Lin Mengxue, and they all wanted to ask her how she turned into a dragon. Although everyone has basically confirmed that it was Chen Yi's power, they still want a definite answer. Their eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions, including envy, blessing, jealousy, and even hostility. After all, he has seduced the school beauty and even signed a contract with her. His rival must be heartbroken. When Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue broke free from the encirclement of students and received their beast tamer certificates and extra clearance prizes, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. My stomach has started to protest. Brother Chen Yi, what do you want to eat tonight? Swear, you are such a great cook, so naturally I will eat whatever you cook. He, I'm satisfied with Brother Chen Yi's words. However, just when they had bought the ingredients and were about to go home to cook, Lin Mengxue's cell phone suddenly rang. The screen showed an incoming call from the Dean of Studies, Zhao Yi. The Dean's? It's the end of the semester and there are no classes. He shouldn't be called in to be reprimanded for skipping classes, right? Lin Mengxue was full of doubts, but she still answered the phone. Teacher Zhao, are you looking for me? Mengxue, are you free now? Go back to school and remember to bring your boyfriend with you. Hearing the word boyfriend, Lin Mengxue subconsciously glanced at Chen Yi, and a blush appeared on her face involuntarily. We've already signed a contract, why still call him boyfriend? You should call him husband or hubby. Or perhaps, master? She paused and responded, it's so late now, is tomorrow okay? Since the dean sounded so excited, it probably wasn't a bad thing. Maybe it's because she and Chen Yi passed the 9th level of the Beast Tamer assessment, so the school will give them some extra rewards? Since it's a reward, there's no need to rush to claim it. If you can, try to come over now. Lin Mengxue looked at Chen Yi again, as if asking for his opinion. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said softly, go ahead. It's so late and I'm asking you to go back to school. Maybe it's really urgent. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lin Mengxue immediately responded, I understand, teacher, we will be there soon. Soon, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue arrived at the office designated by the Dean of Studies. However, when they just walked in the door, but he saw the dean bowing respectfully to the old man sitting there, and said respectfully, Mr. Luo, they are here, so I will leave first. After saying that, he left the office and closed the door behind you. The old man known as Mr. Luo nodded slightly, his eyes slowly falling on Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue. Sit down. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue couldn't help but feel a little confused, with countless questions in their minds. Who is this? The Dean of Studies was actually very respectful in front of him. Chapter 9, An Unexpected Gift. But now that we're here, we can't just leave like this, right? Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue looked at each other, walked up to the old man, pulled out the office chair and sat down. But the old man was still drinking tea and had no intention of speaking. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became extremely awkward. Until a minute later, Mr. Luo finally spoke up to break the silence. Chen Yi, I will ask you 3 questions next. If possible, please tell me what you really think. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately straightened up and sat up straight. I always feel that this old man has a very extraordinary temperament. Could he even see through the secrets of the system? As long as I know, I will tell the truth. Alright. Listen carefully. First question. Imagine you and your contracted spirit beast encounter an invincible demonic beast, and behind you are a group of powerless civilians. What would you do? Hearing this, Shen Yi and Lin Mengxue couldn't help but look at each other, with a confused look on their faces. What's the problem? A moral test? You two can discuss it for a while and then give me an answer. No. Shen Yi said with a resolute look, I will not hesitate to abandon the civilians and choose to let me and the contracted spirit beast live. Mr. Luo frowned slightly, took a sip of tea, and asked, Oh? Can you tell me the reason? Shen Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, If we really encounter an enemy we can't defeat, then even if I stay here, the end result will only be more casualties. My goal is to go further, not to play the hero in a battle that has no chance of winning. I left and went to other places to get help. Maybe those civilians can still survive. Even if all those civilians were killed, the reinforcements that arrived later would be able to kill the monster. This is definitely better than being unable to do anything and dying there. I have to say, the idea is very clear. Many young beastmasters sacrifice their lives for the so-called heroic cause, which is extremely stupid. In this world, survival is everything. After hearing this answer, Mr. Luo nodded with great satisfaction. Well, then the second question is, if there is an S-level spirit beast standing in front of you and expressing its willingness to contract with you, would you be willing to give up your current contracted spirit beast and? Before he finished speaking, Shen Yi interrupted him and said, No. Are you kidding? Lin Mengxue is so beautiful and has SSS-level frost dragon bloodline. Only a fool would give up on her and establish a contract with an S-level spirit beast. Hearing Chen Yi's answer, Lin Mengxue's eyes instantly became moist. Although I don't know how Chen Yi helped her gain such powerful strength. But judging from the test data, her bloodline level is only F. Chen Yi was actually willing to give up the opportunity to contract with an S-level spirit beast for her. No hesitation at all, very decisive answer, not bad, not bad. Then, here comes the last question. Who do you think will win in the battle between us and the monsters? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi frowned tightly. He really couldn't understand what the old man in front of him wanted to do. What was the point of asking such a question? Will the outcome of this war change because of his answer? Chen Yi pondered secretly, and after a while, he slowly said, I don't know who will win, but I will try my best to make our chances of winning a little higher. Mr. Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised by this answer. That's an interesting answer. I thought you would definitely say that we humans will win. But I like this answer too. As a gift for chatting with an old man like me, Chen Yi, this thing is yours. As he spoke, Mr. Luo took out a blue ring from his arms, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi picked up the ring and looked at it for a while. It seemed to be no different from an ordinary wedding ring. This is? Lin Mengxue, who was standing by, took a deep breath and murmured, Could it be a space ring? Mr. Luo nodded. Yes. But this is just a beginner version. There's only 100 cubic meters of space inside, so it's not very big. Boy, you are very good. Your character and strength are very impressive to me. If you get good grades on the final exam in 6 days, I'll give you a big gift. After saying that, he stood up and slowly left the room, leaving behind Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue with shocked expressions. Half a minute later, Lin Mengxue finally came to her senses. She quickly tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and said excitedly, Brother Chen Yi, this is a space ring. A space ring. A space ring that can hold things. Calm down, Schwer, I know. Chen Yi was also very surprised. Of course he knew about the space rings in this world, which were very rare. Even with Qin Shouxing's background, it would be difficult to get one. And this old man actually gave it to me so easily. What is his identity? Schwer, do you know that old man? Is he a teacher at the school? No, I haven't seen him in school anyway. Forget it, forget about it for now. I'm starving, let's go back and figure out how to use this thing. Let me explain this in 2 ways. The underground parking lot of Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy. Mr. Luo opened the door of a Rolls-Royce and sat in the back seat. Seeing this, the old man in butler's clothes in the driver's seat started the Rolls-Royce and slowly drove towards the garage door. As he drove, he asked, Master, what's going on? Mr. Luo opened the skylight, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. He's a very good seedling. Strength aside, his character is very good. No wonder you look so happy, sir. The housekeeper continued, did you notice anything unusual about him? Is the young lady's illness curable? Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo's expression instantly became solemn. Her granddaughter Luo Shireen successfully awakened 3 years ago, but her bloodline level was only F. After analyzing a large amount of genetic data, many senior officials of various countries have basically confirmed one thing: the qualification level of offspring will generally fluctuate between 2 levels above and below the average level of their parents, and the highest will not exceed 3 levels. His son Luo Yang, Luo Shireen's father, is an SS-level beastmaster, and his biological mother is also an SS-level spirit beast. In other words, no matter how low Luo Shireen's bloodline level is, it will never be lower than level B. Because of this, Luo Yang had a big fight with his wife, suspecting that she was cheating on him. It wasn't until a paternity test confirmed that Luo Shireen was indeed their biological daughter. Because of this, Mr. Luo began to suspect whether Luo Shireen had some kind of disease, or that her bloodline potential had not yet been stimulated, resulting in a low bloodline level. So, he thought of letting Luo Shireen take various magical herbs and medicines, perhaps to stimulate her true potential. He came to the small city of Jiangcheng because the Beast Tamer team of Jiangcheng Beast Tamer Academy accidentally discovered a spiritual herb that could improve one's talent and qualifications, and he came here to negotiate the price of this spiritual herb. Unexpectedly, I met a genius like Chen Yi in a small city like Jiangcheng. That's still unclear. Anyway, have you found out the information about Lin Mengxue's parents? We found out that her father, Lin Xian, is an S-rank beastmaster. Her biological mother is unknown, but the 6 spirit beasts Lin Xian contracted all have at least A-rank bloodlines, so her biological mother must be one of them. The lowest level is A? That's interesting. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Based on the average grade of her parents being A, Lin Mengxue's bloodline should definitely not be as low as F grade. However, in the afternoon assessment test, the strength displayed by Lin Mengxue far exceeded the level that an F-level bloodline should have. It is no exaggeration to say that her strength has reached at least S-level, or even SS level. In other words, Lin Mengxue's situation is very likely the same as Luo Shireen's, because her bloodline is hidden for some reason. And Chen Yi seems to have the power to awaken this hidden bloodline. Master, are we going back to the Magic City next? No need. Just stay here for the time being. Find some time to go back and pick up Shireen. I think it's necessary for Shireen and that kid to meet. I understand, sir. Chapter 10, Cultivation Methods in the Beast Taming World. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Senior Mengxue has really been contracted away. Isn't this news out of date? Not only was Senior Mengxue contracted away, she also passed the Beast Tamer exam at lightning speed. Even faster than the previous records in Yanjing and the Magic City. In the evening, I saw Senior Mengxue wreak havoc in the Beast Tamer Association. She's so strong. This is so strange. When Senior Mengxue was testing her bloodline level, I was right next to her. The instrument showed that she had an F-level bloodline, no doubt about it. But how could someone with an F-level bloodline transform into a dragon? There's no point in discussing this now. Since Mengxue has been contracted away and still possesses such powerful strength, it seems like it's time for me to relax and start looking for my next wife. You're talking as if Senior Sister Mengxue was your wife before. Just one night. The news that Chen Yi helped Lin Mengxue to quickly pass the Beast Tamer assessment in the evening spread quickly in the major group chats of the Beast Tamer Academy. Most of the male students still wanted to give their blessings. After all, they knew very well that it would be difficult for them and Lin Mengxue to have any special interactions in this life. Now that I see that the goddess in my heart will no longer be criticized by everyone and has a bright future, I must be relieved. However, there will naturally be a lot of criticism about Chen Yi. The goddess in so many people's hearts was actually seduced away by a guy from another school. It's really hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart without cursing a few words. But the content of the conversations in the girls' group is different. They were all thinking about whether they should go find Chen Yi to see if they could also display the same strength as Lin Mengxue. Brother Chen Yi, you don't have any masochistic tendencies, do you? Looking at Chen Yi, who was browsing the class group chat history, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lin Mengxue was a little hesitant and couldn't help but ask. No? Chen Yi looked puzzled. Why do I have a masochistic tendency? But, those curse words, to be honest, I can't stand it anymore. Hearing this, Chen Yi burst out laughing. He reached out and gently pinched Lin Mengxue's delicate little face, smiling, I think this is a compliment to me. Look, if I had contracted someone like Lu Ruyan, do you think they would still scold me? So, it seems so? But I still feel weird. Since you don't want me to watch it, swear, then I won't watch it. Well, that's best. Lin Mengxue smiled slightly and changed the subject. By the way, do you know how to use the space ring? Chen Yi nodded and took out the space ring. I got it. This thing is really magical. As long as you inject spiritual power into it, you can let your consciousness enter the internal space, and the space is quite large. That's great. There are still 5 days until the final exam. I was rewarded with some resources for passing the Beast Tamer exam yesterday. Do you want to practice? Lin Mengxue said with some concern, even if you, Brother Chen Yi, can activate my potential, I still feel that the level is too low. Hearing this, Chen Yi suddenly slapped his head and remembered something. I almost forgot about this. Swear, after lunch, come back to my house with me. I need to get some things. Well, I'll listen to you, Brother Chen Yi. After lunch, we walked for about an hour. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue came to the park in the northern part of the city. Because of its high terrain, there is no water accumulation here even on rainy days, so it has become a safe haven for homeless people. Entering the park and arriving at Chen Yi's residence, a stale atmosphere hits you. It was a small wooden house made of stacked old wooden boards, and it looked ramshackle. With every step, the ground makes a creaking sound. Even the bathrooms are open-air dry toilets that stink to high heaven. Lin Mengxue felt a little sad. Brother Chen Yi, have you always lived here? Although her parents were scumbags, they also provided her with very good living conditions. Having lived a wealthy life since childhood, she really couldn't imagine how people lived in such a place. Chen Yi spread his hands and said, having a place to live is already pretty good. There's no need to be picky. Besides, this place will soon become a thing of the past. After all, when he first came here, he didn't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and he was even almost starving to death at one point. Now, he not only has a place to live, but also found a job as a cleaner in the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. Although my income is meager, it is difficult to save much. But at least they can make a living and not starve to death on the streets. After listening to Chen Yi's words, Lin Mengxue nodded deeply in agreement. She swore that she would stay with Chen Yi for the rest of her life and would never let Chen Yi return to such a life. Chen Yi didn't have much luggage, most of which were some worn-out clothes. Of course, if that is all there is no need to come back and get it. The most important thing is some cultivation resources. Chen Yi was seen rummaging through boxes and drawers, and finally took out 23 silver-white crystals from under a worn-out floor. When Lin Mengxue saw these crystals, she was stunned for a moment. Her eyes widened as she asked in surprise, Brother Chen Yi, where did you get this stuff? You can't buy these things without a Beast Tamer certificate, right? Could it be from the black market? In this world, in addition to Warcraft meat, Warcraft also has a most critical cultivation resource, Warcraft Crystal Core. The cultivation method in this world is quite special. It is to improve one's level and strength by eating various foods containing spiritual power. Only beast masters and spirit beasts who have completed their contracts are qualified to embark on the path of cultivation. When the spirit beast girl eats monster meat, monster crystal cores, natural treasures and other cultivation resources containing spiritual power, the spiritual power in them will gradually carve a spiritual power mark in the spirit beast girl's body and gather energy. After that, the beastmaster needs to provide guidance to activate these spiritual power marks and nourish the body of the spirit beast, thereby increasing its level. During this process, some spiritual power will overflow and feed back to the beastmaster himself, allowing him to gain strength and upgrade together. And the Warcraft Crystal Core, in the simplest terms, is a superior cultivation resource. The spiritual power contained in a monster crystal core is equivalent to the spiritual power content of about 1 kilogram of monster meat of the same level. When practicing by eating monster meat, there will always be a time when you are full, and during this time, you will not be able to continue practicing. Warcraft crystal cores are like snacks. Although they can make you feel full, their unit energy is much higher than that of Warcraft meat. It is also for this reason that many rich kids hope to use this kind of thing to speed up their cultivation process. In order to prevent the complete monopoly of Warcraft crystal cores, the Beastmaster Association has specially introduced a policy. Only those who hold a Beast Tamer certificate are eligible to purchase Warcraft crystal cores, and there are strict restrictions on the purchase quantity. But where did these 23 monster crystal cores come from? Chenny smiled slightly and explained, if I say I picked it up, would you believe it? Lin Mengxue curled her lips, I am your spirit beast, just tell me. I really found it, although it was from a corpse. Corpse? Fine, I won't ask. It just feels like it's not a good thing. Good boy, you've got what you need, go home. Chapter 11 Farewell to the Past. As soon as he walked out the door, he found that the neighbors around him had gathered at the door of Chenyi's house. Their faces were full of curiosity, and their eyes were all on Lin Mengxue. Xiao Chen, who is this girl? Is she your girlfriend? She's so pretty, isn't she? That's not right. Xiao Chen, I remember your girlfriend was called Lu or something. Why did you change her now? Chenyi smiled and explained, she is my contracted spirit beast, Lin Mengxue. Seeing this, Lin Mengxue also bowed very respectfully to the people around her and said softly, I am Lin Mengxue, and I am brother Chenyi's contracted spirit beast. Thank you all for taking care of my brother Chenyi every day. How polite. I haven't seen such a polite girl in a long time. She's wearing really nice clothes. She must be from a wealthy family, right? Xiao Chen, you're lucky to meet a girl like her, but don't make the mistake of choosing her. Listen to the praises of these simply dressed civilians. Lin Mengxue didn't know why, but she felt warm in her heart. Those boys who usually dress formally and properly often have ulterior motives when praising her, which is really uncomfortable to hear. Perhaps, this is the difference between having ulterior motives and being sincere? Chenyi nodded slightly, that's for sure. Xuer is so beautiful, how could I possibly choose her wrongly? But this time I came back to say goodbye to everyone, and I probably won't be coming back here again. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of regret appeared on everyone's faces. Although they felt a little reluctant. But they also understand that for a beastmaster, the outside world is their real stage. You really are still young, to be able to go out and explore the world so soon. But it's true that a beastmaster would definitely not be bound here. Xiao Chun, I had a fever a while ago, and you brought me some fever-reducing medicine. I can't thank you enough. I think you can use this stuff, so consider it my thank you gift. An old man with a broken leg and a crutch slowly walked up to Chenyi, took out 2 silver white crystals and handed them to Chenyi. From the appearance, it is exactly the same as the Warcraft crystal core, except that the light it emits is more dazzling. In the center of the crystal core, you can vaguely see a fiery red mark. They are actually 2 second-level fire attribute Beast King crystal cores? Lao Lin, you actually have this thing? Don't you want to think about how my leg was broken? Take it. Thank you, Lao Lin. I can definitely use this thing. At this time, seeing what Lao Lin did, everyone returned to their rooms and came out with large and small bags of things. Xiao Chun, you said before that you really like the sunflower oil I squeezed. Take it. Xiao Chen, this is the shopping voucher I got from the mall recently. Please take it and buy something you like to eat. Xiao Chun, you help us a lot every day, you must accept these things. Although these small gifts are not expensive. But for poor people like them, it is already a very luxurious thing, which is enough to show their intentions. In this world, beast masters are respected. Of course, this refers to beast masters and spirit beasts above level D who can fight against monsters. All other people are at the bottom of the society. Apart from gambling on the probability of their offspring awakening talents and bloodlines above level D, they can only do the lowest level of work and receive wages that are barely enough to make ends meet. It can be said that there are not many human rights at all. But it must be said that it was precisely because of the help of these people that Chenyi, who traveled to this world alone and helpless, was able to gain a foothold in this world. He bowed deeply to his neighbors, his eyes filled with gratitude, and said, "Thank you everyone. I, Chenyi, promise that I will change this world." Well, Xiao Chun, it's enough that you have this heart. Take care of yourself and come back often. Amid the farewells of the neighbors, Chenyi and Lin Mengxue walked away. On the way back, Lin Mengxue finally found an opportunity to speak and asked softly, "Brother Chenyi, what you just said about changing the world, is that true?" Chenyi smiled faintly and asked, "Do you believe it?" "Letter. That's it. Let's go back and practice." As soon as he got home, Chenyi poured all the monster crystal cores in his space ring onto the table. Including the rewards for passing 9 levels yesterday, there are a total of 53 first-level monster crystal cores, plus 36 kilograms of monster meat. The 2 second-level Beast King crystal cores were not taken out because they were a fire attribute, which was contrary to Lin Mengxue's attributes. Come on, let's eat. Start by chewing the monster's core. Eat? Lin Mengxue pointed at the monster core tremblingly. Eat it directly? Don't they say that monster core should be ground into powder and soaked in water? Chen Yi nodded and said softly, didn't you say you would believe everything I say unconditionally? Do you want to give it a try? If you really can't accept it, you can grind it into powder. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue couldn't help swallowing. She stared at the monster crystal core and muttered to herself. The crystal core was about the size of a ping-pong ball, and she really couldn't figure out how to swallow it. But the same thing goes, she is willing to believe everything Chen Yi says. Since Chen Yi asked her to eat it directly, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Thinking of this, Lin Mengxue no longer hesitated. She decisively picked up a monster crystal core, closed her eyes, and stuffed it into her mouth without hesitation. Sure enough, it was just as she expected. The crystal core was so hard that she couldn't bite it, let alone swallow it. Just when she felt confused and helpless, Chen Yi's voice rang in her ears, hold it in your mouth first, don't move. He stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on Lin Mengxue's cheek, guiding and activating the SSS-level talent energy. In an instant, the energy crystal core that was originally extremely hard became as soft as cream. Just a sip and it melts away instantly. The pure spiritual power in the crystal core flowed down along Lin Mengxue's saliva and instantly spread throughout her body. Lin Mengxue suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She stammered, Brother Chen Yi, what on earth is going on? Chen Yi smiled and replied, didn't I tell you that you can trust me? Brother Chen Yi, that's amazing. What other powers do you have that I don't know about? Lin Mengxue looked at Chen Yi with surprise, and a hint of obsession flashed in her beautiful eyes. She originally thought that she knew Chen Yi well enough. But she didn't expect that he could bring her such unexpected surprises every day. So awesome. So excellent. I really don't know how to describe Chen Yi's excellence. She was extremely shocked by Chen Yi's strength and excellence. Fortunately, I made a choice the day before yesterday and followed Chen Yi into the training room. Otherwise, how would I have met a treasure boy like Chen Yi? I feel like I have handed over everything to Chen Yi, and there is absolutely no problem at all. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 10 points. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 reinforcement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast taming skill Warcraft Insight. Chapter 12, The Cultivation Method of Hanging. When Chen Yi heard the system prompt, he was stunned for a moment. Has this been the breakthrough in favorability? I thought I would have to make the battle last more than 20 minutes tonight before I could break through. I didn't expect the breakthrough to happen so suddenly. It was really unexpected. Looking at the strengthening points displayed on the system interface, Chen Yi chose to strengthen his physical fitness without hesitation. Because the amount of exercise increased sharply these 2 nights. The physical fitness value was successfully increased to 10 points, which is barely the level of a normal adult male. But this is far from enough. System, give me 10 points of physical fitness. Ding! Strengthening successful. Current physical value, 20 points. Chen Yi smiled slightly and said, okay, don't be so surprised. There are still 52 pills left. Eat them all at once. Lin Mengxue nodded, and with the help of energy guidance, she quickly swallowed all the remaining first-level monster crystal cores. In an instant, an extremely pure energy slowly surged in her body. As the energy dissipated, a chill filled the room. Seeing this, Chen Yi also knew that it was time to take action himself. He hugged Lin Mengxue tightly, their foreheads gently touching, and he used energy guidance again. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy flow seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and began to surround them in a regular pattern. Every 10 seconds, a thread of spiritual power would merge into Lin Mengxue's body. And about every 30 seconds, a thin thread of spiritual power would quietly merge into Chen Yi's body. As those spiritual power threads continued to merge with Lin Mengxue, the temperature in the living room plummeted, and a layer of crystal white frost began to slowly condense on the furniture. Lin Mengxue's originally jet-black hair gradually turned white from the end. On top of the head, a pair of small dragon horns slowly grew out. Has it entered armed form again? No, this is the manifestation of power. Fuck, it's worthy of being an SSS-level spirit beast. Can it manifest its power at the first level? But it seems that the spiritual power is still a bit lacking. I guess it won't be fully manifested. The so-called power manifestation is a special state between armed form and human form. When the power in the spirit beast girl's body is too full to be fully controlled, the power will overflow. This overflowing power will give a certain degree of strength enhancement and appearance change to the human form. To put it simply, it means I have become a beast girl. The spirit beast girl needs to consume a lot of spiritual power when maintaining the armed form and the spirit beast form. Only the human form can slowly restore energy. A spirit beast girl with manifested power can still possess a certain ability to fight and protect herself even in human form with her power completely exhausted. High-level spirit beasts are usually able to trigger the manifestation of power, which is a symbol of their great strength. However, no one expected that Lin Mengxue would successfully trigger this state at only the first level. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura gushed out from Lin Mengxue's body. Lin Mengxue's level successfully broke through to the third stage of the first level. However, this is just the beginning. As Chenny continued to guide out the spiritual power imprint in Lin Mengxue's body, her level also continued to rise. Level 1, 4th stage, Level 1, 5th stage, Level 1, 6th stage. Until Lin Mengxue's level was raised to Level 1, 8th stage, the energy of the 53 monster crystal cores she swallowed was finally refined. Name, Lin Mengxue Power Manifestation. Contract Master, Chen. Bloodline, SSS-level Frost Dragon. Level 1, Stage 8. Constitution, 28. Spiritual Power, 21. Attributes, Ice, Dragon. Skill, Ice Breath. Favorability, plus 80 points. Affinity, 6. At the same time, with the help of Lin Mengxue's light from refining the monster crystal core, Chenny also successfully broke through to the 6th stage of the first level. The physical value reached 25 points, and the spiritual power value finally broke through 10 points. Is this already the first stage, 8th stage? How could it be so fast? Lin Mengxue felt the huge changes in her level and strength, and her heart was filled with surprise. The teacher once released some research data in class. Normally, if one wants to break through from the first stage to the 8th stage, one needs to refine at least 250 monster crystal cores. But she only used 53 pills to break through this bottleneck. Moreover, she also felt that she was not far from breaking through to the 9th stage of the first level. Chenny looked at Lin Mengxue's surprised expression, smiled slightly, and explained, "Teacher should have said that grinding a monster crystal core into powder and taking it with water will cause the spiritual power to be lost by about 80%, right?" Lin Mengxue nodded. "But there's no way around it, right? How can we eat it if we don't grind it into powder? Even if we could actually swallow it, it would take at least several months to fully absorb the spiritual power of the entire monster crystal core, right?" Chenny gently tapped Lin Mengxue's forehead and continued, "That's why I asked you to eat it whole just now. Combined with my ability, I can ensure that no energy is wasted." "I see. No wonder 53 first-order magical beast crystal cores allowed me to directly break through to the 8th stage of the first order." Lin Mengxue was also very surprised. With abilities like Chen, wouldn't it be equivalent to having 5 times the number of Warcraft crystal cores? And that's not all. Although this is Lin Mengxue's first time practicing. But she could clearly feel that when Chen was guiding his spiritual power, the flow of spiritual power seemed as natural and smooth as flowing clouds in water, without any waste. It was mentioned in class that when guiding spiritual power, there will be more or less loss of spiritual power depending on the proficiency of the Beastmaster. Now, Chen doesn't even waste this part. All in all, one monster crystal core in Shunyi's hand can be used almost as 6 or 7 compared to other Beastmasters. This kind of incredible ability is really unbelievable. Stop getting so excited. I think you're still not full. A monster leg should be fine, right? No problem, I just like eating monster legs. Can I eat it raw? Wow, no way? Is this supposed to be eaten raw? Chenny looked at Lin Mengxue's expression and couldn't help laughing. Just kidding, you can cook it however you want. This thing doesn't contain much spiritual energy anyway. Chenny stood up and gently poked the dragon horn growing on Lin Mengxue's head. By the way, can I use this as a handrail at night? I think it would be quite interesting. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She pouted and said coquettishly, "What handrail? Can you be more serious?" "No." Lin Mengxue sighed. She felt it necessary to tell Chenny that this was a dragon horn, sacred and inviolable. How can it be used for such strange things? Okay. Chapter 13 Fengyue Canyon. The next morning, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue came to the Beast Tamer Association together to buy monster cores. A first-level Beastmaster team that has passed the assessment and possesses a Beastmaster certificate can only purchase 30 first-level monster crystal cores per week, each priced at 100 Dragon Country coins. If you want to buy more, the price will double, and you can only buy a maximum of 50 more. Although buying it on the black market is an option, the price will probably be more than double. Because of this, there are some poor Beastmaster groups that specialize in this reselling business. By reselling the monster cores purchased from the Beast Tamer Association every week on the black market, he could basically guarantee a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan. However, once you are caught, your identity information will be blocked and you will no longer be able to purchase anything. Lin Mengxue came from a wealthy family and originally planned to buy more Warcraft crystal cores, but was stopped by Chen Yi. No need. There are still 3 days until the final exam. We can go out of town and hunt some monsters. Money is a good thing. It will be used in the future. After hearing this, Lin Mengxue was stunned for a moment. Going to hunt monsters in the wild? Will it be dangerous? Due to the existence of dimensional rifts, countless monsters descend upon this world almost every day. Because each city is protected by a defensive barrier, it is difficult for low-level monsters to break into them. But the situation in the wild is completely different. The monsters will gradually become stronger by devouring each other. Areas near human cities are regularly cleared by the military, so they generally do not grow too strong. The first-level monster crystal cores sold by the Beastmaster Association come from this. However, things are unpredictable. What if we encounter a fish that has escaped the net and has devoured countless magical beasts and has grown to the 2nd or 3rd level? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? There are definitely dangers. But as the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Besides, you certainly wouldn't be willing to stay in the city your whole life, right? Under the current circumstances, going out of the city for some training can not only help me obtain monster cores, but also hone my combat abilities. I think it's not a bad idea. After hearing Chen Yi's reply, Lin Mengxue's hesitation instantly disappeared. Okay. Brother Chen Yi, I'll do as you say. She also felt a little speechless about herself. You clearly have such great power now, why are you still trembling with fear? It's really useless. After deciding to go out of the city to hunt monsters, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue also spent 2 hours purchasing the necessities for outdoor exploration. I have to say that with the space ring, going out for exploration has become much easier, as all items can be stored in it. Chen Yi opened the evil map and searched for the most suitable place near Jiangcheng for a first-level Beastmaster to train. After some screening, we finally decided on Fengyue Canyon, located in the southwest of Jiangcheng. This place is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one exit facing north, which is connected to the supply station west of Jiangcheng, almost forming an independent isolation zone. Due to the army's regular raids, it is impossible for high-level monsters to be born without interference from foreign monsters. Because of this, many low-level beastmasters and spirit beasts gave this place 5-star praise on the evil map, praising it as very suitable for the training of 1st and 2nd level beastmasters. Although Chen Yi appeared relaxed on the surface, he was actually very cautious inside. With the support of the system, growth is just a matter of time, and there is no need to take risks in too difficult areas. Therefore, he chose Fengyue Canyon, an area with high traffic and extremely low risk, to train. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining and the weather was mild. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue arrived at the supply station west of Jiangcheng. From a distance, there were at least 100 or 200 beastmasters and spirit beasts gathered here, shouting loudly, looking as if they were trying to win over their teammates. After all, compared to hunting monsters in the wild alone, it is naturally much safer to form a team. According to the display on the system interface, the levels of most spirit beasts are around Stage 1, Stage 10 to Stage 2, Stage 5, and the levels of beastmasters should not be much different. It is quite rare to see so many beastmasters gathered together in the wild. Brother Chen Yi, I saw a comment saying that after arriving at the supply station, you can go to the rental shop on the west side and rent an off-road vehicle. Otherwise, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours to walk from here to Fengyue Canyon. Rent a car? Schwer, let me ask you, do you have a driver's license? Brother Chen Yi doesn't have it? I'm just a homeless person, how can I afford the money to learn to drive? Suddenly, the atmosphere became a little awkward. According to the map, it is about 45 kilometers from this supply station to Fengyue Canyon in the south. Although the road is straight, there are not many bumps. But if you go there on foot, it may be difficult to reach your destination before dark. That's why some people open a car rental company at the supply station to make a profit. But the problem is, what's the point of renting a car if you don't even have a driver's license? At this moment, Chen Yi's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Mengxue, and an idea flashed in his mind. Dragon Girl, you can ride it at night, right? Can't you ride it now? Its speed is probably much faster than that of an off-road vehicle. Just as Chen Yi was about to make a proposal, suddenly, a clear female voice came from behind. Ah! It's Junior's sister Mengxue. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue turned around when they heard the voice, and saw a woman in the Beast Taming Academy uniform walking towards them with a smile. B-level bloodline, level 2, 4th stage, and looks to be a year or two older than Lin Mengxue. However, Lin Mengxue seemed to have no impression of her and had a confused expression on her face. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm Su Yao, a junior. I'm just an unknown person. It's normal that you don't know me. Su Yao changed the subject and continued, Junior sister Mengxue, your performance in the Beast Tamer assessment the day before yesterday was truly impressive. Hearing this compliment, Lin Mengxue couldn't help but smile slightly and responded, thank you for the compliment. Many people in the college know her, but it is naturally impossible for her to know everyone. So when faced with this situation, the best way is to treat others with courtesy, and you may get unexpected rewards. It turned out that her idea was correct. Su Yao chuckled a few times and said, let's not talk about this for now. Junior sister Mengxue, since you're here, I guess you're heading to Fengyue Canyon, right? Do you want to take a ride together? Our team just rented one. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Mengxue's beautiful eyes. Really? That's great, we were just wondering how to get to Fengyue Canyon. Of course it's true. Our team is all from the academy, and we're eager to travel with the latest legend. Thank you. Seeing this, Chen Yi sighed slightly. It seems that if I want to experience the feeling of riding a flying dragon, I will have to wait until next time. Chapter 14, Monster Attack. Soon, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue followed Su Yao to their team's gathering place. Including Su Yao, there are 2 men and 2 women in total. The level of their spirit beasts are all 2nd stage, 4th stage, and B-level bloodline. It is estimated that the situation of the male compatriots should be similar. The only downside to the system is that it can only see the information of spirit beasts, but not the information of the beastmasters. You can only see half of a person, and this feeling of half knowledge always feels a bit strange. Sure, Yao Yao, you said you saw someone you know, but you didn't expect it to be the campus beauty of Lin University? Su Yao's beastmaster Yichen was also quite surprised when he saw that the person coming was Lin Mengxue. Apart from anything else, he must have had a crush on Lin Mengxue when she entered school last year. It's a pity that he awakened his talent too late. At that time, Lin Mengxue had not awakened her talent either, and without any contact, she gradually forgot about it. I didn't expect that we can meet again now. What's the matter? Are you still thinking about hooking up with schoolmate Mengxue? How is that possible? Let's not talk about whether you agree, Yao Yao, or not. Does schoolmate Mengxue agree? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Shouldn't the most important thing be whether he agrees or not? Another team of beastmasters, Zhang Yuan and Zhou Feifei, also stared at the hat on Lin Mengxue's head after greeting each other, and whispered about something. But in the end, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and stepped forward to ask. Mengxue, is there something in your hat? Why do I feel like there's energy surging inside the hat? Hearing this, Lin Mengxue also smiled. Let's talk about it after we get in the car. It's not convenient to disclose it now. As a result, after getting on the bus, I saw the pair of silver-white dragon horns. The 4 people present were all stunned. Chen Yi also helped Lin Mengxue refine the 31st level monster crystal cores purchased today. The level has reached the 9th stage of the 1st stage, making the appearance of power manifestation more intuitive, and the dragon horns in the area with gradient hair color have become longer. She looks more like a dragon lady. Power manifested? No way? Junior sister Mengxue, aren't you only at the 1st level? How can it manifest already? I thought the white at the end of my hair was dyed, but I didn't expect it to be the result of the manifestation of power. As expected of the campus beauty of Lin University, she dares to come to Fengyue Canyon to hunt magical beasts at the 1st level. When I broke through to the 2nd level, I hesitated for a long time to come here. Sister Mengxue even stomped a level 10 snow maiden to death with a single blow. Even if she were a level 2 monster, it would be easier for her to defeat the monsters in Fengyue Canyon, which have an average difficulty of 2 or 3 stars. Even if they were level 2, it would probably be easier for her to defeat them than for us. Listening to the exclamations of the 4 seniors, Lin Mengxue felt an indescribable sense of pride in her heart. She hadn't heard such a sound for a long time since awakening her F-level bloodline. She gently took Chen Yi's wrist, a proud smile on her face, and said, "This is all thanks to brother Chen Yi. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people's eyes fell on Chen Yi at the same time. The 2 girls' eyes were full of admiration, while the 2 men's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Regarding Chen Yi's talents and abilities, there has been heated discussion in all the major class groups over the past 2 days. It was even more intense than the discussion about Lin Mengxue's race. But there is only one thing, that is, many B-level and even some A-level spirit beast girls seem to have a strong interest in Chen Yi, and even have the idea of wanting to make a contract with him. After all, an F-level bloodline can display such amazing power. As B-level or even A-level spirit beasts, there is no reason for them to be weaker than Lin Mengxue, right? Chen Yi spread his hands and explained, that was all Mengxue's own strength. I was just playing a guiding role. However, to others, his words sounded like a kind of Versailles-style modesty. What power can F-level bloodline have? Even those beastmasters with S-level auxiliary talents would never be able to make Lin Mengxue so powerful after making a contract with her. However, it was precisely because of Chen Yi's Versailles remarks that the atmosphere in the car became much more relaxed. Zhang Yuan was in charge of driving, while the group chatted and laughed as they headed towards Fengyue Canyon. The monsters that haunt Fengyue Canyon generally have wind, earth, and wood attributes, and are more suitable for fighting with ice and fire attributes. The average level of Warcraft is generally around Stage 1, Stage 10. The higher ones are only Stage 2, Stage 3, or 4. The average difficulty of Warcraft is 2 or 3 stars, which is not difficult. On Wikipedia, over 1 million people have rated this place as a 5-star hunting sanctuary. On the way, Su Yao enthusiastically introduced the situation of Fengyue Canyon. Of course, these are all basic information, which Chen Yi had already learned before coming. But, I have a little piece of gossip. Su Yao changed the subject, her expression suddenly becoming serious. I heard from an adventure group that there's a cave at the southernmost end of Fengyue Canyon. It's not within the army's clearing range, and there are many spiritual herbs that contain spiritual power growing there. If I could find that place, I'd become rich overnight. At first, when Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue heard the word rumor, they couldn't help but feel a little curious. I originally thought this would be some top-secret information. However, when he learned that this so-called gossip was actually something similar to an urban legend, his mouth twitched instantly. If such a cave really existed, considering that only first-level monsters were found here on average. Those high-level beastmasters must have heard the news long ago and swarmed here to dig up spiritual herbs and fruits. How could it be possible that it would be the turn of these low-level rookies like them? If we have time, we'll go there and have a look. How can you believe this? Su Yao's words were not finished yet. Suddenly, the whole car began to shake violently to the left. Lin Mengxue reacted quickly and hugged Chen Yi tightly to prevent him from being injured by the collision. I have to say, with airbags, it is indeed safe. Lin Chen shook his head and complained speechlessly, Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Are you driving without looking at the road? No, they were attacked by monsters. Sure enough, when everyone looked out the window, I discovered that about 100 meters to the left front, there was a group of magical beasts that looked like dead trees, striding towards the side quickly. There were about 20 or 30 of them. Among them, there was a dead tree that was particularly huge, and its branch-like hands were condensing a green ball of light. Judging from the looks of it, the attack just now must have been caused by it. From Chen Yi's perspective, a system interface appeared on all of these monsters without exception. Warcraft, Deadwood. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level 1, Stage 10. Attributes, Earth, Wood. Skills, none. Introduction, a magical beast transformed from dead wood, it likes to attack lone individuals in groups. Warcraft, demonized dead tree. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level 2, Stage 3. Attributes, Earth, Wood. Skill, Energy Ball. Introduction, the roots of the demonized deadwood monster contain a certain amount of spiritual power and can be used to make soup. Chapter 15 Envy is a luxury. It's the deadwood demon. Why are there so many of them suddenly? How come all the people who passed by before were fine? Stop talking nonsense. Get ready for battle. What bad luck. The four seniors got out of the car quickly and got into battle preparation mode. Suya's spirit beast form is a flaming horse, with its four hooves burning with blazing flames, emitting a fiery aura. Zhou Feifei's spirit beast form is a giant bear, 2 meters tall, burly and strong, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Lin Mengxue glanced at Chen Yi, nodded slightly, and then also transformed into the form of a spirit beast. A huge frost dragon appeared before everyone. A biting chill emanated from the frost dragon and spread instantly. Even in the hot summer, people couldn't help but shiver. As the level increased, Lin Mengxue's frost dragon became larger. When flying in the air, it even completely blocked the sunlight in a small area. Is this the spirit beast form of Junior's sister Mengxue? So big. Isn't this ice dragon so handsome? Oh my god, he's much more domineering than what I saw in the video. Stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with the enemy in front of us first. At this time, the deadwood monsters also rushed to the off-road vehicle, waving dead branches and pouncing towards everyone with their fangs and claws. Yi Chen's talent as a beastmaster is also combat-oriented. He rode on Su Yao, who had turned into a flaming horse, then stretched out his right hand and swung it violently, summoning a silver-white long-handled knife from the void. He rode Su Yao and charged into the group of deadwood monsters. This picture is like an ancient general moving through the enemy camp, very majestic. Zhang Yuan's talent is auxiliary. He placed his hand behind Zhou Feifei and silently chanted a spell. In an instant, a double image appeared on the sharp claws in the hands of Zhou Feifei, who had turned into a giant bear. Every time he swings his claws, a ghost image will follow, causing secondary damage and giving the impression of a clone warrior. Chen Yi jumped up and landed on Lin Mengxue's back. Lin Mengxue let out a moan of awe, her heart filled with surprise. Are Chen Yi's legs so powerful? She flew at least 3 or 4 meters high, how could she jump up like that? Schwer, let's go destroy the demonized dead tree first. Remember not to damage its roots. Oh, okay. Lin Mengxue didn't waste any time talking. She flapped her wings and instantly rushed to the front of the demonized dead tree. The demonized dead tree was frightened by the sudden appearance of the huge monster and hurriedly shot the energy ball in its hand towards Lin Mengxue. However, Lin Mengxue just waved her palm lightly, and the energy ball was instantly shattered. Only a faint blue smoke remained in her palm. Kacha? The originally ferocious expression on the demonized dead tree trunk was now filled with astonishment. What the hell is this? I guess this is what it is thinking at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mengxue slapped the tree with another powerful palm, directly cutting the demonized dead tree in half. The body above the root was completely torn apart. The demonized dead tree was easily defeated. Is that all right? Yeah, that's fine. Then I'll go help the seniors first. After Lin Mengxue finished speaking, she turned around without hesitation and cast her gaze towards the seniors who were fighting fiercely with the deadwood demon. Although the 4 of them are of higher levels than the deadwood monster. However, due to the huge gap in numbers, it is estimated that it will soon fall into a disadvantage. Lin Mengxue took a deep breath and then exhaled suddenly. Breath of ice. This was the first time she used a skill after breaking through the 9th stage of the first level. I don't know how powerful it is. The ice blue mist spread rapidly like a raging flood, freezing everything wherever it went. The group of deadwood monsters were swallowed by the terrifying ice fog, and more than half of the enemies were eliminated in an instant. Good, so strong. Oh my god, this is so scary. I feel like if we come into contact with that fog, we'll turn into ice sculptures too. Lin Chen and Zhang Yuan witnessed this scene during the battle and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Even if their levels are higher than the deadwood demon, it would probably take several moves to kill it if they fight it alone. But Lin Mengxue was so good that she killed more than 10 deadwood monsters in one breath? Is the gap in strength really that big? The remaining 10 or so deadwood monsters were fighting with the seniors. If I use ice breath again, I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt my allies. Lin Mengxue also decisively changed her tactics. With one kick after another, they were all defeated in less than a minute. Mengxue, you are too strong. It's a good thing you're here, otherwise I don't think we'd be able to solve those things. This isn't my strength, it's all thanks to brother Chen Yi. After the battle, the 3 spirit beast girls gathered together and discussed the battle as if they were having a girls' meeting. On the Beastmaster side, Zhang Yuan and Lin Chen looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of awe and admiration. Before, they might have felt a little jealous and envious. But at this moment, all these emotions have disappeared. Because the gap is too big. It's like an ordinary person would never compare himself with the richest man in the world. What are you still standing there for? Come and collect the monster cores. Chen Yi shouted helplessly. Why are these seniors always so jumpy? Is it really that big of a fuss? He was only stunned for 2.5 minutes when he awakened the system. Here I come. Brother Chen Yi, you take a rest, we will collect it. Soon, the gains from this battle were counted. A total of 27 first-level monster crystal cores, 1 second-level monster crystal core, and 1 kilogram of demonized dead tree roots. If you sell all of these at a stall, you can probably get tens of thousands of dollars. You know, Chen Yi's previous monthly income from working was less than 2,000. This wave of harvest is directly equivalent to his income for half a year. This is really outrageous. Brother Chen Yi, I just discussed this with Zhang Yuan. Lin Chen walked over and said, you and Mengxue deserve the most credit for wiping out these deadwood monsters this time. So, we only need to take the number of monster cores we killed. Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't this nonsense? Are you still thinking of dividing it equally? Okay, let's do as you say. Wait, Brother Chen Yi, what is this in your hand? Space ring, is there a problem? As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 seniors gasped. Space ring? Chen Yi actually even has a space ring? What kind of family is this? But after the shock, there was a burst of self-mockery. As the saying goes, beauty deserves a rich man, let alone a rich man with top talent. This really makes people feel that even envy is a luxury. After dividing the spoils, everyone came to the off-road vehicle to check the situation. As a result, they discovered a troublesome problem because of the monster attack just now. Except for the left rear wheel, the other 3 sets of tires of the off-road vehicle were all flat. There is a spare tire, but it is not enough. I guess I can only contact the supply station and ask the car rental company to come and collect it. Chapter 16. Do you want to ride me? Zhang Yuan scratched his head, frowned, and showed a distressed expression. What a headache. It seems that there is no way to move forward. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi continued, then let's separate here. Thank you very much for sending me here. We're probably still 20 kilometers away from Fengyue Canyon. Are you going to rely on? Zhang Yuan did not say the word walking. They all saw the scene of Chen Yi riding on Lin Mengxue just now. Although it may be a bit impolite to say this to Lin Mengxue, she is indeed a ready-made means of transportation. And it can still fly. Well, then let's do as Brother Chen Yi says. After chatting for a while, Lin Mengxue took Chen Yifei away. The 4 seniors looked at the silver-white figure disappearing into the horizon, and a feeling of emotion welled up in their hearts. If only they could be as strong as Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue. Speaking of which, Su Yao. Zhang Yuan said with an embarrassed look on his face, well, you see there is no means of transportation now, can we? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Chen. Impossible. You really want to die, right? Lin Chen, don't we have a small team? How much time will it take to walk there? No. I said no and it's no. Lin Chen refused decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. It's easy to tell what Zhang Yuan is thinking. Su Yao's spirit beast is a flaming horse. This Zhang Yuan actually wants to ride her contracted spirit beast? Damn it, how shameless can you be? Su Yao stood aside with a confused look on her face, completely unable to understand the encrypted conversations between these boys. Brother Chen Yi, I have a question for you, and you must answer honestly. What's wrong? Did you want to ride me from the beginning? The corners of Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered to himself. To be honest, he touched the pair of silver dragon horns on Lin Mengxue's head last night. The touch is simply amazing, just the right softness and hardness. Chen Yi could even touch the most sensitive parts of the dragon spirit beast, and he had also ridden on her human form. It doesn't make sense that you can't ride a spirit beast, right? Why does the tone sound like there's a hint of anger in it? However, based on my experience of getting along with Lu Ruyan for more than a year. In this situation, it is definitely right to apologize first. Sorry, this is faster after all. Really? If you want to ride me, why not just say so? Just now, senior sisters Su Yao and Zhou Feifei kept looking in your direction. I feel like their intentions are not pure. Hearing this, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment and was secretly surprised. What's the answer? What does it mean to just say if you want to ride? Wait, could it be that Schwer is jealous? Doesn't want me to ride with the other seniors? Thinking of this, the corners of Chun Yi's mouth involuntarily rose slightly. I originally thought that Lin Mengxue was going to come and find fault with her, but I didn't expect to discover such a cute side of her. So you mean that I can't contract other spirit beasts? Chen Yi asked tentatively. No. No. That's not what I meant. Lin Mengxue explained in a panic, I want to reach the pinnacle of the world with you, brother Chen Yi. Any beastmaster who reaches the pinnacle is bound to be surrounded by a group of beautiful women. But I don't think these two are up to the task. Oh? Why not? They've already made contracts with other beastmasters, abandoning the original beastmaster's spirit beast. I don't think that's possible. If it happens once, there will definitely be a second time. It's a ticking time bomb. Listening to Lin Mengxue's explanation, Chen Yi laughed out loud. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. The contract partner I choose must be as beautiful and kind-hearted as you. When Lin Mengxue heard this, her face couldn't help but flushed, and she said coquettishly, Hee brother Chen Yi, I love to hear what you said. She was indeed right. If it was just because Chen Yi showed extraordinary talent, he would immediately abandon his original beastmaster and turn to other beastmasters. Such a spiritual beast is naturally untrustworthy. However, there is still one thing that confuses Chen Yi. Ever since he bound the system, it seemed that apart from Lin Mengxue, he had never encountered any other spirit beast girls who could trigger the contract favorability reward. At first, he thought that only spirit beast girls with hidden bloodlines could trigger this reward. But when he was shopping before, he had seen 2 girls with S-level hidden spirit beast bloodlines, but it still didn't trigger. Could it be that only hidden SSS-level bloodlines can trigger it? Just when he thought of this, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. Host, if you want to trigger the favorability raider mission reward, you need to meet the following 3 conditions. 1. The other party has never been contracted. 2nd, the other party's favorability during the contract cannot be lower than 0 points. 3rd, the opponent possesses a hidden bloodline above SS level, and it has not yet been activated. I see. Chen Yi nodded. He didn't expect that he could get the answer by asking the system directly. I tried it foolishly for a long time before, but it was such a waste of effort. However, Chen Yi still found the first condition a bit tricky. For a girl who has never made a contract with a spirit beast, this is a real problem. High-level beastmasters can contract multiple spirit beasts, but the male-to-female ratio in this world is 1-to-1. In other words, a beastmaster with F-level talent might not have any spirit beasts willing to contract with him. However, no matter how poor the conditions of a spirit beast with F-level bloodline are, there will basically be a more advanced beastmaster willing to accept it. In order to find a spirit beast girl who had never made a contract with anyone, Chen Yi felt that he could only wait for those 18-year-old girls who had just come of age. As for the second condition, how can you establish a contract if the other party has no good feelings towards you? It doesn't mean that a contract will be established by doing something like that. A contract can only be established if both parties have the willingness to do so. The same applies to having children. Only when both parties have the desire to have children can offspring be born, and the higher the level, the lower the probability. I really don't understand why the system would add such a restriction. At the same time, Lin Mengxue flew south for about 5 or 6 minutes and finally arrived at her destination, Fengyue Canyon. A few scattered monsters could be seen on the road, but they were all killed by Lin Mengxue's breath. It feels just like the sweep mode in some mobile games, easy and simple. However, unlike mobile games, the process of collecting materials is extremely troublesome. Every time I have to jump off the dragon's back and pick up the materials dropped by the monster one by one, going back and forth several times. Although Chun Yi's current physical fitness value has reached 25 points, which is 2.5 times that of a normal adult male. But some people still can't stand such torture. It would be great if these monsters could gather together and let Schwer kill them. Chun Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. As soon as the words fell, Lin Mengxue immediately reminded, Brother Chen Yi, there is something strange up ahead. Let me see. Following Lin Mengxue's gaze, he looked forward. Not far ahead, I saw a group of insect-shaped monsters gathering in one direction. A rough estimate is that there are at least 40 or 50 of them. Warcraft, Iron Centipede. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level 1, Stage 10. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Armor Defense. Introduction, it has a shell as strong as steel, but other than that, it has no other advantages. Chapter 17. An accident happened. Oh my god, is this my dream coming true? I'm so lucky. Schwer, kill all those bugs. Good. Lin Mengxue flapped her dragon wings and quickly rushed towards the direction of the iron centipede. As if they sensed the biting cold, the iron centipedes all turned back at the same time. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The group of iron centipedes made a fierce insect buzzing sound. He was not frightened by the frost dragon's pressure, but instead rushed forward with a roar. Despite such a huge size difference, these iron centipedes actually dared to risk their lives to counterattack. Cheers to you for being a man. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. But this way, a lot of trouble can be saved. Lin Mengxue already knew what to do without any instructions from him. She took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of ice. An extremely cold breath rushed towards the group of iron centipedes at an astonishing speed. Swish! With just one move, more than half of the iron centipedes were frozen into ice sculptures, which eventually shattered and turned into countless ice cubes scattered all over the ground. However, the rest of the iron centipedes were not frightened by this horrific scene and continued to attack. But without exception, they all turned into ghosts under Lin Mengxue's feet. It's time to get rich. With so many monster cores, it should be enough for you to break through to the second level. But I'm still quite full, I can't eat anymore. What are you thinking about? I'm not saying we should eat now. There's still some time before the sun sets, so let's collect some more crystal cores. Good. After 3 hours of hunting, the sun finally set completely. Lin Mengxue landed in front of a huge tree hole. After crushing the two monsters living inside, it becomes a very natural area to spend the night. Placing the monster's corpse outside the tree hole can also effectively prevent other monsters from approaching. Shenny took out the warning stone and set it outside the tree hole, then took out all the monster crystal cores. Among them, there are 396 first-level magic beast crystal cores and 150 second-level magic beast crystal cores. Come on, let's eat. Eat the first-level monster core first. If you feel like you can't eat anymore, remember to tell me in time. Without any hesitation, Lin Mengxue grabbed the monster crystal core and stuffed it into her mouth. Chen Yi's hand always stayed on Lin Mengxue's face, helping her to refine the monster crystal core. It seems like he had eaten too much. There was a faint blue light flashing in Lin Mengxue's eyes, and the hand holding the Warcraft crystal core could not stop at all. He is not even satisfied with taking them one by one, he just takes a handful at a time. Finally, an hour later, she had swallowed a total of 77 monster crystal cores. It really is a dragon, it can eat. Lin Mengxue covered her swollen belly and burped loudly. Ha, I'm full. I didn't expect your little mouth to be so stuffy, I couldn't tell. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue's little face turned red instantly. She gently tapped Chen Yi's chest, expressing her dissatisfaction in a coquettish tone. Can you please not be so dirty? Chen Yi explained with a smile, how am I dirty? Really? It's obviously you who thought it was wrong. Besides, it was clearly you who asked last night. Okay, stop. Help me refine my spiritual power. Chen Yi smiled, then picked up Lin Mengxue and began to guide the energy to refine it. Boom. 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 For the next 3 hours. 3 powerful auras rose into the sky, and Lin Mengxue successfully broke through to the second stage, second period. Chen Yi also benefited from Lin Mengxue's breakthrough and successfully broke through to the 9th level of the first stage. However, Lin Mengxue's face did not show the excitement of the breakthrough, but instead was filled with deep doubts. That's weird. Logically, with so many monster cores, I should be able to break through to the 4th or 5th stage of the second stage. Why does it feel so difficult to even break through the second stage? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately asked the system. Then he explained, the stronger the bloodline, the more spiritual energy is required for each breakthrough. In the early stages, it may not be very obvious, but as the level increases, the gap will become larger and larger. After hearing this, Lin Mengxue suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But with Brother Chen Yi's ability, it doesn't matter if I consume a little more spiritual power. Well, now that you've had your fill, do you want to do some exercise? Hearing this, Lin Mengxue's cheeks turned red again. This is not wild. But if you think about it, it's nice to experience this feeling occasionally, right? Have all the warning stones been set up? Don't worry, if anyone approaches, we will be aware of it immediately. However, if you make too much noise, it will be hard to say no. But remember to be gentle when holding the dragon horn, it's very sensitive. The next day, early morning. After changing their clothes, Chenny and Lin Mengxue continued their hunting trip today, with the goal of accumulating more monster crystal cores. Of course, Chenny didn't do this to make money. Lin Mengxue herself is a wealthy woman from a well-off family, so at least in the short term she doesn't need to worry about money. After breaking through the second level, the Spirit Beast Girl can still gain spiritual power by devouring the first level Magic Beast Crystal Core. Otherwise, there would not be a limit on the purchase quantity of first level Warcraft Crystal Cores. The system has clearly told him that the more powerful the bloodline of the Spirit Beast Girl, the higher the spiritual power required for a breakthrough. Especially in the later stages, the spiritual power required for each upgrade is probably more than 10 times higher than that of an ordinary Spirit Beast Girl, which is a considerable expense. Now, while we still have time, the important thing is to collect as many Warcraft cores as possible. Half a day later, Chenny and Lin Mengxue had a great harvest. They collected about 500 first-level monster crystal cores and more than 200 second-level monster crystal cores. In addition, he ate a lot of monster crystal cores in half a day. Lin Mengxue also successfully broke through the second stage, third stage, and Chenny also successfully reached the second stage, first stage. He broke through to the second level in just 5 days after signing the contract. Who else is there? Brother Chenny, do you want to continue staying in the tree hole tonight, or go home? The final exam is the day after tomorrow. Go back and rest for a day. I feel like you've almost killed all the monsters in this area. It'll take a while before you can continue harvesting the leeks after you finish. Yeah, okay. But just as Chenny was riding on Lin Mengxue and preparing to leave Fengyue Canyon, suddenly, a strange noise came from the forest in the distance. At the same time, the ground began to tremble slightly, feeling like a slight earthquake. Schwer, if you're hungry, the noise would be too loud, right? Brother Chenny, I don't think this is the time to joke. Accompanied by a biting cold wind, Lin Mengxue took off into the air and flew above the forest. In an instant, the two understood what had happened. Not far away, a stone giant, whose body was 2.5 times larger than Lin Mengxue's dragon form, was rushing towards him with an invincible momentum. Wherever it passed, trees fell and the earth shook. Around the stone giant, there are all kinds of magical beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the king of Warcraft. Warcraft, Forest Giant. Difficulty, 8 stars Beast King. Level, Stage 4, Section 1. Attributes, Earth, Wood. Skills, Vine Whip, Trample, Collapse Fist. Introduction, a special mutant transformed from a stone man devouring various wood-attributed magical beasts. It has great strength and amazing defense. Chapter 18, The Biggest Threat. Why are there 4th-level monsters in Fengyue Canyon? Aren't there regular cleanups every month? Where did this thing come from? Stop talking nonsense and run. Damn it. I shouldn't have come here. Hold on a little longer. The supply station has received a call for help. Someone from the Beastmaster Association will be here to rescue us soon. In front of the forest giants and the tide of monsters, 30 or 40 panicked beastmasters and spirit beasts were fleeing frantically, shouting in despair. The forest giants are recorded in the atlas. They are slow in movement and reaction. The only difficulty is that they have thick skin and flesh. If it was just a 4th-level forest giant, it probably wouldn't be so panicked. However, the problem is that there is a large group of magical beasts around it to assist it, and they are not just for show. The number of that mighty wave of monsters was staggering, probably at least thousands. Although they are all first-stage second-order monsters, they can still burst out unattainable combat power despite the difference in numbers of dozens of times. Chenny widened his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Schwer, am I seeing things right? This is a monster tide, right? Lin Mengxue also smiled bitterly and responded, Yes, Brother Chenny, you are not mistaken, it is indeed a tide of monsters. This is clearly a leveling paradise that has received 5-star ratings from millions of netizens. Why did they not only encounter 4th-level monsters when they arrived, but even a tide of monsters appeared? I really don't know whether to say it's good luck or bad luck. After the shock, the corners of Chunyi's mouth curled up involuntarily. More than 1,000 magical beasts, doesn't that mean more than 1,000 magical beast crystal cores? And there are quite a few of them are second-level monsters. He quickly scanned the monster information in the monster tide and found no monsters that could attack from a distance or fly. For Lin Mengxue, these monsters are simply pure targets. Mengxue, do you understand what I mean? Certainly. Then let's go. Try to finish the battle before the sun sets, otherwise it will be difficult to collect materials after dark. Without much hesitation, Lin Mengxue flapped her dragon wings and rose up, appearing high in the sky. A biting chill suddenly came over me, filling the entire forest. What is that? Dragon? Holy crap, could it be a dragon monster? Are we surrounded? Are you blind? That's not a demon beast, it's a spirit beast. Hasn't it been all over the news these past few days? That spirit beast that passed the beast tamer exam at lightning speed. It's Mengxue. Mengxue is here. Mengxue, save us, we are almost out of strength. Among the group of people who escaped, there seemed to be 4 seniors who had traveled with them for a while before. When he saw Lin Mengxue, he cried for help as if he had seen a savior. Upon hearing this, the other adventurers, like drowning people grabbing a life-saving straw, cast expectant glances at Lin Mengxue and began to desperately call for help. Even though he was alone, it would be difficult for him to protect himself in this tide of monsters. But there was no one else to turn to right now. Survival is more important than anything else. As long as we can hold on until rescue arrives. Lin Mengxue glanced at them and didn't say much. After she flew to a suitable angle, she took a deep breath and the breath of ice instantly bloomed. Next second, a white mist suddenly appeared above the entire forest and rushed towards the tide of monsters with overwhelming force. In the shocked eyes of everyone, dozens of magical beasts were frozen into ice sculptures, which then shattered and turned into countless ice crystals floating in the air. Of course, this is just the beginning. Ice Breath, as Lin Mengxue's companion skill, is naturally not a big move. As long as she has enough spiritual power, she can keep using this skill to freeze the enemies one by one. Then, a scene that stunned everyone happened. Lin Mengxue was seen constantly looking for angles and spitting out breath of ice. Every breath was like an ice storm sweeping through, and at least dozens of monsters would be frozen into ice sculptures, turning into countless ice crystals that drifted away. It was still midsummer, but all the trees were covered with white frost. From a distance, it looks like a silver-white carpet, making people feel cold. When the forest giant saw such a powerful enemy, he immediately launched a counterattack. It swung its stone fist, which was as big as a giant tree trunk, violently, stirring up a gust of wind that carried mud and sand and hurled it towards Lin Mengxue. I have to say, the 4th-level monster is really powerful. Even though he didn't use any skills, he was still able to cause such terrifying destructive power. One can imagine what it would be like to be hit by that terrifying punch. Even if Lin Mengxue is in the form of a spirit beast, she would probably end up torn to pieces, right? However, the premise of all this is that you have to be able to hit the target. Lin Mengxue gently flapped her dragon wings and soared into the sky, easily avoiding the mud and sandstorm. Seeing this, the forest giant quickly changed its attack strategy and launched a vine attack, trying to knock Lin Mengxue down from the sky. However, these vines were too short to reach Lin Mengxue. The same was true for those Warcraft soldiers. They had no means of long-range attack and could only watch helplessly as the breath of ice reaped their lives. After several rounds of confrontation, Lin Mengxue was not hurt at all except for some dust on her body. Looking at the Warcraft side, they have lost almost half of their miscellaneous soldiers. The Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts who were desperately trying to escape were stunned by this scene. He fought against thousands of monsters with his own strength and was not at all at a disadvantage? This too strong? Has Mengxue become stronger again? Why does it feel like she wasn't this strong even when she killed the deadwood monster yesterday? I'm afraid she was afraid of accidentally hurting us last time, so she deliberately restrained her power. This is her true strength. As expected of a genius who passed the beast tamer exam at lightning speed. Too strong. We are saved, right? The crisis isn't over yet. But with Lin Mengxue here, we can organize a counterattack and get rid of those monsters and minions. Maybe we can be saved. After these words were spoken, many Beastmasters finally woke up from their dreams. Yes, aren't the biggest threat of this monster tide those thousands of monsters? If Lin Mengxue can eliminate all these monster minions, then the probability of the remaining slow-moving forest giant surviving will be greatly increased. The range of Lin Mengxue's ice breath is extremely wide. Once those monsters are touched, they will surely die. However, as the number of monsters continues to decrease, the number of monsters that can be killed by one ice breath will also be greatly reduced. Lin Mengxue's spiritual power is also limited and cannot be used unlimitedly. In this case, they just need to find a way to attract those monsters and miscellaneous soldiers together so that Lin Mengxue can destroy them all in one go. Maybe I can actually survive this tide of monsters. Chapter 19 Beast King. Lin Mengxue also opened his voice and shouted loudly at this time, "Everyone, listen to me, let's focus on gathering all those monsters and soldiers together. If you want to survive, don't think about running away blindly. Let's use the big tree in front as the gathering point." The Beastmaster and the Spirit Beasts heard Lin Mengxue's call and immediately took action. They slowed down and made a big circle, using the towering tree with a trunk diameter of 5 meters as the axis. Large trees grew against the rock face, completely obstructing one side. Therefore, if the monsters wanted to catch up with them, they could only be forced to follow them in circles. The huge number of monsters became an obstacle for them at this time. During the chase, they crowded and collided with each other, their speed slowed down significantly, and they all gathered together. Seeing this scene, Jenny and Lin Mengxue secretly gave them thumbs up in their hearts. Without further ado, this trick is just amazing. Schwer. I know. Lin Mengxue dodged the attack of the forest giant with a flash of her body, and in an instant she swooped down to the top of the towering tree. She took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of ice. The more than 200 magical beasts surrounding the tree were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The monsters that followed did not break in time and crashed into the ice sculptures one by one, causing a chaotic stampede. At least 20 or 30 monsters were trampled to death in this chaos. Lin Mengxue would naturally not let go of such a great opportunity easily. Another breath of ice was exhaled, and more than 100 of them fell into eternal sleep under the ice. After this round of operations, more than 400 monsters were directly wiped out. At this point, there were only 200 or 300 scattered monsters left in the tide of Warcraft. Although compared to the group of Beastmasters with more than 30 people, the number is still large. But it is by no means invincible. What's more, reinforcements should be arriving soon. Success, success. Damn, I was so scared. I almost thought I was going to die here. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The danger isn't over yet. Stay alert and don't get left alone. Those scattered monsters will still attack us. Junior sister Mengxue has gone to fight the forest giants. Those frozen monster corpses are a good barrier. Let's set up a defense line there to resist the attacks of those monster soldiers. As Lin Mengxue finished speaking, a defense line was established using the frozen corpses of monsters as a base. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beasts and the demon beasts began to fight here. The Warcraft's intelligence is extremely low, and its combat effectiveness is greatly limited when it comes to moving through this complex terrain. Various frozen corpses blocked the way ahead, forming passages of varying sizes. The Warcraft simply couldn't attack from all directions like they could on flat ground. The Beastmasters adopted the tactic of defeating the enemies one by one, and the situation gradually improved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mengxue also fought with the forest giant for dozens of moves. The forest giant's attack came like a storm, but it could never hit Lin Mengxue. Although Lin Mengxue's attack was fierce, it failed to cause any substantial damage to the forest giant. The two sides thus fell into a stalemate. By the way, Brother Chen, do we really want to defeat this thing? Reinforcements are coming soon. Wouldn't it be better to wait for them to arrive and defeat it? I feel like even if I wait until reinforcements arrive, I still won't be able to kill this thing. I might as well kill more minions and earn some monster cores. Hearing this, Jenny smiled faintly and explained, the difference is huge. This is the crystal core of a beast king, a 4th level beast king. Its value is thousands of times higher than those 2nd level monster crystal cores. Fourth order beast king? No way? That thing is actually a beast king? Lin Mengxue was stunned. Magical beasts can be divided into 3 categories according to the number of magical beasts they devour: ordinary magical beasts, beast kings, and demon emperors. After killing it, the corresponding Warcraft Crystal Core, Beast King Crystal Core and Demon Emperor Crystal Core will be dropped. The spiritual power content of these 3 crystal cores is not only more than 100 times different from each other. More importantly, after refining the Beast King Crystal Core, there is a chance that the player will directly learn skills of the corresponding attributes. Moreover, a higher the level, a higher the probability of learning new skills. In comparison, the way Spirit Beast Girls learn skills is much more complicated. The way Spirit Beast Girls learn skills is that they need to wait until their affinity reaches a certain level before they can learn new skills. As for the improvement of affinity, it depends on the performance of the Beastmaster. Most powerful skills can only be learned by refining the Beast King Crystal Core or the Demon King Crystal Core. The value is not comparable to that of ordinary Warcraft crystal cores. I didn't expect that the forest giant in front of me would actually be the Beast King? Yeah. That thing is indeed the Beast King. If we kill it now, the 4th level Beast King crystal core will be ours. But if reinforcements arrive and kill it, this thing will be theirs. After hearing this, Lin Mengxue understood what Chen Yi meant. But brother Chen Yi, I feel like I can't beat it. Its skin is too thick. It's okay. Improving your combat effectiveness is also my job, just leave it to me. As he spoke, Chen Yi took out a red card from somewhere. If you look closely, you can see the word, up, written on this card. This card is the power boosting card given when the system is activated. Its effect system has been introduced to Chen Yi. It can enhance the combat capability of spirit beasts within 3 minutes, but it is only limited to spirit beasts below level 5. You can spend 5 reinforcement points to purchase it later, so it is not a rare item. It will definitely be worth using it on this Beast King. Name, Lin Mengxue Spiritual Beast Form. Constitution, 80. Spiritual Power, 72. Chen Yi glanced at Lin Mengxue's system panel and crushed the power amplification card without any hesitation. The next second, the crushed card fragments suddenly turned into countless starlights that fell on Lin Mengxue's back and merged with it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mengxue was seen as if the character in the game was strengthened by a secret treasure, and deep red power ripples suddenly appeared on her body. The values on her information panel also began to soar wildly. Name, Lin Mengxue Spiritual Beast Form. Constitution, 160 up. Spiritual Power, 144 up. Brother Chen Yi, what is this? Feeling the change in her own strength, Lin Mengxue was stunned on the spot. She once thought that Chen Yi should still have some hidden cards. But I never thought that this trump card could be so powerful. This kind of power feels like it has surpassed the 4th level. Chen Yi was also quite surprised. A strength enhancement card could actually double the basic attributes? Didn't you say it could only be improved a little? I'm afraid this is not just a few billion. Chapter 20, no rescue seems to be required. Chen Yi quickly said, I'll explain it to you later. The time for strengthening is limited. Let's get rid of that thing first. Good. Lin Mengxue nodded and rushed towards the forest giant without hesitation. Sensing the change in Lin Mengxue's power, the forest giant immediately launched a counterattack. It roared suddenly, took a step forward, and rushed towards Lin Mengxue. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. However, this time Lin Mengxue did not intend to dodge. She stretched out her dragon claws and took the blow head-on. Boom! A huge shock wave exploded. That giant fist that was almost as powerful as a battering ram was actually blocked just like that? Then, Lin Mengxue opened her dragon mouth and exhaled a breath of ice, which landed directly on the head of the forest giant. Wherever the breath of ice passed, the air seemed to be frozen, forming a thin layer of frost. The forest giant wailed in pain after being hit by this blow and took several steps back. The stones on the body also cracked due to the cold. It was obvious that Lin Mengxue had the upper hand in this fight. The beastmasters who were fighting with the monsters couldn't help but take a few glances at the battle situation here. I was shocked. No, isn't it? Is Lin Mengxue sure she's only at level 1? A level 4 magical beast isn't even her match? Too strong. This is the first time I've seen a spirit beast that can damage a 4th level monster while being at the 1st level. No, the aura of junior sister Mengxue is definitely not a 1st level one. It feels like it's comparable to that of a 4th level spirit beast. Stop whining, this place is about to fall, come and support us. Of course, that's what I say. In fact, the battle here is almost over. Warcraft has no intelligence and fights only based on instinct. They had no way of taking advantage of the terrain, and their numerical advantage was completely unavailable, so they were defeated one by the Beastmasters. The rest basically no longer pose much of a threat. Next, all we need to do is wait here quietly for reinforcements to arrive. No, maybe we don't even need reinforcements. Lin Mengxue's strength is not inferior to that of the forest giant. Coupled with her flexible movements and the advantage of being able to fly, it is not a problem for her to suppress the forest giant. In fact, a one-sided situation has indeed been formed. Roar, roar, roar. The forest giant roared and began to stomp the ground frantically. The ground was left with deep footprints and dust was flying everywhere. Trample. Boom. The earth began to shake violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had hit. However, in the eyes of Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue, this was nothing more than impotent rage. This type of attack is completely useless against units that can fly. Under Lin Mengxue's continuous fierce attack, the forest giant finally couldn't hold on, let out a miserable wail, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The vines on its body seemed to have lost their vitality, withering instantly and no longer moving at all. As if they had sensed the death of their leader, the remaining 100 or so monsters let out mournful cries and began to flee in all directions. The 4th level Warcraft forest giant was actually killed by Lin Mengxue alone. The Warcraft tide was solved just like that. At this time, the Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts did not feel the joy of surviving the disaster. The only feeling in his heart was shock at Lin Mengxue's powerful strength. How could a 1st level Spirit Beast be so powerful? Could this be an SSS-level Spirit Beast? But even a 3rd level SSS-level Spirit Beast wouldn't be this strong, right? Too strong. Really too strong. Phew, I was so scared, I survived. I feel like if I tell everyone about this experience, I'll be able to brag about it for years. Look over there, it looks like the rescue team is here. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a few small black spots appearing in the northern sky. Obviously, that was the rescue team. But now it seems that there is no need for rescue anymore, right? Shen Yi naturally also noticed that the rescue team was about to arrive here. Without any hesitation, he immediately let Lin Mengxue land on the corpse of the forest giant, dug out the rocks piled on the chest, and took out the 4th level Beast King Crystal Core. The price of a 4th level monster crystal core is about 500 Dragon Country coins. Although the price is quite high compared to the average person's salary, it is not a very rare item. But if it is a 4th level Beast King Crystal Core, considering its rarity and the fact that various wealthy beastmasters are buying it in large quantities, it is definitely not a problem to sell one for 100,000 to 200,000. This kind of stuff is placed in the corpse waiting for the rescue team to collect it. When the spoils are finally distributed, it is very likely to be hidden by someone. After all, normally, it is impossible to distinguish whether it is an ordinary monster or a Beast King based on its appearance. Someone took a 4th level Warcraft crystal core and passed it off as a genuine one, saying that this was the crystal core from the forest giant. What can you do? Therefore, in order to avoid various troubles that may arise later, accepting it in advance is undoubtedly the wisest choice. By the way, Brother Chen Yi, can I use the power that just made me stronger again? Lin Mengxue blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. What's wrong? Are you worried that you're not strong enough to take first place in the final exam? That's not the case. It's mainly because of the feeling of that explosive power. It's really awesome. Hearing this, Shen Yi shook his head helplessly and knocked on Lin Mengxue's head. Lin Mengxue didn't feel anything, but he himself felt severe pain in his hand. Shen Yi blew on his burning hands and said, "You, as a girl, don't think about strength all day long. Be reserved, understand?" I don't understand. If I'm asked to be reserved, then Brother Chen Yi won't be able to be happy tonight, right? Who wants to be happy anyway? I never thought you, the campus beauty of Lin University, could be so dirty inside. Soon, the rescue team arrived here. The captain of the guard team, Wang Yu, a 7th level, 10th stage beastmaster, listened to the battle reports from these beastmasters. I was completely stunned. The combination of a 1st level beastmaster and a 1st level spirit beast was able to kill more than 2/3 of the magical beasts on their own. Even 4th level magical beasts were no match for them. How is this possible? Which country is this international joke on? So, where is the beastmaster? Wang Yu asked suspiciously. Everyone sighed helplessly, and then pointed their fingers at the pair who were collecting monster cores not far away. It's them too. The two of them? No, this aura is level 2. Captain, those two seem to be the team we told you about before, the one who passed the 9-level beast tamer test at lightning speed 4 days ago. That spirit beast was a dragon, and its name seemed to be Lin Mengxue. Lin Mengxue? Lin Xian's daughter? Isn't she of F-level bloodline? Wang Yu's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He just came back from outside yesterday, and just heard from his comrades that a pair of geniuses passed the beast tamer assessment at the speed of light. Who would have thought that it was Lin Mengxue? Chapter 21 Lin Mengxue is targeted. Wang Yu and Lin Mengxue's father, Lin Xian, was an alumnus of the same university. After graduation, they often teamed up to hunt monsters together and became close friends. Even though we no longer teamed up due to the gap in our levels, we still kept in touch. 3 years ago, after Lin Xian's father passed away, Wang Yu also took special care of Lin Mengxue. After all, Lin Mengxue is a beauty, and both her parents have S-level talents and bloodlines. As long as Lin Mengxue can awaken a bloodline above a level in the future, with my 3 years of careful care and my S-level talent, it will be no problem to conclude a contract with her because I am close to her. However, fate is always full of variables. Who could have expected that Lin Mengxue would awaken her F-level talent, and Wang Yu instantly lost interest. But now tell him that Lin Mengxue's spirit beast form is actually a dragon. It is still a powerful existence that can destroy the tide of Warcraft on its own. Moreover, why has he already broken through to the second level? Normally, for a spirit beast that has completed its contract, even if it has an unlimited supply of crystal cores every day, it would still be difficult for it to break through from level 1 to level 2 even if it takes a month. What is going on? Could it be that her beast tamer had awakened a talent for rapid leveling? Captain, what's wrong? It's alright. Pass the order down, start cleaning up the battlefield immediately, and make sure to find out the cause of this monster tide. Yes. The members of the escort team took the order and left. Wang Yu came over to Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue and greeted them with a smile. Mengxue, what a coincidence, meeting you here. Hearing the sound, Lin Mengxue turned around hurriedly. When she saw that the person coming was Wang Yu, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. Uncle Wang Yu? Didn't you say you were transferred to the Soul Guard? Why are you back so soon? Wang Yu gave a helpless wry smile and explained, alas, I was sent back because of my poor performance. Is this like this? Okay, let's not talk about these sad things. Wang Yu changed the subject and asked, Mengxue, what exactly is going on? When did your bloodline become so strong? And why can you activate power manifestation when you're only at the second level? To my father's friends and the benefactor who has taken care of me in every way over the past 3 years. Lin Mengxue naturally didn't hide much and said truthfully, I'm actually not too sure about this, but Brother Chenyi said that the power in my body is very special, no less than an S-level bloodline, so I was able to manifest my power in advance. At first I thought Brother Chenyi was comforting me, but now it seems that this is indeed the case. Uncle Wang Yu, I really appreciate your help over the past 3 years. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Wang Yu's eyes. What the hell is this plane? More than a month ago, he heard that Lin Mengxue had tested positive for F-level blood. In order to distance himself from Lin Mengxue and prevent this F-level waste from continuing to rely on him, he took the initiative to offer to go to other cities to serve as a guard. But because the salary issue was not negotiated, I came back early. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came back, I heard that Lin Mengxue had awakened a powerful bloodline. The cabbage I raised for 3 years finally burst out with blood power, but it was inexplicably taken away like this? Moreover, it is a spiritual beast that can manifest its power at the second level. What the hell is this? Who the hell cares about your petty profits? What he wants is a spiritual beast that has both beauty and strength. However, Wang Yu suppressed his inner anger, forced a smile, and asked calmly, so, you are living with this guy now? As he spoke, he looked at Chen Yi standing beside him. Although he hid his unhappy mood very well. But Chen Yi could still feel a very inconsistent feeling. Could this guy be the good Uncle Mengxue mentioned before, who has been visiting and taking care of our parents since their death? Why do I feel like this guy's intentions are a little impure? Fuck, this Lao Dang, is he trying to play out the plot of an action movie from Japan? However, Lin Mengxue still looked innocent and did not notice the change in the atmosphere. She nodded gently and responded, yes. He and I have signed a contract, so we will definitely live together. Uncle Wang Yu, I will take good care of myself from now on. I'm sorry to bother you with worrying about me for the past 3 years. Okay, I got it. Then let me congratulate you on escaping the F-class quagmire. I'll have someone clean up the battlefield. You just went through a big battle, so go back and rest. After the battlefield is cleaned up, I'll send someone to give you the monster core tomorrow. Wang Yu said this calmly, then turned around and started dealing with business. His movements were quick and decisive, and he looked generous and businesslike. Seeing this scene, Lin Mengxue was also a little confused. Why does it feel like Uncle Wang Yu is so strange today? Chen Yi seemed to sense Lin Mengxue's thoughts, and he sighed softly, saying, let's not worry about this for now. We have more than 500 first-level monster cores on hand. Let's go back and practice well. Yeah, I understand. The other side. Watching Lin Mengxue transform into a frost dragon, Chen Yi rode on it without hesitation and disappeared into the distance. The murderous intent in Wang Yu's eyes became stronger and stronger. His first contracted spirit beast, Chuchingza, noticed that something was amiss with Wang Yu's mood and walked over to ask, Wang Yu, have you been taking care of that girl for the past 3 years just to contract her? Wang Yu gritted his teeth and nodded. Yeah, but I didn't expect her to awaken that kind of power, and to be snatched away by a little brat. It's really bad luck. Chuchingza's eyes narrowed slightly. That girl, her bloodline level is higher than mine. Hearing this, Wang Yu's pupil shrank suddenly and his expression became even uglier. Chuchingza's bloodline is the S-level overlord demon spider, and his ability to sense breath in crisis is very strong. Especially after breaking through the 4th level, she could even sense the strength of the other party's bloodline. Although the specific level cannot be determined. But she has S-level bloodline, and the only bloodline stronger than hers are SS-level and SSS-level. This is even more infuriating. Are you sure? Does Lin Mengxue have SS-level or SSS-level bloodline? Chuchingza nodded slightly. Yes, when she grows up, I'm afraid that even if we sisters join forces, we will find it difficult to compete with her. Wang Yu smacked his lips in anger and cursed, damn it. Those idiots, how could such a powerful bloodline be detected as F-level? Also, didn't you meet Mengxue before? Didn't you realize that her bloodline was even more powerful than yours? Chuchingza shook his head and explained seriously, I really didn't feel this aura at the time. I guess it was some kind of coincidence that caused Lin Mengxue to suddenly awaken. Damn it! Wang Yu gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists. I was actually snatched away by a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. At this time, Wang Yu's other contracted spirit beast, Lin Feng, came over and said in a low voice, since that ice dragon is so powerful, why not just grab it? Since you're about to break through to the 8th level, it's not bad to give her the 8th spot. She's really beautiful. Chuchingza also echoed, don't rush into anything. We need to investigate that guy's background first. Wang Yu closed his eyes and meditated for a while. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and said, of course I know this. I know Mengxue's character very well. She certainly won't be easily fooled by other people's words. I guess that guy named Chen Yi must have some background. But the most critical thing right now is to do a good job of intelligence control. If word gets out about a spirit beast that can single-handedly fight against a tide of demon beasts, I'm afraid more high-level beastmasters will target Lin Mengxue. We must eliminate all risk factors. Chapter 22 There is such a good thing. As night falls, the lights come on. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue finally returned home, dragging their tired bodies. Don't be fooled by his fearless appearance during the battle just now. In fact, his physical strength has almost reached its limit. As soon as they entered the house, they fell headfirst onto the sofa like deflated balls, gasping for breath. Brother Chen Yi, do you have something to say to me? You looked like you wanted to say something but hesitated. Yeah, but don't be angry when I tell you. Even if you call me ugly, I won't be angry, don't worry. Okay. After a long while, Chen Yi sat up from the sofa with difficulty and told everyone all his guesses. After listening to this, Lin Mengxue blinked and showed an expression of disbelief on her face. No way? Uncle Wang Yu has always been very nice to me. How could he be that kind of person? Because he's so nice to you, it's more likely that he has some ulterior motive. Chen Yi explained seriously, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. You said before that your parents are complete scumbags. How can you think that someone who hangs out with scumbags can be a good person? After hearing this, Lin Mengxue paused, as if thinking about something. That seems to make sense. I really can't imagine how people like them can make such kind friends. Chen Yi gently patted Lin Mengxue's shoulder and comforted her, but don't think too much about it now. Come practice after you've rested. No matter what kind of person Wang Yu is, it won't hurt to be more careful. Lin Mengxue nodded and replied, yes, I understand. Finally, 5 hours later. Lin Mengxue successfully refined 71st level monster crystal cores and broke through to the 5th stage of the 2nd level. Chen Yi also broke through to the 2nd stage, 2nd phase, and his strength reached a new level. As for the 4th level Earth-attributed Beast King crystal core, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue decided to refine it after the final exam. The spiritual power contained in the Beast King crystal core is about 100 times that of the crystal core of the same level magical beast, and the spiritual power contained in the crystal core of the 4th level magical beast is more than twice that of the 2nd level. If you are not careful, it may take several days to refine one pill. Brother Chen Yi, are you coming tonight? Of course. We still have a day off tomorrow, so let's have a good time tonight. Don't hold the dragon horn anymore. Schwer, let me tell you something. When I was a child, I always had a dream, which was to become a dragon knight. Isn't your dream of being a dragon knight rather indecent? So, can I make it happen tonight? Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. After fermenting overnight. What happened in Fengyue Valley spread to every corner of Jiangchang. All the low-level beastmasters were stunned when they heard this. They originally thought that Fengyue Canyon was the perfect place for novice beastmasters and spirit beasts to train. But now we are told that a terrifying wave of monsters broke out yesterday, and the leader was actually a 4th-level monster. Isn't this funny? However, the report on the entire incident was modified beyond recognition. Yesterday, a group of novice beastmasters were attacked by a horde of monsters while hunting. The situation was extremely critical. Fortunately, the guards arrived in time and successfully eliminated the horde of monsters. No casualties were reported in this incident. Regarding the cause and course of this Warcraft-tied incident, the guards are conducting an in-depth and detailed investigation. Please believe that our Jiangchang guards will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Here, we sincerely thank you for your support and trust in the guard. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Yi, Ms. Lin Mengxue. As you know, our guard team has performance appraisals every year. If the true situation is reported, wouldn't it mean that our guards are incompetent? Not only will our wages be deducted, but the reputation of Fengyue Canyon Hunting Ground will also be bad. I'm afraid not many newcomers will go hunting there. The impact will be huge. If possible, please try not to spread the news about what happened yesterday. We will compensate you accordingly. The member of the guard team who came to deliver the Warcraft Crystal Core to Chen Yi explained in detail to Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue why the report was fabricated. No matter from which angle you look at it, his remarks seem reasonable and well-founded. It would be much more reasonable to report that the guards quickly dealt with the monster tide than if a pair of beast tamers solved the monster tide together. What's more, the guards also promised compensation. Under such circumstances, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue both believed this statement to 80%. After all, attributing personal achievements to the collective and then privately giving rewards commensurate with the achievements can not only gain more reputation but also reduce the possibility of individuals encountering danger. This can be said to be a very common and effective method. However, the two of them remained somewhat wary of the fact that Wang Yu was the captain of the guard team. I always feel that the reason is not that simple. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Okay, let's do as you say. We don't care much about reputation. Hearing this, the members of the escort team felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew nothing about Wang Yu's plan and was just following the rules. Therefore, what he feared most was meeting someone who cared too much about reputation and acted unreasonably. He pushed out the large suitcase behind him and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen Yi, for your support. There are a total of 1,271 first-level monster cores here, 771 of which were your spoils from yesterday. The extra 500 are our compensation for your reputation. And here are 3 second-level Ice Attribute Beast King Crystal Cores, as a reward for saving 36 Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts. Miss Lin Mengxue's attribute is Ice. This thing should be of great help to her." Hearing this, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue raised their eyebrows at the same time, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. There is such a good thing? To be honest, they really don't care much about reputation. Especially Lin Mengxue, as the school belle of the Beastmaster Academy. No matter where she goes or what she does, she will become the focus of everyone's attention and has almost no privacy of her own. Sometimes, this did cause her a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, there are more than just gifts now. And it is a second-level Ice Attribute Beast King Crystal Core. Is it so cool? Thank you very much. These are all trivial matters. As long as Mr. Chen Yi doesn't tell anyone about this, it will be fine. Don't worry, we're tight-lipped. Thank you for your cooperation. Well then, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, please contact Captain Wang Yu. After saying that, he quickly left the place. At this moment, the corners of Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue's mouths finally couldn't be suppressed anymore and rose up. Brother Chen Yi, it's a second-level Ice Attribute Beast King Crystal Core. Swear, the corners of your mouth are raised too high. What does it matter? Or, do you want to help me suppress it? I have nothing to do today anyway. Ahem, I just got up, let me rest for a while. You hold the dragon horn. Come on. But before that, let's order some takeout. I'm so hungry. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 83 points. Chapter 23 Undercurrent. That night. Inside a private room of a luxurious restaurant in Jiangcheng, the lights were dim and the atmosphere was solemn. Lu Ruyan, do you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Wang Yu stared at the two people in front of him seriously and asked in a heavy tone. Throughout the day, Wang Yu put in a lot of effort and mobilized a lot of connections just to investigate Chen Yi's background information. However, the more he investigated, the more confused and bewildered he became. This Chen Yi, on the surface, seems to have no background and is just an orphan from the slums. But as the investigation deepened, some terrifying details were discovered. In this information-based world, it is absolutely impossible to completely conceal a person's activities. However, there was no record of Chen Yi's activities for 18 years, as if he suddenly appeared in this world after he became an adult. You can't say that Chen Yi is a time traveler, right? So, Wang Yu decided to change his approach and start his investigation from Lu Ruyan, the only person Chen Yi had ever dated, which led to the current scene. But who would have thought that they would hear that Chen Yi was almost starving to death, awaken his E-level talent half a year ago, and even signed a contract with Lin Mengxue just 5 days ago? What the hell, breaking through from level 1 to level 2 in 5 days, is that funny? I swear, everything I said is true. Lu Ruyan said seriously that Chen Yi is really an orphan and a total loser. Wang Yu scratched his head, speechless. This is really strange. How did he hook up with Lin Mengxue? And how did he allow Lin Mengxue to gain that kind of power? At this time, Xin Xiuxing on the side interrupted and said, Brother Wang, I have some uncertain information here. If the information is wrong, please don't blame me. It's okay, tell me. Brother Wang, you know the Luo family in Modu, right? Wang Yu frowned. The Luo family is the #1 Beastmaster family in the Magic City. How could I not know this? Why are you suddenly saying this? Xin Xiuxing took out a few photos and explained, after the assessment ended that day, I sent someone to investigate Chen Yi. I got these photos through my connections. Brother Wang, take a look. Wang Yu took the photo and looked at it carefully. Judging from the background of the photo, it seems to be the corridor of the teacher's offices of the Beast Taming Academy, and there is nothing particularly eye-catching about it. However, when he flipped through the last few photos, his pupils suddenly contracted. The old man walking out of the office in the photo was none other than Luo Qinghe, the head of the Luo family and one of the 7 dragon generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Why did the 7 dragon generals appear at the Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy? And he stayed in the room with Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue for 5 minutes? When did this happen? 5 days ago, on the night their Beast Tamer exam ended. Damn it! If Chen Yi's background is really the Luo family of Magic City, then this will be difficult. Wang Yu muttered through gritted teeth, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. Although everyone on the school forum was speculating that it was Chen Yi's talent that allowed Lin Mengxue to gain such powerful strength. But Wang Yu knew Lin Mengxue's family background very well. He knew that her parents were both S-level beastmasters, and it was impossible for their offspring to have F-level bloodline. Then, the biggest possibility is that Lin Mengxue's true bloodline was hidden for some special reason. It was Chen Yi who activated Lin Mengxue's bloodline by chance. Given Lin Mengxue's personality, she chose to establish a contract with Chen Yi in order to repay a favor. As long as Chen Yi is killed, Wang Yu can still take over Lin Mengxue, whose bloodline has been activated. However, now comes the crux of the matter. What is the relationship between Chen Yi and the Luo family in Modu? Why did Luo Qinghe, the head of the Luo family, meet him in person? Xin Xiuxing looked at Wang Yu with a frown on his face, then glanced at the useless Lu Ruyan, and a bold plan gradually emerged in his mind. He calmly pulled Wang Yu into the bathroom, took out his cell phone, and quickly typed out 2 sentences. When these 2 sentences appeared in front of Wang Yu frowned even more tightly. Tomorrow is the final exam for the Beast Taming Academy. If we kill Chen Yi during the exam and disguise it as an accident, wouldn't Lin Mengxue be yours, Brother Wang? Wang Yu was silent for a moment, and finally took out his mobile phone and replied. Lin Mengxue is very powerful. How can you bypass him and kill Chen Yi? Seeing this, Xin Xiuxing's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. He silently took out a syringe filled with dark green liquid from his bag. This is? Have you seen the latest news? I got a bottle of Eagle Country's latest psychic enhancement potion from a friend there. He claimed that after injecting a spirit beast, it could unleash power that surpassed at least 2 or 3 classes. He even included a demonstration video, so he probably wasn't kidding. Wang Yu took the phone and looked at it carefully. The spirit beast girl in the video became extremely violent instantly after being injected with the potion, and easily defeated dozens of monsters that were several times stronger than herself. I thought Eagle Country was engaging in marketing gimmicks again, but it was essentially an advertisement for selling spiritual animal health products. I didn't expect it to be real this time? Do you want your contracted spirit beast to inject this stuff and then kill Chen-Yi? With such a powerful effect, the side effects must be huge, right? Qin Shouxing grinned and continued typing his response. Of course. Anyway, I've been playing Lu Ruyan for a week and I'm a little tired of it. After the assessment, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level. It's time to find some serious spirit beast contracts for a change. For a useless person with E-level bloodline, being able to obtain such a powerful force before death is a kind of comfort to her. Looking at the words Qin Shouxing typed, he recalled the figure of the monster that was killed by Lin Mengxue in Fengyue Canyon yesterday. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Naturally, he really wanted to kill Chen-Yi and then take over Lin Mengxue. But the problem is that people are afraid that Chen-Yi has some connection with the Luo family in Modu. If he really killed Chen-Yi and took over Lin Mengxue, once the matter was exposed, it would be as easy for the Luo family in Magic City to kill him as it would be to crush an ant. But in the end, desire triumphed over reason. As long as we don't get discovered, everything will be fine, right? Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Okay. Let's do it. But Shouxing, you're helping me like this, so I guess you have some ulterior motive, right? Hearing this, Qin Shouxing smile deepened. He leaned close to Wang Yu's ear and lowered his voice. Brother Wang, don't you have a lot of inventory on hand? I remember a month ago, you bought a pair of twins with B-grade bloodline in Seoul, right? Our Qin group is a bit short of money recently. After hearing this, Wang Yu finally understood what Qin Shouxing meant. No wonder he was so proactive today. It turns out you wanted to try something new. With B-grade bloodline and beautiful twin girls, such twin spirit beasts are generally worth around 5 million in the eyes of some wealthy people. It's definitely a high-end product. But Lin Mengxue was able to defeat a 3rd-level monster when she was only at the 1st level. Such bloodline, coupled with the beauty of a school belle, cannot be measured by this little money. Exchanging sesame seeds for watermelon is a huge profit. Thinking of this, Wang Yu patted Qin Shouxing on the shoulder and said with a smile, these are all trivial matters. As long as I can get Lin Mengxue, the twins will be yours. But you should understand, right? If the matter is exposed. Qin Shouxing smiled and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if it is exposed, I will never tell anyone about Brother Wang. Chapter 24 Luo Shirin. In the box. Lu Ruyan sat in her seat, her eyes drifting towards the toilet from time to time, and an inexplicable uneasiness welled up in her heart. Finally, Qin Shouxing and Wang Yu came out of the bathroom, both with unnatural smiles on their faces. However, for some reason, Lu Ruyan felt a chill coming over her. Like smoke. Qin Shouxing was the first to break the silence. I'll go with you to the final exam tomorrow. Lu Ruyan was slightly stunned, then quickly said, oh, okay. Thank you, Brother Shouxing. Hearing that Qin Shouxing was willing to waste time and accompany her to take the final exam, Lu Ruyan no longer took it to heart. The purpose of contracting a powerful beastmaster is to show off to my sisters. The final exam is a perfect opportunity. Ruyan, I still have some things to discuss with Brother Wang. You go back to your room and rest first. I will accompany you well tonight. Really? Thank you, Shouxing Ji. Okay, let's go back. After all, this is your last night. The corners of Qin Shouxing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Of course, he didn't say the last sentence. If the Eagle Country's spiritual energy enhancement potion can really increase the strength of spiritual beasts by 2 or 3 levels without any side effects, it will be a priceless treasure. It's impossible for people like them to get it. Toys with E-level bloodline can truly make the best use of their remaining energy at the last moment. Let me explain this in 2 ways. In the evening, after Chen-Yi helped Lin Mengxue refine the monster crystal core, it was already around 10 o'clock. I have to say that the energy required for upgrading is really increasing. After swallowing 100 first-level monster crystal cores and using Chen-Yi's energy guiding skills, he still hadn't upgraded. This made Chen-Yi sigh that the road to upgrading was becoming more and more difficult. But there is still a long way to go. With Lin Mengxue's strength, it will not be a problem for her to break through to level 10 or above in the future. After a week of getting along, the two have become like an old married couple, and there is no need to explain the tacit understanding between them. Lin Mengxue grabbed Chen Yi and, relying on the attribute advantages brought by the manifestation of power, quickly stripped Chen Yi of his clothes and took a comfortable bath for an hour. Just when they wanted to return to the room and improve their affinity. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Mengxue looked helpless, muttering to herself, "I'm about to get down to business, and someone comes to disturb me so late. What a shame." As she thought about it, she reluctantly put on her coat and slowly walked towards the door. Chen Yi was also worried that Wang Yu was up to something, so he followed Lin Mengxue closely. As a result, when the door opened, Lin Mengxue and Chen Yi were both stunned. Standing at the door was a beautiful lady in a cyan blue dress. She has a tall figure, pretty face, and gentle temperament, especially her baby face and big breasts, which are very eye-catching. Lin Mengxue was confused and puzzled. It's so strange that such a beautiful woman wearing such cool clothes appears at the door in the middle of the night. She couldn't help but look at Chen Yi and thought, Chen Yi already has me, so we shouldn't need to order takeout anymore, right? The beautiful lady smiled slightly when she saw this scene. Her smile was as warm as the spring breeze, which made people feel good about her. Did I disturb you too? However, Chen Yi was stunned for a long while. Because a system interface appeared on the body of this beautiful lady. Name, Luo Shirin. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F rank Songbird. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level Qingyuan. Level, Level 1, Stage 4. Constitution, 9. Spiritual Power, 11. Attribute, Wind. Skill, Cyclone. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Comment, due to severe vocal cord damage in childhood, he was completely unable to carry the power of Qingyuan's voice, and was therefore completely hidden. Activating the hidden Qingyuan bloodline allows him to sing the Song of Destruction. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded its information. If the host successfully signs a contract and raises their favorability to 80 points or above, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 115 reinforcement points. Reward 2, combat skill Wind Blade Slash. Reward 3, item 100-year Divine Bee Jelly. Actually successfully activated the system task? SSS level Qingyuan bloodline? Oh shit. In the living room, Lin Mengxue poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Luo Shirin, then sat quietly next to Chen Yi. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Late in the evening, a strange beauty appeared in the house, and she didn't seem polite at all. It's weird no matter how you think about it, right? To break the awkwardness, Lin Mengxue took the initiative to ask, may I ask who you are? What brings you to see us so late at night? Luo Shirin smiled and said softly, I'm not here to find you, I'm here to find you, Chen Yi. Looking for brother Chen Yi? Lin Mengxue suddenly became alert. Could it be that Chen Yi really ordered takeout because he was unsatisfied? Chen Yi frowned slightly. If it weren't for the fact that her favorability was positive, she might have thought that an enemy was coming when she heard this. Looking for me? But before you explain your purpose, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Luo Shirin coughed twice and said with a familiar look, Sorry, I was so excited that I forgot. My name is Luo Shirin, from the Luo family in Magic City. This time I came to you mainly because my grandfather asked me to come to you. Maybe you can activate my power. The Luo family in the Demon City? Lin Mengxue repeated it with an expression of disbelief on her face. Yes. Luo Shirin pointed at the space ring on Chen Yi's right finger and said, That thing was given to you by my grandfather. Wait. Lin Mengxue quickly interrupted, You said your name is Luo Shirin and you're from the Luo family. Are you trying to say your grandfather is Luo Qinghe, the 7-dragon general? Luo Shirin nodded, yes. Didn't my grandfather introduce himself to you last time? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Mengxue felt a buzzing in her head for a moment, and her worldview seemed to collapse at this moment. I didn't know what to say for a moment. No wonder the dean was so respectful last time. It turns out that old man is the 7-dragon generals? Chen Yi's focus is different from Lin Mengxue's. It was Luo Qinghe who asked Luo Shirin to come to him. Could it be that the secret of the system has been seen through? After thinking for a moment, Shenyi asked in return, "May I ask why your grandfather thought I could activate your power?" However, Luo Shirin answered the question irrelevantly. She grabbed Shenyi's other arm and said expectantly, "These things are irrelevant. I just want to know one thing now, Shenyi, do you think I can turn into a dragon like Lin Mengxue? Chapter 25. Do you want to join us? A face as beautiful as Lin Mengxue's, and a body even hotter than Lin Mengxue's. I have to say, it's really a killer weapon. Even though Shenyi has entered Sage Mode 4 or 5 times today. When I saw the scene, my heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is too destructive. What are you doing?" Lin Mengxue rushed forward and forcibly separated Shenyi and Luo Shirin. Shenyi is her man, but Luo Shirin behaved so intimately in front of her. Even if she is really the eldest daughter of the Luo family, we must not allow her to be so presumptuous. Luo Shirin spread her hands, still acting as she pleased. Anyway, we'll definitely be doing something more exciting later. As the first one, you better be generous. Although he has awakened F-level bloodline, he has such a cheerful personality. I really don't know whether to say she has a good personality or a bad personality. No. I said no and it's no. Brother Shenyi hasn't said anything yet, so don't interrupt. Seeing that the conversation seemed to be getting out of control, Shenyi quickly changed the subject. Alright, you two beauties, take a break. Luo Shirin, I'm telling you the truth, I can indeed activate your hidden bloodline power. Real? Luo Shirin's eyes lit up instantly, her face full of surprise. Sure enough, Grandpa's judgment was correct, I am really not an F-level waste. She awakened her F-level bloodline at the age of 18, and at that moment it felt like the sky was falling. After 3 years, she had already become disheartened and was even prepared to just eat and wait for death until she was sent for euthanasia. Unexpectedly, things took a turn and she actually met someone who could activate her power. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 25 points. But suddenly, Shenyi changed the subject and said, "Without a contract, I can only help you activate your power temporarily. If you want to activate it permanently, you must maintain a contractual relationship with me. You should understand what I mean, right?" "No problem." Luo Shirin answered without hesitation, "That's why I came here." "Then without further ado, let's start the contract now." As she spoke, she pulled Shenyi up and prepared to choose a room to start the contract. "No." Lin Mengxue angrily stopped Luo Shirin, "Shenyi is mine tonight. No one can take him away from me." Hearing this, Luo Shirin also put her arms around Lin Mengxue's slender waist, with a sly smile on her lips. "How about, together?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Mengxue's face turned red instantly. You are shameless." "I'm just kidding." Luo Shirin looked at Shenyi seriously. "Shenyi, can I first experience the power after my awakening?" Shenyi smiled and nodded. "Okay, but we have to go to the rooftop." "Go to the rooftop?" Luo Shirin was stunned for a moment. "My spirit beast form is about the size of a duckling. Is there any need to go there?" Shenyi smiled and said, "You'll know when the time comes." "Okay." After Luo Shirin finished speaking, she immediately rushed out of the room. He didn't even want to take the elevator and just ran towards the top of the building. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Looking at Luo Shirin's excited figure, Lin Mengxue couldn't help but sigh, as if she saw her former self. He had only lived for a month as an F-level bloodline, but he had already begun to think about committing suicide. Luo Shirin, on the other hand, had been doing this for 3 whole years, and in a big family like the Luo family, the pressure she faced was probably no less than hers. I guess that optimism is also pretended? After changing her clothes, Lin Mengxue walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor on the 40th floor. Lin Mengxue walked to Shenyi and asked in a low voice, "Brother Shenyi, are you going to accompany her tonight?" Shenyi gently stroked Lin Mengxue's head and asked, "Do you agree?" "If you don't agree, I'll let it go." Lin Mengxue shook her head. "How could I not agree? No one can understand better than me how it feels to be diagnosed with F-grade bloodline." Seeing this, Shenyi couldn't help but laugh a few times in his heart. This girl is obviously jealous. After spending these few days together, Shenyi could clearly feel that Lin Mengxue was kind-hearted, simple in character, and had no bad intentions. Just like what was said before, she was actually very happy for Shenyi to contract more spirit beast girls. But with every additional spirit beast girl, a portion of the love enjoyed will be divided away. How to treat every contracted spirit beast equally is a common problem faced by all beast masters in this world. After all, they are human beings with emotions. Don't worry, swear, I will never abandon you, not in this life. Even if I only have 10 minutes at night, I will give 5 minutes to you. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue burst out laughing. 5 minutes? I don't want it. It has to be at least 6 minutes. Okay, I'll try to squeeze out a minute for you. Ding. Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations to Lin Mengxue for reaching 85 points. Rewards plus 15 points for reinforcement. Suddenly, several system prompts sounded in Chen Yi's mind, almost scaring him. What the hell? There's a reward. He originally thought that there was only an 80-point favorability task, and the subsequent increase in favorability did not have much significance. At most, it could only indicate that the spirit beast girl liked him more and more. Unexpectedly, there is a reward? Does it mean that when the favorability is above 80 points, a reward will be given for every 5 points increase in favorability? Awesome. Really awesome. But this is a bit difficult to do. When there are too many spirit beast girls, I will definitely not be able to take care of them all. It's good enough if the favorability doesn't drop. It seems a bit difficult to increase it. This is a headache. I need to find some time to check online and learn some time management techniques from those high-level beastmasters. But the most important thing right now is to satisfy Lin Mengxue's 6 minutes. If I add 15 points to my physical fitness, that should extend the time quite a bit, right? Thinking of this, Chen Yi no longer hesitated and immediately added all 15 strengthening points to his physical fitness. Ding! Strengthening successful. Current physical value, 48 points. The system prompt sound just fell. Chen Yi suddenly felt that his waist and legs were no longer sore, and it seemed as if he could fight with Lin Mengxue for another half an hour. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Schwer won't be unhappy tonight. Speaking of which, with my physical attributes, even without the bonus of talent, I feel I can still participate in the battle as a combat-type beastmaster? Next time you have a chance, just give it a try. Chapter 26 Qing 1. Ding dong. With a crisp sound, the elevator door slowly opened and arrived at the top floor. At first glance, the moonlight was like water, sprinkling on Luo Shirin, appearing particularly bright in the night. The blue dress she was wearing was like the surface of a lake under the moonlight, reflecting the cool light and emitting a light and elegant aura, just like a fairy. At a height of 11 floors, she ran faster than the elevator, which was enough to show that she was really excited. You're finally here. Luo Shirin's silver bell-like voice rang out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Yi spread his hands and said helplessly, I won't run away, there's no need to be so anxious. It's urgent, very urgent. Okay, since you're so anxious, I'll give you the power you want. As he spoke, Chen Yi walked forward, held Luo Shirin's hand, and performed the spirit beast awakening. In an instant, a warm force flowed into Luo Shirin's body along Chen Yi's palm like a gurgling stream, quickly spreading to her entire body. She was clearly dressed coolly enough and the night breeze was quite cool, but she still felt a very strong sense of heat. On the fair skin, blue runes slowly emerged, forming blue feathers. And her body gradually grew larger under the reflection of the blue rune and slowly rose into the air. Clang clang. A clear cry resounded through the sky. After the light faded, a huge blue bird appeared before their eyes, spreading its wings and flying high. The feathers all over its body are flowing with a jade-like luster, the long tail feathers are floating like smoke, the slender tail feathers are dragging green smoke, and the tips of the wings are flowing with sparse white light in the moonlight, which looks very holy. Name, Luo Shirin Spiritual Beast Form. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, SSS-level Qing 1 Temporary Awakening. Level, Level 1, Stage 4. Constitution, 34. Spiritual Power, 70. Attributes, Wind, Sound. Skills, Wind Blade, Song of Destruction. Favorability, plus 40 points. Affinity, Not Yet Cultivated. Seeing this, Lin Mengxue waved her hand lightly and directly created an ice wall to act as a mirror. After awakening, everyone will definitely want to see the changes in their appearance as soon as possible. As someone who has been through it, she knows this very well. Is this my true appearance? Luo Shirin's eyes were fixed on her own figure in the ice wall, her face full of disbelief, and an indescribable excitement surged in her heart. She is really not a waste. But it is the blue phoenix that can sing the song of destruction and soar above the sky in the legend. Her time has finally arrived. Okay. I've checked it out. It's not nice to disturb the other neighbors so late at night. No, let me watch for a while. Oh, forget it. Chenyi also sighed about this. Fortunately, Lin Mengxue's building is on the highest floor in the community and there are no other residents around, so she should not be seen by anyone. Let her enjoy this rare moment. At this moment, Lin Mengxue gently tugged at Chenyi's sleeve, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she said shyly, "Well, brother Chenyi, I actually think Sister Shireen's suggestion just now can be tried." Upon hearing this, Chenyi was stunned at first, and then seemed to understand something. Could it be that you are talking about? The next morning at 7:30. Chenyi slowly woke up from his sleep. The spirit beast girls had already gotten up, and bursts of laughter and the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen, as if they were preparing breakfast. After all, 9 o'clock is the time when the final exam begins. If I fill my stomach by swallowing monster crystal cores, I will not have enough time to guide my spiritual power, so I will just eat a normal breakfast. But it looks like, after one night, their relationship seems to have gotten pretty good, and the barriers between them have been completely eliminated. Congratulations, congratulations. Contracted spirit beasts, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shireen. After taking a look at the system panel, Chenyi also smiled foolishly. The two spirit beast girls with SSS-level bloodlines have signed a contract with him. Moreover, they are all top-notch beauties, simply treasures sent by God. I have to say, it's really perfect. After changing his clothes, Chenyi just stepped out of the room and bumped into Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen, who were carrying hot dishes. Steak, eggs, steamed buns, fish soup and sandwiches can be said to be a very rich breakfast. I guess he should have gotten up before 7 o'clock to prepare it. How thoughtful. Brother Chenyi, you're awake. Brother Chenyi, you worked hard last night. Make up for it in the morning. Chenyi's face darkened when he heard this. You two know how hard I work. Of course, that's what I say. If Chenyi were asked to choose whether to repeat last night's experience, he would definitely choose to do it again without hesitation. After finishing breakfast, getting dressed, and organizing the supplies needed for various assessments, it was already 8:30. Fortunately, Sky International Community is not far from Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy. I took a taxi and arrived at the college playground in just 5 minutes. The moment Chenyi and the other two stepped onto the playground, almost all eyes around them fell on them. It's Chenyi. He will indeed take the final exam with Mengxue. Why does he seem to be in a bad mental state? Did he cultivate affinity last night? Need I say more? She's the campus belle of Lin University. If I contract her, I'll probably have to go to the men's department if I don't indulge myself. Come to think of it, your focus is different, right? Didn't you notice that there's another beautiful woman beside Chenyi? Fuck, I was so focused on the beauty queen of Lin University that I almost didn't notice there was such a beautiful girl out there. Who is she? She looks every bit as beautiful as the beauty queen of Lin University. I don't know her, but I have a little news. It is said that Chenyi has already broken through to the 2nd level. Maybe that beauty is Chenyi's second contracted spirit beast. Breakthrough to the 2nd level? How is that possible? You told me that you were only at the 1st level 6 days ago, and now you're at the 2nd level? Are you kidding me? Anyway, after Lu Ruyan dumped Chenyi, he really took off. The students around were whispering and talking. The envy in his words seemed to be overflowing. They stared at Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen, who were following behind Chenyi like two guardians, and their eyes almost popped out. Of course, no one was so blind as to dare to approach or provoke her. After all, when Lin Mengxue was at the 2nd stage of the 1st level, she was a ruthless character who could kill the snow girl at the 10th stage of the 1st level with just one kick. She must have become much stronger in the past few days. To provoke Chenyi at this time? You might want to turn into a human pancake. See this scene. Luo Shireen playfully joked, Brother Chenyi, you're really popular. Lin Mengxue also agreed with a smile, Brother Chenyi is a famous person, of course he is very popular. Chenyi gave a helpless smile, I think they are all talking about you. Chapter 27 Final Examination. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8:50. The playground of the Beast Taming Academy was crowded with people and very lively. The dean, the director of studies, senior officials of the Beast Tamer Association, and others arrived at the scene in luxury cars. In the crowd, Chenyi's eyes inadvertently met Luo Shireen's grandfather Luo Qinghe. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Chenyi quickly looked away guiltily, muttering to himself about what happened last night. After all, we have already signed a contract with Luo Shirin, and everyone knows what happened. I always feel a little embarrassed. However, in addition to Luo Qinghe, Chen Yi also saw a familiar figure, Lu Ruyan. He couldn't help but wonder. Qin Shoxing's family is so rich, there are all kinds of resources that he can't afford, so why would he come to take the test with her? Is it for academic credits? When Chen Yi noticed Lu Ruyan also noticed him at the same time and glared at him fiercely. I clearly haven't done anything to offend her, so why did her favorability drop to minus 30 points? You walk your sunny path, I walk mine, and we don't interact with each other. What's there to hate? Is it just like what the saying goes, that you are jealous because you can't stand seeing your ex-partner doing so well? At this moment, a pair of soft hands gently covered Chen Yi's eyes from behind. Brother Chen Yi, don't look. Why are you jealous again? Chen Yi smiled slightly. Okay, I won't look at it. I'll just look at you, okay? That's more like it. Remember to look at me too, brother Chen Yi. Let's watch it together. I can't wait to see it more. Chen Yi quickly put Lu Ruyan's matter behind him and started chatting with the two girls. What followed was a boring opening speech. Principal Yang Yuansheng stood on the stage, saliva flying everywhere. However, he was completely unaware that the students taking the final exam below the stage were already yawning and drowsy. Well, speaking of this, the assessment officially begins. As soon as I heard that the assessment was finally about to begin, the students present were instantly energized, rubbing their hands in readiness and full of fighting spirit. Chen Yi was also a little confused when he saw this scene. This final exam only affects the credits, and getting a good grade means you can get more resources, which is a small reward. Why are these people so excited, as if they were injected with chicken blood? After saying this, Yang Yuanqing nodded slightly to the young teacher beside him, and then began to distribute teleportation crystals to each student. These teleportation crystals emit a faint white light, which contains some ripples of spatial power. This assessment is only to test your current strength and will not have a significant impact on your future path. So, please do what you can and don't ruin your future for that little reward. If you encounter an unbeatable monster, crush the teleportation crystal and you will be transported directly to the infirmary. Remember, life is the most important thing. One more thing, this assessment will be live streamed by an aerial drone. Although the school encourages you to fight each other to hone your fighting abilities, everything must be done in moderation. Never treat your classmates' lives as a joke. Then I won't waste any more time. I will open the portal to the trial ground. Everyone can enter in an orderly manner. As Principal Yang Yuansheng finished speaking, behind him, a woman in her 50s with a spirit beast slowly walked onto the stage. Although the years have left some traces on her face, she still looks charming. She stretched out her hand and pointed lightly forward. A beam of light shot out from between her fingers and landed directly on the open space in the playground. In an instant, light shone in all directions, forming a huge beam of light. After a few seconds, the beam of light gradually dissipated, and a portal appeared before everyone. As the name suggests, space-based spirit beasts possess the special ability to perform space-based skills. Among spiritual beasts, possessing this attribute is 1 in a million and extremely rare. I really want it. I wonder when I can meet a spirit beast with spatial attributes. With this idea in mind, not long after, Chen Yi took Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin into the portal. However, 10 meters behind Chen Yi, Qin Shoxing was staring at his back with an evil look on his face, with a sinister smile on his lips. Chen Yi, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for contracting someone you shouldn't have. Be more careful in your next life. Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside, frowned, and the ominous premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. How did Chen Yi break through so quickly? Where did he find such a beautiful spirit beast girl's contract? Damn it, you're clearly a loser. Why did you change so much after breaking up with me? But there's no point in thinking too much now. She has established a contractual relationship with Qin Shoxing, and Qin Shoxing's family background is also very good. As an E-level bloodline, it is already very good to receive such treatment. After this assessment is over, Qin Shoxing should be able to break through to the 3rd level. Then you can go to the Beastmaster Academy in a first-tier city for training. By then, she could turn a blind eye to it, leave Jiangcheng as soon as possible and start a new life. She patted her cheeks gently, trying to calm herself down. Then he took Qin Shoxing's hand and walked into the teleportation array. At the same time, in Douyin Live Broadcast Room number 10086, a live broadcast room named Greedy Shoutao finally started broadcasting. In front of the camera, a lowly girl dressed in pink and with twin ponytails appeared in everyone's sight. In less than half a minute, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room like a tide, and the number continued to increase. Tao Tao is finally on air. I started waiting since 8:30. Tao Tao, my goddess. Tao Tao is 5 minutes late, so we have to add 5 hours to the broadcast. The barrage of comments on the screen poured out like crazy, showing how popular it is. Su Tao Tao wore a pair of headphones connected to the microphone. After gently adjusting the sound, she smiled sweetly and began to greet the audience in the live broadcast room. Hello, I'm Su Tao Tao. I'm late because of some things. Please forgive me, everyone. Today I am in Jiangcheng. We are not going to eat delicious food, but to explain the final exam of the Beastmaster Academy. Besides me, there will be 2 5th-level Beastmasters serving as commentators. Let us witness the battles of these adolescent boys and girls together. By the way, it's said that the Beast Tamer team that recently passed the Beast Tamer exam in 57 seconds will also be participating in this final exam. It's going to be quite interesting. Let us witness up close just how powerful this genius Beastmaster can be. Chapter 28 Competition among 3 schools. Su Tao Tao said this. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild instantly. Is Tao Tao planning to switch to the commentary industry? Is it possible that eating delicacies every day has driven your family into bankruptcy? What are you thinking? Most of the food Tao Tao eats is sponsored by advertisers. How could she possibly go broke eating it? Sigh, I thought I'd see Tao Tao enjoying some exotic food today. But I also like Tao Tao commentating on the Beast Tamers battles. Su Tao Tao smiled and explained, don't worry, everyone. This final exam will last 3 days, so you'll definitely have to eat during this time. Imagine, while we admire the spectacular scene of Beastmasters sweating on the battlefield, we also enjoy the special food from Jiangcheng. Isn't this the ultimate enjoyment? Her words were recognized by many viewers. In fact, even without such an explanation, everyone was willing to stay in the live broadcast room. After all, Su Tao Tao is so cute. Just looking at Su Tao Tao can make me eat 3 bowls of rice. Well, without further ado, the final exam has officially begun. Let's focus our cameras on those Beastmasters who are expected to become the pillars of the world in the future. At the same time, after Chen Yi and his 3 companions stepped into the portal, they arrived in a mountain forest environment full of natural atmosphere. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, with vast sea of flowers and green grass, it is like a paradise. According to the intelligence collected previously, this assessment area is located in a valley north of Jiangcheng. Its area is so large that it is 2.5 times larger than Fengyue Canyon. The inner diameter of the valley is estimated to be about 70 to 80 kilometers. Surrounded by mountains, this area is isolated from the outside world. An isolation barrier was set up around the valley, forming an independent area. This area has a wide range of uses. In addition to final exams, it is also used for actual combat drills, youth training camps, sightseeing tours, etc. It can be said that this is a real model worker area. Is this the testing location? It's so beautiful. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In the field of vision, in addition to the beautiful scenery that seems like a paradise, there are also temporary iron houses neatly arranged. The barrier around the house rippled slightly in the breeze. Around the rest area, you can see several high-level Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts standing ready, acting as sentinels. Lin Mengxue looked around at the students around her, but a hint of doubt arose in her heart. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? And there are a lot more people. Were there so many people in the college before? The Beastmasters who were going to take the test had arrived one after another. One of them, a spirit beast girl with animal ears, a sturdy figure and wild clothes, came out. She stuck the huge golden back machete in her hand into the ground and looked at the people in front of her with a heroic look on her face. Welcome everyone to this final exam. I'm the Invigilator, Wang Kaili. This final exam is slightly different from previous years. To stimulate your competitive spirit, it will be jointly hosted by the Jiangcheng Beastmaster College, Linjiang Beastmaster College, and Yicheng Beastmaster College. At the same time, the reward standards have also been greatly improved. The first place Beastmaster team will receive a 3rd-tier Beast King Crystal Core, the second place team will receive a 2nd-tier Beast King Crystal Core, and the 3rd place team will receive a 1st-tier one. Each team can choose their own attributes. Those ranked 4th to 10th will receive 100 2nd-tier Magical Beast Cores or 50 3rd-tier Magical Beast Cores. As long as you make it into the top 100, you will receive 30 second-tier monster cores. At the same time, the number of monster cores you can purchase will double within the next month. How's it going, everyone? Has your fighting spirit been aroused? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. This year's reward is at least 5 times higher than last year's, right? Even the Beast King Crystal Core can be given out as a reward? The price of a second-level monster crystal core is 200 Dragon Country coins, and 30 of them are 6,000 Dragon Country coins. If you sell them, it is not a problem to make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Looking around, there seem to be only about 300 pairs of Beast Masters from the 3 academies taking the assessment. In addition, many Beastmaster combinations actually just want to take the test, get credits and monster meat, and have no intention of participating in the competition. It seems very easy to enter the top 100. Chenny took a look at Wang Kaili's message and was also surprised. It turned out to be Luo Qinghai's contracted spirit beast? What the hell? Are you here to call for punishment? Name, Wang Kaili. Contract Master, Luo Qingha. Bloodline, SS-level Scarlet Flame Golden Tiger. Level 13, Stage 7. Constitution, 3460. Spiritual power, 2880. Attributes, fire, wind, earth, light. Skills, flame fawn, flame roar, death slash, flame tornado, power of the earth. Favorability, plus 25 points. Affinity, 540 excellent. Evaluation, mastery of all 4 elements, physical fitness is off the charts, and almost all the skills required have been learned. To describe him as invincible is no exaggeration. At this time, the students were also very excited and talked a lot. No wonder I was wondering why we had to invite a special commentary team for this year's final exams. So this is what's going on. I guess some important leader is coming, so it's being held so grandly, right? But why didn't you tell me in advance? That way I could make more preparations. Indeed, if I had known I would be competing with students from other colleges, I would have definitely gathered intelligence in advance. In fact, the school also felt very embarrassed. Because they had just received the notification of the rule change last night, there was no time to inform the students and they were in a hurry. After Luo Shirin successfully established a contract with Chen Yi, she awakened the bloodline of the SSS-level Qinghuan, proving that she was not a waste. Luo Qinghe was overjoyed when he heard the news. He used his authority without hesitation to facilitate the joint organization of final exams by several Beastmaster academies near Jiangcheng, so that Luo Shirin can show her strength in front of everyone. Unfortunately, only 3 colleges responded in the end. Other colleges had to give up because of reasons such as the assessment time not matching, the lack of space-type spirit beasts, and the summer vacation. However, for Luo Shirin, being able to compete with Beastmasters from the other 2 Beastmaster academies is already a rare opportunity. Pa. Wang Kaili clapped her hands, interrupting the students' discussion. Alright, students, I'll be handing out the rulebooks. The rules for this assessment have changed, so please read them carefully to avoid any mistakes. The assessment will officially begin after 2 p.m. Before the assessment begins, you can choose your room first. Just swipe your student card through the recognition machine to bind it to your room. Each room has a separate isolation barrier. This is your exclusive private space. You can do whatever you want. However, I still want to remind everyone that while cultivating affinity is certainly important, you young people must also exercise moderation. Don't let overindulgence leave you without the stamina to battle the monsters. Then disband. As Wang Kaili's voice fell, the students immediately scattered and began to choose the room they liked. Chapter 29, Changes in Rules. 2 campus beauties, where do you want to live? Chenny asked casually. After all, he had even lived in a roadside slum, so he naturally didn't have too many requirements for the living environment. But Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin are different. They are all young ladies from wealthy families, so they are naturally very picky about their living environment. Luo Shirin spread her hands and said, I don't care. As long as I can live with my brother Chenyi, that's all. After these words were spoken, the choice naturally fell to Lin Mengxue. Lin Mengxue frowned slightly, looked around, and carefully observed every room. Finally, her eyes fell on a single room that was not connected to other rooms. Choose this one. So remote? Why choose this place? Lin Mengxue's face instantly turned red, and she fiddled with the corner of her clothes nervously, hesitatingly saying, well, the noise last night was a bit too loud, and it would be bad if it disturbed others, so I think it would be better to choose a single family house. Hearing this, a wicked smile appeared on Luo Shirin's face. She patted Lin Mengxue's shoulder gently and teased, "Can't you just keep your voice down?" Lin Mengxue's face turned even redder. She looked at Luo Shirin speechlessly and said coquettishly, "You always make surprise attacks like that. How can I not scream out?" Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go in and take a look before someone else takes it first. Chen Yi hurriedly stopped him. There were other students from Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy around. If I were to hear such words, I would probably be killed by those boys' stares again. When the other students from Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy saw that Lin Mengxue had already chosen a room, they couldn't wait to occupy the rooms around her. Although I can't get Lin Mengxue, it's good to be able to see her closer. However, after two of the students, Li and Zhao Fang, entered the room, the doorbell suddenly rang. When he opened the door, he saw Lu Ruyan and her beast master Qin Shoxing. There was a red-haired girl following Lu Ruyan, who looked indifferent to everything around her. She should be Qin Shoxing's contracted spirit beast. Qin Shoxing said straight to the point, "Brother, give me this room for 100,000 yuan." Li Yi was shocked. What do you mean? You want to spend 100,000 to buy this room? Qin Shoxing nodded and slowly took out a bank card from his pocket. Yes. But I also have a request. Our room is in the west corner. You don't need to unlink your student card. You can just move into my room directly. During these 3 days, don't go out. Stay in your room and these 100,000 will be yours. Li Yi and Zhao Fan looked at each other, and doubts arose in their hearts. The two of them took the final exam just to make money. The first place reward, a third-level Beast King Crystal Core, might not even be able to be sold for 100,000. Now all you need to do is rent a room, do whatever you want for 3 days, focus on building affinity, and you can easily get 100,000 yuan. Could this be the arrival of the god of wealth? Okay. Brother Qin, you can use this room as you please. Take it. Thank you, Brother Qin. Li Yi and Zhao Fang took their bank cards and left the room happily. But the smile on Qin Shoxing's face became more sinister. In 3 days, he will be able to play with the exquisite twins. It's exciting just to think about it. At this time, after Chen Yi and his group settled down, they began to check the rule manual. This final exam is divided into 3 days. The general process is the same as in previous years. The school will capture some low-level monsters with different attributes and send them here, and bury some special scoring balls in their bodies. By killing monsters, taking the point balls and putting them into the scorer in the room, you can get different amounts of points according to the difficulty star and level of the monsters, and finally be ranked according to the points. It doesn't matter whether you play solo or in a team, even spending money to buy point balls is allowed, it all depends on the individual. The only difference is that due to the increase in the number of participants, some new rules have been introduced. First, hunting time is strictly regulated to 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. If you fail to return to the rest area after the time limit, you will be deemed to have lost your qualification. Second, every night between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, each person can stake up to 500 points and duel with other beast masters under the witness of the invigilator. The winner will receive the points staked by the loser. Third, a level 3, stage 5 or higher monster will be randomly dropped in every day as a boss challenge monster. The beast master who successfully kills it will receive generous points as a reward. After the assessment, an additional 100 level 3 monster crystal cores will be obtained and divided equally among the beast masters who participate in the boss challenge. It has to be said that the ways to earn points have become more diverse and more challenging. Lin Mengxue rolled up her sleeves excitedly. This time, I must take first place. Hearing this, Chen Yi also smiled. Isn't that a sure thing? But before that, Shirin, let's eat. As Chen Yi spoke, he poured out all the monster crystal cores in the space ring. As a result, the same situation as Lin Mengxue's naturally occurred. Eat? Luo Shirin pointed at the monster core in surprise. Don't grind it into powder? Lin Mengxue couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and chuckled. She patiently explained, don't worry, just eat it. Brother Chen Yi has a way to help us refine these crystal cores. Okay. Luo Shirin picked up a monster crystal core with half belief and half doubt and put it into her mouth. Chen Yi stretched out his hand and placed it on Luo Shirin's face, and began to guide energy. In an instant, a sweet and delicious energy flows into the heart like a clear spring, as sweet as cream, making people intoxicated. Luo Shirin's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise, "So sweet. So delicious. Can this thing be refined like this?" "That's right. Brother Chen Yi is amazing in many ways." "Brother Chen Yi, continue?" "Of course you should continue. You're only at the 4th stage of the 1st level. Before the assessment begins, let's see if there's any way to get you to the 2nd level." "Level 2? Are you kidding me? Breaking through to level 2 in just a few hours? How do you know if you don't try? Judging from how much you ate this morning, your appetite is much bigger than Mengxue's, so it should be fine. By the way, you should eat the 2nd level 1. The 1st level 1 may not be enough. There are so many, and they're so hard, it feels a bit difficult? It's okay, just get used to it for now. You'll definitely eat a lot in the future." Lin Mengxue stood up and took out an apron from her space ring. "Take your time refining. I'll go prepare lunch. It's still early, and I have a few recipes I want to try out." Chapter 30 Eating Broadcast Su Tao. Let me explain this in 2 ways. At this time, in the principal's office of Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy, the principal respectfully served tea and water to Luo Qinghe. With a flattering smile on his face, "Mr. Luo, do you think this arrangement is appropriate?" Luo Qinghe nodded slightly. "Well, not bad. Thank you for your help. It's my duty, it's my duty." The dean felt relieved and continued, "However, Mr. Luo, your granddaughter is only at the 4th stage of the 1st rank. Almost all the Beastmasters taking the test are at the 2nd rank or above. She..." However, before the dean could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Qinghe. "Don't worry, just watch over me. My granddaughter is the best in the world." Hearing this, the dean stopped interrupting. After Lin Mengxue signed a contract with Chen Yi, she not only transformed into a being that was unattainable by S-level spirit beasts, but her level also broke through repeatedly in a short period of time and reached the 2nd level. Now, Luo Shirin has also signed a contract with Chen Yi, and perhaps she can really replicate Lin Mengxue's legend. By the way, Mr. Luo, some parents and college leaders from Linjiang and Yicheng also want to come to our viewing hall to watch the game. Is that okay with you?" Luo Qinghe frowned, thought for a moment and said, "No problem, come whenever you want. But my identity must be kept secret." "Okay, I got it." At this time, in Su Taodao's live broadcast room, the scene switched to a room. 2 commentators, Li Kai and Zhao Wanru, also came here. They greeted the audience enthusiastically with smiles on their faces and gave a brief introduction to some basic knowledge about animal taming. After all, many of Su Taodao's live broadcast viewers are actually still minors, and their knowledge of many aspects of beast taming is not mature yet. It will be easier to understand the upcoming final exam if you have a certain amount of knowledge. Therefore, such explanation is very necessary. Su Taodao, right now, all the Beastmasters are resting in their rooms. What do you 2 guests think these Beastmaster teams will do during this time? Li Kai, there are about 5 hours of preparation time, which is a very good choice to use it to build affinity. Zhao Wanru, if the Beastmaster is confident in his own skills, he can also help the Spirit Beast refine the Magic Beast Core. However, if he fails to control the amount of energy he guides, he may not be able to digest all the energy before 2 o'clock, and then he will fall behind. Su Taodao, I see. Thank you very much for the answers from both guests. That's all for the common sense introduction about Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts. Now let's move on to the live interactive session. Audiences can post questions they don't understand on the bullet screen. 2 guests will answer them in 1 minute. Please give full play to your wild imagination. But don't ask the host about her measurements. As soon as these words were spoken, dense barrages of comments instantly covered the entire screen. However, there are still many questions that seem to be somewhat off topic. What level is Taodao's awakened bloodline? Has Taodao ever made a contract with a Beastmaster? Can Taodao transform into a spirit beast and show us? It's definitely adorable, right? Looking at the barrage of messages filling the screen, Su Taodao couldn't help but twitch her lips and muttered to herself. Why are all these questions so random? Shouldn't they be asking about some knowledge points on beast taming? I hope I don't get these questions. In the end, the lottery system and the live broadcast room drew one of the most bizarre questions. Taodao is such a voracious eater. If she had an unlimited supply of monster cores and monster meat, and a spirit beast trainer to guide her energy, wouldn't she be able to break through to level 3 or 4 in a month? This time, the barrage of comments exploded again. Yes. Su Taotao is a rare example. She can continue eating for 3 or 4 hours without editing or ending the broadcast. Coupled with her Lolita figure that never grows up, she quickly became famous. So for her, there are only 3 labels: a big eater, a lowly, and cute. In the past, Su Taotao only focused on eating broadcasts, and the audience only appreciated her cuteness and various special foods. No one thought about taming beasts. But now that the topic of beast taming has finally begun, it's hard not to wonder whether this ability can be used for level training. Su Taotao twitched her lips helplessly, but still tried to maintain a smile as she explained, "That won't work. Warcraft cores and meat are different from ordinary food. I've tried them before, and I was full after just a few bites." "Is that so? What a pity. I thought I'd see a 10th level peach." The audience who commented on the barrage really had no ill intentions, nor was there any conspiracy. They just suddenly thought of this question. The live broadcast room is still harmonious and lively, with various barrages and gifs constantly filling the screen. However, deep in Su Taotao's heart, she sighed deeply. In fact, it's not that she doesn't want to answer fans' questions, but her situation is too special. Don't be fooled by her lowly-like figure. She is actually 21 years old. Judging from her age, she is even older than Luo Shirin. Su Taotao is an orphan and was kicked out of her home when she was about 5 or 6 years old. As for the reason for being abandoned, Su Taotao probably knew it in her heart. She ate too much and was always hungry. An ordinary family could not afford her food intake. Fortunately, she has been very cute since she was a child. The owner of Qianda Plaza was attracted by her looks and hired her as a doorman to attract customers and ensure her 3 meals a day. Of course, these are just the most basic 3 meals, and at most some leftovers from the staff cafeteria. But for Su Taotao, these are still far from enough to fill her stomach. As time goes by, Su Taotao grows up gradually, becomes more and more lovely, and becomes more and more beautiful. She also felt that whenever she worked as a doorman, there were always many unfriendly eyes secretly watching her. She knew very well that if she continued to stay like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. So, she resolutely quit her job as a doorman and turned to the most popular food broadcasting industry, which is the most suitable for her own situation. With her big appetite and cute looks, she quickly attracted a large number of fans. Her only hope is to awaken a powerful bloodline when she grows up, so that she can become a giant dragon and kill a monster with one bite. By then, she should be able to enjoy a feast in the wild, right? However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The bloodline she awakened was the F-level Wantanman, which looked like a ball of cotton candy. Apart from being able to eat, it has no fighting power at all. At this point, she completely despaired about her future. Now she just wants to work hard to make money and buy a lot of food to fill her stomach. I hope to experience the feeling of a full stomach before being sent to euthanasia. I didn't expect that at this time, some viewers would ask these questions, which brought back these memories. Alas, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have come to Jiangcheng. Chapter 31, Comparing people to others can make you frustrated. Time quickly came to 1:30 in the afternoon. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 1 point. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 1 point. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 1 point. Luo Shirin doesn't seem to have sudden emotional outbursts like Lin Mengxue. Her emotional changes were gradual, like a gurgling stream, gathering bit by bit. As the energy guidance continued to advance, her favorability towards Chen gradually increased, eventually reaching 70 points. Boom! Accompanied by a breath that suddenly spread out. Against the backdrop of this atmosphere, her hair, like Lin Mengxue's, gradually turned a hint of emerald green at the ends, and a pair of cyan ear feathers grew beside her ears, swaying gently, making her look particularly cute. In just 4 hours, he broke through from the 4th stage of the 1st level to the 1st stage of the 2nd level. Even completed the power manifestation. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? Chen himself also broke through to the 2nd stage, 3rd stage, and his strength improved slightly. Call. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was finished before 2 o'clock. Guiding the energy of the 2nd level monster crystal core was really tiring. The spiritual power content in the crystal core of a 2nd level monster is about 1.5 times that of the crystal core of a 1st level monster. However, the feeling of fullness it brings is almost the same. Anyone who can eat 50 1st level monster crystal cores can basically also swallow 20 2nd level monster crystal cores. Therefore, if you want to quickly improve your strength, eating higher level monster crystal cores is undoubtedly the best choice. However, the risks of doing so are also extremely high, and the energy guidance skills required of the Beastmaster are very high. If you are not careful and fail to guide the energy correctly, it may cause the spiritual power to run wild and even lead to class regression. Because of this, few Beastmasters would dare to take such a risk. Steady and cautious progress is the long-term solution. But Chen Yi did it. Not only did he perfectly refine all the spiritual power in the crystal core of the second-level monster, but he also perfectly guided the energy without any energy wastage. Isn't this too outrageous? Brother Chen Yi, I have a question for you. Luo Shirin asked seriously, are you cheating? Chen Yi laughed and said casually, have you read the beast taming novel? I'm the protagonist with the system, do you believe it? Hearing this, Luo Shirin pouted immediately, go away, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I guess only Xiaoshuer would believe such an outrageous excuse. Okay, Sister Shirin, let's talk about these topics later. Lin Mengxue opened the insulated box, and a steaming aroma filled her nose. Brother Chen Yi, you must be hungry, right? Come and eat. Goo. Chen Yi's stomach protested at the right time. He touched his stomach and said with a wry smile, I'm indeed hungry, but I'm also almost exhausted. Guiding the spiritual power of the second-level monster crystal core is really too physically demanding. It's okay, I'll feed you. I'll rub your shoulders later. I'll feed it too, ah. Stop shoving everything in my mouth, both of you. How am I supposed to eat such a big piece of meat? Lin Mengxue blushed slightly, isn't this what we should say? This is revenge for last night's blow. Luo Shirin also nodded and echoed, that's right, Brother Chen Yi, sometimes you really need to reflect on your own actions. Dong dong dong. 2 p.m. sharp. With the sound of drums, the final exam was officially announced to begin. Various aerial photography drones kept flying across the sky, making a subtle buzzing sound. Some spirit beasts that had been waiting at the barrier of the rest area became invigorated after hearing the drumbeats and immediately transformed into spirit beast forms. The Shadow Panther, Unicorn, Flying Tiger, Flame Horse and other rideable spirit beasts also took the lead, carrying the Beastmasters and rushing into the depths of the forest. They were extremely fast and disappeared into the mountains and forests in the blink of an eye. Many Beastmasters were envious of this. I'm so envious. I also want to contract a spirit beast that I can ride. You want to die, don't you? Didn't you ride me enough last night? By the way, that man and woman riding the Shadow Black Panthers seem to be Linjiang College's Ace Beastmaster duo, right? An S-Class Beastmaster with an S-Class Spirit Beast, and now an A-Class Shadow Black Panther. Absolutely stunning. Indeed, their names seem to be Lin Mo and Fu Shueme, right? And the man and woman riding the unicorn are Lan Yuqing and Feng Xiaoye, the Ace Beastmasters of Yicheng College. It's a pity that our Jiangcheng College's Ace Beastmaster Xiao Kuan broke through to the 3rd level a month ago and can't take the test. Otherwise, his contracted spirit beast, Tamer Chicken, would definitely be much more domineering than them. That's right. With Kai Xiaokuan and Tamer Chicken here, we can definitely keep the situation under control. Brothers, have you forgotten about our Jiangcheng College's rising star? Isn't the Frost Dragon more powerful than those spirit beasts? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the Beastmasters of Jiangcheng College fell on Chen Yi, who had just walked out of the room. Chen Yi looked a little unwell, and it was obvious that something very exhausting had just happened. Suddenly, there was a sigh from the crowd. Damn, he's so weak, and you still want to build affinity in just a few hours? Are you in such a hurry? But soon, this sigh turned into jealousy. Lin Mengxue is by her side, and there is also a beautiful lady whose appearance and temperament are no less beautiful than Lin Mengxue. In such a scene, it is normal for any man to be unable to control himself, right? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Come on. I haven't seen Mengxue's spirit beast form up close yet. Frost Dragon, that sounds so domineering. Hurry, wife, get your phone ready to take pictures. However, just as Lin Mengxue was about to transform into a spirit beast, Luo Shirin suddenly stopped her. Xiaoshuer, take a break first. Let me test my strength. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an expression of I understand you. After all, now that I have the power, I must show it off right away. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Actually, I also want to experience the feeling of riding on someone else. Hey, thank you, Xiaoshuo. But I remember that you seemed to have experienced it last night, right? But you were riding on Chen Yi's brother. Alright, stop talking about this nonsense. Change now. As soon as the words fell, a green halo suddenly appeared around Luo Shirin, like a thin mist. In the light, her figure quickly stretched and became blurred, and as her arms stretched out, they turned into a pair of huge, glittering wings. Gorgeous cyan gold feathers instantly covered the entire body, and the tail feathers were slender, dragging little starlight. Following a clear and melodious cry of the phoenix, it resounded through the sky. A blue phoenix spirit beast with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 32. So you want to start a group fight? At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. The beast tamers who had not yet set out stared at everything in front of them in amazement, their mouths opened so wide that it seemed as if an egg could fit in. The rumors about Lin Mengxue and Chen Yi had naturally spread to several cities around Jiangcheng. Everyone knew that Lin Mengxue transformed into an ice dragon, but they did not know her specific bloodline level and race name. But the giant blue bird in front of me doesn't look like a spiritual beast related to a dragon, does it? Didn't they say that Lin Mengxue's spirit beast form is a dragon? How does this look like a dragon? Brother, you've got the wrong person. That beautiful girl with horns and graying hair is Lin Mengxue. What the hell? What the hell? If she isn't Lin Mengxue, then who is she? This Chen Yi is really interesting. Wang Kaili held her chin with one hand and praised softly, "You actually helped the young lady regain her life and even broke through to the second level? That's amazing." It was naturally impossible for Luo Qinghe to just watch Luo Shirin's extraordinary charm on the big screen. So he sent his contracted spirit beast King Kelly to serve as the invigilator. On the one hand, it was to observe Luo Shirin's battle up close, and on the other hand, he was responsible for protecting Luo Shirin. In case of danger, Wang Kaili can provide timely assistance. However, at this moment, it seems that there is no need for this at all. With her strength, she would not encounter any danger in this assessment area. Come on, miss. Go and take back everything that belongs to you. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lin Mengxue took Chen Yi's hand and jumped onto Luo Shirin's back in one step. Clang clang. A clear and long cry pierced the sky. Luo Shirin spread her green wings and waved them vigorously. The powerful airflow instantly blew away all the students around her. Everyone only had time to see a stream of green light rising into the air and rushing towards the distance at an astonishing speed. The speed is so fast that even aerial photography drones can hardly match it. It was not until Chen Yi and his group disappeared into the distant sky that everyone came back to their senses as if awakened from a dream. Holy crap! So fast! What kind of spirit beast is that? I don't think I've ever seen one in the illustrated guide. This Chen Yi is outrageous. Could it be that his awakened beast taming talent is the talent that allows spirit beasts to change their appearance? Contracting Mengxue wasn't enough. I don't know where I found a beautiful spirit beast with such strength. As expected, all the beautiful women belong to others, and I can only be a passerby complaining. It wasn't just the students taking the test who were shocked. There are also all the viewers in Su Taodao's live broadcast room, as well as the celebrity parents in the viewing room. Is that your granddaughter? She looks very strong. A middle-aged man with a big belly spoke with a smile on his face. This person is Lin Yang, the father of Lin Mo, the ace of Linjiang College. Sitting opposite him was Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals. However, here he appeared as Luo Shirin's grandfather, and no one else knew his identity at all. Hearing this praise, Luo Qinghe was like an old naughty boy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. That's right. Don't you see whose granddaughter she is? My granddaughter will definitely take first place in the test. That may not be the case. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a cigar dangling from his lips blew out a puff of smoke and said arrogantly, "It's just a bigger bird. What's so special about it? First place will definitely go to my daughter." This person is Fang Zhangkai, the ace of Yicheng College and the father of S-level spirit beast Fang Xiaoye. He is one of the senior managers of the Yicheng Beast Tamer Association. He is powerful and influential, so he has developed an arrogant personality and is very unpopular in the circle. When Luo Qinghe heard someone belittling his granddaughter, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "So, you are very confident in your daughter's ability? Isn't that right?" Fang Zhangkai still looked arrogant. "My daughter and her beast master are both S rank. Why would they lose?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang just smiled and said nothing. He shook his head secretly in his heart. It seemed that Zhang Kai still spoke without thinking as usual. Don't you ever check someone's identity before talking about them? Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue are the peerless geniuses who have passed the 9-level Beastmaster assessment the fastest. He even broke through to the 2nd level within a week. How could Feng Zhengkai imagine such talent and strength? And how could a spiritual beast that is qualified to sign a contract with Chen Yi be an ordinary one? But when Luo Qinghe heard this, he immediately got angry. Let's wait and see. When you see the results, you'll know just how powerful my granddaughter and her Beastmaster are. Tisk, just wait and see, my daughter is invincible. It feels like there are so few monsters deployed? Why can't I see any areas where monsters gather? Luo Shirin, who was hovering high in the sky, was full of dissatisfaction and kept muttering. Having finally gained powerful strength, she was naturally not satisfied with killing lone monsters. Instead, he wanted to kill large groups of monsters. In order to show her strength to her grandfather, she even slowed down her pace so that the aerial drone could keep up with her. However, the reality disappointed her. All I encountered along the way were scattered monsters, which really didn't arouse my interest. Ha! So you want to pick a fight with the monsters? Chen Yi said speechlessly, I thought you hadn't noticed the monster for a long time. No. Luo Shirin quickly retorted, since this is my first appearance, I think I must annihilate a large number of monsters to demonstrate my strength. Lin Mengxue nodded in agreement, Sister Shirin, I understand how you feel. Chen Yi smiled and said helplessly, Shirin, couldn't you have told me earlier? Look, there's a beetle-like monster on the hill over there. Do you see it? Warcraft, Grey Wing Beetle. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level 2, Stage 3. Attributes, Earth, Wind. Skills, Insect Chirping, Bite. Introduction, very timid, will immediately spread its wings and flee when in danger. In extremely cold weather, it will chirp to call its companions to gather together for warmth. Luo Shirin naturally saw the beetle as well and asked with a puzzled look on her face, is that a gray-winged beetle? Is there something wrong? Lin Mengxue interrupted, the gray-winged beetle has a habit. Sister Shirin hasn't forgotten it, right? Habits? Luo Shirin pondered for a moment, does it mean that when winter comes, we will huddle together for warmth? But isn't it still summer now? Halfway through her speech, Luo Shirin suddenly realized something and shut her mouth. She suddenly felt like she was a little bit stupid. There's no rule that severe cold weather must occur in winter, right? Isn't Lin Mengxue a spirit beast that is good at ice attribute attacks? I didn't expect that after gaining power, my brain would also become stupid. Chapter 33 Actively Attracting Monsters. Luo Shirin hurriedly shouted, Xiaoshuer, please. Leave it to me. As soon as Lin Mengxue finished speaking, she quickly switched to armed form, with dragon wings and dragon tail fully manifested behind her. During these 2 days, Lin Mengxue has been secretly practicing the armed form. After all, the power has been manifested. According to common sense, the armed form should be mastered to a certain extent. However, the result is that it can be used, but its strength is still not as good as the spirit beast form. However, in this situation, using the armed form is undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Mengxue stretched out her right hand, made a V shape in front of her red lips, and blew gently. The breath of ice instantly burst out, freezing the surrounding air at a distance of 100 meters, forming a biting cold current that swept towards the gray-winged beetle on the hillside. Under the impact of the cold wave, the beetle had no power to fight back and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the integrating ball buried in its body was shattered into several pieces by this powerful force. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Luo Shirin couldn't help but ask, Xiaoshuer, let me ask you, the severe cold shouldn't freeze the beetles into ice sculptures, right? Lin Mengxue twitched her lips, disarmed herself, and explained, I didn't expect it to be so weak. Just a light blow and it's gone. Oh, you. Be careful, really. I'm sorry, but I remember seeing quite a few of these on the way here. They shouldn't be rare. Look, there's one in the bushes over there. Don't make a mistake again this time. Otherwise, I won't be bringing you along tonight when Brother Chen Yi and I are training. Chen Yi's face suddenly turned dark when he heard this. Are you coming again? With the posture he showed last night, his waist must have been broken. However, he only thought about these words in his mind and would never say them out loud. After all, sometimes being in pain and happy at the same time is also a different kind of enjoyment. Lin Mengxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry, I will control the strength well. This time, Lin Mengxue still chose to use the same force as before to perform the ice breath. However, the target was not the gray-winged beetle, but the bushes around it. A bone-chilling cold current gushed out, sweeping through the surrounding bushes at an astonishing speed. Wherever the cold wave passed, everything was frozen, and the originally vibrant bushes were instantly covered with a thick layer of white frost. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, from over 30 degrees Celsius to minus 10 degrees Celsius, as if we had entered the cold winter season in an instant. The gray-winged beetle was shivering with cold and tried to fly away from this cold area. However, it was too late. Its wings had been frozen stiff, and its ability to fly was completely deprived at this moment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A burst of intense insect chirping suddenly rang out. A few seconds later, the same sound was heard from the surrounding forests and bushes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sounds rose and fell, intertwined with each other, and were deafening. Then, a horrifying scene appeared before my eyes. In the forest within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers, hundreds of gray-winged beetles continued to emerge. They flapped their wings, took off into the sky, blocking out the sun, and rushed towards the direction where Chen Yi and his group were. Seeing this scene, Luo Shirin was instantly excited. Here it comes. It's finally here. My monster tide. Grandpa, you have to watch carefully. This is me now. I have not brought shame to the Luo family. I am not a waste. I am. Qingluan. The aerial photography drones following behind Luo Shirin also captured this crazy scene. Everyone in the viewing room and the audience in Su Taodao's live broadcast room were stunned after seeing this scene. What are you trying to do? Could it be that they are deliberately taking advantage of the gray-winged beetle's habits to attract a large number of them to huddle together for warmth? Crazy. He must be crazy. There are hundreds of these gray-winged beetles, and the monsters they captured this time are all at least level 2, level 1. They are courting death. Knock off. How simple. I feel like 2 more won't be a problem. Fighting a monster shouldn't be a big deal, right? In the forest, the Ace Beast Master team of Yicheng Beast Taming Academy had just wiped out 5 attacking second-level monsters. To describe it in one word, the corners of clothes are slightly dirty. An S-Class Beastmaster, plus a combination of S-Class Spirit Beasts and A-Class Spirit Beasts, and the levels of all of them have reached the 2nd stage and 10th level. If you can't easily win against these newbie Warcraft, you will be laughed at. As flowers in a greenhouse, the monster meat and monster cores they need to upgrade on a daily basis are obtained through various channels, and they don't need to go out of the city to hunt. Training combat abilities can only be done in the training room of the Beastmaster Association. This is also the growth path of most children from wealthy families in this world. They enjoy a zero-risk growth environment, and even after they become successful, they rarely participate in various wars with monsters. Taking part in the final exam this time was also strongly requested by the parents of all 3 parties. After all, it's a rare opportunity to conduct actual combat under low-risk conditions, and we must seize it. I thought it was so difficult to hunt monsters in the wild. That's the result? Let's go, there seem to be only these 5 monsters nearby, let's find some more. Lan Yuqing brushed the dust off the corner of his clothes and was about to suggest looking for other magical beasts when he suddenly heard a shrill sound of insects. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen gray-winged beetles flew out of the forest and flew in the same direction in a mighty force. What's wrong? What happened? That's a gray-winged beetle, a 2-star difficulty monster. But the illustration says that if even one of them is struck by the cold, they'll gather together in large numbers to keep warm. Apparently, this is because someone foolishly attacked the gray-winged beetle with an ice attribute skill but didn't kill it outright. Fuck, what an idiot, actually playing like this. What should I do now? What else can I do? Run away. Lan Yuqing shouted hurriedly, if there are only a dozen or so, we can definitely handle it. But if we kill them, it will attract all the gray-winged beetles from other areas, and then we won't be able to escape. Brother Lan, Sister Fong, hurry up and get on. I feel like we've become a target. Wang Yingying had transformed into a unicorn at this time, and signaled the ace duo to ride on it and leave here as soon as possible. Tisk, if I find out which idiot did this stupid thing, I'll be doing him justice if I don't slap him a few times. Lan Yuqing cursed, then he and Fang Xiuye rode on the unicorn and ran in the opposite direction, afraid of attracting this huge swarm of insects. Chapter 34, a mere insect swarm, no problem at all. Old man, is your granddaughter crazy? If your granddaughter wants to die, don't drag my daughter down with her. If anything happens to her, I'll have nothing to do with you. After seeing the footage taken by the aerial drone, Fang Zhengkai's face turned ashen in an instant, and he rushed towards Luo Qinghe, cursing. Fortunately, Lan Yuqing and his three companions were far away from the place where the insect sounds were coming from, and were not affected by the insect swarm. Otherwise, the result may not be certain. However, Luo Qinghe remained unusually calm, with even a barely perceptible sneer on his face. Didn't you just say your daughter is incredibly strong? She was frightened away by a mere insect swarm, even one without the gray-winged king. How come I can't see how she's so strong? You guy, forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Fang Zhengkai was speechless for a moment. If your granddaughter doesn't run away later, I'll take your surname. Luo Qinghe continued to sneer a few times and retorted, my last name? I think that's flattering you. You old man, were you a troll when you were young? I'm just telling the truth. Watching the scene of Luo Qinghe and Fang Zhengkai arguing, and the faint smile on Luo Qinghe's face, the leaders of Jiangcheng College also smiled bitterly. They really couldn't understand why Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals, would show such a naughty side. No wonder he said before that he wanted to hide his identity. After all this time, you just want to argue with others? Even feel like you're enjoying it? After all, if he revealed his identity, everyone here would be respectful to him and would be eager to lick his ass, and the scene before him would definitely not happen. Luo Qinghe would probably feel annoyed if he kept listening to other people's flattery, right? Fang Zhengkai sat in his seat, his arms crossed over his chest, and said with a look of dissatisfaction, I'm too lazy to argue with you, you old man. I want to see how your proud granddaughter will deal with this insect swarm. Luo Qinghe took out his phone and turned on the screen recording mode. Just watch carefully and see what a truly strong person is. After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense. He stared closely at Luo Shirin's figure in the aerial footage, afraid of missing any details. Of course, although he sounded so confident, he was actually a little nervous inside. A swarm of hundreds of insects, especially gray-winged beetles with a strong sense of teamwork, doesn't seem to be that easy to deal with. Sister Shirin, do you need my help? Lin Mengxue asked. However, Luo Shirin responded without hesitation, no need, just watch me perform. Before she finished speaking, she flew high into the sky, facing a vast swarm of insects coming from all directions, like a rapidly shrinking net. Luo Shirin decisively gathered his spiritual power on his wings, forming streams of green silk. As the swarm of insects gradually approached, the green silk flow became thicker and thicker, like a green mist, covering Luo Shirin's wings. When the insect swarm was still 200 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, the green silk flow had already enveloped the wings, forming a green shadow like an afterimage. The insect swarm was getting closer and closer. When it was only 100 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, the green silk stream seemed to be given life and grew rapidly. Its length had reached twice its wingspan, ready to strike. When the insect swarm was 50 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, everyone in the viewing hall and the live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats. Some timid people even closed their eyes, unable to imagine what would happen next. Aren't you going to run away? Are these guys really crazy? Lin Mengxue doesn't seem to be planning to join the fight. What exactly do they want to do? Do you want to rely on the blue bird to fight alone? I can't bear to watch it anymore. It's too scary. Just as the audience was discussing, the swarm of insects had come to a position less than 20 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, almost within reach. And at this critical moment, Luo Shi chanted. She turned her body suddenly and flapped her wings violently. The green silk flow instantly condensed into 2 huge blade-like wind blades, which spread out rapidly in front and behind. The wind was howling fiercely, and many trees were broken with a crunching sound under the strong wind, and then were directly uprooted. Large amounts of sand and dust were rolled up, like a yellow whirlwind, covering the sky and the sun. Wherever the wind blade went, the gray-winged beetles flying in the air were cut in half, and green juice splashed everywhere. The monster crystal cores and points balls in the body fell one after another in a green blood mist. With just one move, more than 2/3 of the gray-winged beetles were wiped out. The only damage it suffered was that its green feathers were a little dirty with dust. What the hell? What the hell? Am I dazzled? What just happened? A single move could kill 70 or 80 gray-winged beetles? Is this fake? I'm sure I'm not watching some Beastmaster Warriors movie. Could it be that a spirit beast of level 3 or above has sneaked in? Whether it was the people in the viewing hall or the audience in Sutao's live broadcast room, they were all stunned the moment they saw this scene. With such a terrifying attack range and lethality, I'm afraid many 3rd and 4th level spirit beasts can't do it? And Luo Shirin actually used such a move at the beginning. Is it really so against the will of heaven? When Fang Zhenkai saw the scene, he spat out all the tea he had just drunk. He looked at Luo Qinghe beside him with a confused look on his face and asked stutteringly, "Old man, can I ask what level your granddaughter's bloodline is?" Of course, Luo Qinghe would definitely not respond, because even he himself was still in extreme confusion. Last night, after Luo Shirin's bloodline awakened, she told him that she could feel that she had omnipotent power and the power in her body was almost about to explode. I originally thought that Luo Shirin made a misjudgment because after her bloodline awakened, she was not clear about the difference in power between herself and those with truly powerful bloodlines. But now it seems that it was indeed a misjudgment, but it was a misjudgment of the low level. At least in his opinion, with such strength, a spirit beast with S-level bloodline is not even worthy of carrying Luo Shirin's shoes. One move can determine the fate of the world, one thought can move mountains and seas. This is the power that only spirit beasts with SSS-level bloodline possess. This is too outrageous. This is too damn outrageous. But soon, Luo Qinghe came back to his senses, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He glanced at Fang Zhenkai and smiled triumphantly. "Humph, didn't I tell you? My granddaughter is the best in the world. It's just a swarm of insects, no problem at all." Chapter 35, I need to learn some flying techniques. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenkai also showed an attitude of not giving up at all. He straightened up and continued without showing any weakness, "Humph. I admit, your granddaughter does have some skills. But she just used her ultimate move like that. There are still dozens of gray-winged beetles left. What should we do? If you want to let other spirit beasts wipe out the remaining insect swarms, that's just the way it is. A spirit beast that can no longer fight after using its ultimate move is a complete burden on the battlefield." What Fang Zhenkai said was indeed true. In actual combat, every attack needs to be carefully considered. If you are unable to kill the enemy with one strike, and rashly use a very costly ultimate move, it is very likely that the originally advantageous situation will be instantly turned into a disadvantage. It is even possible that due to excessive consumption, one completely loses the ability to move. This will cause other friendly spirit beasts or beast masters to be distracted to carry out rescue operations, thereby further reducing the overall combat effectiveness. Therefore, in actual combat, the most powerful move is not the kind of killer move that causes large-scale damage. Rather, it is the kind of move that has low consumption, can kill the enemy steadily, and ensure one's own condition. Luo Shirin's fighting method is simply to force himself into a desperate situation. However, is there a possibility? These wind blade attacks are the smallest moves for Luo Shirin? However, just as Fang Zhenkai finished speaking, Luo Shirin suddenly soared up and condensed into a green silk flow again. However, this time the shadow formed by the green silk flow seemed to be only 1/3 the size of the wings. "Call out." She flapped her wings lightly, and a strong gust of wind blew out, blowing away the dust that blocked her vision. As she flapped her wings, the wind blade slashed out, splitting the two gray-winged beetles in front into two. The two gray-winged beetles didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were cut in half by the wind blade. Many gray-winged beetles, seeing their companions die one after another in front of them, instantly began to retreat and began to flee in all directions. However, how could Luo Shirin give them the chance to leave? This time, she compressed the size of the wind blade again, turning it into a green thread that was only half a meter long. Compared to before, the length and size of the green silk flow have shrunk by half. But in return, what is gained is the ultimate attack efficiency and the lowest energy consumption. Almost every 2 seconds, a wind blade would whiz out, splitting the two gray-winged beetles in half. In less than a minute, all the gray-winged beetles that were fleeing in panic were chopped down like harvested wheat. The chirping of insects in the entire forest also stopped abruptly at this moment. There were only corpses left on the ground. Seeing this scene, all the audience were stunned. Especially Fang Zhenkai, his eyes were wide open and his eyeballs almost popped out. After all this time, wind blade is just a minor skill? How can it be so strong? Lin Yang couldn't help but feel very surprised. As the head of the Linjiang Beastmaster Association, he once taught at the Yanjing Beastmaster University for a period of time and witnessed countless S-level bloodline spirit beasts, the number of which was even greater than the number of students at the Linjiang Beastmaster Academy. However, without exception, these S-level bloodline spirit beasts do not have such incredible strength. Could it be SS or SSS-level bloodline? Luo Qinghe laughed triumphantly. "Ah! Boy, what you just said does make some sense. But now my granddaughter has shown you with her actions what to do after using that powerful move. What else do you have to say? Let alone a swarm of gray-winged beetles. Even if the gray-winged beetle king came, it would be nothing but a piece of cake in the eyes of my granddaughter. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the viewing hall cast envious glances at Luo Qinghe. My granddaughter has such strength, her future must be bright. I have to say that Luo Qinghe was really proud of himself this time. Luo Shirin is not only not a waste, but also has the blood of a spiritual beast that can be worth 100 of its weight. Maybe, after a while, I can let her go back to her family. But there's no rush now. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Luo Shirin landed steadily in the forest and turned into a human form. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue, who were originally on her back, now looked embarrassed. As soon as he reached the ground, he almost fell down. Schwer, I think I'd better ride you from now on. I feel the same way. I will never ride Sister Shirin again. At the beginning, Luo Shirin transformed into a blue phoenix, and the furry touch on her back made people feel very comfortable. It was fine before the battle, and the flight was very stable. However, once they entered combat mode, the two immediately realized what fighter pilots usually go through. I feel like my brain is being mixed up. I'm sorry, I didn't take your feelings into consideration. Luo Shirin quickly turned a blind eye. But it is undeniable that this battle was indeed extremely exciting. It's like being in the game world of Beast Tamer, mowing the grass like crazy to your heart's content. The exhilarating feeling is truly intoxicating. However, after killing monsters in the game, the materials and points that explode will fall directly into the backpack. But in reality, it takes a lot of time and energy to pick them up. Let's go pick up the points balls. After this wave, we should be able to directly climb to first place, right? After Chinny recovered his breath, he immediately suggested, otherwise, it would be bad if someone comes over and steals our spoils. Good. Soon, the three of them scattered and collected monster cores and point balls. From the time the ice attribute attack triggered the gray-winged beetles chirping to the time the last gray-winged beetle was cut in two, the entire process took about 2.5 minutes. However, it took Chinny and his team a full half hour to collect all the gray-winged beetle trophies. It's a rare occasion when collecting loot can be more time-consuming and labor-intensive than fighting itself. Brother Chinny, what do you say? Continue? Chinny looked at the time and it was not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this rate, we can wipe out another 6 waves of insect swarms. Keep going. It's pretty good to get the first place 3rd level Beast King Crystal Core. Good. Luo Shirin nodded, and immediately transformed into a blue phoenix again. However, this time, Chen did not jump onto Qinghuan's back like before, but jumped onto Lin Mengxue, who had turned into a frost dragon. Seeing this scene, Luo Shirin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems that I need to learn some flying techniques. Chapter 36 transformed into a monster. At the same time, deep in the mountains, in a secluded cave. Shouxing, Ningyan, did I do something wrong? What's in that syringe? Shouxing, don't mess around. Ningyan, please, let me go. At this time, Lu Ruyan was being held by Ningyan, and her movements were restricted. Qin Shouxing took out a syringe filled with green solvent and approached Lu Ruyan step by step. Anyone who sees such a scene would be horrified, right? What's more, Lu Ruyan is the real protagonist. However, Qin Shouxing had already made up his mind and would not stop no matter what. Now all the preparations are ready, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Ruyan, don't you always feel that you are not worthy of me? This syringe contains a strengthening potion. Once injected, you'll gain power comparable to that of an S-rank bloodline. If you had cooperated, we wouldn't have to do this. Looking at the green liquid flowing out from the tip of the needle, Lu Ruyan became more and more devastated. This thing might really give her power, but she didn't even dare to think about the consequences. If there really is a magic drug that can give you strength after injection and has no side effects, how could she get to use it? However, with her rank of level 1, stage 4, and the physical fitness of E-level bloodline, how could she possibly be a match for Ningyan, who has a level bloodline and is at level 2, stage 10? She couldn't resist at all, and she was powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the needle filled with green liquid approached his body. No, don't. Brother Shouxing, don't. Don't worry, just think of it as a good sleep. When you wake up, you will gain unparalleled power. Brother Chen Yi, save me. At the moment of despair, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember the man who once obeyed her in everything. However, in this secluded cave, her cries seemed so powerless. As the green liquid was injected into Lu Ruyan's body, In an instant, her heart trembled violently, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out instantly. The Beastmaster Academy's uniform also exploded at this moment. All over his body, strange green lines appeared and emitted a heart-pounding green light. Aha! Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the cave. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to flow into the green lines and quickly spread throughout the body. Ning Yan also let go of Lu Ruyan at this time, kneeling on the ground and roaring continuously. Her face was distorted in extreme pain, her eyes were wide open, and tears and sweat mixed together and slid down her cheeks. Is this all right? Why does it feel a little different from what's shown in the video? Ning Yan is one of Wang Yu's products, and his contractual relationship with Qin Shaoxing is only a temporary one. The reason why she appeared here was, first, to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, and second, to ensure that Lu Ruyan could be suppressed 100% to prevent her from escaping and making Qin Shaoxing and Wang Yu's plan public. As long as the plan succeeded, Wang Yu promised to set her free, so she also knew the full picture of their plan. But now it seems that the situation is somewhat beyond her expectations. Qin Shaoxing also nodded and agreed, shouldn't he? Although this is my friend's connection, I completely trust him. He shouldn't have sold me fake goods. Ning Yan felt the change in the aura around Lu Ruyan and frowned slightly. Something's wrong. From this aura, she seems to be demonizing. Demonized? My contract with her is still there, right? How could she become a demon? Ning Yan calmly analyzed, before Wang Yu captured me, I was in charge of injecting euthanasia drugs at the hospital. Those women who were about to turn into demons were all emitting this aura. Hearing this, Qin Shaoxing took a breath of cold air. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Lu Ruyan is about to turn into a monster? Roar! The original shrill scream suddenly turned into a roar at this moment. Lu Ruyan involuntarily transformed into the form of a spirit beast. No, the creature in front of me is not a spirit beast, but a demon beast. It has the outline of a giant black tiger, but its body is hairless and covered with a black chitinous shell that looks like the segments of a sandworm. The sturdy limbs end with hooked claws that can dig through rocks and soil. The tiger-shaped head has a pair of compound eyes and a single nose covered with inward rotating ring-shaped sharp teeth that open and close silently in the darkness. Roar! The pair of compound eyes emitting scarlet blood instantly locked onto the two people in front of them. The murderous intent emanating from its body was almost suffocating. Although it can't speak now. But it was obvious from its eyes that it still retained the memory of its human form, and its heart was filled with hatred, vowing to tear the two people who had turned it into this state into pieces. Ruyan, you! Roar! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Ruyan, who had transformed into a monster. Then he squirmed his body and quickly approached Qin Shaoxing. It opened its ring-shaped sharp teeth, as if wanting to tear it apart completely. Damn it! Qin Shaoxing cursed in his heart and summoned a silver spear from the void. He used all his strength to stick the tip of the gun into Lu Ruyan's mouth. Seeing this, Ning Yan, who was standing by, immediately transformed into a spirit beast of flame lion. He quickly circled around Lu Ruyan's side and bit her shell with his flaming teeth. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Ning Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had never expected that his attack would be completely ineffective. Ning Yan! What are you doing? Get this thing off my hands. I can't hold on any longer. I'm just trying to figure it out. Ning Yan gritted his teeth, condensed the flames in his body into his claws, and launched an attack again. However, apart from leaving some burn marks on Lu Ruyan's shell, it had no other effect. Ruyan, calm down, Qin Shaoxing hadn't finished speaking yet. There was a crisp crack sound, and the silver spear broke into two pieces under the suppression of Lu Ruyan's power. Qin Shaoxing, who had no weapons to support him, was naturally bitten off and swallowed by Lu Ruyan. The scarlet blood mist filled the air in an instant, and there was not even time for a scream to be uttered. If I were to use one word to describe the scene before my eyes, it would be crunchy. After swallowing Qin Shaoxing, Lu Ruyan slowly turned around and stared at Ning Yan with its blood-stained mouthparts. Those compound eyes were like looking at their prey, full of murderous intent. Damn it, why is this happening? Damn it! Ning Yan looked at the scene in front of him with horror, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of burning flames. Then he turned around and ran without hesitation, and disappeared into the depths of the cave in the blink of an eye. However, how could Lu Ruyan let her enemy go easily? Roar! It let out a roar and chased after Ning Yan. Boom! As Lu Ruyan continued to pursue, a violent roar was heard in the cave. However, the roar only lasted for about 10 seconds before it stopped abruptly. Silence returned to the cave again, and there was no sound anymore. Chapter 37. Are you sure you are not targeting me? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Watching Chenyi do the same thing again, attracting a large wave of insects, and then solving the problem in a few moves. All the spectators were dumbfounded again. Damn, others may have to walk on thin ice and be very cautious when facing a few second-level monsters. But you, on the other hand, seem to be purchasing goods here, constantly attracting swarms of insects, and collecting point balls and monster cores after killing them. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Wait, have you noticed that this Chenyi seems to even have a space ring? We discovered it a long time ago. Otherwise, where would we put all those point spheres and monster cores after we just wiped out an entire swarm of insects? It seems that Chenyi's identity is not simple. To be able to obtain a space ring, his background is definitely not ordinary. At this time, Wang Yu, who had finished his business, finally arrived at the college. But in the end, after hearing the report from his subordinates, he was suddenly struck by lightning and became confused. What did you say? Chenyi even contracted Luo Qinghe's granddaughter? And he wiped out the insect swarm in an instant? Yeah. Luo Qinghe is in the viewing room right now. It's really scary. Damn it. Wang Yu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and cursed in his heart. Originally, he asked Ningyan to partner with Qin Shoxing in order to increase Qin Shoxing's chances of winning. After all, Lin Mengxue was able to defeat a 4th-level forest giant before. It would be difficult for the strengthened Lu Ruyan to defeat her. So just in case, Wang Yu deliberately added a safety measure. While Lu Ruyan was holding Lin Mengxue back, Ningyan would assassinate Chenyi. But who could have thought that this bastard Chenyi actually contracted another spirit beast? Moreover, it is a spiritual beast that can defeat the insect swarm on its own. In this case, it would probably be difficult to attack Chenyi again. Of course, Ningyan also has one most important task, which is to kill Qin Shoxing after the task is accomplished. Otherwise, if the matter is traced back later, it will be easy to trace it back to you. All unstable factors must be eliminated at all costs. But now it seems that the gap in strength is too big. If Qin Shoxing acted rashly and alerted the enemy, or even was seen by Luo Qinghe, he would surely die. Go notify Ningyan right now and have her take care of Qin Shoxing and Lu Ruyan together. Act quickly. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Watching his men leaving, Wang Yu felt more and more uneasy. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this hot potato. I didn't catch the chicken, and I even lost the rice. Who is this Chenyi? Even Luo Qinghe is willing to marry her granddaughter to him? At this time, his contracted spirit beast, Zhu Qingze, came over and whispered, let's leave Jiangcheng. Even if Qin Shoxing and the others are all dead, as long as the Luo family is determined, it's only a matter of time before they target us. Now that it's confirmed that Chenyi is related to the Luo family, don't get involved in this matter in the future. Wang Yu nodded, of course I know that. I'll go back and make arrangements now. Transfer all the goods in Jiangcheng to Seoul. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. Can Chenyi be withdrawn from the assessment? Yeah. What if he gets first place? We'll pay for the reward. If he keeps doing this, someone will die because of them sooner or later. In the viewing hall, a group of parents also petitioned the principal of Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. The principal looked at the parents in front of him helplessly and smiled bitterly in his heart. There is no other reason. Chenyi did not follow the usual path. He just caught the gray-winged beetles and pulled them out, causing a wave of insects every time. Sometimes, because of the insect swarm, some monsters are frightened and rush madly towards the outer area, causing a small-scale monster tide. So far, 10 pairs of Beastmasters have used the teleportation crystals to leave the assessment. Among them, 8 pairs of Beastmaster combinations were persuaded to retreat because of the insect swarm and monster swarm caused by Chenyi. This is only the first day. In 2 days, who knows if Chenyi will do anything else weird. Hearing this, the principal also smiled bitterly several times. This is very difficult. What's so difficult about it? If it's difficult, then don't let Chenyi play like that again. Hearing this, the principal glanced at Luo Qinghe. Luo Qinghe nodded silently, knowing in his heart that Chenyi's behavior might cause some unnecessary trouble. Now we have successfully recorded the wonderful scene of Luo Shirin showing off her skills, which is completely enough. Okay, I'll send out the notice later. Hurry up, stop letting Chen-Yi mess around. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen-Yi and his team also successfully returned to the rest area before the deadline. The only pity is that I didn't encounter the so-called third-level boss challenge monster. They must have been wiped out by Beastmasters somewhere else, right? Along the way, they saw many Beastmasters and spirit beasts, but most of them were covered with scars and bruises, and it seemed that they had encountered many difficulties during the conquest. Damn, how unlucky I am. I actually encountered a small-scale monster wave here, ugh. Did you encounter this too? I also encountered it on the Lust slope to the east. What bad luck! Is it really that tragic? But since the school didn't intervene, it's likely a deliberate attempt to simulate a normal monster wave, right? It's truly terrifying. Yeah. Fortunately, there aren't many of them. I have several teams of Beastmasters with me, otherwise I would have to use the teleportation crystal to escape from here. Listening to the students' discussions on the road, Chen-Yi and his 3 companions were stunned for a while. There is actually a tide of monsters in the assessment area? But why didn't they meet? After using Ice Breath to destroy a nest and wipe out the gray-winged beetles, you have to fly several kilometers to continue destroying nests. It's really troublesome. If there is a tide of monsters, you can completely skip the step of making nests. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi was ready to go forward and ask where the monster tide occurred. However, at this moment, the broadcast in the rest area suddenly sounded. Everyone, please pay attention. Everyone, please pay attention. A new rule will be temporarily added to the next 2 days of assessment. No one is allowed to gather monsters by any means. Violators will be disqualified from the assessment and will be disqualified from the assessment rewards. As compensation, each of the top 100 Beastmaster teams will receive an additional 10 second-tier monster cores. I hope everyone will support us. Hearing this, Chen-Yi almost vomited blood. If you are not allowed to gather monsters, how can you play Jill? Are we going to kill them one by one? Are you sure this isn't targeting me? Chapter 38 Dual Letter. Hear this broadcast. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin looked at each other, as if they had thought of something. Could it be that the monster wave that the students were talking about was caused by them? If this is true, it is understandable that the school introduced this rule to ensure the safety of students. Thinking of this, the 2 girls immediately stepped forward and tightly held Chen-Yi's arms. Let's talk about the monster tide tomorrow. It's so late now, let's go back and put the points ball in and see how many points we have. It just so happens that Sister Shirin and I also need to prepare your dinner. Yeah, I'm really hungry. Soon, Chen-Yi and his 3 companions returned to the room. Take out the integrating balls in the space ring one by one and put them into the integrator for counting. In an instant, everyone's ranking on the top 10 list in the rest area dropped 1 place. The 10th place even disappeared on the spot. Points ranking. First place, Chen-Yi, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin points, 12,800. Second place, Lan Yucheng, Fang Xiaoya, Wang Yingying. Points, 2440. Third place, Lin Mo, Fu Xueme, Su Ting. Points, 2,200. 10th place, Yang Tao, Zhang Lanlan, Zhumeng points, 1140 points. This sudden change in ranking shocked all the students in the rest area. Especially the students from the other 2 schools, they naturally had heard rumors about Chen-Yi. But this score seems to be even more outrageous than the rumored Chen-Yi, right? It's more than 5 times the second place? Killing monsters from level 2, stage 1 to level 2, stage 3 will earn you 10 points. Killing monsters from level 2, stage 4 to level 2, stage 7 will earn you 15 points. Killing monsters from level 2, stage 8 to level 2, stage 10 will earn you 20 points. Even if Chen-Yi is given 20 points for each one, he still needs to kill at least 640 of them. Even if the monsters were lined up for Chen-Yi to kill, killing 640 of them would probably make him so tired that he would vomit blood, right? How did you get so many points? Could it be that he got such a high score by killing a level 3 challenge boss? It's possible. I just asked a lot of people, and no one has seen what the boss of this challenge looks like. That's ridiculous. How can this thing score so high? If I had known earlier, I would have gone and looked for the challenge boss. My wives and I once defeated a level 3, stage 5, for star difficulty monster in the training room. I feel like if I really encounter a challenge boss, I can beat it. It seems that tomorrow's primary goal is to find a boss to challenge. This score is too high, isn't it? Lin Mo stared at the scores on the leaderboard and sighed helplessly. He recalled the scene this afternoon. The gray-winged beetle always flew to one side. Combined with this phenomenon, he had a rough answer in his mind and understood how these high scores were obtained. Husband, we lost this time. Fu Shueme came over with a faint smile on her face and joked softly. Lin Mengxue spread his hands and said truthfully, this is normal. We are only S-level, and Chen Yi might have SSS-level talent. There is no comparison. Anyway, it's just an experience, we just need to follow our own pace. That's true. And on the other side. As one of the victims of the insectide incident, Lan Yuqing naturally knew all about Chen Yi's methods of cheating points. I was instantly furious. But he didn't dare to go to Chen Yi to complain. After all, Chen Yi could even defeat the insect swarm, so isn't torturing him the same as torturing his son? At this time, Fang Xiaoye on the side expressed a different opinion. Brother Lang, let's go challenge him at the duel time after 8 o'clock. Challenge him? Are you sure? Just bet a few points for fun, just to see how strong he is. Someone who's good at group attacks isn't necessarily good at single combat, right? Besides, we're just here to gain experience, so losing a few points isn't a big deal. But if we can win. As Fang Xiaoye spoke, he stretched out his right thumb and index finger and rubbed them together, a sly smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Lan Yuqing instantly understood Fang Xiaoye's intention. It is not shameful to lose to Chen Yi, but if they can defeat Chen Yi, who is now at the peak of his career, their pocket money will naturally increase. For these rich second generations, if they don't produce any actual results, their pocket money will definitely be deducted until there is little left. This is also one of their worries. Okay. I'll listen to you. Let's give it a try. If I can really beat him, I will definitely give Chen Yi 2 hard slaps. After dinner, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin only ate some desserts to fill their stomachs. After all, they still needed to eat monster cores to increase their levels later. If you eat too much, you won't be able to practice later. Because it was time for the duel, it was extremely lively outside. Hey, first place, you're so willing to come out. Wang Kaili looked at Chen Yi and his 3 companions with a wicked smile. I thought you would come out exhausted again. Chen Yi was also stunned. Instructor Kelly? Why are you squatting at my door if you're not going to preside over the duel? Wang Kaili smiled and said, of course I will host the duel. Here, this is your duel letter, do you want to accept it? Chen Yi and his companions looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. He has already won first place in such a crushing manner, and yet someone still wants to challenge him to a duel? Chen Yi took the duel letter and asked, who initiated this duel? Wang Kaili pointed with her chin at Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye who were warming up not far away. Look, those two, second place in the standings. Following Wang Kaili's gaze, Chen Yi's eyes instantly locked onto a woman with colorful wings on her back, 2 colorful daggers in her hands, and who looked like a butterfly fairy. And on her body, a system interface emerged. Name, Fang Xiaoye Armed Form. Contract Master, Lan Yuqing. Bloodline, S-level Papilio Butterfly. Hidden Bloodline, SS-level Colorful Swallowtail Butterfly. Level, Level 2, Stage 10. Constitution, 50. Spiritual Power, 77. Attributes, Wind, Poison, Dark. Skills, Wind/Venom Fong. Favorability, plus 25 points. Affinity, 196 can learn new skills. Evaluation, a very versatile spirit beast. If it can learn the shadow skill, its strength will be greatly improved. Ding! The target has already established a contract with another beast master. Activation of the favorability mission failed. Host, please do not be a thief. When he heard the system prompt, Chen Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Who the hell wants to be a thief? Chapter 39, a good training subject. Wow, that affinity is pretty high. It looks like her beast master has been training her a lot. But why does this girl also have a good impression of me? Although I have a hidden SS-level bloodline, I don't have that kind of hobby. Besides, there are no system tasks. Chen Yi glanced at the system interface of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, and sighed slightly in his heart. Lin Mengxue's affinity is only 28 points, and Luo Shirin's is a pitiful 6 points. Compared with most spirit beast girls, it is indeed too low, not even enough to meet the prerequisites for learning new skills. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, the contracts with both of them are not long. Looks like I have to work a little harder tonight and try to get them both to learn new skills as soon as possible. Chen Yi responded, Instructor Kelly, I accept this duel. Hey, I knew you would answer it, come with me. Wang Kaili brought Chen Yi and his party to the central area of the rest area. The already lively scene became even more exciting at this moment. The first in the standings is going to duel with the second in the standings. This is going to be extremely interesting. Li Yi, Wang Feng, what are you two doing? Mengxue might be dueling, aren't you going to come and watch? Strange, why hasn't this guy made any noise all day? Is something wrong? What could possibly happen to him? Isn't he just cultivating affinity in the room? I guess he's pretending to be alone now that the real show is about to begin? Forget it, let's not wait for him. The duel is about to begin. Outside Li Yi and Wang Feng's room, several students shook their heads helplessly. He had occupied such a good room and had said before that he wanted to witness Lin Mengxue's battle with his own eyes. But now he doesn't come, which is so speechless. Are you Chen Yi? Lan Yuqing looked displeased. You're so lucky in love. Both of your contracted spirit beasts are so beautiful. Chen Yi also rolled his eyes. You're not even sure if it's me, and you're challenging me to a duel? Lan Yuqing snorted coldly and continued, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you're here, it means you accept my challenge, right? 500 points, a 2-on-2 battle between a beast master and a spirit beast. Do you want to play? Whatever. Chen Yi turned around and looked at Lin Mengxue. Schwer, didn't you say before that you wanted to find an opportunity to practice your armed form? Now is a good opportunity. Lin Mengxue nodded slightly, sure. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. All right. The duel is established. Wang Kaili announced, the rest of the people who are idle will disperse immediately. The duel will begin in 15 seconds. As Wang Kaili finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Lin Mengxue also directly switched to the armed form, with the dragon wings, dragon tail, and dragon scales all revealed. The whole person's momentum increased by several percentage points, and even the temperature around him seemed to drop by several degrees. Seeing this scene, the other students went crazy instantly. Oh shit! It's Dragon Lady, Dragon Lady! These white silks and these legs, I can play with them for 10 years. Damn, I'm so envious. Lin Mengxue's armed form is so beautiful. Wow, my Lin University campus beauty, why did she sign a contract with someone from another school, woo woo woo. In the intervals when a group of students were going crazy, Lan Yuqing put his hands in a bow drawing posture, and his spiritual power gathered and quickly condensed into a longbow emitting a blue light. 6 azure spiritual arrows hovered beside him like floating cannons. I have to say, this scene is really cool. A combat-type beast master? No wonder he requested a 2-on-2 duel. But it's not a big problem. It just happens that I can test my current strength. Schwer, remember to show some mercy. Before she finished speaking, Wang Kaili directly announced the start of the duel. The moment she heard these words, Lin Mengxue rushed towards Feng Xiaoye like an arrow. There was only a blurry afterimage left in the original place. Fuck, so fast? Lan Yuqing was startled and quickly took out a spiritual arrow, preparing to launch a covering attack. However, his move was a complete miscalculation. Lin Mengxue's attack on Feng Xiaoye was just a feint. Her real target is Lan Yuqing. Lin Mengxue opened her dragon claws and swung them towards Feng Xiaoye's neck, as if wanting to kill him with one blow. Faced with such a fierce attack, Feng Xiaoye naturally did not dare to be negligent at all and quickly raised his dagger to block it. But at this moment, Lin Mengxue suddenly retracted her dragon claws, flashed, and directly bypassed Feng Xiaoye and rushed towards Lan Yuqing. In this kind of one-on-many battle, the wisest strategy is to prioritize defeating weaker enemies and thus reduce the opponent's numerical advantage. Damn it, beautiful lady, you have no moral principles. Lan Yuqing had just drawn his longbow and before he could shoot the arrow, Lin Mengxue had already rushed in front of him. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mengxue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile, like a goddess in a dream. However, her attack was merciless and landed squarely on Lan Yuqing. With just one palm strike, Lan Yuqing was knocked away. His body rolled several times in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It looked like he had fainted. Brother Lan. Damn it, you are too unkind, aren't you? You want to fight 2 against 1? Aren't you the ones who are being unfair? Now, once there's no one else to interrupt, it's time for us to fight. Damn it, what a thief. Feng Xiaoye gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Mengxue's every move. When Chen Yi heard what Lin Mengxue said, he rolled his eyes on the spot. Damn, he is also a human being. He can fight too. Why was he excluded for no apparent reason? Just as Chun-Yi was secretly complaining in his heart, the two women had already started fighting. Lin Mengxue's bloodline level is stronger, but Fang Xiaoye's class is higher. Moreover, she is obviously more skilled in manipulating the armed form and has obviously more experience in single combat. So after several rounds, both sides refused to give in and neither could do anything to the other. However, at the next moment of the fight, Fang Xiaoye suddenly took several steps back, and a colorful ripple suddenly condensed around the colorful dagger in his hand. Call out. After a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it turned into a colorful stream of light and suddenly stabbed towards Lin Mengxue's abdomen. This attack was so fast, like a sudden storm, catching people off guard. Everyone around was shocked when they saw this scene. Such a fierce attack, coupled with the fact that Fang Xiaoye was using weapons to attack, if he couldn't dodge it, he would probably be killed in one blow. However, faced with such a fierce attack, Lin Mengxue had no intention of dodging, but instead faced it head-on. Clang! Following a crisp sound. Everyone only saw Fang Xiaoye being knocked away with the dagger, and also fell to the ground. As the one who bore the attack, there wasn't even a trace of a scratch on the dragon scales on Lin Mengxue's wrist. Does this defense really have to be so strong? Chapter 40 New Skills. The duel is over. Chen-Yi, Lin Mengxue wins. Seeing this scene, Wang Kaili immediately announced the result of the duel. The students around him all showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. They naturally knew that Lin Mengxue was very strong, but they never imagined that her strength was so terrifying. Fang Xiaoye is a well-known duel champion in Yicheng Beast Taming Academy, known for his high attack and speed. However, in front of Lin Mengxue, she couldn't even withstand a few moves. The higher the points you get, the more your skills have a wide range, high damage, and you can fly, so it's easier for you to find monsters. But who would have thought that you are so strong in one-on-one combat? Even if they surpass several levels, they can still easily defeat the opponent. After seeing the attack that Fang Xiaoye just launched, many A-level Beastmaster teams believed that they would never be able to withstand such a fierce offensive. However, Lin Mengxue easily blocked Fang Xiaoye's attack and defeated the opponent with one blow. Is it really necessary to be so perfect? Amazing! Xiaoxiu Er. Luo Shirin walked forward with a smile on her face. At first I thought you would have to get hurt to win. Lin Mengxue curled her lips and said softly, I'm just lucky. After hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye, who were lying on the ground completely unconscious and foaming at the mouth. At this moment, there was only one thought in my mind: you were lying. No one expected that Lin Mengxue, who looked so weak and frail on weekdays and even had to ask for leave from physical education classes, would be so cruel. Wang Kaili walked up to Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye and observed their injuries. A satisfied smile appeared on his face and he nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. You defeated the enemy with one strike, but the injury wasn't particularly serious. You'll recover after a night's rest. You've really controlled your strength. Wang Kaili turned to several students and said, you, come and help carry them to the infirmary. Receive. At this time, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin walked to Chen-Yi together. Lin Mengxue's face flushed with shyness, and she asked softly, Brother Chen-Yi, how did I do? Chen-Yi nodded, very good, it's worth the strength I gave you. Hearing Chen-Yi's praise, Lin Mengxue's cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, can you cultivate more affinity tonight? Originally, this kind of thing is very common between beastmasters and spirit beasts. Any beastmaster and spirit beast need to go through this process to enhance the strength of the contracted spirit beast and learn new skills. However, when these words came out of Lin Mengxue's mouth, the situation became a little subtle. She is the school belle of Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy and the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. If looks could kill, Chen-Yi would have been cut into pieces. Damn it! I want a contracted dragon girl too. Wake up! The dragon race must have bloodlines above S-level. You have a C-level talent and you still want a contracted dragon? You're dreaming. Although it hurts, I am content now that I see Mengxue has become so strong. At this time, Wang Kaili, who had treated the wounded, clapped her hands and interrupted everyone's discussion. All right. Let's all go. If you want to duel, then continue dueling. If not, then go back and cultivate affinity and improve your combat effectiveness. Instead of wasting time here envying others, you should hone your own strength and become stronger quickly. Once you become stronger, you can pick any beautiful girl with a strong bloodline. Hearing this, everyone woke up as if from a dream and turned away. Find a beast tamer combination that you think you can defeat and challenge them to a duel. As for Chen Yi, it is naturally impossible for him to receive a duel request again. Even the ace of Yicheng Beast Taming Academy was defeated miserably by him. If these noobs go up to duel, wouldn't they just be getting beaten for nothing besides giving away points? However, it seems that being beaten by Lin Mengxue is also a different experience. Ha 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 ha. Your daughter is no good, ha ha ha. She can't even beat my granddaughter's sisters. Seeing Fang Xiaoya being easily defeated, Luo Qinghe laughed so hard that he fell over. His hearty laughter echoed in the room, making people wonder, could this person really be one of the 7 strongest beast masters in Dragon Country? Fang Zhengkai was still a little unconvinced. He blew out a smoke ring, curled his lips, and said, "It's not like I lost to your granddaughter, what's so funny? Anyway, the result is that your daughter was killed instantly by that girl Mengxue. Is that a problem? I don't care. Anyway, my daughter can't beat your granddaughter, so I won't acknowledge her. What's the point of denying it? So many people saw your granddaughter's disastrous defeat. Damn it!" At this time, Chen Yi also brought the girls back to the room. After all, the purpose of coming out at night was to see what this duel was all about. Now it seems that the feeling is just so-so. It would be better to spend more time cultivating affinity. But before that, let us help Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin fill their stomachs first. As for the cultivation of affinity, naturally we cannot favor one over the other. The affinity of the two girls must be improved simultaneously. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 87 points. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 75 points. The early morning sun shines on the earth, officially announcing the start of the second day's assessment. However, Chen Yi's assessment was not over yet. "Brother Chen Yi, we have so many points anyway, there's no need to go out hunting monsters right away today." Yeah. I feel it too. I'll be able to learn new skills soon. Let's keep working hard. Listening to the whispers from Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, Chen Yi sighed helplessly. He really regrets it. It all started with a rude comment in the early hours of last night. After Lin Mengxue's affinity increased to 30 points last night, an additional option appeared in the affinity column, the option to learn new skills. Out of curiosity, Chen Yi tried clicking on the option above. As a result, a system prompt sound was heard. Ding! Lin Mengxue's affinity has reached 30 points, meeting the rank requirement for level 2, stage 1. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Lin Mengxue for successfully learning the new skill Dragon's Breath. In an instant, Lin Mengxue's beautiful eyes lit up. Because from their perspective, this is what it looks like to master new skills after your affinity is improved. And it's a very awesome skill. However, it is different from Chen Yi. They cannot directly see the specific value of affinity like the system. They only knew one thing. For ordinary beast masters and spirit beasts, it is almost impossible to improve their affinity to a level sufficient to learn new skills in just a few months. Chapter 41 Challenge the Boss. But now look what happened. Lin Mengxue had only been with Chen Yi for a week, and she didn't focus on developing affinity every day, but she ended up learning new skills. The strength of a spirit beast depends on many aspects, and the number of skills is one of them. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin had just upgraded from F-level bloodline transformation, so they were naturally eager to become stronger. And it's so addictive, so comfortable. Now, the opportunity to become stronger is right in front of us. Naturally, they must hold on to it tightly and cultivate it as much as possible. "Hey, do you two know a common saying?" Chen Yi said speechlessly, "There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no plowed fields. I tried very hard last night, and 1 hour is already the limit for a young man like me." As he spoke, he rubbed his sore arms and lumbar spine, groaning inwardly. Shouldn't young people be more energetic? That's right. Doesn't Brother Chen Yi want us to become stronger? And you've already rested for a whole night. The voices of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin were like devilish sounds, constantly destroying Chen Yi's psychological defenses. In the end, Chen Yi still couldn't stand the test and gritted his teeth to work another hour. "It seems I need to do more to strengthen my physique, otherwise I will die suddenly sooner or later." Chen Yi, who was sore all over, looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself. After Chen Yi finished his meal and helped the two girls guide the spiritual power of the Warcraft crystal core, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mengxue's level did not change at all, but Luo Shirin and Chen Yi's levels were both improved. Chen Yi looked at the remaining monster crystal cores in the space ring and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These are 102nd level monster crystal cores, plus 51st level monster crystal cores. If used on ordinary spirit beasts, it would probably allow them to break through to the 5th or 6th level. However, it only brings such a slight improvement when used on them. As expected, the path of cultivation is so difficult, and there is a long way to go. Seeing Chen Yi walking out of the room with a dejected look on his face again, some of the male compatriots in the rest area were really jealous. Damn, isn't this life too comfortable? Take another look at the leaderboard. Lan Yucheng's points did not change at all. After deducting the 500 points from last night's bet and adding the hunting time in the morning, his ranking was directly pushed to 10th place. Lin Mengxue, who was originally in 3rd place, moved up to 2nd place, with a score of exactly 3,000 points, which was not even a fraction of Chen Yi's. I feel like the first place is definitely secured. However, just because he secured the first place doesn't mean Chen Yi can rest on his laurels. Luo Shirin once said that after the assessment, she could obtain some monster crystal cores from her grandfather. This is a very common thing. Large families have abundant resource channels and can obtain a large number of magic beast crystal cores. They distribute them to the beast masters and spirit beasts in the family to help them practice. However, Chen Yi and his friend's situation is quite special. Ordinary beastmasters practice by grinding the crystal cores of monsters into powder. It is not easy to consume more than 10 magic beast crystal cores a day, and the most is no more than about 20. The rest are combined with magic beast meat to assist in cultivation. But what about Chen Yi and the other 3? According to the normal progress, it would take about 100 or 200 monster crystal cores every day to meet the needs of cultivation, which made Luo Shirin really difficult to talk about. Because of this, you probably still have to rely on yourself for cultivation resources. There is no room for slacking off. Since the school issued a clear ban yesterday, no method of gathering monsters can be used today. Chen Yi and his group could only keep their feet on the ground and hunt the monsters one by one. But unexpectedly, it doesn't seem slow at all? Chen Yi rode on Lin Mengxue's back and commanded Lin Mengxue to launch an attack. Thanks to the system's observation capabilities, even monsters hiding in the bushes or hiding in the mud cannot escape the system's positioning and have nowhere to hide. Therefore, in terms of high-altitude reconnaissance, Chen Yi naturally became Lin Mengxue's telescope. Luo Shirin had already enjoyed the thrill of killing yesterday, so today he restrained himself a little and took on the role of a handyman, responsible for collecting materials from the monsters killed by Lin Mengxue. After a few hours, I was able to kill 300 or 400 monsters, which was a great harvest. At this moment, Chen Yi and his group keenly noticed that in the forest ahead, there were several beastmasters and spirit beasts fleeing in panic, as if they had encountered some crisis. Seeing this, Luo Shirin immediately transformed into a human form and came in front of them to inquire about the situation. Classmates, why are you so embarrassed? You are Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast? That long-legged beauty. Well, I am, so what's wrong with you guys? We're saved. Beautiful lady, there's a level 3 ghost-faced spider up ahead. This must be the boss challenge mentioned in the rules. It's terrifying. Really? When Luo Shirin heard this, she was instantly overjoyed. I couldn't find a challenge boss the whole day yesterday, and it's almost 7 o'clock today and I still haven't encountered one. I had already lost hope and thought we would just miss each other again. However, fate is always full of surprises. I didn't expect to meet him again? She flashed and instantly transformed into a spirit beast, flapped her wings and flew high, came to Chen Yi and reported the situation. Challenging the boss? Let's go and take a look. If it's the Beast King, we'll make a killing. The moment he finished speaking, the ghost-faced spider that the students mentioned also caught up. Warcraft, Ghost-faced spider. Difficulty, 7 stars. Level 3, 9th stage. Attributes, Earth, Poison. Skills, Venomous Fawn, Night Gaze. Introduction, a spider monster with a ghostly face. Staring directly into its eyes is likely to cause insanity. While its strongest weapon, it is also its greatest weakness. It is 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with 8 pillar-like limbs supporting its huge body. Every step it takes causes the ground to tremble slightly, like a truck. The head no longer has the familiar compound eye structure, but is covered with dozens of dark green single eyes. The fangs in its mouth are so sharp that they can split trees like cutting paper with a pair of scissors. However, even though this giant spider monster was so terrifying, Chen Yi always felt a little strange and awkward when looking at it. It was moving at a very fast speed, but it did not seem to be chasing prey. Instead, it seemed as if it had been frightened by something and was running away in panic. Chen Yi wondered inwardly, strange. Is there a more powerful monster in this assessment area? Or is it being hunted by other beastmasters? However, he did not think too much about it and immediately ordered the two girls to attack the ghost-faced spider's eyes. Boom boom boom. Under the powerful firepower bombardment of the two girls, the ghost-faced spider soon died and fell to the ground. Chapter 42. How about working a little overtime? This. A third order, 10th stage magical beast just died like that? Is this the strength of the spirit beast that Chun Yi contracted? Too strong, isn't it? TSK, worthy of being the record setter for fastest passing of the beast tamer assessment, truly amazing. Phew, that was really scary. Luckily it was dealt with, otherwise I feel like I would have been caught up sooner or later. That's why I told you from the beginning, don't go near that cave. If Chun Yi wasn't here, we would have to use the teleportation crystal. The main reason is that I always felt that there should be something in that cave, but I didn't expect it to be this thing. Are you still talking back? If you talk back again, I won't serve you tonight. At this time, Chen Yi and his party also took out the scoring balls and Warcraft crystal cores and came to the side of these students. As soon as I came over, I heard their discussions. Cave? What do you mean? This thing came out of a cave? Yeah. Walk 3 or 4 kilometers east from here and you should be able to see the cave. It's under a willow tree, pretty well hidden. A bespectacled beastmaster explained, I saw this cave was so well hidden, I wondered if it was a treasure trove specially arranged by the school, but I didn't expect. There is no need to say much about what happened next. I went in to look for treasure, but ended up encountering a ghost-faced spider and was chased for several kilometers. Chen Yi and his group looked at each other, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. It seems that everyone has the same idea. If there is a treasure cave, then we must investigate it. But today as hunting time is about to end, let us wait until tomorrow. It's evening now, so of course it's time to do what should be done at night. Soon, Chen Yi and his group returned to the rest area. After putting all the scoring balls in, the points skyrocketed again. Points ranking. First place, Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin score, 21,600 points. Second place, Lin Mo, Fu Xueme, Su Ting. Score, 6,100 points. Even though most of the day was wasted, the points gap with the second place was still significantly increasing. Continue this momentum tomorrow and secure the first place prize. After Chen Yi helped the girls guide the energy of the Warcraft crystal core, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. It seemed as if Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue had discussed this in advance, and this time they did not launch the attack at the same time. Brother Chen Yi, I also want to learn skills. Lin Mengxue on the side also took the opportunity to assist, gently patted Luo Shirin's buttocks, and showed a wicked smile. Brother Chen Yi, listen to how beautiful this sound is. It must be very enjoyable to listen to it a few more times before going to bed, right? Seeing this, Chen Yi coughed twice and said, when did you two come up with such a double act? Luo Shirin leaned close to Chen Yi's ear and blew a breath. Brother Chen Yi, don't you like it? The scent is like orchid, with a faint fragrance and extremely tempting. But Chen Yi was completely unmoved. As the beast master of these two little fairies, he felt it necessary to teach them what true ladylike values are. Don't spend the whole day thinking about random things and not doing your job. Like the third day of final exams. As the dawn broke, Chen Yi got up early for the first time in his life and was sitting at the dining table enjoying breakfast at 7:30. Of course, the bottom line is that I only had to deal with a spirit beast girl last night. Compared to the night before, it was much more relaxing. This morning, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin did not choose spirit beast crystal cores for cultivation as usual, but chose normal food. On the one hand, eating too many spirit beast crystal cores can easily make people feel sick of them. On the other hand, even with Chen Yi's skills, it would take 3 or 4 hours to refine the Warcraft crystal core, which is really too time consuming. I got some information about the cave from other students yesterday evening. Now it's time to explore it. Just as Chen Yi was about to get up, Luo Shirin suddenly showed a shy expression. She gently pulled Chen Yi's hand and whispered, Brother Chen Yi, didn't you say last night that I would be able to learn new skills soon? In that case, how about working overtime for a while now? Hearing this, Chen Yi also sighed. The system interface shows that Luo Shirin's current affinity is 14 points, and she can learn new skills with 15 points of affinity. It's a pity that I was really exhausted last night, otherwise it would not have been delayed until this morning. Trouble comes from the mouth. Okay, just consider it as after dinner exercise. Thank you, brother Chen Yimua. When Lin Mengxue saw this scene, she couldn't help but laugh like an ant. At first, she was worried that Luo Shirin, as a girl from a wealthy family, would be arrogant and would find it difficult to establish a good relationship with Chen Yi. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. It is undoubtedly the best result that Chen Yi can get along well with Luo Shirin. Soon, 15 minutes later, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 15 points, meeting the rank requirement of level 2, stage 1. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning the new skill Sonic Boom. Feeling her new strength, Luo Shirin was excited and hugged Chen Yi to show off wildly. Thank you, Chen Yi. I never thought that I would be able to have this day. Chen Yi gently stroked Luo Shirin's head, a faint smile on his lips. What are you thinking about? Do you think learning a small skill is the end? I promise you, you will definitely stand at the top of the world in the future. Real? Do I look like someone who would lie to you? Wow, thank you, brother Chen Yi. You are my lifelong benefactor. Luo Shirin was so moved that tears filled her eyes. She threw herself into Chen Yi's arms and released her emotions to her heart's content. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 5 points. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 reinforcement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the combat skill Wind Blade Slash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item 100 Years of Divine Bee Jelly. Oh my god? Has the favorability level already exceeded 80 points? Chen Yi was secretly surprised. Before traveling through time, he always felt that those beauties were out of his reach, and it was extremely difficult to get them to take the initiative, or perhaps they simply did not have the option of taking the initiative. Now it seems that it's not that the beautiful school beauty is not proactive, but whether you are worthy of her taking the initiative. 15 points of reinforcement. Let's keep them for now. 50 points of physical fitness now should be enough to deal with the two of them. At this moment, Lin Mengxue also interrupted and said, Brother Chen Yi, what about me? Chen Yi smiled slightly, put his arms around Lin Mengxue's slender waist, and gently held her in his arms. I'd like to apologize. I think we will definitely be able to stand on top of the world. Hee, that's more like it. Chapter 43 Lin Mo's Request. Afterwards, Chen Yi and the other two took a comfortable shower and changed their clothes. After going out, it was already 9:30, a full half hour beyond the hunting time. However, surprisingly, there were still many students in the rest area who had not set off. Look, Chen Yi finally decided to get up. Chen Yi looks so good today? Looks like you didn't harm my Mengxue last night. You can still hold back like this. I respect you as a real man. Indeed. If it were me, after I was confirmed as the number 1, I would be eager to stay in my room every day to cultivate affinity. Oh. Do you have that ability? It was over in 3 minutes last night. I gave you 1 day, and you repay me with 3 minutes? Hearing these students' discussions, Chen Yi felt speechless. He wondered why every time he left the room, he would attract a large crowd of onlookers. It's already 9:30. Don't these people go hunting monsters? They just block other people's doors all day to watch the fun. How can they be like the aunties at the village entrance? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly stepped forward and said, Brother Chen Yi, may I have a word with you? Hearing this, Chen Yi also glanced at the two contracted spirit beasts beside Lin Mo. Their favorability towards me is all positive, so it seems like they don't intend to frame me or anything. But Fu Xueme, there's something wrong with you. Even though they already have a beast tamer, their favorability has increased to 50 points, which is equivalent to the favorability between ordinary couples. Damn it, could it be that Lin Mo's purpose in talking to him was to make him sign a contract with Fu Xueme? My kidneys can't bear it. Okay, follow me. However, it turned out that Chen Yi was overthinking it. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Chen Yi frowned slightly and confirmed it again. You mean you want to take first place? Yes. The first place prize is yours. I'll pick up all the point balls along the way, and the monster cores are yours too. Chen Yi glanced up at the drone overhead and said helplessly, what's the point? The whole thing was live streamed, and I killed all the Warcraft. Even if you picked up the points, no one would recognize you as the first place, right? Fu Shueme sighed and interrupted. This guy is about to break through to the third level and wants to contract a more powerful spirit beast, so he wants to get the first place result to improve his competitiveness. I was deceived by him in the first place. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue hurriedly explained, how can this be called a lie? Shueme, am I not good to you? Fu Shueme curled her lips and complained bluntly, that's great. But that's the truth, right? My hometown is in Linjiang. If I hadn't seen that fake transcript of yours that you got from somewhere. Listening to the two of them bickering, Chen Yi probably understood why Lin Mengxue acted this way. An S-class Beastmaster is certainly very good. It is estimated that if he just calls out, there will be a long queue of spirit beast girls who want to make a contract with him. However, in this world, a Beastmaster can contract with multiple spirit beast girls, but a spirit beast girl can only have one Beastmaster. This means that it is almost impossible for a Beastmaster to contract a spirit beast girl with a higher level than his own, but it is much easier for a spirit beast girl to be compatible with a higher level. S-level spirit beast girls are rare, so there is every chance that you can choose an SS-level Beastmaster. If an S-level Beastmaster wants to establish a contract with an S-level spirit beast girl, he must rely on various outstanding achievements to prove that he is at the upper level among the S-level in order to obtain more contract rights. Otherwise, you can only settle for the second best and choose an A-level spirit beast girl. Getting first place in the final exams of 3 schools is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to prove one's own strength, although this result is only valid in other cities. Can. Chen Yi agreed immediately. What benefits can I get? You can't let me give up the first place for nothing, right? After all, the first and second place prizes are his, and he can also get an additional reward. Don't miss out on such a good thing. Hearing Chen Yi agree, Lin Mengxue felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help, brother Chen Yi. Is there anything you would like? How about a second level or higher ice or wind attribute Beast King Crystal Core? Beast King Crystal Core. Lin Mengxue and Feng Xiaoye looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Given the background of both families, they naturally have some treasures like this in stock. However, these crystal cores are prepared for the purpose of contracting spirit beast girls who are good at ice or wind attributes in the future. It cost a lot to get these things at that time. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to Chen Yi? After hesitating for half a minute, Lin Mengxue finally sighed. Forget it. I'll give it to you if you want it. Deal. Come with me, I have somewhere I want to go. The shadow or leopard that Su Ting transformed into was a land unit, so its movement speed in the mountains and forests was naturally not as fast as that of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin. As for letting them ride on it, that is absolutely impossible. Along the way, it not only has to help Su Ting, who is traveling on land, hunt monsters, but also has to collect point balls. The task is heavy. When they finally arrived at the cave that the students had mentioned yesterday, it was almost noon. In the viewing hall, Luo Qinghe frowned immediately when he saw the cave in front of him. For some reason, he could feel a heart-pounding feeling even through the screen. Is there such a cave in the assessment area? The principal quickly explained, yes, this cave was left behind by the previous exploration team when they were investigating the mineral vein. There's nothing special about it. Luo Qinghe listened to the principal's words and nodded slightly, but the doubts in his heart did not dissipate. Is it my imagination? At this moment, Fang Zhengkai sneered, old man, aren't your granddaughter and that Lin Mengxue very strong? They even killed a level 3, 9th stage challenge boss with a single blow. Why do you look so frightened? However, this time Luo Qinghe did not respond to Fang Zhengkai as usual. He stood up silently, turned and walked towards the empty office next door. As soon as he entered the office, he snapped his fingers and a barrier instantly sealed off the entire room. The next second, the shadow behind him began to shake violently, and a middle-aged woman slowly emerged from the shadow. Honey, what do you want to talk to me about? Shaowen, do you still remember this demonic abyss sect? The demonic abyss sect? The middle-aged woman frowned. I remember. What happened? Luo Qing had changed his previous mischievous demeanor and revealed a cold expression. You must immediately call Qinglian, Fenghua, and Ziyuan and get all the background information of the students taking the final exam. It's best to collect records of their recent activities and interpersonal relationships. Act quickly. I think some of them might be related to the Demon Abyss sect. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman nodded and disappeared into the shadows again. Chapter 44 Black Giant Worm. Luo Qinghe stared out the window intently. His lips moved slightly, and he muttered softly, "I hope that it is just a trace left by someone who accidentally possesses the black power." In the live broadcast, the black power pattern belonging to the Demon Abyss sect was faintly visible and drifting out from the cave. Even though it's very weak, it still exists. Either someone from the Demonic Abyss sect had been here before, or there were some props closely related to the Demonic Abyss sect buried here. In any case, this most likely proves that someone who has had connections with the Demon Abyss sect has come here. That crazy organization that respects Warcraft. On the way to the cave, Chenny also asked the system about the purpose of the 100 Years Divine Bee Jelly. In essence, it is the kind of food that contains a lot of spiritual power. If you eat all of this can, it is roughly equivalent to the total spiritual power of 304th level monster crystal cores. However, it should be noted that this kind of spiritual treasure containing energy can produce different effects according to the amount of spiritual power contained and its attributes after being stimulated with strengthening points. 100-year-old Divine Bee Jelly is a low-level spiritual treasure with what attribute? After being activated with 5 strengthening points, it can create a shield that can withstand all attacks below the 6th level. Of course, the amount in this can is only enough to resist twice, not indefinitely. System, you mean to say that as long as I activate this thing, all Beastmasters, Spirit Beasts, and Demon Beasts below level 6 will definitely be unable to harm me, right? That's not the case. Even if a 5th level monster unleashes a 6th level or higher attack, it still cannot be stopped. Okay, I understand. Chun-Yi probably understood what the system meant. Anyway, it should be able to withstand 2 attacks of about level 6. I feel that the strength of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin will not be used, so when the time comes, just give them to Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin as a snack to relieve their greasiness. Otherwise, it would be pitiful if you had to eat monster crystal cores every day to practice and not be able to taste delicious food. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the dark cave in front of him, his heart full of doubts. Are there any monsters here? I don't know. Exploring a cave doesn't take much time anyway, so I might as well just take a look. Oh, okay. But is it too late? The score now is only over 11,000 points, right? There are only 7 hours left. Can I catch up with your score? Don't worry, there's still time. 10 minutes later, they entered the depths of the cave. I said there must be nothing left. Lin Mo sighed. The challenging boss you killed yesterday probably strayed into this place by accident and was discovered by other students, so they chased after them. Ah! Before she finished speaking, Su Ting suddenly screamed. What's wrong? Lin Mo and Chen asked at the same time. Su Ting was seen pointing at a wall and ground stained with blood, trembling all over. This is human blood. It's very fresh, it must have appeared in the past 2 days. Su Ting's spirit beast bloodline is the A-level Shadow War Leopard. Although her sense of smell is not as good as that of canine spirit beasts, it is not a problem for her to distinguish the smell of blood. I smell the blood of monsters all the time and have become accustomed to it. But human blood, especially such a large amount of human blood, is rarely seen. Lin Mengxue's eyes focused and she found a blood-stained white bracelet in the corner. That's no way? What's wrong, Schwer? Chenny asked, did you find anything? That bracelet seems to be a gift from Qin Shoxing. However, I felt he had ill intentions, so I returned it. How did it appear here? Qin Shoxing's gift? Wait, could it be? During these 2 days, Chenny always felt as if something important had been missed in his heart. Only now did he finally remember he didn't even see Qin Shoxing and Lu Ruyan. Qin Shoxing's fighting ability is not weak, and Lu Ruyan is the type of person who likes to show off extremely. According to common sense, since the two of them have successfully signed the contract, Lu Ruyan will definitely take Qin Shoxing around to show off in order to satisfy her vanity. However, the past 2 days have been calm and unusually quiet, with not even a single person in sight. And now, a blood-stained bracelet appears here again. Could it be that something actually happened to them? Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the earth. A strong shaking sensation came over me, like an earthquake. What's going on? Let's get out of here quickly. If there's an earthquake, we'll be buried alive in this cave sooner or later. Shen Yi's words were instantly recognized by everyone, and they immediately ran out of the cave. The appearance of a large amount of fresh human blood in the cave must be reported to the school immediately. However, not long after they left the cave, Shen Yi saw a horrifying scene. I saw a huge insect-shaped monster leading a group of ferocious monsters, chasing a large group of students. In front of this insect-shaped monster, those tall trees were easily knocked down like fragile grass. It was extremely fast and caught up with the students who were running desperately in the blink of an eye. What the hell is this? Why would something like this appear during a final exam? Help! Help! Wife, save me! A level 2, stage 4 beast tamer cried out miserably for help. However, before he could finish his words, the huge black insect bit him in half, leaving only half of his body lying in a pool of blood. No! Husband, you! The Beastmaster's contracted spirit beast let out a mournful cry, as if it was trying to rescue him. But the insect-shaped monster showed no mercy and swallowed her and her Beastmaster directly into its stomach with another bite. Seeing this horrific scene, the other students who were running away were stunned. This was the first time they witnessed a Beastmaster and a spirit beast die tragically in front of them, and in such a cruel way. Run, run! Why did this happen? Stop talking nonsense and run away. Do you want to die? Damn it! Don't we have drones for aerial photography? Why hasn't the school sent anyone to help us? A group of students shouted heart-wrenchingly. Among this group of students, there was even a pair of familiar faces: Lan Yuqing, Fang Xiaoye, and Wang Yingying. When Chen Yi saw this scene, he was also dumbfounded. Of course, what stunned him was not seeing someone die in front of his own eyes. But it is the system interface of this giant black insect. Name: Lu Ruyan demonized. Contract Master: None. Bloodline: demonic goo-eating insect. Level: Level 5, Stage 5. Constitution: 366. Spiritual power: 260. Attributes: Earth, Dark. Skills: Sand Shifting, Gnawing, Dark Space. Favorability: plus 40 points. Affinity: None. Comment: after being injected with the spinal fluid extracted from the 7-star demonic goo-eating worm, he entered a demonic state, temporarily gaining the power of the demonic goo-eating worm, and can rapidly increase his strength by devouring humans and monsters. Chapter 45: 5th Level Magical Beast. What the hell? This thing is actually Lu Ruyan? The contract owner column is none, so was Qin Shoshing eaten by her? But what's going on with Lu Ruyan? Even after she's become like this, her favorability towards me has returned to positive? And it's still as high as 40 points? Chen Yi was secretly amazed. Even though his feelings for Lu Ruyan had long since dissipated. But seeing Lu Ruyan become like this now, one can't help but feel sympathy for her. The demonization process of spirit beasts is extremely cruel and is an unspeakable torture. It is for this reason that, out of humanitarianism, various countries give the option of euthanasia to those spirit beast girls who are about to become demons and are completely beyond help. However, what is unexpected is this phenomenon of spirit beasts becoming demons, which is extremely rare even on TV, actually happened here. Judging from Lu Ruyan's comments, it seems that she was forced to become a demon. Is there anything else in this world that can force a spirit beast to become a demon? Moreover, due to the existence of dark space, the communication of aerial photography drones has been greatly interfered with, and the outside world is likely to know nothing about the situation here. In addition, this move can also block all space-related skills, making it impossible to escape using the teleportation crystal. Is it a coincidence that he has this skill, or was it arranged long ago? Luo Shirin asked worriedly, Brother Chen Yi, what should we do now? This bug seems to be level 5. We are no match for it. Chen Yi acted decisively and ordered, we're definitely no match for it. Shirin, fly back to the rest area immediately to find Wang Kaili. This monster doesn't have any ranged attacks, so Lin Mengxue and I can hold it back for now. Okay. I got it. Without any hesitation, Luo Shirin immediately spread his wings and flew towards the rest area. Chen Yi took out a strength enhancement card from his arms and strengthened Lin Mengxue. This is the border of the assessment area, about 30 kilometers away from the rest area. If Luo Shirin flies at full speed, she should be able to complete a round trip within 20 minutes. Any time we can hold this thing off is better than any time. Lin Mo, you must escape now. Once the teleportation crystal is usable, flee from here immediately and inform the outside world of the situation here. I know. Can't you see I'm running away? Although Lin Mo longed to get first place. But at this critical moment of life and death, he was still able to distinguish the primary from the secondary. If I continue to stay here, I might be suffocated by that thing at any time without knowing it. Schwer, go ahead. That thing doesn't have any ranged attack skills. Save those students first. Good. Help, help. Damn it. Just when the Beastmaster duo was about to be caught up by Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, a breath of ice fell from the sky and hit Lu Ruyan directly on the back. Although the attack did not cause any substantial damage, but it still bought the two students in front precious time to escape. Lu Ruyan turned around suddenly, and was stunned when she saw Chen Yi. Lin Mengxue took the opportunity to launch a dragon's breath. The pure white breath exploded above Lu Ruyan's head, directly raising the mountains and forests within dozens of meters around Lu Ruyan to the ground. However, even with her attributes doubled, Lin Mengxue still couldn't cause much damage to Lu Ruyan. The class gap is too big. Even if Lin Mengxue is strong and has the help of a strength-enhancing card, it is difficult for her to achieve anything. Roar! Lu Ruyan let out a roar. Her body began to wriggle violently, like a giant snake, attacking at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it actually leaped dozens of meters high. Fortunately, Lin Mengxue reacted quickly. With a fierce swing of her dragon wings, her body floated 10 meters into the air, narrowly avoiding Lu Ruyan's attack. What the hell is this bug? Can it fly? Schwerer, be careful. Yeah, I know. On the other side, the students who saw Chen Yi appear finally breathed a sigh of relief. But this relaxed atmosphere did not last long. It's Chen Yi. I was so scared, I thought I was going to die here. Mengxue is so amazing. That bug feels like it's at least level 4 or 5, yet it was able to cause damage to it. Don't think you can rest easy now, there's still the monster wave caused by that bug. Lan Yucheng shouted hurriedly. However, before everyone could catch their breath, the mighty wave of monsters rushed over like an overwhelming force. Even though the students had organized a defense line. But in the face of such a huge quantitative gap, their efforts seemed so insignificant. The defense line was broken in an instant, and several students suffered misfortune in the blink of an eye. Watching the monsters cruelly tearing the students' bodies apart, their internal organs were blurred and blood splattered everywhere. The remaining students were so frightened that their faces turned pale, their legs went weak, and some even wet their pants out of fear. This is much bloodier than being suffocated just now. Do you see that ravine on the left? Chen Yi shouted from the air, run over there and use that as a base to build a defense line. Maybe we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. When everyone heard his shout, they all looked in the direction Chen Yi pointed. The ravine was blocked by towering rock walls on both sides, and behind it was a large tree that had just been pushed down by Lu Ruyan, forming a temporary defensive wall. If you stay inside, except for flying monsters that can attack from behind, the rest only need to deal with attacks from the front, which greatly reduces the pressure of defense. Support from the school should be arriving soon, so it's totally fine to hold on for a few minutes. The situation was critical, and the students had no time to think and quickly ran towards the ravine. Soon, the 30 or so surviving students all hid in the ravine. They lined up closely together, taking turns guarding the front to resist the surging tide of monsters. Although the pressure of defense is still huge, it is much better than being attacked from both sides. Especially Fang Xiaoye, because of his extremely agile movements, while other spirit beasts were blocking the tide of monsters, he could quickly reduce the number of monsters with his own mobility and attack power. Lan Yucheng's bow and arrow shooting also exerted extremely powerful destructive power in the rear. Almost one arrow kills one enemy, which truly illustrates the strength of the Academy's ace. So strong. The night before last, I saw them both being killed instantly by Mengxue in one blow. I thought they were just noobs, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. That's because Mengxue is too strong. Just because someone else was killed instantly by Mengxue doesn't mean he is weak. Could you please stop talking and help me? Sorry, Brother Lang, we'll be right there. Everyone woke up as if from a dream and joined the battle. Chapter 46 Lu Ruyan's Resentment. The other side. Lin Mengxue was struggling violently with Lu Ruyan. For some reason, Chen Yi always felt that Lu Ruyan seemed to still retain a trace of rationality and was not completely in a demonic state. After all, judging from Lu Ruyan's attack methods, they are not at all like those used by unintelligent monsters, but are closer to human behavior patterns. Lin Mengxue obviously had the same idea. Brother Chen Yi, what on earth is this thing? Why do I feel like its attack strategy is very similar to that of a human? Chen Yi decided to conceal the true situation for the time being and comforted him. I don't know either, but you must be careful. This thing is very hostile to you. Just hold on for a few more minutes, and support should be here soon. Okay, I got it. What happened? Why did the drone signal go dead? There seems to be something unusual happening around areas A13 and A14. The signal disappears as soon as the drone enters the area. There doesn't seem to be any extreme weather. Why is this happening? In the viewing hall, a group of parents and college faculty and staff stared intently at the interrupted images of several aerial drones, their brows furrowed. This has happened a few times before and is not a very rare occurrence. After all, it is early July now, the middle of summer, and the base station equipment in the mountains is prone to overheating, resulting in poor signal, which is why the drone image is interrupted. So far, no student has used the teleportation crystal to report any abnormalities in these two areas. So no one paid much attention to it at first. However, this situation has lasted for more than 10 minutes. Especially in areas A13 and A14, there are many students in these two areas. Looking at the pitch-black live broadcast screen, everyone's uneasiness became more and more intense. Just then, news came from the infirmary that someone had been teleported out. Taking into account that most students who use teleportation crystals choose to escape after being attacked by monsters and unable to resist, the academy set up the teleportation point in the infirmary, right next to the observation room. When everyone heard the news, they hurried forward, wanting to know what was going on. When they saw that the student team that was teleported out was Lin Mengxue and his 3 companions, they couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Yang stepped forward quickly and asked, "Amor, what's going on with you? Why did you come out early?" After taking a few breaths, Lin Mengxue quickly explained, "A 5th-level monster appeared in the assessment area, and some students have died. That thing has the ability to restrict spatial teleportation. Teleportation crystals cannot be used within a few kilometers of it. Under Chenyi's protection, I was able to escape from the space blockade. Go and support him quickly. I'm afraid it will be too late and Chenyi won't be able to hold on." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present took a collective breath of cold air. A 5th-level monster appeared in the assessment area? How is this possible? The assessment area is surrounded by protective barriers, so how could a 5th-level monster sneak in? Could it be that they misjudged the level when launching it, and mixed in a 5th-level monster? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes fell on the leaders of Jiangcheng College. How exactly did you organize the assessment? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. However, everyone now understands that now is not the time to pursue responsibility, saving lives is the most important thing. Where did the 5th-level monster appear? Principal Yang Yuansheng quickly took out the regional distribution map, spread it out in front of Lin Mengxue, and asked him to identify it. When everyone saw that the location Lin Mengxue pointed to was Area A13 and Area A14, they instantly felt uneasy. There's something wrong here. Stop talking nonsense and save people. The medical team is also coming up. The situation may be worse than we think. The principal's contracted spirit beast opened the portal without hesitation and teleported everyone into the rest area of the assessment area. Luo Qinghe did not move. However, Luo Qinghe did not follow the crowd in. Just now, he received a message from Wang Kaili through the special communicator. She had already taken the initiative to go to the rescue, so it would not be of much use if the beast master went in himself. Besides praying that Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue are okay, all he could do was to deal with all enemies related to the Demon Abyss sect. Roar! Lu Ruyan roared, shook her body violently, and slammed the ground with her tail, raising a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Taking advantage of the cover of sand and dust, he quickly moved around to Lin Mengxue's blind spot, ready to launch a fatal sneak attack. The destructive power and attack speed of this raid far exceeded the previous ones. Lu Ruyan obviously used all her strength to kill Lin Mengxue in one fell swoop. However, everything she did was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Chen Yi, who possessed the power of the system. Schwerer, left. Good. Lin Mengxue believed Chen Yi's judgment without hesitation. With the help of the wind, she dodged the sneak attack cleverly. He even seized the moment when Lu Ruyan paused in the air and used the dragon's breath to hit her head directly. Of course, this attack still failed to cause much substantial damage to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan watched helplessly as her attack was once again easily dodged by Chen Yi. Her compound eyes glared at her, and the astonishment and disbelief in them were clearly visible. She naturally knew that she would not live long. Even if the school hadn't come, she would have been hard-pressed to escape death. After this incident, Lu Ruyan finally understood. It turned out that Chen Yi was the only one who truly loved her, but she had let his love down in vain. She and Chen Yi often quarreled, but they always made up quickly and their feelings remained deep. Although the contract she established with Qin Shoshin was indeed a bit excessive compared to previous things. But considering Chen Yi's feelings for her, as long as she explains a little, says a few nice words, takes the initiative, and then establishes a contract with Chen Yi, everything can be reconciled as before. However, all this changed completely because of the appearance of Lin Mengxue. Because of Lin Mengxue's seduction, Chen Yi left her and never got back together with her. It was she who was supposed to transform into a dragon, not Lin Mengxue. It was she, not Lin Mengxue, who was supposed to fight Chen Yi in a bloody war. It was Lin Mengxue who should have become so ugly, not her. Lin Mengxue was like a thief, taking away everything that belonged to her, including her future. Lin Mengxue, like Qin Shouxing and Ning Yan, is the culprit who pushed her into the abyss. Looking at her like this now, Chen Yi would definitely not be able to recognize her. But it's okay this way. Even if Chen Yi discovered that she was missing later, he would think that she had met with an accident because she had just devoured several students. At least this way she wouldn't have to bear the stigma and would have died as a tragic girl. So, she now has only one goal. That means she must kill Lin Mengxue, who took away everything from her. Chapter 47: The Power of Hooking. Roar. Lu Ruyan roared again, and a strong dark aura suddenly burst out. The black space move is not only able to restrict space-based skills. If you use all your spiritual power to perform this move, you can even completely block the space around the opponent and restrict their movements. Lu Ruyan had already noticed that the invigilator Wang Kaili was approaching her at an alarming speed. This move is the last one. Lin Mengxue, die. Lu Ruyan roared in her heart. But the sound that came out was a deafening roar. In an instant, Lin Mengxue was surrounded by a suffocating black aura, trapping her tightly inside. No matter how hard Lin Mengxue flapped her dragon wings, she could not break free from the restraint. Brother Chen Yi, this black aura is weird, I can't move. Mad, that's incredible. Chen Yi secretly exclaimed in his heart, looks like it's time to use the power of cheating. He suddenly took out a bottle of something that looked like a honey jar from somewhere, took out half a jar of honey, and threw it forward without hesitation. System, I want to activate the defensive effect of the 100 Years Divine Bee Jelly. Ding. Consumed 5 reinforcement points, activated successfully. As the system's prompt sounded, the century-old Divine Bee Jelly that was thrown out did not fall as expected. Instead, it instantly extended and solidified in mid-air, turning into a huge translucent, gelatinous barrier, emitting a warm honey-colored luster and a faint sweet fragrance. At this time, Lu Ruyan was finally ready to accumulate strength and launched a sudden attack. The ring-shaped teeth not only emitted a bloody smell, but also emitted an inky black light. They twisted and deformed, and actually extended the ring of teeth more than 3 times. I'm afraid that Lin Mengxue's dragon scales will be torn apart in an instant by these sharp teeth. However, when Lu Ruyan hit this barrier. But it was like she was trapped in a sticky syrup trap. The originally extremely ferocious force was strangely buffered and delayed. No matter how she struggled, she could hardly move forward at all. Her pupils shrank again. She obviously didn't expect that Chen Yi had such a trump card. Brother Chen Yi, thank you. What's there to thank for? Break free now. Good. While Lu Ruyan was imprisoned by the honey shield, Lin Mengxue took a deep breath, mobilized the spiritual power in her body, concentrated at least half of the power in her mouth, performed the dragon's breath, and began to dispel the black aura around her. Although compared with Lu Ruyan's strength, Lin Mengxue is still at an absolute disadvantage. But it also bought her a precious second to escape. At this moment, Chen Yi suddenly said something inexplicable. Ruyan, I will bring you your favorite mousse cake. Afterwards, he broke free from the constraints of the black space and completely distanced himself from Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly in the direction where Chen Yi left, her heart full of confusion and pain. I've become like this, can Chen Yi still recognize me? At this moment, Lu Ruyan's heart completely collapsed. Qin Shouxing was attracted by her appearance and made a contract with her, but in the end he pushed her into an endless abyss. But now, she has changed beyond recognition, but Chen Yi can still recognize her. She couldn't help but recall every little detail of the past, and those beautiful memories flooded into her heart like a tide. If she could go back to that day, even if Chen Yi did not have such powerful strength, she would definitely not let go. Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed and everything is irreversible. There's no going back to the past. Chen Yi, I'm sorry. It's a pity that Chen Yi couldn't hear these words. At the same time, Wang Kaili, who had transformed into a red flaming golden tiger, was running towards Chen Yi at an astonishing speed, leaving only a fiery afterimage in the air. Suddenly, a powerful breath wave made her heart beat faster involuntarily. Is this the power of the 6th level? Could it be that someone else has arrived first? Or, is there someone else here besides that monster? Damn it! Chen-Yi, Lin Mengxue, please don't let anything happen to you too. Wang Kylie secretly blamed herself in her heart. Such a big thing happened, but I was just lying leisurely on a beach chair basking in the sun. It was really irresponsible. In the back, Luo Shirin looked at Wang Kailai's disappeared figure, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. Obviously, he was a flying spirit beast, but in front of Wang Kailai, he couldn't even see his shadow. This is really outrageous. That's Chen-Yi and Mengxue. Fortunately, it seems that nothing happened to them. No. This power is level 4? Can a level 2 person actually unleash the power of level 4? Wang Kailai breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the scene in the sky. However, she quickly came to her senses. She turned her eyes and quickly locked onto Lu Ruyan, who was stuck on the honeycomb shield. That's it, right? It really is a 5th level monster. Such a strong smell of blood, it seems that a lot of people have been killed. What a dereliction of duty. With a hint of guilt, Wang Kailai jumped up like an arrow. He didn't use any fancy skills, just a plain claw strike. The sharp claws wrapped in flames seemed to be able to tear even space apart. Just like cutting paper, Lu Ruyan's body was split into two without any resistance. The horrific flames quickly spread along her body. In the blink of an eye, the body that was split into two was completely burned to ashes, without even a trace of smoke or dust left. Oh my god, is this the power of a 13th level spirit beast? Too strong. Don't sigh, brother Chen-Yi, do we need to take action against those monster waves? Of course. It's just a matter of exhaling hundreds of monster cores. Good. Before Wang Kailai landed on the ground, Lin Mengxue swooped down to the student's defense line. She opened her mouth and dragon's breath gushed out. Wherever the pure white light passed, hundreds of monsters were instantly reduced to ashes before they could even let out a cry, leaving behind only a scorched earth and a pungent burnt smell. This horrifying scene left the students in the ravine stunned. Oh my god. Is this Mengxue's true strength? It's outrageous. Too strong. I feel like even a 4th-tier monster wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. Anyway, have we survived? When Fang Xiaoye and Lan Yuqing saw this scene, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. It turns out that in the duel the night before last, Lin Mengxue didn't even use 1/10 of her strength against them? Now it seems that they were able to survive the duel thanks to Lin Mengxue's grace of not killing them. Everyone, look over there. That's our teacher from Linjiang Beast Taming Academy. It's finally here. Woohoo, I scared the baby to death. But it seems to be over now, right? The teleportation crystal seems to be working now. Honey, I don't want to stay here any longer. Chapter 48, An Unrealizable Dream. On the top of the mountain outside the assessment area's barrier, a spirit beast woman slowly put down the telescope in her hand. I think the effect is pretty good. At first, it was estimated to be only around level 3, level 10. After devouring 2 level 3, level 10 magical beasts, more than 50 level 2 magical beasts, and more than a dozen level 2 spirit beasts, it was able to break through to a level 5 or higher. This should be considered a perfect characteristic of the original demon beast, right? The man who was leisurely smoking a cigar nearby also slowly exhaled a puff of smoke when he heard the woman's words. If Qin Shousheng were still alive, he would definitely recognize that this person was the friend he entrusted to buy Source Energy Potion in Eagle Country. Since we are friends, you must give me a big gift. A magic potion whose strengthening effect is countless times stronger than the Source Energy Potion. Really? That's pretty good indeed. I thought it would be a defective product, but now it seems the test results are indeed far beyond my expectations. The only pity is that we haven't been able to collect death data. We don't know the natural lifespan of a spirit beast injected with cerebrospinal fluid. The spirit beast woman shook her head. We're still in the initial testing phase. We have to ensure its combat effectiveness first before we consider how long it can survive. And from what we've seen so far, it seems to still have its original memories after becoming a demon. This is a ticking time bomb. The man smiled and said, "Isn't that easy? Can't I just erase the memory?" You are really optimistic. The spirit beast woman sighed and changed the subject. So, who do you think that Chen-Yi is? Upon hearing this, the expression on the man's face froze instantly, revealing an extremely serious expression. I estimate that his talent should be similar to Her Majesty's ability, except that he uses the blood of a spirit beast, while Her Majesty uses the blood of a demon beast. Is that so? Then should we capture him? I feel like with his abilities, our sect will surely grow rapidly. The man glanced at the assessment area and shook his head. Using the word catch feels a bit inappropriate. Such a good seedling will surely agree with the philosophy of our sect. When the time comes, we must invite him over. But we can't be impatient now. Luo Qinghe has already noticed our presence. If we act rashly during this period, he will easily catch us. During this critical period, it's better not to provoke such people easily. Hearing this, the woman nodded slightly, expressing her deep agreement. That's indeed the truth. The man casually extinguished the cigar with the tree trunk beside him, and then twisted it lightly, and the whole cigar instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Okay, the experimental data has been collected, it's time to get out of here. The man took out a letter and handed it to the spirit beast girl. You can send this letter to Chen Yi's home. I think he and the Luo family will definitely be interested. The woman took the envelope and nodded. I understand. After saying this, the figures of the two gradually became blurred, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke, slowly dissipating on the spot. Only a small piece of bark, scorched by cigars, remains to prove they once existed. With the arrival of high-level beastmasters and spirit beasts, the 5th-level monster attack was officially declared over. However, the assessment had to be suspended. In the assessment area that only belongs to students below level 3, a level 5 monster actually appeared. It even caused the disappearance and casualties of 17 students, directly pushing the college to the forefront. Moreover, since there was a dedicated person to provide live commentary for this final exam, this incident spread across the internet in an instant. However, the views on this matter are not one-sided and abusive. After all, according to common sense, no matter how careless one is, one would not be able to distinguish the difference between a 2nd-level monster and a 5th-level monster. But as a result, the origin of the 5th-level monster became a mystery, and there was a lot of discussion on the internet. At this time, in Su Taotao's live broadcast room, Su Taotao sighed softly, her face full of regret. It's really a pity that I would encounter such a thing. Taotao, don't cry. These are all accidents, there is no need to be sad about them. But then again, that guy named Chen Yi is definitely quite capable. He was able to contain that 5th-level monster for so long. Yes, if it weren't for him, even more people would have died. People like him will definitely become the pillars of society in the future. I have a bombshell reveal for you. Did you know that Chen Yi's talent level, as determined by the Beastmaster Association, is only E level? And the same goes for Lin Mengxue, whose bloodline is only F level. F rank? How is that possible? Even if I didn't see Chen Yi restraining a tier 5 monster, I watched the entire scene of him killing the monster 2 days ago. I feel like even a tier 3 spirit beast wouldn't be that easy. It's indeed F grade. I'm a student at Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy. Lin Mengxue is our school's most beautiful girl. Back then, her awakening of her F grade bloodline caused quite a stir. Holy crap! This is fake, right? That kind of combat power is F rank. Could it be that my girlfriend's awakened talent is fake, AB rank talent? Is it possible that the E-level talent that Chen Yi awakened is specifically effective against F-level spirit beasts, allowing them to gain the power of S-level bloodlines? What are you thinking? A talent like this is guaranteed to be an S-rank talent at the very least. Aren't E-rank talents completely irrelevant to combat? I think there's something wrong with the test results. Why don't you have them tested again now? A lot of discussion was going on in the comments, and the topic seemed to have gone a little off track. But it's okay this way. After all, if the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room is always so depressing, it will indeed make people feel a little weird. Su Taotao looked at the barrage of comments scrolling on the screen, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sometimes she fantasizes that there is a handsome Prince Charming who comes like a hero when she is in crisis, gently holds her hand and tells her that she is not a waste. Then taking her to travel around the world and enjoy the magnificent scenery standing on the top of the world seems like a good idea, right? But Su Taotao knew very well in her heart that this was just a dream that would never come true. She shook her head helplessly, bringing her thoughts back to reality. Okay. We've gone a bit off topic. Now that the final exams of Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy have concluded successfully, it's time for me to return to my old job. I haven't eaten for a whole day. I feel like I'm starving to death. Well, let's try this must-try delicacy in Jiangcheng Donghu vinegar fish. Holy crap! Tao Tao is awesome, she even dares to eat this. Delicious food? I can only say that anyone who dares to eat this is a tough guy. I took a bite of this the other day and it made me feel terrible for the whole day. You guys aren't longtime fans? Tao Tao even managed to eat a spicy seafood sashimi cake before, so why are you so worried about not being able to finish a small Donghu vinegar fish? Chapter 49, Strange Situation. 9 o'clock that evening. Jiangcheng Century Hotel, in the 4-square hot pot room. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin sat next to Chen Yi, while Luo Qinghe and Wang Kaili sat opposite them. The light softly shines on the table, the 9-grid hot pot is emitting steam, the red oil pot is bubbling, and the rich aroma of spices fills the air. Looking at this scene, I'm afraid everyone will drool, right? Boy, what do you think of Shirin? Luo Qinghe was the first to break the silence and asked. Chen Yi was shocked and almost spit out the drink he had just taken. Damn, is this something a grandfather should ask? But Chen Yi quickly came to his senses and said, Shirin's talent is very good. Seeing this scene, Wang Kaili suddenly laughed out loud, ha. That's what young people are like. They actually think of that first thing. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Luo Qinghe coughed twice, interrupting Wang Kaili's laughter. Boy, do you think Shirin can break through to the 10th level in the future? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi straightened up immediately and said seriously, absolutely no problem. Not to mention the 10th level, even the 15th level, which no one has ever reached, I'm confident I can reach it. Oh? So confident? Yes. So, Lord Luo Qinghe, please rest assured. Chen Yi stood up and said, I've already told Shirin and Mengxue that I will definitely take them to the top of the world. Good. Very ambitious. I believe in you. Luo Qinghe nodded with great satisfaction, a relieved smile on his face. Immediately, he took out an ice blue crystal and an emerald green crystal from his arms and placed them on the table. Chen Yi took the crystal and asked with a puzzled look on his face, what is this? Luo Shirin explained with a smile, these are Ice Soul Stone and Wind Fairy Stone. Soaking them in water made from grinding Warcraft crystal cores can slightly change the spiritual properties contained within them. Take the Wind Fairy Stone for example. It can make the spiritual power of the Warcraft crystal core powder after being soaked in water slightly lean towards the wind element. As a spirit beast with wind attributes, if I can absorb and refine it, the spiritual power boost I get will be slightly higher than that of a spirit beast without attributes. Although the improvement is not large, the improvement accumulated over a long period of time is considerable. After hearing this, Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, and roughly understood the purpose of this thing. This is like putting a few wolfberries in water when drinking it, which is a punk way of health preservation. The only difference is that this wolfberry can be used indefinitely. However, it seems that his cultivation method does not seem to be able to use this thing at all. Thank you, Luo Qinghe. Before Chen Yi finished speaking, Luo Qinghe interrupted him, what should you call me now? Chen Yi immediately realized his mistake and quickly changed his words, Grandpa Luo. That's more like it. Luo Qinghe nodded with satisfaction, then picked up a large piece of beef tripe and placed it in Lin Mengxue's bowl. Mengxue, I've learned about your family situation. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa. Lin Mengxue was slightly startled and could hardly believe her ears. Is it really possible? Of course. I'm so happy to have such a beautiful granddaughter for free. Then, Grandpa Luo. Don't be so reserved, relax. Grandfather. Okay, not bad. Remember, we are all a family from now on, there is no need to be so restrained. Luo Qinghe happily picked up several more pieces of beef with his chopsticks and put them into Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue's bowls respectively. Come on, let's eat. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue said in unison. However, Luo Shirin on the side pouted and complained dissatisfiedly, Grandpa, where is mine? Just help yourself. You're already such a grown-up, and you still want me to help you with food? Biased. Grandpa, you are biased. After 3 rounds of wine, the meal has 5 flavors. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin were also drunk, their faces flushed. She kept talking nonsense from her cherry lips and her body was shaking, as if she would fall down at any time. Luo Qinghe looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. He immediately asked Wang Kaili to take care of them and asked Chen Yi to go to the balcony outside the corridor and talk to him alone for a few words. Chen Yi, I won't ask any more questions about your secrets. I've asked you about your ambitions in the office before. I asked you to come here this time just to ask you something. When you went to the cave in the assessment area before, did you notice anything unusual? Looking at Luo Qinghe's serious expression, Chen Yi knew that he must know something. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi decided to tell Lu Ruyan about her situation. There's nothing unusual in the cave, but I can sense that 5th level monster. It might be my ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan. Luo Qinghe frowned slightly. Your ex-girlfriend? Are you serious? Chen Yi nodded. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm more than 80% sure. The system information panel is certainly infallible, but it's not definitive. Leaving some room for maneuver is the most correct way of speaking. Hearing this, Luo Qinghe also held his chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. The bloodstains in the cave have been tested and confirmed to be Qin Shoxing's blood. There is also a pool of blood whose identity is unknown. It can only be confirmed that it comes from a spiritual beast with a level bloodline. It is probably another spiritual beast that Qin Shoxing had before. The only thing missing was Lu Ruyan's bloodstains, which was very strange. Unexpectedly, it turned into a monster? Could it be that because Qin Shoxing is dead and there is no beastmaster to restrain her corrosive power, she turned into a demon beast? But how could a spirit beast that hadn't yet broken through to the 2nd level become a 5th level after being demonized? And Lu Ruyan is not even 20 years old. Just as Luo Qinghe was lost in thought, the door of the next room was slowly pushed open. A little girl dressed in pink walked out. She is only a little over 1.5 meters tall, has twin ponytails, and looks very lively and cute. But, it's still summer now, but she is still wearing a Lolita dress. Isn't it hot? In sharp contrast to her petite figure is the 1-meter-tall suitcase next to her. The exterior of the suitcase looked a bit worn, and it had obviously experienced quite a bit of bumpy travel. There is also a camera hanging on the outside of the suitcase, which looks like it belongs to a blogger or something like that. Of course, these surface details are not the most critical. The most important thing is, this little girl actually also possesses SSS-level hidden bloodline? Chapter 50 Chen Yi's fans. Name, Su Taodao. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F-rank Wantan Beast. Hidden bloodline, SSS-level Tao Tai. Level, Level 1, Stage 2. Constitution, 3. Spiritual power, 7. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Devour. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, due to a lack of energy intake since childhood and extreme malnutrition, the Taodai blood cannot be stimulated, so its bloodline is hidden. The ancient ferocious beast Taodai swallows the heavens and the earth, eats the sun and the moon, and is the most domineering spiritual beast. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded its information. If the host successfully signs a contract and raises their favorability to 80 points or above, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 125 reinforcement points. Reward 2, Beast Taming Skill Appraisal. Reward 3, Item Spiritual Beast Immortal Fruit. Seeing this system message, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. The SSS-level hidden bloodline that you normally wouldn't find in half a day, but you encountered it while just having a meal today? And even the system tasks have been activated. This is definitely something you can't miss. But then again, I haven't even met her, so why would she have a favorable impression of me? Could it be that he's also a student at the Beast Taming Academy and has seen my live battle footage, so he has a crush on me? No, Su Taodao is so cute. Those Lolita-loving otakus in the Beastmaster Academy will definitely praise her to the sky. It's impossible for her to remain unknown in school. Chen Yi shook his head and decided not to worry about these unimportant things. Since the spirit beast girl who has activated the system task is here, we naturally cannot miss it. However, Luo Qinghe was standing right next to him, and Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little troubled. It doesn't seem appropriate to approach other girls so blatantly at this time, right? According to the time point, the contract with Luo Shirin was made only 4 days ago. It's been less than 4 days and he's already trying to pick up other girls in front of her grandfather. Doesn't it feel a bit weird? Just as Chen Yi was thinking, Su Taodao suddenly turned around, as if preparing to take some photos with a camera and upload them to the blog. As a result, their eyes met unexpectedly. A favorability level of 15 points, in the system's terms, means that after meeting Chen Yi once, you feel that he has some good qualities and you feel like you can have a brief chat with him. Although this favorability is not high. But at least there is a level of favorability, which means that they definitely know each other. Su Taotao was slightly startled and subconsciously covered her mouth and exclaimed, "It's you. Shen Yi from Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy." Hearing this, Shen Yi was secretly delighted. Su Taotao was the one who initiated the conversation, so you can't say he's fickle, right? On the surface, he pretended not to recognize her and nodded slightly in response, "It's me? What's wrong?" Su Taotao's face flushed instantly, and she quickly said, "Sorry, I lost my composure because I saw a celebrity. Shen Yi, I'm your fan. Are you free now? I want an autograph." Seeing this, Luo Qinghe, who was standing by, patted Shen Yi on the shoulder and said jokingly, "I didn't expect you to have fans too. Then I won't bother you. Just remember not to go too far." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the box, leaving Shen Yi and Su Taotao alone. I have to say, this is really a good assist. Shen Yi scratched his head and muttered to himself, "I actually have a fan too? And it's an SSS-level hidden bloodline. This is really a coincidence. With the infinite contract, even if I'm at the second level, I can still contract the third spirit beast girl, right? But I have to stabilize it first." Thinking of this, Shen Yi took a deep breath and tried to see if he could get closer to Su Taotao first. Shen Yi had some knowledge of Lin Mengxue, the school beauty with a beast-controlling bloodline, so he dared to use the secret of the F-level bloodline to threaten her to enter the training room with him, and then find an opportunity to let her gain power. Luo Shirin came to him on her own initiative. She had already known Shen Yi's abilities, so the contract was relatively smooth. However, Su Taotao's situation was completely different. Before tonight, Shen Yi didn't even know this person. "Hey, do you want power? Make a contract with me. If I say this directly, I will definitely be regarded as a hooligan. We must find a more tactful way." Thinking of this, Shen Yi nodded and said, "Sure, I'm free now." "Thank you, wait a moment." Su Taotao quickly began to rummage through the suitcase, looking for the signature board. Shen Yi leaned against the wall nearby and asked casually, as if chatting with someone, "By the way, how do you know me? I don't think I've been on TV, right?" Su Taotao didn't have any bad intentions and explained truthfully, "I'm a food blogger, live streaming on Douyin. I was invited to Jiangcheng 3 days ago to commentate on your Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy's final exam with 2 guest commentators. I saw you on the live broadcast. Although what happened on the last day was a bit regrettable, your performance was truly amazing. That's why I've become a fan of you and your contracted spirit beast. So cool. I didn't expect that. I was just talking about you in the live broadcast room this afternoon, and I found you after the broadcast ended in the evening. Maybe this is fate." After saying that, she skipped to Shen Yi, holding a signature board and a marker in her hands, her eyes full of anticipation. Shen Yi took the signature board and signed his very immature name on it. "I have to say, it's a bit ugly. Maybe I need to find some time to practice my calligraphy in the future. It's really fate. I never thought I would have fans and become a famous blogger." Su Taotao happily took the signature board and said, "By the way, where are your 2 contracted spirit beast sisters? Aren't they with you? I still want their autographs." Shen Yi pointed to the box next to him with his chin and smiled helplessly. One of them fell gloriously on the sofa, and the other chose the floor as a strategic location. "The responsibility of cleaning up the battlefield may fall on my shoulders later." Ha, that's really hard work. However, he was only halfway through the conversation. Su Taotao's face suddenly changed. She bent down, covered her chest and gasped for breath, with a painful expression on her face. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to become agitated, as if something extraordinary had happened. Seeing this, Shen Yi quickly stepped forward to support Su Taotao and asked, "What's wrong with you? I don't have any money to blackmail you." Su Taotao did not respond to Shen Yi. Instead, he stared at the floor with an unwilling expression, his body trembling continuously as he murmured softly, "How could this happen? It's only been 3 years? Why did it start already?" Chapter 51 Demonization. At this time, Shen Yi also noticed it. On Su Taotao's information panel, an additional message was displayed: Demonization countdown, 360 hours, 44 minutes, and 37 seconds. And the numbers kept jumping, as if announcing Su Taotao's fate. This is demonization. How could this girl turn into a demon so quickly? Su Taotao looks like a little lowly. If it weren't for the system interface, Shen Yi would even think that she was only 14 or 15 years old. Coupled with her cute appearance and the fact that she has not yet established a contract with anyone, people naturally think that she is just awakened. Who would have thought that she had actually been awakened for almost 4 years? It is even almost being eroded by the power and turned into a demon. However, Su Taotao soon returned to normal. She took a few deep breaths and her complexion looked a little better. I'm sorry, I'm a little anemic, thank you for holding me. Her voice was trembling and her eyes were slightly moist. Even without the help of the system, any normal person could tell that she was hiding something. Once the spirit beast girls begin to transform into demons, it means that their bodies have been assimilated by the force of erosion, which is an irreversible process. Even if a contract is established with the Beastmaster now, it will not be able to stop the demonization. At most, it can only delay the demonization process for a period of time. It's like if your arm is cut off, if you seek medical treatment in time, it may be possible to reattach it. But if the severed arm has been roasted by the fire and is sizzling with oil, it would be a fantasy to want to reattach it. Of course, there are ways to save the situation. Today's human technology has made great progress, and special drugs can be used to slow down the process of demonization. Tranquilizer is one of them. Just one injection can temporarily free the spirit beast girl from the troubles of demonization within 3 months. But the price? 500,000 yuan per injection, and the side effects are also very strong. Just like chemotherapy for cancer patients, it will cause hair loss, physical weakness, difficulty in movement, skin ulcers, etc. It is basically difficult to return to the previous state. Chen Yi had also heard that there were several kinds of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth that seemed to be able to restore spiritual beasts that had begun to become demonized to normal. But these things are basically hard to come by and you may not be able to get them even if you have money. Therefore, for spiritual beasts, becoming demonized is almost equivalent to a death sentence. What Su Taotao couldn't understand was, in this world, even if humans awaken the blood of spirit beasts at the age of 18, they can generally not wait until around 35 years old before starting to become demonic. But why does she start to become a demon when she was less than 22 years old? Why does the world treat her so unfairly? I used to think that after I became famous, I would be noticed by a rich man and live a life with enough food to eat every day. I didn't expect that the end would come so soon. Su Taotao fought back her tears, turned around and bowed deeply to Chen Yi, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Thank you for the autograph, I have something else to do, see you next time." After saying that, she picked up her suitcase without looking back and ran into the elevator. The moment the elevator door closed, it was obvious that tears were streaming down her cheeks. Chen Yi looked at Su Taotao's departing back and shook his head helplessly. Naturally, he also knew the rules of the demonization of spiritual beasts in this world. For a spirit beast that has begun to transform into a demon, the best outcome is probably euthanasia, and there is not much chance of rescue. Oh, am I lucky or unlucky? I finally met a spirit beast girl with SSS-level bloodline, but I missed it just like that. If I had met him a day earlier and established a contract with him before he turned into a demon, there might still be hope. What a pity. Back to the box. It was unknown when Luo Qinghe had left, leaving Wang Kaili alone to take care of the 2 drunk spirit beast girls. Wang Kaili seemed to have learned from Luo Qinghe about Chen Yi's encounter with fans. When she saw Chen Yi walking in with a somewhat depressed expression, she asked curiously, "Huh? Why does he look so weird? Did he run into some haters?" Chen Yi shook his head, "That's not the case, I just feel that the girl is quite pitiful." Hearing this, Wang Kaili didn't ask any more questions. He carried the drunken Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue on his shoulders and comforted them. There are so many pitiful people out there, so you must work hard to become stronger, strong enough to have the power to change the world. Right now, you're not qualified to sympathize with others. Chen Yi nodded, "Of course I know this. I have to say that the Luo family is indeed extraordinary." Although this place was only 3 kilometers away from Lin Mengxue's home, they still arranged a luxury car to pick her up. The vehicle's luxurious appearance and spacious interior make people sigh that it is simply packed. After returning home, Chen Yi carried them both to bed. He sat on the sofa and looked up some information about Su Taotao. As a result, I actually found her live broadcast room on Douyin. But just 5 minutes ago, she posted a status saying she needed to take a break for a while. In just 5 minutes, there were tens of thousands of comments and thousands of reposts. It seems that he is still a big internet celebrity. It seems that she is also aware of the condition of her body. What a pity, such a beautiful girl turned into a demon like this, alas. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. It's rare that I can go to bed early tonight, so I should have a good rest for the day. However, when Chen Yi stood up and prepared to take a shower, his eyes were suddenly drawn to the mailbox behind the door. I don't know when, there was a white envelope there. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Envelope? Why didn't I notice it just now? Could it be a letter from Schwer? With curiosity, he opened the envelope. The envelope contained an invitation to a black market dinner party, with a few large words emphasized in artistic fonts: auction of high-level bloodline spirit beasts. Looking at the big words on the invitation, Chen Yi frowned slightly. In this world, trafficking in spirit beasts is an absolutely illegal act, and the sentencing is at the highest level, no different from murder. But now, the flyers for the auction of spirit beasts were sent to my home so blatantly. This is really outrageous. Moreover, the venue of this invitation is not Jiangcheng, but Seoul. This is even more outrageous. Can an invitation letter from Seoul be sent to Jiangcheng? However, these things have nothing to do with Chen Yi. His current strength is simply not enough to take care of these things. But after thinking for a few seconds, he picked up his phone and sent this matter to Luo Xinghe to see what he thought. After doing all this, Chen Yi went to the bathroom, took a shower, and slept soundly. Suddenly I lost the company of two beautiful girls, and sometimes I feel a little lost. Chapter 52: Luo Xinghe's visit. At the same time, the presidential suite of Century Hotel in Jiangcheng. What's the result? Have you found any clues about the Demon Abyss sect? Luo Xinghe looked at the three middle-aged women in front of him and asked. According to the communication records, we found signs that Qin Shouxing had contacted a suspicious person. This is the surveillance footage from the Jiangcheng Hotel 4 nights ago. Qin Shouxing had contact with Wang Yu, the captain of the Jiangcheng security team, but the specific details of their conversation are currently unknown. Wang Yu himself left Jiangcheng 2 days ago in the afternoon. No one knows where he went. This is the income and expenditure details of his bank card. A large portion of his income is unknown. We dug deeper based on this clue and found that he has close ties with the underground black market group in Seoul. Hearing this, Luo Xinghe frowned tightly. Combined with the information provided by Chen Yi, there is a high probability that there is something wrong with Qin Shouxing. However, he never expected that even Wang Yu, the captain of Jiangcheng's guard team, was involved. 2 days ago, the first day of the exam? Did you find out that I was at Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy, so you fled immediately? Or has something unexpected happened, so you need to leave Jiangcheng immediately? The more Luo Xinghe thought about it, the more confused his mind became. It is hard to imagine that such a crude method would be done by the Demon Abyss sect. Instead, it looks more like the actions of an amateur. But he went to the cave to explore it himself in the afternoon and confirmed that the remnants of black power belonged to the Demon Abyss sect. What went wrong? Is there something wrong with the Qin group behind Qin Shouxing? No, at least based on the paper data, I haven't found any problems. Looking at the capital chain, I haven't found any unclear income or expenditure. I asked our financial staff to analyze it, and they couldn't find any problems either. It's just a normal business. That's strange. Did I miss some details? In an instant, the room fell into deathly silence. Just then, a crisp ding sound broke the silence in the room. A message from Chen Yi came to Luo Xinghe's mobile phone. He glanced at it and asked, "Is the underground black market related to one you called the Black Ghost Market?" Yes. This organization's main means of livelihood is the trafficking of spirit beasts and the underground spirit beast arena. It is notorious and well known in the Seoul area. Hearing this, Luo Xinghe frowned slightly and fell into deep thought again. Chen Yi suddenly received this flyer at this time. Why did he feel something was a little strange? Alright, you guys go back and rest first. We'll send an investigation team to look into what's next. Master, don't you plan to return to your family? I don't have that plan for now. If I have to go back, I want to take Shireen with me. Okay, we get it. As soon as the words fell, the three middle-aged women disappeared without a trace. Luo Xinghe picked up the photo sent by Chen Yi, and after careful consideration, he made a decision. Since there are no other clues now, let's go here and take a look. The next morning, Chen Yi was in a daze and felt that the blood circulation in his hands was a little blocked. He tried to move his arm, but found it was pinned down. It wasn't until several minutes later that his eyes finally overcame the sleepiness and slowly opened. Only then did Chen Yi realize that his hands were being used as pillows by Luo Shireen and Lin Mengxue. They both looked at themselves with pouting lips, looking unhappy. Brother Chen Yi. How dare you leave us to sleep alone last night? Brother Chen Yi. Do you know that time is money? You wasted an entire night. What crime should you be punished for? Chen Yi quickly defended himself. You two were drunk, how can you blame me? Are you still a man? That's right. We're all drunk, aren't you going to take advantage of us? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes on the spot. Aren't these two girls a little too good to be true? Are you trying to improve your affinity, or do you simply want to do that kind of thing? Okay, I'll work overtime tonight, okay? No. We have to make up for what we lost last night. That's right, just think of it as a little morning exercise. What kind of morning exercise is this? 2 hours later, Chen Yizai finally had breakfast. After helping Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin guide the energy of the Warcraft Crystal Core, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I have to say, a Beastmaster's day goes by really fast. I feel like I haven't done anything and half a day has passed. It's quite frustrating. No wonder high-level Beastmasters are rarely seen. As the number of contracted Spirit Beast girls increases, I may have to spend 20 hours a day to train them. How can I have free time to go shopping? Of course, the reason why Chen Yi had such a feeling. The main reason is that the Spirit Beast girls have swallowed too many monster crystal cores, so naturally a lot more energy is needed to be refined. Normally, a Beastmaster would practice using the grinding method, and it would usually take about half an hour to guide all of the spiritual power. However, Chen Yi asked them to swallow the monster crystal core directly, which would hardly cause any waste of spiritual power. Moreover, because they swallow a large amount at a time, the spiritual power they accumulate is at least dozens of times more than that of other spiritual beasts. With the help of SSS-level talent, being able to complete the spiritual power guidance in 10 times the time of an ordinary Beastmaster is already very efficient. Of course, the result of doing this is that compared to ordinary spirit beasts, they have a spiritual power accumulation speed dozens of times faster. Even if the spiritual power required for upgrading increases significantly due to the powerful bloodline, the upgrade speed can still be maintained at more than 10 times. All I can say is, there are pros and cons. After Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue, and Luo Shirin finished taking a shower and changing their clothes, they found that Luo Qinghe had already sat on the sofa. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but cough twice, with an expression of "don't look at anything inappropriate" on his face. Young man, you need to learn moderation. Cultivating affinity is important, but there's no need to do this in the shower, right? Hearing this, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's faces turned red instantly, and they quickly let go of Chen Yi's arms. Lin Mengxue hurried back to the kitchen to make tea. Luo Shirin, like a frightened deer, quickly sat down diagonally from Luo Qinghe, picked up a green feather from somewhere, and began to count the number of forks on it with great concentration. It's obvious that they all feel guilty. Chen Yi sighed helplessly, then walked over to Luo Qinghe and sat down. Mr. Luo, good afternoon. What do you call that? Never mind, let's do it this afternoon. Luo Qinghe said straight to the point, I'm here for no other reason than to ask if you're free in a week. Chapter 53 How to Use Reinforcement Points. Hearing this, Chen Yi subconsciously took out his mobile phone and started checking the calendar. It took him a second to come to his senses and realize that he probably didn't need to go back to the mall to work. In the past, I had to wait for sale times every day to buy various ingredients and daily necessities, but now I don't need to do that anymore. Time flies. Such huge changes have taken place in just 1 week. Chen Yi sighed inwardly and responded, we shouldn't have anything important to do during this period, so we should be free. Luo Qinghe nodded slightly, his eyes falling on the invitation on the coffee table. Okay, then go to Seoul in a week. Just go to this Black City dinner. Shall we go? Chen Yi was a little surprised. This kind of dinner doesn't look like something a law-abiding citizen would attend, does it? Can I ask why? Luo Qinghe did not hide anything and directly revealed all the information he had collected last night. After hearing this, Lin Mengxue was completely stunned. Sure enough, Chen Yi's guess was correct. This Wang Yu actually had a big problem. So, Wang Yu has been taking care of me for 3 years after my parents' death, with the intention of waiting for me to awaken my advanced bloodline so that he can sell me as a commodity? That's possible, but I'm more inclined to believe that he wanted to sign a contract with you, but when he saw that you had awakened an F-level bloodline, he gave up the idea. This is like this. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Lin Mengxue's forehead, and she felt a little scared. It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. Fortunately, what he awakened was F-level bloodline, and the real bloodline level was hidden. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine what kind of fate she would face now. Luo Shirin calmly summarized the information and said, so, Grandpa, you suspect that this Black Ghost City is related to the Demon Abyss sect, so you want us to use this invitation to go there and find out what's going on? Luo Qinghe took out 3 white crystals from his space ring and placed them on the table. he said in a low voice. Yes. Although it might be a trap, I still don't want to miss this clue. The demonic abyss sect must be eradicated. Otherwise, no one can predict whether the tragedy of 20 years ago will happen again. These 3 crystals are communication stones. You just need to inject spiritual power into them, and I will immediately know your current situation and provide timely support. How about it? Do you want to take a gamble? This experience might be a good training for you. After these words were spoken, Chen Yi and his 3 companions looked at each other. There is no need to say more. It is a rare opportunity to gain such experience, so it should not be missed. Moreover, the other party had already sent the envelope to his home, obviously having investigated Chen Yi and his group. This destabilizing factor must be eliminated first. At this time, Luo Shirin interrupted and said, "But Grandpa, since this is a black market, shouldn't you express your opinion?" Luo Qing has smiled slightly and took out a bank card from his pocket. There is 1 million in the card, which is my private money. Just consider it as my activity funds for you. During the investigation, if you come across a treasure you like, just take a picture of it. Luo Shirin hurriedly took the bank card and smiled sweetly. That's better. Immediately afterwards, Luo Qinghe took out more than a dozen second-level and third-level Beast King crystal cores from his space ring and placed them on the table. 2 of these second-level ice attribute Beast King crystal cores were given to you by Lin Mo's father and Feng Xiuye's father as a thank you for saving their lives. These 2 third-level wind attribute Beast King crystal cores are given to you by the Academy as a reward for protecting the students. The rest I got from my family. Now that Yuqing is in power, it's quite troublesome to get some resources out. When she heard the word Yuqing, a hint of anger flashed in Luo Shirin's beautiful eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Although large families enjoy a respected status, the competition within them is also particularly fierce. Especially a woman like Luo Shirin, who was born into the main lineage but awakened F-level bloodline, would be abandoned by the family in minutes. When people with collateral bloodlines gain control of power, they naturally will not give any special treatment to people with the main bloodline, and it becomes very difficult to obtain these superior resources. I understand, this is enough. Well, that's good. You should practice well during this period. I will arrange transportation for you in a week. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue were shocked when they heard these words. Is this the strength of a big family? Even when being suppressed, he could still easily obtain more than a dozen Beast King crystal cores. And that 1 million yuan bank card feels like it's worth just 100 yuan. It's outrageous. How many Warcraft cores can this buy? After Luo Qinghe left, Chen Yi and the other 2 looked at the Beast King crystal core on the table, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Since we have a week, we naturally have to concentrate on refining these Beast King crystal cores. Brother Chen Yi, have you ever channeled the energy of the Beast King crystal core before? Lin Mengxue asked curiously. No, but don't worry. I will definitely not make any mistakes. Are you kidding? Chen Yi is a man with SSS-level talent for energy guidance. How could there be a mistake in guiding spiritual power? Hearing this, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin looked at each other and nodded. Brother Chen Yi, I believe you. Let's start refining now without further delay. Well, let's show off. Or just eat it. Good. Lin Mengxue picked up one of the second-level ice attribute Beast King crystal cores without hesitation and stuffed it into her mouth. At this moment, Chen Yi also used energy guidance to quickly refine the Beast King's crystal core. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host is assisting Lin Mengxue in refining the second-order Ice Elemental Beast King crystal core. The skill contained in the Beast King's crystal core is Ice Arrow. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 2.8%. The host can consume 5 enhancement points to allow Lin Mengxue to learn this skill 100%. Does the host consume it? Holy crap! Is this even possible? It really is a system. Chen Yi widened his eyes and murmured in disbelief. Why do I feel like there are some enhanced points, as if I can do anything? Wait, system, let me ask you, can strengthening points remove the demonic state of the spirit beast? Can. The host consumes 25 reinforcement points to activate the heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures containing light attribute spiritual power, which can help the spiritual beast to eliminate all abnormal states, including demonization. But please note, host, using this method to remove the demonized state does not mean that you will not be demonized again in the future. If I cannot find a beast master to establish a contract with in the future, I will continue to enter the demonic state. Chapter 54, Refining the Beast King Crystal Core. Upon hearing this, Chenyi rolled his eyes on the spot. It turns out that it really works. I just don't know where to find the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that contain the spiritual power of light. Spirit beast girls who can activate the system's favorability tasks are rare, and Su Taotao not only has SSS-level hidden blood, but also looks very cute. It is definitely not to be missed. However, the most important thing at the moment is to help Lin Mengxue refine the Beast King Crystal Core first. In the skill atlas, Ice Arrow is just the lowest level ice attribute move. Although it is always good to have more skills, Lin Mengxue already has a superior alternative skill, Ice Breath, so there is no need to waste enhancement points to learn this relatively weak skill. No consumption. As Chenyi finished speaking, the Ice Element Beast King Crystal Core in Lin Mengxue's mouth seemed to melt instantly. Like ice cream, it flows coolly down the throat into the stomach. In an instant, an extremely cold air swept over like a surging wave. The entire living room seemed to be shrouded in an invisible chill, making people shiver. Under the impact of this extremely cold air, a light blue rune quietly condensed between Lin Mengxue's eyebrows. As time went on, the rune became clearer and clearer, and finally settled steadily between her eyebrows. So fast, is the refining complete already? Luo Shirin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She comes from a large family, so she is naturally well informed. The spiritual power contained in a Beast King Crystal Core is 100 times that of a Magic Beast Crystal Core of the same level. The difficulty of refining it can be imagined, and it usually takes a lot of time and energy. However, Chenyi completed the refining so easily. What on earth is there that this man can't do? Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Not yet. Right now, I'm just refining the spiritual energy in the Beast King's Crystal Core. Next, I need to guide the energy. Chenyi explained, and immediately began to channel his energy. Shirin, I'm busy right now, and I have something I want to ask of you. Brother Chenyi, you said, as long as I can do it, I will help you do it. Well, help me find the whereabouts of someone. Her name is Su Taotao, and she's a Douyin anchor. She might be in a bad mental state recently. If possible, please keep an eye on her. Su Taotao? I think she's a food blogger, right? Okay, I get it. Although Luo Shirin was a little confused, she didn't know what Chenyi was trying to do by suddenly looking for a female food streamer. But Luo Shirin fully supported Chenyi's choice. Without asking any questions, she immediately took action. As for jealousy, of course there won't be any. Influenced by the thoughts of the Beastmaster of the Luo family, she even felt that the more contracted spirit beasts surrounded Chenyi, the more excited she would be. After all, in this world, the standard for measuring the value of a male Beastmaster, in addition to looking at his talent level, is to look at the spirit beast girls surrounding him. The more spirit beasts a girl contracts with, the stronger their bloodline level, the higher their class, the more beautiful they are. This means that the more successful this Beastmaster is and the stronger his foundation is. As one of the contracted spirit beasts, if Chenyi does well, her reputation will naturally rise. The only regret is that when she has more contracted spirit beasts, the amount of favor she can enjoy will also decrease. But compared to Chenyi's future as a top player, what does this mean? So, why be jealous? Soon, she used her resources to search for all the information about Su Taotao. After all, she is just a female anchor without any background. With the means of the Luo family, it is naturally not difficult to find her. In less than an hour, all the information about her, including all her activities, was found at a glance. Miss, she's in room 2025 of the Century Hotel right now. But I feel like there might be something wrong with this girl. She seems to be showing signs of suicide. Suicide? What's going on? We seem to sense a hint of demonic aura. I guess her death is not far away. Hearing this, Luo Shirin was stunned for a moment. Is it actually a spirit beast that has begun to transform into a demon? Isn't that hopeless? But since Chenyi said this, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Please keep an eye on her. Even if she becomes a demon, don't let her commit suicide. Yes. Soon, all the information about Su Taotao was sent to Luo Shirin's mobile phone. All I can say is that it makes people sad and cry when they hear it, and people can't help but feel sad and sorry for Su Taotao's experience. This is so tragic. However, what is puzzling is that Su Taotao's father is an SS-level Beastmaster and her mother is an S-level Spirit Beast. Such a family background can be regarded as the top beast taming family in any city. How can you not afford to raise a foodie child? Or was it because of other reasons that he abandoned Su Taotao? Of course, what attracts the most attention is Su Taotao's awakened spirit beast bloodline. Another F-level bloodline. It seems that she must be a little sister like me and Mengxue, whose true bloodline is hidden for some reason. No wonder she asked me to collect her information. Mengxue was the same before. Brother Chenyi seemed to know whether his bloodline was hidden just by looking at her. What kind of beast taming talent is this? I'm really curious. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a day is passed. Boom! Accompanied by a breath of ice attribute blooming. At this moment, all the energy in the Beast King's crystal core was integrated into Lin Mengxue's body. Finally, I successfully broke through to the second level, 7th stage. Call. Is this the spiritual power contained in the Beast King's crystal core? So cool. Feeling the warm energy of the ice-attributed Beast King crystal core, Lin Mengxue stretched out lazily with great satisfaction. Her hair has been dyed snow white by the power of the ice element, and the silver-white dragon horns stand proudly above her head, emitting an unparalleled majesty. Even without entering the armed form, one could see a snow-white tail extending from behind her, swaying gently and teasingly. Paired with the white stockings soaked with sweat in the face that could bring disaster to the country and the people, her every frown and smile was like a fairy descending to earth, making people intoxicated. Stunning beauty, maybe it really is not a joke. Have I manifested my full power? Lin Mengxue happily threw herself into Chenyi's arms. Brother Chenyi, thank you. A faint fragrance wafted out from her mouth and lingered around Chenyi's nose. At the same time, the cool touch from Lin Mengxue's body was also transmitted to Chenyi through her clothes. This cool feeling does not make people feel cold, but instead has a different kind of comfort, as if it can dispel the summer heat. Chapter 55 Favorability suddenly increases. Chenyi took advantage of the situation and hugged Lin Mengxue's waist, saying softly, "Congratulations, my little dragon lady." Lin Mengxue's cheeks flushed slightly, like a ripe apple, and she whispered shyly, "Hey, then tonight, let Brother Chenyi experience the service from Dragon Lady." Really? That's what you said. Of course, you can touch the dragon's horns as you like. Ahem. Suddenly, a light cough was heard, breaking the atmosphere that was about to enter a romantic scene. Then I saw Luo Shirin crossing her arms over her chest, pouting, with a coquettish expression. Are you two planning to leave me out? Or am I here at the wrong time? Seeing this, Chenyi took Luo Shirin into his arms and said gently, "How could that be?" "Shirin, you came at the right time. It's already late today, let's enjoy little dragon lady together." Lin Mengxue curled her lips and complained, "What do you mean by enjoying little dragon lady? I'm not here for you to enjoy." The next day at noon, Chenyi woke up slowly and seemed to still be recalling the scene of last night in his mind. Frost Dragon Night and Blue Luan Night, what happened last night should be worthy of this title, right? After getting up, the first thing he did was to check the information collected by Luo Shirin. It's really miserable. No wonder she is almost 22 years old but still looks like a lowly. The Taotai bloodline in her body requires a large amount of energy to activate. Everything eaten is converted into energy to activate the Taotai bloodline, so how can there be enough nutrition for growth? However, even so, it is not enough to meet even 1/10,000th of the energy needs of the Taotai bloodline. As one of the ancient ferocious beasts, the power of the Taotai bloodline in its complete form is probably stronger than Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue. Even if such a huge power was not activated, the backlash it brought would be immeasurable, which led to her becoming a demon at the age of 22. If Luo Shirin had met Chenyi later, she might have followed in Su Taotao's footsteps. Brother Chenyi, are you sure? As long as there is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth containing light-attributed spiritual power, you can save the spirit beast that is about to become a demon? Luo Shirin asked in disbelief. As someone from the Luo family, she naturally knew how rare the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that could remove the demonization of spiritual beasts and give them new life were. Even for the Luo family, it would probably cost a lot of money to get such a treasure. Although the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that contain spiritual power of various attributes are also quite rare. But compared with this kind of treasure, it is nothing. Brother Chenyi actually possesses such magical abilities? Every time I see Chenyi, it feels like opening a blind box, and I never know what the next surprise will be. It feels like every time I see Chenyi, it's just the tip of the iceberg. This is so cool. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 3 points. Ding. Congratulations to Luo Shirin for reaching 85 points. Reward reinforcement points plus 20 points. Current reinforcement points, 30 points. What the hell? Chen Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. To be honest, he has been thinking about how to improve the favorability of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin in order to obtain more strengthening points. Last night, he persevered for 2.5 hours in order to gain favor. However, the favorability between Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue did not improve at all. I guess it will become increasingly difficult to gain favor in this way in the future. At first, I wanted to imitate the situations in TV dramas and prepare a surprise gift or something to see if I could gain some favor. I never thought that favorability would increase so suddenly. It's true that a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. But it's better this way, I can save up 20 strengthening points. Now, all that's missing is a magical treasure from heaven and earth that contains the attribute of light. It's a pity that Luo Yuqing, the current ruler of the Luo family, has a hostile relationship with Luo Shirin. It would probably be extremely difficult to collect this thing with the help of the Luo family. Luo Qinghe also said that he would use his connections to try to make contact. For now, we can only take one step at a time. There is still half a month left before it is completely transformed into a demon, so it should still be in time. Chen Yi stared at Luo Shirin, who was looking at him lovingly, and gently stroked her earlobe. He smiled and said, "Of course. When have you ever seen me lie to you? Brother Chen Yi, you are really amazing. Okay, save this for tonight." Chen Yi picked up a third-level wind attribute Beast King Crystal Core and said, "Here, this third-level Beast King Crystal Core, show off." Good. Ding. Detected that the host is assisting Luo Shirin in refining the third-order wind elemental Beast King Crystal Core. The skill contained within the Beast King's Crystal Core is Breath of Wind. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 4.2%. The host can consume 10 reinforcement points to allow Luo Shirin to learn this skill 100%. Does the host consume it? System, can I view the skill description of Wind Breath? As he finished speaking, a skill information panel emitting faint light appeared clearly before his eyes. Wind Breath, 2 stars. Passive skill, slightly improves recovery effect in windy weather. A 2-star skill? Chen Yi glanced at the skills that Luo Shirin had now learned. Wind Blade, 3 stars. Song of Destruction, 7 stars. Feather Habitat, 5 stars. Even the most basic Wind Blade skill has a higher skill star number than Wind Breath. It seems that this skill is still not very useful. No consumption. However, as soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Luo Shirin's eyes suddenly lit up. He said excitedly, "Brother Chen Yi, the moment that energy poured into my body, I seem to have gained a new skill." Eh? You learned it? Oh my god, am I that lucky? Chen Yi was also quite surprised. He never expected that Luo Shirin would comprehend the new skill in this way. If he were asked to spend 10 enhancement points to learn this useless skill, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. But if you can learn new skills simply by luck, then of course the more the better. Luo Shirin closed her eyes and quietly felt the power of the new skill. After a while, she sighed slightly, opened her eyes and said, "But I feel like the new skill I learned is so useless. It seems to be just a passive skill. As long as there are no negative effects. Come, let's guide the spiritual power." Seeing this, Lin Mengxue had no intention of interrupting. After finishing his meal, he sat on the sofa and searched online for details on how to serve his own Beastmaster. Otherwise, Chen Yi would complain of back pain after an hour or two every day, which was really not satisfying. Chapter 56 Heading to Seoul. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During these 6 days, Chen Yi quietly bought a moose cake and visited Lu Ruyan's grave. After all, she was my first love in this world, and she died inexplicably. Even the dignity as a human being has been deprived, which is indeed a bit pitiful. But there is no way, people always have to look forward. This can be considered as a final farewell. Apart from visiting the graves, Chen Yi spent the rest of his time at home, wholeheartedly helping Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin refine the spiritual power of the monster crystal cores, as well as cultivating their affinity and improving their strength as much as possible. After 6 days of hard work, Chen Yi's efforts finally paid off. Lin Mengxue successfully broke through to the first stage of the third stage, and her strength was qualitatively improved. Luo Shirin also successfully reached the second stage, level 10, and was only 1 step away from the third stage. Chen Yi himself picked up the excess spiritual power from their refining and successfully broke through to the second level in 10th stage. His overall strength had made an astonishing leap compared to when he took part in the final exam. During this process, Chen Yi also discovered an interesting phenomenon. It seems that the probability of learning new skills increases not only with the advancement of the Beast King Crystal Core's rank. Rather, the higher the rank, the more powerful the skills acquired. It seems that in this way, you only need to use the low-level Beast King Crystal Core as a higher-level energy crystal, and there is no need to worry about whether you can learn new skills. However, at this moment, the member who was monitoring Su Taotao suddenly sent a notification. Miss, the surveillance target Su Taotao has left the hotel. Based on her identity information, we found out that she's already booked a ticket for Flight 7 to Seoul and is currently checking out. A taxi has been booked outside the hotel. I assume she's heading to the airship terminal. Her birthplace is Seoul. I think she probably realized she was about to become a demon, so she chose to return to her hometown to handle the subsequent euthanasia procedures. We've also prepared a car so we can follow her at any time. We'll keep you informed if there are any other developments. Seeing this news, Luo Shirin felt a tightness in her heart. I originally thought that Su Taotao would remain autistic until a day or two before she turned into a demon, and then would take any action. I didn't expect that they would suddenly take action now. When Chen Yi saw the news, he made a prompt decision and chose to go to Seoul. Anyway, they had originally planned to go to Seoul tomorrow to attend a dinner at the underground black market, so leaving a day earlier would not have much impact. Flight 7? Let me see. Chen Yi quickly opened his mobile phone and browsed the flight information of Jiangcheng. In this world, a large number of magical beasts descend from the dimensional rifts every day, making the traffic conditions here very different from those in the previous life. Common transportation facilities such as airports, high-speed railways and highways do not exist. Every city in this world relies on protective barriers to resist the invasion of monsters. However, these protective barriers cannot cover the wild areas, so public facilities built in the wild are often destroyed beyond recognition by monsters within just a few days after construction, causing serious property losses. If we send a beastmaster to guard it, it will waste a lot of human resources, which is not worth the cost. Therefore, transportation between different cities mainly relies on a means of transportation called airship. Airships are usually equipped with thermal weapons and several high-level beastmasters to ensure safety when attacked by ordinary monsters. In the past decade or so, there has been no airship accidents in Longwa, so safety can be guaranteed. Flight 7 takes off at 4:30 p.m. and takes about 4 hours to reach Seoul, but it is already full. However, for the Luo family, this is not a problem. I'll take care of the tickets. Chen Yi, tell Grandpa that we're going to Seoul a day early. Yeah, I understand. Lin Mengxue, who had long been accustomed to independent living, had already begun to pack her luggage in an orderly manner. With a space ring, traveling is extremely convenient. Luo Qinghe did not express any objection. Anyway, as long as we crush the communication stone, they can arrive in an instant. In terms of safety, there shouldn't be any major issues. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly and there was a gentle breeze. Chen Yi and his 3 companions arrived at the airship docking station in Jiangcheng. Along the way, many people seemed to recognize Chen Yi and his group, and they took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Chen Yi and others. It seems that the footage of the final exam was still spread. If he registered a live broadcast account at this time, coupled with the stunning looks of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, he would probably have millions of fans in no time. Of course, Chen Yi didn't have that much free time. How can being a streamer make money as quickly as going out hunting for World of Warcraft? As for Su Taotao, Luo Shirin quickly found her location because he had sent people to follow her in advance. At this time, Su Taotao was wearing a baseball cap and a mask covering most of her face, leaving only her big watery eyes exposed. She was wearing a simple white shirt and a burgundy plaid skirt. Her white over-the-knee socks extended to her thighs. She was wearing a pair of small red shoes and swaying in place like a child waiting for her parents. In fact, many people came up to talk to her, thinking that she had lost her parents. Of course, there were also some weird uncles who came forward to flirt with her, but Su Taotao easily resolved the situation. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about the performance. However, only Chen Yi knew that she only had 1 week left to live. Considering that euthanasia needs to be carried out in advance to prevent her from turning into a monster and harming the city. It is estimated that in 3 days, Su Taotao will no longer exist in this world. You seem to be in good spirits, right? I still have time to put on some light makeup, so it shouldn't be a problem in the short term. Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue observed Su Taotao from a distance and made an analysis. Chen Yi nodded, feeling a little relieved. As long as she doesn't have a mental breakdown, that's fine. Let's not disturb her for now. Through a series of means, Luo Shirin successfully got a ticket for the airship on Flight 7, and her seat was in the same booth as Su Taotao. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike up a conversation then. However, Chen Yi didn't know. At this time, Su Taotao had already discovered Chen Yi's existence. In other words, she had noticed it from the moment Chen Yi and his three companions entered the station. Are Chen Yi and the others going to Seoul as well? I didn't expect that I would be able to take the same flight with Chen Yi and the others on my last leg of the trip. I feel lucky. I just don't know if the seats will be next to each other. Chapter 57 Airship. The time soon came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yi and the other two followed the procedures and successfully completed the steps of entering the station, ticket checking and security check, and arrived at the waiting hall. Everything was exactly the same as the high-speed rail station in their previous life. On the landing pad, an airship entirely clad in silver-white steel was suspended in the air, its massive spindle-shaped hull in front covered in a layer of black gold metal armor. Above the hull, several huge airbags act like inflated silver-gray lung lobes, providing lift. The stern of the boat is equipped with a propeller, which is responsible for providing forward power. The bridge and the two side decks are dotted with multiple rotating turrets, with thick gun barrels sticking out, responsible for providing heavy firepower cover. However, from the rust and dust on it, it seems that it has not been used for a long time, which is enough to prove that these heavy weapons are not used at all in normal flights. Overall, it would be more appropriate to say that it is an armed warship specifically used to fight monsters rather than an airship used for civil aviation. On the other side of the airship, one can see 10 Beastmasters and more than 30 Spirit Beast women ready to go. It should be the Beastmaster team responsible for guarding this airship. However, their average class is not high. The highest level Spirit Beast girl is only at level 4 and level 8, and the lowest level is even only at level 2 and level 8. The Beastmasters who have contracts with these Spirit Beasts are probably not that strong. They don't look like a regular army, but more like a hastily assembled guard team. But this is normal. In essence, it is just like hiring old men with nothing to do as security guards in a residential complex, just to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and for show. There are few flying monsters, and there have indeed been no air crashes in recent years. Beastmasters are a very valuable human resource. In order to save costs, it is very normal to only hire a team of amateur Beastmasters for protection. Chen Yi didn't pay much attention to this and walked straight into the cabin. Su Taotao probably knew that this was her last journey, so she generously booked the highest-end luxury box, wanting to enjoy herself. Thanks to this, Chen Yi and his group successfully enjoyed the benefits of the luxury box. Entering the luxurious box, the heavy soundproof door closed silently behind me, isolating me from the noise from the outside world. The lighting in the box is just right, with several beams of warm yellow spotlights shining on the obsidian bar in the center, reflecting the dazzling array of crystal bottles above. 6 dark velvet sofa booths are arranged in a semicircle, 3 by 3 on either side. They feel soft as clouds, and the fragrance in the air gives people a feeling of intoxication. A handsome bartender is at the right bar, serving drinks, while a sweet-looking waiter is at the left counter, serving snacks. The walls of the private rooms are also made of the highest quality soundproofing cotton, which probably costs 6 figures per square meter. It simply interprets the word luxury to the extreme. Seeing the scene, he leaned close to Luo Shirin's ear with curiosity and asked softly, "Can I ask how much does it cost to ride in this luxury box?" Luo Shirin smiled slightly and stretched out 3 fingers mischievously. 3,000? What are you thinking? 30,000 per person. Holy crap, is this the world of the rich? Awesome. Chen Yi couldn't help but utter a beautiful Chinese quintessence. 30,000 yuan for a 4-hour airship ride was something he could never have imagined. Seeing this, Lin Mengxue covered her mouth and chuckled, "Brother Chen Yi, these will definitely be your standard travel equipment in the future. There's no need to make such a fuss." Chen Yi smiled bitterly, shook his head, and sighed helplessly, "It's still early. I haven't even raised you 2 beautiful girls yet, how can I have the spare money to spend on this?" Then Brother Chen Yi has to work harder. That's right. Especially don't complain about back pain all the time. Girls don't want to hear that. How can my waist not hurt if you two play like that? While chatting and laughing, Chen Yi and the other two walked to their seats. The sofa booth was evenly divided into 4 positions, and the empty seat at the innermost was for Su Taotao. At this moment, the soundproof door slowly opened again, and 4 young men who looked to be in their 20s walked in. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed very fashionably. From the aura emanating from them, it can be seen that they are all above the 3rd level. Chen Yi's gaze involuntarily fell on the only woman. She is tall and has a pretty face, and the black long dress makes her look more elegant. I just don't know why, but her beast tamer column is blank. A level 3, level 5 spiritual beast actually has no contracted beast master? Is this the luxury box? It's really luxurious. As expected of Brotherly, he's really rich and powerful. I originally reserved 7 seats, hoping Tingting and the others could come in and enjoy the place, but I just received a notification saying there was an error with the ticketing system and only 4 seats were available for me. The man with the slicked back hair complained speechlessly. I'm truly speechless. How could they make such a mistake? I had to use my connections to get 3 more regular tickets for Tingting and the others. It's okay. Aren't your Tingting and the others getting along well with the girls in my family? There's no need to come in and crowd in. Yeah. It's okay to give the last spot to Lily. The greasy-haired man nodded, then looked at the only woman and asked flatteringly, Lily, how is the environment? The woman called Lily smiled and nodded, yeah, not bad, I like it very much. That's good, that's good. Come on, our seats are over here. The greasy-haired man greeted her warmly, took Lily's arm around her slender waist and walked towards the booth on the right. Looking at the greasy-haired man's fawning look, Shani probably understood the relationship between these people. The 3 men should be good friends, and their contracted spirit beasts should be staying in the ordinary box outside. The only woman should have just terminated her contract with the previous beastmaster, so it is shown that there is no beastmaster. The greasy-haired man seemed to be very interested in the woman and might want to contract her, but unfortunately the contract quota was full, so he could only lick her for a while. His family must be wealthy. As a third-rank beastmaster, he had already bought seats in a luxurious box for his 3 contracted spirit beasts, but they were snatched away by Luo Shirin using illegal means. This is how the situation came about. In this regard, Shenyi could only say sorry to them in his heart. After all, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If you want to get Su Taotao, you have to talk to her more, right? Chapter 58 Encounter. Time passes by every second. More and more people are entering the luxury box. It was not until there were only 5 minutes left before takeoff that Su Taotao finally walked in with her suitcase on her back, struggling to carry it. She quickly glanced around and walked straight over after finding her position. Sorry, please let. However, just as she was halfway through her conversation, she suddenly spotted a familiar person. Chen Yi? Why are you here? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi looked in the direction of the voice, a hint of confusion on his face. Who are you? Seeing this, Su Taotao quickly took off her mask, revealing a cute face. I'm Su Taotao. We met at Jiangcheng Hotel a week ago. You even gave me an autograph at that time. Oh, it's you. Chen Yi suddenly realized, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that we could meet here. Yeah. What a coincidence. Su Taotao was also very happy inside. She knew that Chen Yi would board this airship, but she didn't expect that they would sit in the same booth, and even next to each other. Is this really destiny? Ding! Su Taotao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 20 points. After Su Taotao sat down in her seat, she excitedly took out the signature board with Chen Yi's name on it from her suitcase and turned her gaze to Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin who were sitting next to her. Sister Lin Mengxue, Sister Luo Shirin, I'm a huge fan of your group. Last time, you were all drunk and I couldn't get your autographs. Can you give me one this time? Hearing this, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin looked at each other, and their love for this little girl increased even more. He was about to die, yet he was still so optimistic and polite. It's really pleasing. No problem. Our handwriting may not be very good, please forgive me. How could that be? Su Taotao quickly waved her hands. How can such a beautiful signature not look good? Even if I go to the coffin, I will take this signature board with me. If an ordinary person heard this, they might just think she was joking and laugh it off. But Chen Yi and his group, who knew the inside story, really believed that she would do so. Because she really knew the date of her death, she really knew that she was going to die soon. Chen Yi interrupted at this time. What are you thinking? You can still live for decades, and this thing will rot away long ago. Hearing this, Su Taotao also smiled. Ha, that's true. Bite. This flight is about to depart. Please hold on to the handrails to avoid unnecessary accidents. A radio sound broke the brief silence. After a few seconds, there was a bumpy feeling like an old elevator going up and down. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's bodies shook slightly, and they subconsciously held Chen Yi's left and right hands, feeling waves of warmth. Boom! The roar of the engine suddenly sounded, and the airship slowly floated upwards. The scenery outside the window was like a flowing painting, constantly changing. The originally huge river city was gradually covered by clouds and mist and disappeared from sight. The bumpy feeling finally disappeared after the scenery outside the window passed through the clouds. Instead, there's a steady feeling of floating. By the way, Brother Chenyi, Sister Mengxue, Sister Shireen, I have some homemade snacks here. If you don't mind, would you like to try some? Su Taotao took out a tin box of macarons from the suitcase and placed it on the table. Are these snacks made by Taotao herself? I definitely have to try them. Hey, that's good. Su Taotao took out a tin box of macarons from the suitcase and placed it on the table. Come on, eat. Chenyi took the macaron and put it in his mouth. The delicate taste, sweet but not greasy, instantly spread on his tongue. Delicious. I really want to hire you to be my personal pastry chef. It's very expensive to hire me. It's okay. Chen, will definitely make a lot of money in the future. The salary of a small pastry chef is no problem at all. The future. Su Taotao paused, a trace of loneliness flashing in her eyes. She has to have a future too. It can even be said that he said this on purpose to see Su Taotao's reaction. It seems like she really wants to live. I just don't know where to get the light-attributed spiritual treasure. The four of them sat around the table, enjoying snacks and chatting along the way. In the blink of an eye, an hour has passed. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen seem to have regarded Su Taotao as their sister for a long time, and shared all kinds of embarrassing stories with her without any scruples. This made Su Taotao laugh the whole time. However, thanks to him, her favorability towards Chenyi increased a lot, reaching 30 points. This level of favorability can already be considered as a good relationship between friends of the opposite sex. Maybe she really likes the lively atmosphere with Chenyi and his group? Look, it's Huangshan. Suddenly he pointed at the scenery outside the window with excitement and exclaimed. Didn't you see it when you came here? When I arrived, I sat in an ordinary seat without a sightseeing window. I never imagined that seeing Huangshan from the sky would be so spectacular. It's just a habitat for monsters. Of course, Chenyi only dared to think so in his heart, and saying it out loud would be too disregarding the atmosphere. Brother Chenyi, Sister Mengxue, Sister Shireen, do you need some drinks? I'll go to the bar and bring some to you. I want lemon tea. Me too. I want lemon tea too. Okay, I'll bring it to you right away. However, just as Su Taotao stood up and was about to go to the bar to get a drink, the airship, which was originally flying smoothly, suddenly shook violently without any warning. The sudden shaking caused Su Taotao to completely lose her balance and she fell directly into Chenyi's arms. Hold. Sorry, I didn't stand firmly. It's okay, but what's going on? Did you hit a bird? No, Brother Chenyi, look over there. Looking in the direction Luo Shireen pointed, Chenyi and his group were stunned by the scene before them. At the top of Huangshan Mountain, there were a dozen or so salamanders constantly spewing fireballs at the airship in the sky, heading straight towards it. At the same time, many flying monsters were besieging the airship, and their fireballs intertwined with Shalamanda's fireballs to form a dense fire network that tightly surrounded the airship. Above the airship, many attacks were continuously flying towards the top of the mountain, and the flames from the explosions could be vaguely seen shining in the mountains. The corpses of various monsters fell from the sky like dumplings, and the scene was extremely tragic. Since the luxury boxes are soundproof, everyone could only see the cross-section and therefore did not notice it. It seems like this encounter has already started? Chapter 59. I said I would save you, so I saved you. What's going on? What happened? Look over there. There are monsters attacking our airship. A monster attack? How is that possible? Didn't they say it hasn't happened in over a decade? Not only Chenyi and his group, but everyone else in the luxury box also noticed something unusual. A feeling of panic instantly swept through the entire luxurious box. The two bartenders seemed to have received orders and began to calm the guests in the luxurious box. However, the monster attack is already happening before our eyes. How can we possibly remain calm? Brother Chenyi, this shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Luo Shireen said with some concern, while her eyes fell on Su Taotao. A spirit beast that has begun to transform into a demon will emit a special aura, which has a strong attraction to other demon beasts. Ordinary people are not aware of this, and there are no restrictions on this in various countries. But some large beastmaster families like the Luo family naturally have their own intelligence networks, and they have naturally heard of such things in their thousands of years of history. But this is hundreds of meters or even kilometers away, and Su Taotao can attract monsters from the sky and the ground to attack. Is it really that outrageous? Of course, Chen Yi also learned about these things from Luo Shirin. But he didn't expect that this aura could attract other monsters to attack across the box. Let's go to the ordinary box first to check the situation. If things are really bad, let Master Luo come and help. Good. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin had no objection and immediately stood up from their booths to make room. Chen Yi reached out and pulled Su Taotao's hand, who was still in shock, and said, "Come with us, we will protect you." Hearing this, Su Taotao came back to her senses and quickly responded, "Well, okay." The greasy-haired man and his group also had the same idea as Chen Yi and his group. When they saw that the 3 girls Chen Yi brought with him were all top-notch young beauties, they couldn't help but be stunned. This kid is so lucky. But now is not the time to think about these things. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble today. Ordinary private rooms have no soundproof walls. Therefore, as soon as you open the soundproof door, you can hear extremely noisy sounds from outside. Why am I so unlucky? Dad, Mom, I don't want to die, woo-woo. Damn it. I just told Sister Ziyin yesterday that I would establish a contract when I returned to Seoul after this business trip. Why did this happen? Aren't there guards? Can't they handle the attacking monsters? When I got on the bus just now, I saw those guards. They didn't look like regular soldiers. Now it seems that they are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. The sounds of grief, wailing, noise, complaints, etc. were mixed together, and it was impossible to hear what was being talked about. At the same time, the sounds of fighting outside became more and more intense. The sound of metal colliding, the roar of monsters, and the roar of skills came one after another, like a doomsday carnival. On the deck above, hurried footsteps could be heard from time to time. I was afraid that some monsters had landed on the deck and were fighting with the Beastmasters. I can only say, it's really scary. After the greasy-haired man and his group reunited with their contracted spirit beasts, a solemn look appeared on their faces. He forced himself to remain calm, managed to force a smile, and whispered to the woman beside him, "Lily, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. When I break through to the 4th level, we will establish a contract." However, Lily's expression was a little stiff. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she could only make vague ah and hm sounds. After all, most Beastmaster combinations have rarely been on the battlefield. Especially for those rich and powerful children, the level of their Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts are just capital for showing off. They grew up in a comfortable environment and lack practical experience. It is normal for them to feel panicked when faced with such a critical situation. It doesn't feel good. Why don't we ask Grandpa and the others to come over? Although we haven't reached Seoul yet, the situation has clearly become a critical one. Asking Luo Qinghe to send people to support is indeed the best solution at the moment. That's what I thought. However, Chen Yi had just taken out the communication crystal. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came, accompanied by a strong vibration. At the tail end of the cabin, a huge ball of fire suddenly erupted. The pungent smell of gunpowder quickly spread, and the tempered glass of the ordinary boxes shattered under the huge impact, turning into countless fragments flying everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the cabin tilted severely and began to fall rapidly, and a strong feeling of weightlessness suddenly came over me. The huge difference in air velocity mercilessly swept several people who were close to the window away. Ah! No! I don't want to die. Brother Chen Yi. In chaos. Su Taotao was knocked down and lost her balance. She was small to begin with, and under the influence of the huge pressure difference, she was instantly rolled up and floated out of the window. Oh my God! My gluttonous sister! When Chen Yi saw this, he almost peed his pants. He took a step forward and rushed directly towards Su Taotao, reaching out and tightly holding her hand which had fallen out of the window. However, the pressure was too strong. Even though Chen Yi's physical fitness value is as high as 50 points, it is equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary adult male. But in front of this force, he still seemed so small that both of them were almost thrown out together. It seemed that Chen Yi could no longer hold on. Su Taotao also hurriedly shouted, "Brother Chen Yi, let go, you will fall out if you continue like this." Chen Yi hurriedly said, "You are my fan. I, Chen, will definitely save your life. But, I'm already dying, you don't have to. Stop talking nonsense. I said I would save you, and I will save you." Ding! Su Taodao's favorability increased by 20 points. At this moment, Su Taodao burst into tears. She never thought that at this critical moment, Chen Yi would sacrifice his life to save her without hesitation. They had only met twice, so why was he trying so hard? Brother Chen Yi. Brother Chen Yi. Fortunately, at this time Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin finally got around the crowd and caught Chen Yi and Su Taodao, who were about to be thrown out. The power of the spirit beast exploded instantly, pulling it back from the window. At the same time, Lin Mengxue blew out a breath and froze all the windows to prevent them from being thrown out again. But the current situation is still very critical. The problem of the airship falling rapidly still cannot be solved. I guess I have to bear it hard. Chapter 60 Fall. I'm saved. Fortunately, that beautiful lady is here, otherwise I would definitely be swept out. There's no point in saving us. This airship is still falling. Even if it doesn't explode, it will crash into Huangshan, a habitat full of third-level monsters. It will be eaten to pieces before help arrives. Damn, it's so unlucky, why did this happen to me? A group of ordinary people complained indignantly. They had originally hoped to reach Seoul as soon as possible, take a comfortable bath, and have a good sleep. However, reality gave them a heavy blow. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen? What about the fact that there has never been any accident with the airship in the past 10 years? Why did this happen as soon as they got on the bus? At this time, Su Taodao also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Chen Yi. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. Chen Yi quickly interrupted and arranged the tasks. Now is not the time to talk about this. Get ready for the impact. This airship should be crashing. Schwer, quickly create an ice wall to surround us. If an explosion really happens, the ice wall can also block the shockwave of the explosion. Shirin, I just lost my communication crystal in order to save Taodao. Please use your communication crystal to contact Master Luo and ask him to send reinforcements. Good. The two women responded in unison, and in less than 5 seconds, they completed the task assigned by Chen Yi. Chen Yi held Su Taodao tightly to prevent her from getting hurt during the fall. In this way, time passed by minute, and each second seemed particularly long. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire cabin of the airship crashed heavily into the ground. The metal skeleton uttered a teeth-grinding groan, twisting and breaking in an instant. The hull of the boat began to curl up from the point of impact like an eggshell hit by a huge hammer, and the internal cabin structure began to collapse madly. A huge gray-yellow wave mixed with dirt, grass clippings, and metal fragments suddenly spread violently in all directions. Several magical beasts living here were killed on the spot by this shock wave. Fortunately, the airship did not explode, at least avoiding the annihilation of the entire army. But the situation is still very serious. This is the habitat of wild monsters, and other monsters may appear at any time. And because of the impact of the fall, I'm afraid most people will be disabled. Ahem, Schwer, Shirin, are you two okay? We're fine. Brother Chen Yi, you should be okay, right? It's just a scratch, it shouldn't be a big deal. With 50 points of physical fitness, it shouldn't be a problem to withstand the impact of the falling airship. What's more, the pilot of the airship seemed to slam on the brakes just before it touched the ground, reducing most of the impact. Although Su Taodao and his arms fainted, she didn't look seriously injured and there were no obvious external injuries. Overall, this is a blessing in disguise. At that moment, several airship crew members immediately entered the cabin and loudly inquired, "Dear passengers, are there any beastmasters above level 3 among you? We need help." As soon as these words were spoken, many people who were still sane felt a jolt in their hearts. In this case, the flight attendant did not first ask about the casualties, but directly came to pull passengers to serve as reinforcements. This is enough to show how bad the current situation is. It turns out that the situation is indeed so critical. Seeing no one responded, the flight attendant raised his voice unconsciously, "Dear passengers, the current situation is not optimistic. The area where the airship crashed is located on the plains west of Huangshan Mountain. There is no shelter anywhere, and it is also the main area where third level and above magical beasts are active. Although the shockwave from the crash killed many surrounding monsters, other monsters immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed here. Now they have formed an encirclement. We contacted headquarters for support before landing, but we estimate it will take at least 10 minutes. We have to rely on ourselves to get through this period, otherwise we will all die here." As soon as these words were spoken, many beastmasters gasped. Doesn't this mean that it is a critical moment of life and death? I had originally thought that there were other beastmasters willing to step forward, and they might be able to hold out until support arrived by hiding in the back. Who would have thought that if no help was given, he would die here in a matter of minutes? I'm a level 3, stage 10 beast tamer. The greasy-haired man broke open a piece of metal and stood up. I'm willing to join the guard. At the same time, the other two younger brothers of the greasy-haired man also stood up and chose to join the battlefield. After all, in this situation, not helping means being defeated one by the monsters, and the consequences are disastrous. At this moment, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly came from Chen Yi's mind. Chen Yi, I'm Shui Haiyao, one of Luo Qinghe's wives. I'm in your shadow now. I'll ensure your safety. I just did a quick survey of the surroundings and didn't find any formidable monsters or any traces of the enemy. You can train to your heart's content. I'll help if there's any danger. Hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly stunned. Wow, the support came so quickly? And it can even hide in the shadows, which feels a bit cool. Wang Kaili is already a 13th level spirit beast, so Shui Haiyao's strength must not be much inferior. With a spirit beast bodyguard of more than 10 levels, there is really no need to be timid. I'm coming too. Chen Yi stood up with Su Taodao on his back. Although I'm only a 2nd level beastmaster, I can still help. Upon hearing this, the greasy-haired man glanced at Chen Yi with an expression of approval on his face. She looks very young, and the spirit beasts she contracts with are all young and beautiful beauties. I originally thought he was a rich 2nd generation from somewhere, and he must be a coward who was afraid of death. I didn't expect that you could have such ambition. The flight attendant hesitated for a moment after hearing this. After all, the magical beasts that roam around this area are all 3rd level magical beasts. Can a 2nd level beastmaster do it? But now it's good to have some strength, there is no need to be picky. A 2nd level beastmaster? Come on, your strength is truly needed in this situation. He dared to attack even though he saw that the other person was only a 2nd level beastmaster. After hesitating for a while, some 3rd level beastmaster teams also stood up. I'll do it. I'm coming too. Although I just broke through to the 3rd level, I think my 2 spirit beasts and I won't be lagging behind. Young people have joined the war, how can we retreat? Chapter 61 Why do I feel underestimated? Everyone, thank you so much. The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief and without further ado, immediately took those who were willing to join the battle out of the cabin. Looking at the tragic scene in front of me. All the beast masters and spirit beasts present, even though they had experienced countless ups and downs, could not help but tremble at this moment. The spirit beasts that were fighting with the demon beasts were almost all stained red with blood. It was no exaggeration to say that they were fighting a bloody battle. On the ground near the cabin, beast masters and spirit beasts, covered in wounds and short of weight, were lying in a mess, their life force barely visible. Originally, due to the cover of heavy weapons, the situation was not too bad. However, with the crash of the airship, those heavy weapons were basically scrapped. In addition, now that they are on the ground, the number of attacking monsters has increased significantly, and the situation can be described as desperate. No wonder he sought help from passengers. Is it finally here? Wang Qingyu, the captain of the escort team and a 4th order, 7th level beastmaster, saw the reinforcements coming and immediately gave the order, everyone, listen up. Now everyone, retreat to the interior of the cabin and use the aisle as a line of defense to resist these monsters. Before he finished speaking, the spirit beast girls who were still fighting fiercely with the monsters on the grassland quickly retreated without hesitation. He picked up his beastmaster and ran towards the cabin. Although the airship had crashed, its basic frame remained intact. It would be really stupid not to use it as a shelter to defend against foreign monsters. According to the current situation, the defense line of the entire cabin can be divided into 5 areas: the left deck, the right deck, the cabin entrance, the cabin rupture point and the bridge at the bow. You just need to set up defenses in these 5 areas to resist the monsters, and you can basically hold on until support arrives. Chen Yi, carrying the unconscious Su Taodao, together with Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, the greasy-haired man team and 7 pairs of 3rd-level beastmasters, were assigned to the bow area with Wang Qingyu to participate in the defense. After all, this area has the largest space and naturally requires the most manpower. Soon, the spirit beast girls switched to armed form and began to participate in the battle. For beastmasters above level 3, the armed form is undoubtedly the most mainstream fighting method. In an instant, shouts, roars, and the sounds of weapons clashing resounded through the sky, and the entire bow area seemed to have turned into a bloody battlefield. The greasy-haired man glanced at Chen Yi, a little curious about what kind of spirit beast this rich 2nd generation had contracted. Chen Yi immediately said, Mengxue, Shireen, I'm leaving it to you too. Roar. Clang. As Chen Yi finished speaking, a loud dragon roar and a clear bird cry suddenly sounded, resounding through the sky. The icy cold air and the blue storm intertwined together, actually forming a huge ice storm, which swept forward with unparalleled power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of monsters in front were torn into tiny ice crystals and scattered. This astonishing scene left all the beastmasters present dumbfounded. Isn't he said to be a second-level beastmaster? Although these attacking monsters are only at the initial stage of the third stage, they are still fundamentally different from the second stage. As a result, he can kill more than a dozen monsters in one move? Could it be that he lied about his class? However, this is just the beginning. Because Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen were flying spirit beasts, they rushed out directly and were responsible for hunting monsters outside. The monsters that were originally attacking the airship in the air now felt a huge threat, and swooped down rapidly, launching a surprise attack on everyone. Seeing this, Lin Mengxue took a deep breath and then blew out a breath of ice. The sky, which was gradually shrouded in darkness, was suddenly engulfed in a vast expanse of white snow. The surface of the bodies of those third-level flying monsters quickly lost temperature under the ravages of the wind and snow. In just 3 seconds, they were frozen into ice sculptures, falling from the sky and hitting the ground, instantly turning into countless fragments. With just this one move, Lin Mengxue wiped out most of the attacking flying monsters. After Luo Shireen killed some hostile monsters with her wind blade, she landed on Lin Mengxue's back and transformed into a human form. Then, without any warning, a song that was ethereal, distant, yet contained a sense of boundless extinction flowed from her lips. The invisible sound waves around her turned into visible light blue ripples, which slowly spread out from her like water waves. Song of Destruction. Wherever the ripples passed, the air seemed to be purified. The cyan ripples spread quietly, and the monsters touched by the cyan ripples suddenly stopped running, and their thick muscles peeled off quietly like weathered rocks in the singing, making a crisp sound. The hard scales, sharp claws, lush hair, under the baptism of this song, they quickly lost their luster and became dull. Then, like a destroyed statue, it turned into fine gray dust, falling down and dispersing. In just a few breaths, the wilderness plain where the bow of the ship was located became completely quiet. It wasn't just the roar of the monsters that disappeared. Even the beastmasters were completely dumbfounded, their expressions dazed, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. This is a second-level spiritual beast? Is this a second-level beastmaster? If this is also a second-level beastmaster, then what are they? Negative third-level beastmaster? At this moment, Lily, who was not participating in the battle beside the greasy-haired man, also covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Chen Yi and exclaimed, "Wait! Ice Dragon and Giant Blue Bird, are you the Chen Yi who has been reported in the Jiangcheng news recently?" After these words were spoken, all the beastmasters and spirit beasts present were stunned for a moment. The appearance of a fifth-order magical beast in the final exam of the Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy has caused quite a stir in several cities near Jiangcheng these days. In addition to accusations and insults against Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy, people are more curious about Chen Yi, who single-handedly resisted the fifth-level monsters and the monster tied in the final examination area and saved the lives of dozens of students. In the Beastmaster Circle of Jiangcheng, Chen Yi's deeds were even spread as if they were miraculous. However, in order to protect the privacy of the person involved, Chen Yi's appearance was not made public. Only those who pay special attention to Chen Yi can get to know Chen Yi by searching for some live broadcast clips. Of course, most people wouldn't be that bored. The only thing we know is that Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts are an ice dragon and a giant blue bird. Isn't that him? I thought the Beastmaster Circle was exaggerating a bit too much. A second-level spirit beast can restrain a fifth-level one. Why don't you go to heaven? Now it seems that the rumors seem to have underestimated Chen Yi's strength. Chapter 62 Taotai Awakens. Chen Yi nodded slightly and admitted calmly, "It's me." Lily's face lit up with joy. "Great. I didn't expect it to be the big boss I've been hearing about." Wang Qingyu, the captain of the beast taming team, quickly recovered and ordered, "Don't be distracted. Our situation remains unchanged until reinforcements arrive." After these words were spoken, everyone came back to their senses from their shock. "Get into fighting stance again and prepare for battle." "No, do we still need them now?" Lin Mengxue's ice breath and Luo Shireen's wind blade were no different from bullying these third-level monsters, and they were almost killed instantly. "I feel like it doesn't matter whether they are there or not. But I don't know why." But for some reason, Wang Qingyu always felt something strange in his heart. Logically speaking, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin have already demonstrated such powerful destructive power. Although Warcraft has no wisdom, it should also know how to fear and retreat. However, these monsters still rushed towards them without hesitation, and their numbers were increasing. I haven't seen any beast kings or high-level monsters causing a monster tide. What is going on? What is going on? In this way, time passed by minute by minute. 10 minutes later, support still hadn't arrived and the situation became increasingly critical. As more and more monsters attacked, the spiritual power of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin gradually showed signs of fatigue. This is different from killing monsters in the assessment area before. At least they had time to rest back then, but now they have almost no chance to breathe. The battle is kept at a high intensity throughout the whole process, and even if you are bullying the weak, you will feel exhausted. Because of this, even though the escort team had several 4th-level beastmasters present, they were unable to cope with so many monsters and their airship was eventually shot down. The Bao defense area was under relatively less defensive pressure because Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin were guarding it, but the situation in the other 4 areas was very bad. More and more monsters are coming, and it is impossible to resist them. I can't do it anymore. I've used up all my spiritual power. Me too. When will this battle end? Didn't they say support would arrive in 10 minutes? Where are they? This place isn't that far from the nearest cloud city, right? Everyone, grit your teeth and hold on for a while. If any of our defenses fall, it will cause a chain reaction, and then everyone will die here. I'll go to the cabin and call for some reinforcements. I'll also bring all the 2nd-level beastmasters. As the situation continues to deteriorate, anxiety and despair are spreading like a plague. In this tense atmosphere, a slight moan came from behind Chen. Su Taotao slowly opened her eyes. However, the impact damage caused by the previous airship crash also instantly surged throughout the body, bringing waves of severe pain. It hurts, where is this place? Chen looked at her and said in a rather relaxed tone, do you love your favorite Huangshan plane? Huangshan plane? Su Taotao was stunned for a moment and tried hard to recall her previous experience. Finally, she remembered that the airship seemed to be falling. It was Chen who used his body as a shield to protect her. Otherwise, with her physical condition, she would have died under such a violent collision. Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but flush with shyness, and she said softly, thank you, brother Chen. Ding! Su Taotao's favorability increased by 10 points. It's okay, these are just small things. Halfway through his words, Chen suddenly remembered something important. Perhaps, the situation at this moment is a perfect opportunity. An opportunity for Su Taotao to realize her own strength. Thinking of this, Chen put Su Taotao down, clasped her shoulders tightly with both hands, squatted down, looked into her eyes seriously, and asked, Taotao, I want to ask you one thing now, do you want power? Su Taotao was also stunned when she heard this. What does it mean to want power? Is it true, as stated in the comments section of the previous live broadcast, that Chen Yi's beast taming talent can really strengthen F-level bloodline spirit beasts? Although she did not fully understand the meaning of Chen Yi's words, she was also unclear why Chen Yi suddenly said this. But deep down in her heart, she had an irresistible desire, and nodded subconsciously, yes. I want power. Okay, take this power. Chen Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately used the spirit beast awakening on Su Taotao. In an instant, a warm force flowed through Chen Yi's hands and into Su Taotao's body. A blazing light suddenly burst out from Chen Yi's palm, flowing along the touching skin of the two people, into Su Taotao's body, and directly hitting the Wantan beast bloodline in her body. A curtain of light suddenly appeared, tightly covering Su Taotao. After the light curtain dissipated, a cute and fierce lowly pet appeared before his eyes. The girl has a petite and delicate body, long dark green hair dotted with dark golden stars, cute curved lamb ears on her head, a pair of clear and dangerous dark golden vertical pupils, and mysterious cloud patterns on her cheeks. A big, fluffy and soft tail with a gradient of cloud white and dark blue is the barometer of her mood. The most core symbol of power is the pair of energy vortexes on the inside of his arms that look like tattoos in normal times, but turn into black holes in wartime. It looks harmless, even cute and lazy, but it actually has an extremely terrifying devouring power around it. It seems as if it will devour all the life force around it at all times. Roar! A roar filled with endless hunger suddenly rang out, exploding directly in the depths of everyone's soul. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, all the magical beasts within a 1-kilometer radius felt the fear from deep in their blood, and their bodies involuntarily crawled to the ground. The ancient ferocious beast Taodai finally awakens successfully at this moment. Name: Su Taodao Armed Form. The target has insufficient energy and is temporarily unable to enter the spirit beast form. Demonization countdown: 184 hours, 24 minutes, 55 seconds. Contract Master: None. Bloodline: SSS-level Taotai. Level: Level 1, Stage 2. Constitution: 35. Spiritual Power: 60. Attributes: Earth, Dark, Light. Skills: Devour, Life Drain. Favorability: plus 60 points. Affinity: Not yet cultivated. Evaluation: Taotai, an ancient ferocious beast, can devour all life sources to nourish itself. It's surprising. Su Taodao's strength is only at the second stage of the first level, but her attribute improvement in the armed form is extremely amazing. Is this situation caused in order to balance the pain point of not being able to enter the spirit beast form? Chapter 63: Life Devouring. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. All the beastmasters and spirit beasts were dumbfounded and looked at Su Taotao in disbelief. The aura emanating from her was undoubtedly that of a first-level spirit beast. But the fear that came from deep in the blood followed him like a shadow and lingered for a long time. Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and fear. So strong that it's against the will of heaven. What kind of bloodline is this? I don't know. I've never seen it. She's so cute, but why do I feel scared? Me too. That inexplicable roar just now almost scared me to death. Could this be demonic transformation? Everyone was talking about it, full of curiosity and fear about Su Taodao's bloodline. Feeling the surging power in her body, Su Taodao herself was a little at a loss. Is this really her power? How can it be so powerful? Brother Chenyi, what is this? How about your power? Do you like it? My power? But IMF. Before Su Taodao finished her words, Chenyi reached out and pressed his hand against Su Taodao's mouth to stop her from continuing. He patted her shoulder gently and encouraged her. Do you see that sandalwood monster over there? Test your strength with it. Hey. Use it? But that's a third-level monster. Don't worry, I think you can win, so you will definitely win. Hearing this, Su Taodao swallowed her saliva and seemed a little scared. But soon his eyes became firm. Anyway, her life was given by Chenyi, so why should she be afraid of a third-level monster? Okay, I'll try. Su Taotao took a deep breath and walked towards the sandshrew. Roar! The sandshrew sensed the source of the demonic aura and immediately let out a deafening roar. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced towards Su Taodao. The giant claws slammed down with the force to split mountains and rocks, bringing up a gust of wind, as if they were going to smash Su Taodao into a meat patty. However, Su Taodao stood firmly in the same place, not moving at all. There was no panic in those golden vertical pupils, instead a hint of curiosity. Because in her impression, a third-level monster would be fighting against a first-level kid like her. It was simply a cat playing with mouse, no suspense whatsoever. But the mole in front of him now moved extremely slowly. Instead, it looks more like moving food? As soon as I thought of this, a strong feeling of hunger came over me. She licked her lips involuntarily, and a bold idea came to her mind. This molehill monster should be edible, right? At this time, the molehill monster had rushed in front of him and slapped out with its claws. However, Su Taotao was not in a hurry. She dodged the attack of the molehill monster easily. The giant claw slammed into the air, and the ground instantly cracked, forming a huge deep pit and dust flying everywhere. Su Taotao took the opportunity to quickly stretch out her little hand. A dark golden light flashed on her fingertips, and a black hole vortex instantly emerged under her armpit, enveloping her. Life absorption. A terrifying suction force, like an invisible giant hand, tightly locked the sandshrew, making it unable to move. The surging earth attributed spiritual power in its body and the life source that constituted its powerful defense all began to be forcibly extracted uncontrollably at this moment. The thick rock scales on its body began to lose their luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming gray and brittle. The surging earth attributed spiritual power in the mole's body and the life source that constituted its powerful defense seemed to have lost control at this moment and were being forcibly extracted continuously. The thick rock scales on its body began to lose their luster at an alarming rate, becoming dull and fragile. Aha! The mole let out a scream of pain and horror, and its body staggered backward involuntarily. At this moment, the aura and pressure emanating from Su Taotao was also rising at an alarming rate. From Chen Yi's perspective, her attribute panel instantly rose to a jaw-dropping height. Name, Su Taotao Armed Form. Constitution, 66 up. Spiritual power, 104 up. You know, many second-level 10th stage spirit beasts do not have such high physical and spiritual attributes. However, at this moment, Su Taotao, who is only at the first stage and second stage, possesses such amazing attributes. It's really outrageous. Su Taotao seemed to have realized the huge gap in strength between herself and the enemy, and instantly became full of confidence. So strong, is this my strength? No wonder Brother Chen Yi said I can defeat this thing. At this moment, the Sandshrew felt that his power was being lost at an alarming rate, and his anger was completely ignited. It lowered its head and slammed forward with its spiky head like a battering ram. However, this time, Su Taotao did not choose to hide. Her small fist was now wrapped in a layer of deep dark gold energy, and she punched the huge rock head hard. Bang! A dull thud was heard. With the crisp sound of rocks breaking, the mole's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. The spiked head that it was so proud of actually exploded into spiderweb-like cracks centered on Su Taotao's fist, and it suddenly took several steps back, staggering. Su Taotao took advantage of the victory and launched the life-devouring attack again. This time, her goal is no longer to plunder the opponent's power, but to take the Sandshrew's life directly. The devouring force instantly swept through the mole's body. Under the influence of this devouring force, its hard rock body was like marble weathering accelerated thousands of times, and instantly turned into a pile of gray gravel and powder. Blown by the wilderness wind, the gravel and powder were scattered and floated in the air. The third-level monster was killed so easily. This scene left the other beastmasters and spirit beasts stunned. No, isn't it? Am I hallucinating before I die? A first-level spirit beast could actually defeat a third-level demon beast? And win so easily? Too strong. Truly too strong. This Chen Yi, with his contracted second-level spirit beast, single-handedly challenged a large group of third-level magical beasts. His contracted first-level spirit beast was also able to defeat a third-level magical beast. Is this really that outrageous? Even Shui Haiyao, who had been hiding in the shadows, ready to take action at any time and had seen countless big scenes, could not help but be shocked. She was originally puzzled by Chen Yi's decision to let a level 1, level 2 doll challenge a level 3 monster, and even felt it was a bit absurd. But now it seems that Chen Yi had obviously already seen through Su Taotao's strength, which is why he made such an arrangement. What kind of bloodline is this spiritual beast, and why are its abilities so strange? Just then, someone seemed to notice something was wrong. That's not right? Didn't Chen Yi say he was a second-level beastmaster? How could he contract 3 spirit beasts? Chapter 64, Guilty Expression. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the battlefield froze for a moment. Everyone looked at each other with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It was common knowledge that a second-level beastmaster could only contract 2 spirit beasts, but Chen Yi had actually contracted 3. Either Chen Yi is actually a third-level beastmaster, and he used some secret treasure to hide his aura. Or one of the spirit beast girls is not Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast at all. If this is true, doesn't it mean? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Wang Qingyu suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about others now. The most important thing is to get rid of these monsters first." After hearing these words, everyone came to their senses and continued to fight the enemy. At this time, Su Taotao retracted her arm, and the energy vortex on her arm slowly subsided, turning back into a tattoo. She tilted her little head, her big fluffy tail swayed leisurely, and the dark blue hair tips fluttered in the wind. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground that were quickly blown away by the wind, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: it's so delicious. It is different from ordinary food that only stays on the tip of the tongue for a short time. It is an ultimate experience that penetrates deep into the bone marrow and makes every cell in the body cheer for joy. It was as if she had received a sense of pleasure from a mysterious power, which made her feel extremely refreshed. I have to say, this feeling is really enjoyable. However, the only thing that worried her was that the devouring demonic beast seemed to also form a spiritual imprint in its body. At that time, you may need to find someone else to help guide you. Otherwise, this powerful spiritual power will erode her body. Su Taotao gently licked the sharp tiger fangs with the tip of her small tongue, and looked at the demon beast that was still fighting with other spirit beasts. A hint of unsatisfied feeling flashed in her dark golden vertical pupils. However, before that, she must first report the good news to Chen Yi. She jumped up to Chen Yi and shouted excitedly, "Brother Chen Yi, I succeeded." Chen Yi smiled and reached out his hand, gently touching Su Taotao's little head, and said softly, "Well done. Go, continue to find those monsters you like to eat and fight." Su Taotao was shocked when she heard Chen Yi's words. Could it be that the reason why Chen Yi asked her to challenge the sandshrew was because he thought the sandshrew would be delicious to her? He even considered this. Isn't this too warm? Ding! Su Taotao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. I'll go then. Looking at Su Taotao fighting, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Yi's face. The most powerful aspect of Su Taotao's ability is that she can devour the opponent's vitality to strengthen her own strength. In this situation of one gaining while the other loses, she was almost able to defeat her opponent by leaps over 2 or 3 levels. At the same time, the absorbed spiritual power can also provide her with an endless supply of spiritual power, just like refining the magic beast crystal core. As long as Chen Yi helps her guide her spiritual power, she will be able to upgrade smoothly. In this way, you can save a lot of money on purchasing Warcraft crystal cores. Of course, such a powerful move naturally has its drawbacks. That is, he cannot attack a group like Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, he can only attack one person. In other words, it is a single target boss killer, but it may be difficult for the Warcraft type to deal with it. But this is also very strong. If she could devour the vitality of the monsters on a large scale, the spiritual power would probably burst her body directly. With Su Taotao joining the battlefield, the situation reversed again. It's not about how fast Su Taotao kills enemies. But her existence was like that of a door god, which frightened the monsters so much that they dared not act rashly. At the same time, because of the power of Tao Tai, it will continuously devour all the energy around it. As a result, a lot of the demonic aura emitted by Su Taotao was also absorbed, and the range of influence was greatly reduced. After the surrounding monsters were cleared out, it was visibly seen that the number of attacking monsters gradually decreased. The number of monsters is decreasing. Upon seeing this, Wang Chengyu immediately ordered, "Everyone, work harder. After we clear out these monsters, we should be able to rest." Upon hearing this, everyone gathered their strength and began to wipe out the remaining members of the party. 150, 20, 10, until the last monster was completely devoured by Su Taotao, and the victory of the airship defense battle was officially announced. Looking around, there is no living monster to be seen. At the same time, in the distant sky, several airships and flying spirit beasts could be seen rushing towards this side. The main reason for being late was the shock caused by the first Warcraft attack, which directly caused certain malfunctions in the positioning and navigation system, and errors appeared in the reported coordinates. As a result, when the rescue team arrived at their destination, they were more than 10 kilometers away from the crash site. Although this distance can be reached in a few minutes for high-level flying spirit beasts. However, because we were not sure of the direction, we could only conduct a carpet search, which wasted a lot of time. However, judging from their actions of exterminating monsters along the way, I'm afraid they also played a key role in the sudden drop in the number of invading monsters. Anyway, I should be saved now. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Success, success. I actually survived, it's terrifying. It has to be Chen Yi. I didn't expect that the contracted spirit beasts under his command are stronger than each other. They are so amazing. Chen Yi, on behalf of our escort team, thank you for your help. Without your assistance, I'm afraid we would have really suffered. Wang Qingyu came up to Chen Yi and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi just smiled bitterly. It's okay, this is what I should do. And if Captain Chang Yu hadn't fought desperately on the airship at the beginning, I would have been buried in the sea of fire when the airship crashed. So, we should thank you for saving our lives. As he spoke, Chen Yi also bowed very respectfully. He didn't dare to say that the root cause of the monster attack was actually caused by Su Taotao. The main reason is that Luo Shirin also said that although the aura produced during demonization will be attractive to Warcraft, the scope of influence will definitely not be so large. Otherwise, they would have stopped her from getting on the airship, right? It was also for this reason that when the airship crashed, Chen Yi did not let Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, who were flying spirit beasts, carry them away from the crashing airship. Otherwise, after escaping with Su Taotao, those monsters would immediately switch their attack targets. Any normal person would understand that there was something wrong with Chen Yi and his group. There will definitely be a lot of trouble by then. Considering Su Taotao's performance today, she is indeed a bit too strong. Anyway, no matter what, Su Taotao must bear the main responsibility for the airship encountering such a disaster. And Su Taotao was his contracted spirit beast, so naturally he felt a little guilty. If Su Taotao was arrested and locked up, wouldn't she be in trouble? But in the final analysis, it's because no one has talked about these things, right? Ordinary people don't know that the demonic aura will attract monsters? Chapter 65, A Gamble. Okay, let's not talk about this now. Kai Xiaoping, the wounded contracted spirit beast beside him, quickly complained, "Shengyu, heal my wounds quickly, I'm almost dying of pain." Sorry, I'll be right there." Wang Qingyu quickly apologized to Chen Yi. He hurriedly took his 4 contracted spirit beasts and rushed into the cabin. Although with Chen Yi's help, they successfully resisted this wave of monster attacks. But most of the contracted spirit beasts are still injured and need to be treated as soon as possible. As soon as he left, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin and Su Taotao all came over. "Brother Chen Yi, how did I perform? Brother Chen Yi, how about the Song of Destruction that I just released? Brother Chen Yi, are you okay?" "Very strong." Chen Yi praised, and then gently pinched Su Taotao's cheek. "Taotao, what are you thinking about? I don't even have to fight, how could I be injured?" Hearing this, Su Taotao also breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? I'm glad you're not hurt, Brother Chen Yi. Brother Chen Yi, now that you have a new love, have you forgotten your old love?" No, I love you the most." "What about me?" "Brother Chen Yi, I was clearly here first." "I like you too, Shuer. I like you the most." "That's more like it." Seeing the flirting between Chen Yi and his 3 companions, the beastmasters around them couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that regardless of whether a contract is established or not, it would be difficult to intervene, right? This state lasted for about 1 or 2 minutes. This warm scene was not broken until the arrival of the rescue team. The members of the rescue team quickly launched the search and rescue operation. Thanks to the existence of the contracted spirit beast, they could easily pry open the sheet metal parts and dig the trapped people out of the wreckage without the help of tools. Fortunately, the disaster did not cause any casualties. Although many people were seriously injured and unconscious, this was a blessing in disguise. Facing the double disasters of the airship crash and the monster attack, we still hope that no one will be injured. I guess the only way is to look for a miracle, right? Now, all those who were still able to move normally were taken to another airship and continued to Seoul. The injured who were completely unconscious were sent to nearby cities for treatment to ensure their safety. Of course, unlike the airship he had taken before, Chen Yi was sitting in an ordinary box this time. The luxury box was converted into a temporary hospital for those with minor injuries. This was also a last resort. As soon as he sat down, the passengers from the airship rushed over and surrounded him. After all, the scene of Chen Yi and his team showing their prowess in this defense battle has already spread, and it has been exaggerated a lot. Some asked for contact information, some recommended their own products, some thanked for saving their lives, and some even introduced their daughters. There was an endless stream of all kinds of people and voices. An hour passed after we dealt with these people. So tired. Chen Yi slumped in his chair, looking hopeless. Dealing with these people is even more tiring than fighting against monsters. It's outrageous. Brother Chen Yi will become famous in the future. I guess he'll encounter this kind of thing every day, right? Lin Mengxue joked, "We need to think carefully about how to deal with this kind of thing. If it's so tiring, I really don't want to be famous." Chen Yi stretched his body and then looked at Su Taotao, who seemed a little excited but also a little lonely. As for the reason, Chen Yi could also guess it. Obviously, with such strong power, you can definitely have a bright future. But even so, he still couldn't stop the process of demonization and was about to die. This is like giving a glass of water to a person who was dying of thirst in the desert, but it still cannot guide her out of the desert. How could it be impossible to show such an expression? After thinking about it, Chen Yi decided to take a gamble. He stood up, patted Su Taotao on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Taotao, how about we talk for a moment?" "Yeah, but where should we go?" "Bathroom, is that okay?" "Yeah, okay." Upon hearing this, Su Taotao nodded without any hesitation. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin smiled at each other when they saw this. It looks like there will be new sisters joining us soon. But these are not problems. Su Taotao has a good personality and no bad intentions. She is much better than those green tea girls who throw themselves into the arms of men. However, it took less than a month before the 3rd contracted spirit beast was found. Wouldn't he that be a bit too fickle? After closing the bathroom door, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin stood outside the door like door gods, not letting anyone else in. Shui Haiyao, who was hiding in the shadows, took the opportunity to run out quietly. Lin Mengxue was immediately frightened by this sudden scene. However, he felt relieved when he saw that it was someone Luo Shirin knew. Shui Haiyao bowed slightly and greeted, "Miss, how are you?" "Eh? So it's Aunt Shui? I was wondering why no one came to support me for so long. After all, I'm the only one who can teleport long distances. Just now, when you told me the situation was extremely critical, I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just this. Communication crystals are very expensive, didn't you know? The airship was about to crash just now. Isn't that an emergency? But since you're here, Aunt Shui, please accompany us to Seoul." Hearing this, Shui Haiyao also sighed. Logically speaking, since they are safe now, there is no need to have her as a bodyguard following them, right? She was about to break through to the 12th level, but she was suddenly called here. But never mind, Chenny is still a pretty interesting person. If you follow him for a few days, you may see different scenery. Alright, let's just treat it as a trip. When the time comes, you have to say a few good words for me in front of the master. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this. Well, that's good. After saying that, Shui Haiyao's figure once again disappeared into Luo Shirin's shadow, as if she had never existed. Lin Meng stared at all this in a daze. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses. She asked curiously, "Sister Shirin, is she also your grandfather's contracted spirit beast?" Luo Shirin nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. She is my grandfather's 12th contracted spirit beast, and the last one to be contracted, so her rank is the lowest, only 11th level, 10th stage." Only the 11th level. Lin Mengxue was a little amused and helpless. It seems that there are only a little over 100 beastmasters in Dragon Country who have broken through to the 10th level, and there are about 300 spirit beasts. As a result, Luo Shirin actually used the word only to describe Shui Haiyao, who was at the 11th stage and 10th level. Is this the Luo family? Is this the 7 dragon generals? It's really awesome. Chapter 66. Are you willing to make a contract with me? The other side. Chenny took Su Taotao to the bathroom and locked the door. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle as a man and a woman were alone in this small space. Su Taotao's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and her throat gurgled unconsciously. I don't think there will be any pornographic plots next. Chenny looked at the somewhat frightened Su Taotao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He tapped her forehead gently and teased, "What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? I'm not interested in that." Su Taotao was stunned for a moment, blinking her eyes, a puzzled look on her face. "Huh? Then why did Brother Chenny ask me to come here?" Chenny adjusted his collar slightly, then walked to Su Taotao, bent down, and gently took her hand. "Taotao, let me be clear. What I'm about to say is not a joke. I hope you can think about it carefully. You, on the other hand, are not a useless F-class bloodline, but an ancient beast with SSS-class Taotai bloodline. You will surely reach the pinnacle of supreme existence in the future. The power you displayed before was not given to you by me. It was actually your own power, the power of Taotai. You must have always felt hungry since you were a child, living in hunger every day, right? Actually, it's not that there's something wrong with your body. Taotai devours everything in the world. It requires a lot of energy, and ordinary food alone won't satisfy its hunger. The reason you awakened your F-rank bloodline is because you lacked enough energy, causing your Taotai bloodline to fall dormant. Every word Chenny said made Su Taotao feel trembling. SSS-level bloodline? This is a rare existence even in the Dragon Kingdom. There are not many spiritual beasts in the world that possess such a heaven-defying bloodline. How could she, an ordinary girl, possess such powerful strength? Brother Chenny, you are not kidding, are you? In fact, Su Taotao believed what Chenny said 100%. But the problem is that this possibility is too low, infinitely close to zero. It is hard to imagine that such a thing could happen to her. Chenny stared at Su Taotao's eyes sincerely. "Do you believe me?" Without any hesitation, Su Taotao immediately responded, "Believe it." That's it. Chenny smiled calmly. "As I said before, you were unable to provide the energy required by Taotai, so you finally awakened your F-level bloodline. My power can awaken your bloodline, the same power you gained when fighting the monster before. How about it? Are you interested in signing a contract with me and climbing to the top together?" As he spoke, Chenny stretched out his right hand and extended an invitation to Su Taotao. Looking at Chen Yi's outstretched right hand, Su Taotao's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. Isn't this the scene she has been dreaming of? There was a Prince Charming who held her hand when she was in trouble, told her that she was not useless and that they would reach the top of the world together in the future. Isn't Chen Yi her Prince Charming? As soon as she thought of this, her hand unconsciously raised slightly. However, just as he was about to touch Chen Yi's hand, he immediately retracted it. I'm sorry, brother Chen Yi, I can't establish a contract with you. Please forgive me. However, the words were not finished. Chen Yi reached out and held Su Taotao's hand, which had just retracted, and said gently, "Are you worried that you're going to die from demonization soon?" Hearing this, Su Taotao's pupils suddenly shrank, and she raised her head and looked at Chen Yi in shock. How did Chen Yi know about her? Brother Chen Yi, how did you know? I know so much more. Chen Yi gently stroked Su Taotao's long hair and said softly, "You don't need to care about these things. You just need to follow your inner thoughts. I can help you with everything else. If you don't want to die, I will definitely save you. If you don't want to live a life of mediocrity, I will definitely help you. If you want to reach the top, I will definitely agree to take you there. Come on, tell me what you really think." Hear Chen Yi's heartfelt voice. Su Taotao's tears suddenly welled up. She could no longer suppress the fear in her heart and threw herself into Chen Yi's arms, crying loudly. Brother Chen Yi, I don't want to die. That's it. I'll save you, anyway. A mere demonic transformation is nothing to me. Woo woo. Su Taotao cried for half an hour. She blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Chen Yi with tears in her eyes, and choked up, Brother Chen Yi, can I really survive? Can I really keep up with your pace and stand at the top? Chen Yi gently wiped away the tears from Su Taotao's eyes and smiled gently, of course. Believe me, as long as you are willing, I will definitely take you to the top of the world. Hearing Chen Yi's affirmative answer, Su Taotao's eyes gradually brightened. She stood up and hurried to the sink to wash her face. Although the light makeup on her face was washed off, the revealed face was still so cute that it made people's heart beat faster. Even cuter than before putting on makeup. I really don't understand why I have to wear makeup. She came to Chen Yi and held his hand tightly, as if she was afraid that Chen Yi would suddenly disappear. Brother Chen Yi, I am willing to establish a contract with you. No, please let me be your contracted spirit beast. I want to survive, I want to reach the pinnacle of the world with you. Ding! Su Taotao's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Seeing the change in favorability, Chen Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Taotao didn't agree, he really didn't know what to say. After all, it is really difficult to ask someone who was still a virgin half a month ago to say these words. But what I didn't expect was that the favorability level actually exceeded 80 points right away. After completing the contract, you can get the favorability mission reward. Really? Then let's look forward to it. Su Taotao suddenly showed an embarrassed expression on her face. But Brother Chen Yi, establishing a contract shouldn't be necessary in the bathroom, right? Chen Yi flicked Su Taotao's forehead and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? Didn't I say I'm not interested anymore?" Su Taotao breathed a sigh of relief. This is how it is. Chen Yi took Su Taotao's hand and walked out the door. Let's talk about it after we find a hotel in Seoul. Get to know your sisters Mengxue and Shireen better. Okay. Chapter 67 Performance Appraisal of the Rich Second Generation. Chen Yi and his group returned to their seats. It can be clearly seen that Su Taotao has become much more cheerful and no longer has the restraint she had before. We can talk about anything, even some sexy topics. One can't help but sigh, this may be her true character. Brother Chen Yi, my figure may not be very good, so, even if you sign a contract with me, it's okay if you don't want to cultivate affinity with me. It's just. I also want to have one time a month to enjoy your care, Brother Chen Yi. Su Taotao blushed and uttered a few words with difficulty. Although she looks very cute, she is not inferior to Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen in terms of appearance. But the problem is that his height of just over 1.5 meters coupled with his flat body is really a big drawback. Chen Yi looked at Su Taotao's cute and shy appearance and couldn't help laughing. He gently tapped Su Taotao's forehead and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? Taotao, this is the best. I won't show favoritism." Really? Of course it's true. Hearing this, Su Taotao was delighted, and her original inferiority complex gradually disappeared. The main reason she had never intended to establish a contract with anyone was that she ate too much and most families couldn't afford her. Another reason is that she is too self-conscious about her figure. The female anchors on Douyin all have great figures. And her figure is the kind that even photo scams can't save. It's really heartbreaking. But just as she was about to respond to this excitement. However, at this moment, a sudden voice interrupted. Brother Chen-Yi, are you free? Can we chat for a while? Chen-Yi and his group looked back and found that it was the greasy-haired man who was in the luxury box with them at the time. It seemed that his name was Brother Li. What's up? I'm Li Yang, and this is my business card. I'd like to discuss business cooperation with you. Are you interested? As Li Yang spoke, he handed over the business card. Chen-Yi narrowed his eyes. He is not a shop owner, so what business cooperation can he talk about? But even thinking this way, he still took the business card and glanced at the information on it. Are you the head of the business department of the Soul Beast Tamer Association? The greasy-haired man smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and explained, to be precise, it's my father, but I'll be able to inherit the business soon. This business partnership is crucial to my succession, so I wanted to talk to you about it. Seeing this, Chen-Yi gently held Su Taotao on his lap and said, sit here. Do you mind if there are other people around? No problem. Li Yang sat down, cleared his throat, and said straight to the point, I'll make it short. You should all know about the beast taming contest, right? Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi and his companions looked at each other in confusion. The beast taming competition is a national beast taming competition held annually in Dragon Country. It is grand in scale and attracts much attention. It is usually held in mid-October every year. It is only the beginning of July now, and suddenly mentioning this matter is really confusing. Li Yang seemed to have noticed the confusion in Chen-Yi and his group's hearts, and continued to explain, you may not be aware that those of us working in the Beastmaster Association all have performance appraisals. Of course, the assessment here doesn't refer to sales figures, but rather, the training of the new generation. If you've watched the Beast Tamers War, you might have noticed that some Beast Tamers wear a city emblem, right? Those Beastmasters are the elites selected by the Beastmaster Associations of each city. They serve as spokespersons. The appointment of our Beast Tamer Association members involves selecting a new generation of Beast Tamers as their spokespersons, and then evaluating their performance based on their achievements in beast taming. After hearing this, Chen-Yi and his group finally understood Li Yang's intention. He wants Chen-Yi to be his spokesperson and represent him in the beast taming competition, so as to improve his performance and help him inherit his father's position in the future, right? They had heard of this kind of thing before. But because it has little to do with me, I didn't think of it at the first time. Chen-Yi fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and asked, other people only start selecting spokespersons after the beast taming contest is over. You're only 3 months away from it, yet you're just starting now. Can I ask why? The reason, can I not tell you? Okay, since you won't tell me, let me change the question. What benefits can I get? Hearing that Chen-Yi wanted to negotiate terms, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little happy. He stretched out his right hand, made the shape of the number 7, and said in a flattering tone, 30% off. Brother Chen-Yi, if you purchase Warcraft cores and other resources from our Beastmaster Association, I'll give you a 30% discount. Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi and his group rolled their eyes instantly. I was expecting the other party to offer some groundbreaking conditions, but I didn't expect it to be just a discount on the purchase of Warcraft crystal cores. The purchase of Warcraft crystal cores is limited in quantity, so the money you can save by giving them a 30% discount is really limited, and it is also limited to soul. It would be better to have some good treasures. Seeing that Chen-Yi seemed a little disappointed, Li Yang also became a little anxious and quickly changed his words, 40% off. However, Chen-Yi just shook his head and said calmly, no need. We don't need this little money, but if you can do me a favor, I will consider it. Upon hearing this, Li Yang quickly asked, what kind of help? As long as it's not illegal, I'll help you in any way I can. Chen-Yi's strength is almost as good as that of a 4th-level Beastmaster. If we can get his help, we will definitely achieve a good result in the beast taming battle. We have to talk it over no matter what. Chen-Yi said calmly, as the son of the head of a trading company, you should be able to get a spiritual treasure containing light elements, right? Of course, I will pay you as usual. Upon hearing this, Li Yang frowned. The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are divided into 7 attributes: light, darkness, ice, fire, wind, earth, and water. Among them, the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that contain the energy of light and darkness are particularly rare. Not to mention him, even his father would find it difficult to get it. These spiritual treasures containing attribute elements have a higher spiritual power conversion rate than ordinary monster crystal cores. But in terms of cost effectiveness, it is completely inferior to the Warcraft crystal core. Even without considering the factor of learning skills, the cost effectiveness is not even as good as the Beast King crystal core. He really couldn't figure out what Chen Yi was going to do with all this stuff. Didn't he see that the spirit beast girls around Chen Yi had light attributes in the previous battle? However, despite the doubts, this opportunity cannot be missed. There are still 3 months left before the beast taming competition. With Chen Yi's talent, it is very likely that he will continue to become stronger during this period. If I can help him find a divine treasure containing light elements within 3 months, then my performance will definitely be guaranteed. Chapter 68: The Lucky Star Who Saves Money. 3 days? Chen Yi's words scared Li Yang greatly. This isn't a very common thing. Where can I find it in 3 days? However, looking at Chen Yi's serious expression, Li Yang understood that no matter how much he said, it would be redundant. He gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "Okay, I will try to get it for you within 3 days. Then I'll trouble you." In fact, Chen Yi didn't have much hope in his heart, he just regarded it as an extra bargaining chip. After all, as one of the 7 dragon generals, Luo Qinghe has unparalleled connections and status. But even so, after a week, no information about the whereabouts of the light-attributed spiritual treasure of heaven and earth was found. The second generation of a merchant in a small city really didn't have much hope. Of course, even if he couldn't find her in the next few days, Chen Yi had a way to save Suta. The system said that anything related to cultivating spirit beasts can be done with strengthening points. By consuming 5 achievement points, you can reset the countdown for the spirit beast's demonization. In other words, you can delay Sutao's demonization time for about half a month. If you really can't find it, just use the reinforcement points to drag it until you find it. Otherwise, Chen Yi would not dare to make such a guarantee rashly. Nothing happened on the rest of the journey, it was smooth sailing. Chen Yi and his group were extremely exhausted both physically and mentally due to the previous battle, and a feeling of fatigue instantly surged into their hearts. They leaned on each other and soon fell asleep. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, the radio finally sounded, breaking the silence of the night. "Dear passengers, the airship has arrived at its destination Seoul. Please take your belongings with you, avoid crowding, and get off the bus in an orderly manner. Harmony Airship Flight, welcome to take you next time, goodbye." After getting off the airship, Li Yan was also very generous and booked a luxury box in a 5-star hotel for Chen Yi and his party, which cost 10,000 yuan per night. I have to say, the sincerity is indeed full. Especially when he came into the room and saw the extremely warm decoration, Chen Yi's first impression of Li Yang improved a lot. "Brother Chen Yi, swear and I can just sleep in bed number 2. The round bed belongs to you, enjoy it tonight. Oh, by the way, Tao has a figure like that, Brother Chen Yi, you must remember not to go too far." After taking a shower, Luo Shirin took Lin Mengxue's hand and ran into the second bedroom, leaving Chen Yi and Su Tao in the living room. Chen Yi's face looked a little embarrassed, and he didn't know how to respond to Luo Shirin's words. Su Tao also lowered her head shyly. After a long silence, she took the initiative to speak, that. "Brother Chen Yi, you don't have to care about my feelings, just do it the way you like." The girl has said this much, how could Chen Yi back down? He picked up Su Tao and ran straight into the round bedroom. "Tao, you're so cute. Brother Chen Yi is so bad, saying such things at this time. Why, can't I even tell the truth? Okay. I'm yours tonight, Brother Chen Yi, you can enjoy me as you please." Ding. Su Tao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a contract with the spirit beast Su Tao. The target's favorability has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25 reinforcement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast taming skill identification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Spirit Beast Immortal Fruit. When I woke up the next day, it was already around 10 in the morning. Su Tao had woken up a long time ago and was quietly looking at Chen Yi's sleeping face, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. When Su Tao saw Chen Yi wake up, she also smiled sweetly. "Brother Chen Yi, are you awake? How did you feel last night?" Su Tao is very cute with no makeup on and her hair down. She lacks a bit of charm, but has a more lively and cute feeling, which makes people want to get close to her. Chenny smiled faintly and said jokingly, "Thanks to you, I slept well last night." This is indeed true. Su Taotao was very cooperative and didn't get involved in any miscellaneous things. The experience was really great. Unlike Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, who won T-stop until they break his waist. That's good. I was just worried that you, Brother Chenyi, might be dissatisfied with me. How could I not be satisfied? I even feel like my XP might be turning into a Lolita complex. I'm not a loli. While laughing, the two got up together, changed their clothes and went to the living room together. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin had already gotten up and were now sitting upright on the sofa, checking the relevant matters regarding tonight's dinner. When they saw Chenyi and Su Taotao walking out of the room, a smile like an auntie appeared on their faces. Brother Chenyi, judging from your complexion, you had a good rest last night, didn't you? Are you a lolicon? Chenyi spread his hands and said helplessly, "Is it possible that dealing with you two is too tiring?" Su Taotao took the lead and came to the coffee table, bowing to the two of them. Sister Mengxue, Sister Shirin, thank you both for giving Brother Chenyi to me last night. We are all sisters, there is no need to talk about these things. Tonight, probably not. I'll take you to something exciting tomorrow night. Okay. Then I'll wait and see. Seeing this, Chenyi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I need to find a way to improve the ability of my kidneys. Otherwise, I might have to endure a tribulation tomorrow night. After breakfast, Chenyi began to help Su Taotao guide the spiritual power that had been devoured by the monster. This is no way? The moment he used the energy guidance, Chenyi was suddenly shocked. He had never expected that the spiritual imprint formed after Taotai devoured the monster would be so special. It is not like swallowing the crystal core of a normal monster. The spiritual imprint formed can only work on itself. On the contrary, these spiritual power imprints can transfer the absorbed spiritual power to other spirit beast girls through contract connection to help them improve their levels. To put it in the simplest terms, by devouring Warcraft, Su Taotao can not only save herself the cost of purchasing Warcraft crystal cores, but also help other spirit beast girls save money. This is really incredible. Do you want to be such a lucky star? What's wrong? Su Taotao tilted her head and asked with a puzzled look on her face. It's okay, I suddenly think you're so cute, Taotao. Really? You said this so many times last night, but I like hearing it. She was not surprised that Chenyi's guidance skills were very advanced. After all, Chenyi could even give a spirit beast with F-level bloodline a new life. Then it is only natural that he is good at spiritual power guidance technology. Chapter 69 Clues to the Aura Skeleton. What really surprised Su Taotao was that her upgrade speed was really fast. Moreover, after the level breakthrough, the improvement in strength is very obvious. It feels like cheating. Especially his ears, which gradually turned into animal ears, making him look even cuter. Taotai bloodline, it seems like I don't have horns? I wonder if Brother Chenyi will dislike me because I don't have armrests. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the spiritual guidance ended. Su Taotao successfully broke through to the 10th stage of the first level, and thanks to her, Chenyi also successfully broke through to the first stage of the third level. In just over half a month, he broke through from level 1 to level 3. Who else is there? Ding dong. Just then, the hotel doorbell suddenly rang. When I opened it, it turned out to be Li Yang. And he looked very excited. Chenyi frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so excited?" "Brother Chenyi, good news." Li Yang excitedly took out an auction flyer and said, "Have you heard about the Black City auction in Seoul? This is the auction list that Black City just released. Among the items for sale this time is a spiritual light skeleton. I think you will need this thing, right?" Chenyi took the flyer and looked at it carefully. Except for a dozen or so spirit beasts that were auctioned off as the finale, all other goods were on display. The spiritual skeleton that Li Yang mentioned is among them. Really? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. How is it? I think I found it for you, right? Well, it just so happens that I came to Seoul to participate in the Black Ghost City. But as I said, I have to get this thing before I agree to cooperate. Li Yang also smiled evilly. Since Brother Chenyi is also here to attend the Black City dinner, it will be much easier. I still have some money in my little treasury. If Brother Chenyi doesn't have enough money, I can still help out. As long as Brother Chenyi is willing to be my spokesperson, I promise to get this thing for you. Chenyi nodded slightly. If there is any need, I'll leave it to you then. After Li Yang left, everyone in Chenyi's group applauded and congratulated him. Tao Tao, as long as you take this thing away, Brother Chenyi will have a way to stop your demonization. Your demonization is saved. No need to worry anymore. Really? Is it really that simple? That's right, don't you see who Chenyi's brother is? Chenyi picked up Su Taotao, raised a playful smile on his face, and said softly, Taotao, no matter how much money you bid, you have to pay back your debt. However, the next second, Su Taotao took out her mobile phone and showed her bank card balance. That string of numbers is jaw-dropping, a full 3 million. Wow, is it really that profitable to be a female anchor? I think I should be able to take this photo on my own. Fuck, she's actually a wealthy woman. I can't let you get away. I won't run away. I will always be yours, Brother Chenyi. Let me explain this in 2 ways. At this time, in the Black City, in a room with extremely luxurious decoration, Wang Yu had just finished cultivating affinity with his contracted spirit beast and pulled up his pants tiredly. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Amidst the smoke, he finally had a moment of leisure and began to listen to the information brought by his men. However, as the intelligence unfolded, Wang Yu's brows gradually furrowed. Shen Yi. Why did this guy come to Seoul? And he wants to participate in the Black Ghost City? Did he discover something? I don't know. Because of the Luo family's existence, we dare not investigate too deeply for fear of exposing our tracks. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Wang Yu crushed the cigarette but fiercely, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger. He left in such a hurry that he didn't have time to erase many traces, so it wasn't difficult to trace his arrival in Seoul. However, his backer is the Black City. If the Jiangcheng Beastmaster Association had investigated this, the situation would not have escalated to the point of a fight to the death. Just pretend he's missing and don't bother with him anymore. These are still small things. But the problem was that he didn't know whether Qin Shoxing and Ning Yan had told others about his intention to kill Chen Yi before they died. Chen Yi now has such a close relationship with the Luo family. If it is really exposed that he is suspected of murdering Chen Yi, this crime is the same as being suspected of murdering members of the Luo family. By then, he would probably really be in an irretrievable situation and would die without a burial place. You clearly no longer have any other thoughts about Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue, so why are you still looking for him? Wrong. If that were the case, the Luo family would have already raided the entire Black City. It wouldn't have been peaceful for a week. Lin Mengxue's father, Lin Xian, was once one of the top leaders in Black City. Did one of his old accomplices discover Lin Mengxue's transformation and specifically invite her to come to Black City to witness the city? Wang Yu frowned and thought hard, feeling more and more that this possibility was extremely high. After all, with the Luo family's style and methods of doing things. If they had known about this, without any evidence at all, I would have died long ago and would never have been alive today. However, this is just his guess, and the specific situation needs further in-depth investigation. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu asked, has Chen Yi arrived in the Black City now? Not yet. Suddenly, his men received a notification. No, they just left the hotel and got in a taxi. It looks like they're heading our way. Wang Yu nodded. Okay, tell the gatekeeper immediately, tonight you must. According to the address on the invitation letter, Chen Yi and his group of 4 took a taxi to a shopping mall located in the northernmost part of Seoul. No, the scene before them could not be called a shopping mall at all. The night wind blew through the broken window, making a sobbing sound, like crying. The huge glass curtain wall was covered with spider web-like cracks, several twisted metal doors were crookedly open, and a few rays of pale moonlight filtered through the broken ceiling, illuminating the dust suspended in the air. The thick smell of dust, mold, and a faint stench of decay filled the cold air, making people feel suffocated. If this can be called a shopping mall, the background time should be set in the end of the world, right? The girls all shuddered. This doesn't look like a party at all, does it? Su Taotao pointed to the address on the invitation. It says it's on the 2nd floor below ground. It doesn't seem to be here? Chen Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. I think, if it's like this up there, it probably won't be much better down there, right? Chapter 70 Wang Yu's Test. Just then, several luxury cars came crashing down the street and stopped by the roadside. Li Yang and his group got out of them. Hey, Brother Chen Yi, you're here. Li Yang? Since you're here, is this Black City really here? That's right, isn't it? But when I first came here, I was in a similar situation. I thought I was in the wrong place. As the elevator slowly descended, we arrived at the basement floor. The moment the elevator door opened, the scene in front of me was jaw-dropping. The deafening sound and dazzling light instantly engulfed people. The crystal ball lamps cast brilliant light, illuminating the gilded decorations, scarlet velvet curtains and marble floors, exuding a luxurious and charming atmosphere. The air is filled with the rich aroma of premium cigars, the fragrance of expensive perfumes and the spiciness of liquor, interweaving into a unique and intoxicating scent. If I were to use one word to describe this place, it would be extravagance and decadence. It seems like a prosperous fantasy built with money and desire. No wonder the shopping malls upstairs are so deserted. It turns out all the hustle and bustle is concentrated underground. Li Yang brought Chen Yi and his party to a bar and showed them the invitation letter. The gatekeeper in a suit took the invitation, looked at it carefully, and didn't say much. After handing Li Yang a number plate with 65 written on it, he gestured for him to walk towards the bead curtain door behind him. Li Yang's two younger brothers got number plates 288 and 289 respectively. The number span is indeed a bit large. However, when the gatekeeper saw Chen Yi take out the invitation letter, his expression suddenly changed. There seemed to be a flicker of shock in his eyes, and then he asked in a slightly respectful tone, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Yi?" "It's me, what's the problem?" After confirming Chen Yi's identity, the gatekeeper took out a number plate with 7 written on it and handed it to Chen Yi respectfully. "This is the VIP seat Mr. Wang Yu specially arranged for you as an apology to you and Miss Lin Mengxue. Please see if you need it." Hearing this, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue were also slightly surprised. What is Wang Yu up to? I thought Wang Yu would definitely hide himself to the end, but I didn't expect him to reveal his identity so easily. He turned to look at Luo Shirin, and when their eyes met, he confirmed that Xue Haiyao was still hiding in the shadows. Only then did he feel relieved, nodded, and took the number plate. "You know we're here to find Wang Yu?" "I'm not sure. That's what Mr. Wang Yu said, and I just followed his instructions." "Okay." Chen Yi muttered to himself. Under normal circumstances, he would never take such a risk. But now Xue Haiyao is guarding them, and Luo Qingha asked them to come here this time with the original purpose of investigating the situation in Black City. Now that I have the opportunity to contact the top leaders of Black City, I naturally cannot miss it. Take the number plate and go through the bead curtain door. Li Yang saw the number plate in Chen Yi's hand at a glance and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. "Chen Yi, don't you have a powerful background?" "Background? What does that mean?" "Number plates. The number plates for the Niga City banquet are divided into single-digit, double-digit, and triple-digit numbers. The fewer the seats, the better the environment of the box, which means the person has a higher status and position. Single-digit number plates have private rooms, and you can bring as many people as you want. Two-digit number plates only allow you to bring your own contracted spirit beast. Three-digit number plates only allow you to enter alone." Li Yang explained in detail, "For you to get the number 7 plate, you must be from a well-known beastmaster family." Chen Yi looked down at the number plate in his hand and became more confused. What exactly does Wang Yu want to do? If this really was a Hongmen banquet, then the ceremony was a bit too extravagant. I see. I didn't expect to get this number plate. Luxury box number 7 is on the 3rd floor, and I'm on the 2nd. If you don't have enough money, just contact me directly. I will definitely help you get the aura skeleton. Okay, then I would like to thank Brother Li Yang first. The banquet hall is very large and is divided into 3 floors. The 3-digit area on the 1st floor is arranged like a movie theater, with densely packed seating and almost no private space. The double-digit area on the 2nd floor creates a bar-like booth atmosphere, where beastmasters can sit next to their contracted girls and enjoy a certain degree of privacy. The 3rd floor adopts an independent box structure, equipped with single-sided glass and a separate elevator door, which protects privacy to the extreme. Ordinary people have no way of knowing who is sitting inside. Judging from the layout, it really fits the feeling of a black market. I didn't expect so many people would come to bid for spirit beasts. The dark side of this world is indeed deep. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh, and then stepped into box number 7. What surprised him was that Wang Yu was also sitting inside. However, he was the only one in the box, and he did not see his contracted spirit beast, nor did he sense any murderous intent. Lin Mengxue also hid directly behind Chen Yi, not daring to meet Wang Yu's eyes at all. Wang Yu did not say much about this. "Please sit down. I have no ill intentions. I just want to chat for a while before the auction begins." Seeing this, Chen Yi decisively pulled the girls to sit opposite Wang Yu. He looked at Wang Yu seriously and asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Yu slowly picked up the coffee, took a few sips, and then let out a long sigh. He paused briefly, as if considering how to phrase it. Then he stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Mengxue. Mengxue, there's something I want to apologize to you for in advance. I have taken care of you for the past 3 years because I have my own reasons. But I just want to contract you, and I don't have any other unreasonable thoughts. The fact that you're here means you already know my identity, so I don't want to hide anything from you. Listening to Wang Yu's opening remarks, Lin Mengxue was also stunned for a moment. I originally thought that Wang Yu would never admit this, but I didn't expect him to confess so easily. You guys, you want to contract me instead of auctioning me off as a commodity? How could that be? Wang Yu quickly waved his hands and explained, Mengxue, please don't misunderstand me. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it, could I? Lin Mengxue frowned slightly and continued to ask, your status here should be quite high, right? How could you not be able to do it? After hearing what Lin Mengxue said, Wang Yu sighed helplessly again. He picked up the coffee cup, drank it all in one gulp, and said slowly, Mengxue, since you were able to find this place, didn't you find out that this black city was actually founded by your father? Chapter 71 Defense. Lin Mengxue was shocked. The black city was founded by me, my father? Wang Yu nodded slightly. Yes, but to be precise, he is only one of the founders. Although your father has passed away, there are still many of his followers in Black City. Do you think I can save my life if I bring you to the banquet and auction you off? Will your father's remaining followers let me go? This. Lin Mengxue was speechless for a moment. All she knew about her father was that he was a scumbag, had blood on his hands, and almost never came home. He never cared about her. However, she never imagined that even a place like Niga City was actually her father's masterpiece. Okay, Mengxue, this is indeed my fault. I apologize to you. Although I have my own motives, I haven't treated you unfairly in the past 3 years, have I? Nor have I done anything to disrespect you, right? Now you have gained such great power and have formed contracts with other beastmasters. Although I am a little reluctant, I feel relieved to see that the daughter of my former friend has a bright future. As Wang Yu spoke, he showed a regretful expression. It seems as if he is really unwilling, but in the end he has no choice but to let go. Lin Mengxue is kind-hearted and believed what Wang Yu said. After all, Wang Yu has been very good to her in the past 3 years, and this cannot be faked, even though he is a scumbag. However, Chen Yi always felt that something was wrong. Ever since he came here, he felt as if he was being led by Wang Yu. Luo Shirin also noticed something strange. She has always been a man of action and has no patience for Wang Yu's long speeches. She flung out 2 photos and demanded, stop rambling on like that. I just want to ask you one thing. What did you and Qin Shoxing talk about in the hotel room the day before the final exam? See the photos thrown out by Luo Shirin. Wang Yu also broke out in cold sweat. As expected, the Luo family had investigated this far, but no one knew what the content of the conversation was. But in this way he could also be sure that Qin Shoxing probably didn't reveal any information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to question him about this matter face to face. Then, it's time to start. Wang Yu took a deep breath, took out his mobile phone, and flipped to a hot search that had been very popular recently. International news: the Eagle Country Beast Tamer Association has recently developed a special spirit beast-specific psychic energy enhancement potion. After injection. You should know this news, right? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want to express? Wang Yu placed his phone on the table and began his long speech again. That night, he invited me to his private room and showed me a potion, saying he had obtained it illegally from Eagle Country. It's most likely the thing mentioned in the news. I don't know what conflict broke out between you and Qin Shoxing, but he seemed to have been investigating you all that time. Once he was sure you didn't have much of a background, he decided to have your ex-girlfriend inject you with this stuff and then kill you. He also asked me to tamper with the security team's surveillance cameras to prevent them from being filmed, ensuring that nothing went wrong. I would definitely refuse this kind of thing. Let's not even talk about whether Qin Shoxing can give me the reward I want. If this kind of thing is discovered, he will definitely be sentenced to death. The benefits and risks are really not proportional. There is absolutely no need for me to take this risk. Although the deal didn't go through, Qin Shoxing still used evidence of my collusion with Black Ghost City to threaten me, so I didn't say anything until the end. The next day, when I heard that you had the power to wipe out the insect swarm, I was certain that Qin Shoxing was no match for you. This matter would definitely be traced back to me, and by then, all my black savings might be confiscated. So I ran away early, but I didn't expect you to come to Seoul. It has to be said that Wang Yu's statement is a mixture of truth and falsehood, with almost no loopholes. Especially Chen Yi. From Lu Ruyan's system interface at that time, it can be known that she was injected with something called Warcraft spinal fluid. Could it be the psychic potion mentioned in the news? This is somewhat consistent with what Wang Yu said. However, considering Wang Yu's behavior, it is hard to say who wants to kill Chen Yi. Of course, Qin Shouxing had his reasons for wanting to kill Chen Yi. After all, she had also pursued Lin Mengxue. Now that she saw that Lin Mengxue had such strong strength, it was not impossible for her to want to kill Chen Yi and take over. Anyway, they are definitely not good people. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi said, "So, you're waiting here just to clarify this matter? The most important thing now is to take a picture of the aura skeleton. Before that, it is better to eliminate all uncertainties as much as possible." Although there are too many doubts about Wang Yu. Wang Yu nodded and took out a pendant from his arms. "Mengxue, this is your biological mother's relic. The reason I'm giving it to you now is mainly because I originally wanted to give it to you after I signed the contract with you, but now it seems that there is no chance anymore." "My biological mother?" "Yeah. That's all I have to say. Now just enjoy the Niga City dinner." After saying that, Wang Yu left with a clear mind. There was no trace of murderous intent, nor was there any excessive nonsense. This made Chen Yi wonder if he had made a wrong judgment. He glanced at the gem on Lin Mengxue's pendant, and the identification technique was activated instantly. Icefall stone, 9 stars. It can absorb the ice element energy in the air. After being made into jewelry, it can enhance the wearer's ice attribute attack power. From the system interface, no suspicious traces were found. Chen Yi frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what on earth does Wang Yu want to do? "Brother Chen Yi, this pendant. You can wear it. After all, it's your mother's heirloom. It will be good for you. It would be a waste if you don't use it." "Okay, I got it." Lin Mengxue still had doubts about Wang Yu's words. But since Chen Yi said that there is no problem with the pendant, there should be no problem, right? The atmosphere in the room gradually became solemn. Chen Yi reached out and picked up the ticket machine on the table, shook it gently a few times, and said with a smile, "It seems that there are drinks available in the luxury box here. Let's see if there is anything you want to drink." Let me tell Grandpa about this information first and see what he thinks." As Luo Shirin spoke, she turned on her cell phone. "Convey to Luo Qinghe what happened here and what Wang Yu said in as much detail as possible." Chapter 72, Black City Dinner. The other side. After Wang Yu returned to the room, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Before Chen Yi and his party arrived, he had made a rough estimate of the various questions that Chen Yi might ask and made preparations to respond in advance. Otherwise, if you are not careful in your words or there are any doubts, the Luo family would probably grind him to ashes without any evidence. Now, such an answer neither completely severs the responsibility nor expresses the author's helplessness. Its credibility is greatly enhanced by the mixture of truth and falsehood. Even if the Luo family really launched an investigation later, the clues obtained would basically be consistent with his statement. If the Luo family held him accountable for not informing him of this matter in advance, there would be nothing he could do. However, judging from the current situation, this possibility seems unlikely. However, what confused Wang Yu was, judging from Lin Mengxue's expression and behavior, it was impossible to tell that it was her father's old party that sent her to the Black City. So, why did Chen Yi come here for no reason? Where did he get the invitation? This is really hell. I really shouldn't have gotten involved in this kind of thing. If I had known that Lin Mengxue had awakened her F-level bloodline, I should have signed a contract with her first. It wouldn't be too late to kick her away when she revealed her useless bloodline. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. He punched the wall angrily, his face full of resentment. If it was an ordinary Beastmaster family, he wouldn't be so concerned. But this time, the one I got into trouble with was the Luo family. I'm so unlucky. Hubby, calm down. Yeah, it's over. There's no point thinking too much about it. Once we finish selling this batch of goods, we will go to Eagle Country to hide. There is no need to come to Dragon Country and suffer the humiliation on the second floor. Wang Yu's contracted spirit beasts gathered around and comforted him. With Wang Yu's S-level talent in 7th stage, 10th stage class, no matter which country he goes to, he will definitely become the object of everyone's pursuit and be highly favored. There was absolutely no need for him to stay in the Dragon Kingdom, living in fear and anxiety all day long. After hearing what the girl said, the tense expression on Wang Yu's face slowly relaxed and gradually returned to normal. That's true. You can't say that the Luo family will pursue us relentlessly, even abroad, right? Anyway, after clearing out this batch of goods, his savings will exceed 200 million, so he can go abroad and find a place to live out his retirement. Yeah, that's true. Wang Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Let others handle the auction of those items. Let's move on. Hearing this, the girl's faces all blushed with shyness. After all, he had just trained for 6 hours, and now he still had so much energy. I have to say, Wang Yu is really awesome. But just as Wang Yu was leaning back in the leather sofa, hugging women on both sides, his sweet laughter was intertwined with the soft background music, and the atmosphere was becoming harmonious and gradually developing into a romantic one. Suddenly, a pop sound was heard. All the lights in the room went out instantly, leaving darkness, and even the background music stopped abruptly. Only 3 seconds passed. Snap. With a crisp sound, the lights suddenly came back on. However, what is shocking is, Wang Yu, who was supposed to be sitting on the sofa, was nowhere to be seen. The 7 contracted spirit beasts under his command also disappeared without a trace. The wine glass was still in its place, with the red wine leaving clear marks on the wall of the glass. The cigar smoke had not even completely dissipated, and the mixed scent of perfume and cigars still lingered in the air, proving that this place was full of life and fragrance just a second ago. But at this moment, there was only a dead silence in the room, and the furnishings that looked extremely empty under the light. If you look closely, you can find an extremely incongruous shadow quietly appearing behind the sofa. After the shadow twisted and writhed for a while, a middle-aged woman slowly walked out from it. It was Luo Qinghai's contracted spirit beast Shui Haiyao. With just this one move, everyone was killed instantly. It's so terrifying. However, it was not Chen Yi and his group who gave the order to kill Wang Yu. Instead, it was Luo Qinghe, who was thousands of miles away, who issued the order remotely after receiving the report from Luo Shirin. Luo Qing had judged from the intelligence he had collected that there were still too many suspicious points about Wang Yu and Qin Shouxing. However, Qin Shouxing and Lu Ruyan are both dead, so we can only see if we can use Wang Yu as a breakthrough point to investigate the information of the Demon Abyss sect. Shadow Devourer is the exclusive ability of Shui Haiyao's awakened S-level bloodline Shadow Claw Wolf. When she successfully kills and devours the opponent, she can obtain the opponent's memory, which is undoubtedly a great trick to torture for intelligence. However, this capability is not perfect. The only drawback is that it takes time to digest these memories, and during the digestion process, her strength will drop significantly. Alas, digesting the memory of this scumbag makes me feel sick. Shui Haiyao sighed helplessly, feeling an indescribable disgust in her heart. Then, without hesitation, she summoned several shadow clones and began to clean up the scene. He had to pretend that Wang Yu had acted on impulse and fled in a panic, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, Wang Yu seemed to have already had this idea, so it was much easier to deal with. Time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. The first part of the Black City dinner, the auction, officially kicked off amid everyone's anticipation. Crack! With a crisp sound, the lights in the entire place suddenly dimmed. Bright spotlights shone on the stands. A man in a black tuxedo and a butterfly mask slowly walked onto the platform with a very revealingly dressed spirit beast woman. They bowed slightly to the crowd and said, "Welcome everyone to our Black City dinner. Thank you all for giving us Black City a face and coming to attend this feast." After a lengthy opening speech, the auction finally officially began. A woman dressed in a sexy bunny girl costume walked up to the stage, holding an exquisite wooden box in her hand and placed it on the display stand. At the same time, a detailed introduction to the item was clearly displayed on the huge display screen behind. Inside the wooden box was a deep red gem. Everyone, today's first lot is one of the highlights of this banquet, the Flaming Ruby. If this gem is made into a pendant and worn, it will grant the wearer powerful fire powers, greatly increasing the attack power of fire attribute skills. It is truly a rare equipment type treasure. Without further ado, the starting price is 1 million. Bidding begins now. This kind of fiery red gem is indeed very rare, and you may not be able to get it even if you have money. But the starting price is 1 million, isn't that a bit too much? However, what is even more shocking is that there are many wealthy people filming along. 1 million and a half million. 2 million. 2,200,000. The sound of bidding prices continued one after another. Although the auction rules do not clearly stipulate a minimum follow-up bidding price, But these wealthy people seem to be very generous. Each time they increase the price, it is at least 100,000, and the price soars like a rocket. Chapter 73 Auction. After all, who among those who come here doesn't have a net worth of hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions? For them, this rare treasure is undoubtedly an attractive investment. Once a wealthy person who urgently needs this item appears in the future, the purchase price will definitely rise, no more, no less. It can be said that this is a business that is sure to make money. Who can resist money? Not long after, the fiery red gem was bought by the wealthy woman in box number 6 for 5 million. Chen Yi sighed and could only pray that no one would take pictures of the aura's skeleton. If it really sells for more than 5 million, whether it is worth it is one thing. I'm afraid Chen Yi doesn't have that much money at all. Everyone, next is the second lot, the 7th rank Earth Elemental Beast King Crystal Core. This is an extremely rare treasure. I don't need to say how precious it is, right? Enough of the nonsense, the starting price is 1 million, and the bidding begins now. Generally speaking, most monsters in the wild are below level 6. Occasionally, there would be magical beasts above level 6 wreaking havoc, but the Beastmaster Association would quickly send people to wipe them out. Most of the magical beasts above level 6 appear at the source of the dimensional rifts in the African and Antarctic continents. Moreover, their level distribution is extremely uneven. You may have just killed a level 6 monster, but the next one you encounter may be a powerful level 7 or 8 monster. There may even be terrifying monsters at the Beast King level, which greatly increases the risk factor. Therefore, beast masters who are able to explore such dangerous areas are extremely rare, and there are only a few of them in the world. The Warcraft Crystal Core and Beast King Crystal Core derived from it naturally cannot be measured by ordinary prices. Soon, after more than a dozen rounds of fierce bidding, the Beast King Crystal Core was finally successfully bought by a rich second-generation Beastmaster at a staggering price of 15 million. Chen Yi secretly sighed in his heart. Poverty still limited his imagination. Asking him to spend more than 10 million to bid for a Beast King Crystal Core was something he would never want to do even if he was beaten to death. Everyone, the third item is a signed photo of the famous Beastmaster Kai Kumkin. The starting price is 100,000. Bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Chen Yi almost spit out all the milk tea in his hand. The first two items were both extremely rare treasures from heaven and earth, so how come a signed photo of an internet-famous Beastmaster suddenly appeared? Funny? But this made Chen Yi feel a little relieved. It seems that not everything has a starting price of 1 million? I hope the starting price of the auras remains will be lower. The auction process progressed quickly, and in a short time more than 30 items were successfully sold. Finally, it's the turn of the Aura-S skeleton to appear. The main reason why Chen Yi attended the dinner this time was precisely for this. Everyone, this is the skeleton of spiritual light, a kind of spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. The spiritual power it contains is equivalent to the storage capacity of 103rd level magic beast crystal cores. If it is swallowed and cultivated by a light-attributed spirit beast, the spiritual power enhancing effect will be even better. Well, without further ado, the starting price for the Aura Corpse is 200,000. Bidding begins now. When Chen Yi heard that the starting price of the Spirit Light Skeleton was only 100,000, the stone in his heart fell a little. If the starting price is also 1 million, he won't be able to afford it even if he sells himself. However, he knew that it was too early to be happy. After all, he was not sure whether he could take it down. Although the Aura Skeleton sounds very impressive, it is actually just an advanced version of the Warcraft Crystal Core. Even if it is swallowed and cultivated by a spirit beast of light attribute, the effect will be greatly improved, but it will not exceed the spiritual power possessed by a 4th level Beast King Crystal Core. A 4th level monster Crystal Core is only 500 yuan. Even if it is sold for 1,500 yuan on the black market, 100 of them will only be 150,000 yuan. This is like bird's nest in eggs. Although bird's nest is expensive, its nutritional value is actually almost the same as that of eggs. Its high price is more due to hype and its so-called high-end image, and it has no additional value. For other people, they do not have special abilities like the system, and these spiritual treasures of heaven and earth with attributes will not bring any additional effects. Therefore, any beastmaster with a little common sense would basically not bid for such things. However, most of the people who come here are wealthy people, and they bid for the Aura Corpse not out of actual need, but for collection. In a blink of an eye, the price was raised to 1 million. Chen Yi's heart is bleeding. But there was no other way, I had to go ahead with it. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. Chen Yi's words had just fallen. In the luxury box number 6, a voice immediately followed the scene. Fuck, stop it. Who on earth would spend millions to make this thing? 1,600,000. 2 million. 2,100,000. It seems that he is annoyed by Chen. This time, the buyer next door spent a huge amount of money. 5 million. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. All the visitors on the first and second floors were looking at box number 6 with curiosity. The skeleton of spiritual light, although this thing is rare, it is not considered high level among the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. If you want to collect it, spending tens or even hundreds of millions should be enough, right? And you ended up bidding for 5 million? Chen almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Is this guy crazy? Spending 5 million to shoot this thing, is he deliberately targeting me? At this moment, Li Yang sent a message. Brother Chen, do you have enough money? I have 3 million here. Seeing Li Yang's message, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. I need it. If you don't have anything you want to shoot, lend me the 3 million. He replied quickly. After receiving a positive answer, Chen Yi took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued filming. 6 million. This time, the whole audience exploded again. Is this just hype? Let the people in the black market bid on the things that belong to the black market, so as to drive up the prices of certain rare items that are in large quantities to sky-high prices. It is impossible for the wealthy people who come here not to think of this marketing strategy. But the problem is, no matter how much you hype up the aura skeleton, its effect is there and the price can't be that high. What other tricks can you come up with? Are you crazy? Spending so much money on this? Could it be that this thing is hiding some unknown secret? They're the top 10 VIPs. Their vision and background are far higher than you might imagine. I suspect these two bosses have some grudge against each other, and perhaps accidentally learned of each other's identities, so they're deliberately trying to trip each other up. That's certainly possible. A few million is just pocket money for those big families anyway. Chapter 74. Give way to the neighbor for a while. At the same time, in box number 6. I heard the people in box number 7 continue to film. A young lady who looked like the daughter of a wealthy family suddenly swung her folding fan and asked sharply, "Who is the person in box 7? Can you find out?" She sat on the leather sofa with an elegant posture, her legs crossed. Beneath her moon-whitening coat, her skin was as white as mutton fat jade. Her long black hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her graceful neck and a pair of small pearl earrings. He exudes an innate sense of alienation from head to toe, making him difficult to approach. The dignity and sense of control that belong to the heir of a top financial group spread silently with the sound of the folding fan opening and closing. To describe it in one word, it is the image of a rich young lady that is very common in film and television dramas. In fact, she is indeed the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. The attendant beside him also came over and explained in a low voice, "Sorry, the information of the top 10 VIPs in Black City is completely confidential. It is difficult to find it in a short time. It shouldn't be a problem if we spend some time." Really? Then just assume he's an insider. Keep filming. We're going to get this thing no matter what. Yes. 7 million. Luo Shireen also hurriedly picked up the phone and asked her maid to transfer money. What she awakened was only the F-level bloodline. In a big family like the Luo family, a person who was regarded as a waste would not be able to get much pocket money. But in this case, how much is how much? 7.5 million. 10 million. As the bid price continued to rise, the whole audience fell into an uproar again. Who would have thought that something worth only a few $100,000 in the market could be sold at such an astonishing price? Is there some unknown secret hidden in it? Brother Chen, let's just forget it. Su Taotao said somewhat dejectedly, My life is not worth so much money." Chen gently pinched her delicate cheek and comforted her, "You are a priceless treasure. No matter how much it costs, I will save you." Ding! Su Taotao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 84 points. Brother Chen, but if this much money could be spent on Sister Mengxue and Sister Shireen. Before Su Taotao could finish her words, Chen interrupted her with a kiss. Not to mention that Su Taotao is a spirit beast girl with SSS-level bloodline. With her ability, not only can she gain a large amount of spiritual power by devouring monsters, but she can also share this spiritual power with others. This capability alone could save hundreds of millions in the future. What else more, she is such a beautiful spirit beast girl. How could Chenyi stand by and watch someone die without helping? However, at this moment, Chenyi really no longer had any chips to continue bidding. Just then, Shui Haiyao finally finished cleaning Wang Yu's room. As soon as I came back, I saw Chenyi and his group spending millions to buy a piece of junk. Is it necessary? She flashed and instantly arrived in the shadow of box number 6. Unexpectedly, the person in this box turned out to be an acquaintance? He then returned to the box and said, Chenyi, give this to the people in box 6. As long as we know where this thing is, we still have a chance to get it after the banquet. Isn't this a bad idea? Anyone who can come to this luxury box must be of high status, right? Don't worry, I just checked. The person in box number 6 is Yin Zhouyue, the daughter of the Yin family in Huacheng. For the past few hundred years, the Yin family has always been one of our Luo family's subordinates, and it was only in the last 20 years that they became independent. Shui Haiyao puffed out her chest with pride. As long as my husband steps in, it will definitely be easily resolved. Really? Chenyi breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is such a guarantee, let's give way to the neighbors for a while. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in box 6 for successfully bidding 10 million for the Aura Corpse. The auctioneer's speech speed increased significantly, as if he was afraid that the bidder would go back on his word. After all, they can get commissions from it, so it would be a waste not to make this money. Seeing the Black Ghost City staff handing the soul light skeleton to her, Yin Zhouyue's mouth corners rose slightly. It seems that I was worrying too much. I thought the person in box number 7 was an insider. I guess they must be some second-generation rich kids who want to please a certain light-attributed spirit beast, which is why they are willing to spend such a huge sum of money at such a high price. If I really wanted to know the true purpose of this thing, I would never stop bidding. Those who can be invited to the third-floor box by Black City are at least the top wealthy families in each city. For them, let alone 10 million, they should be able to come up with even 100 million in working capital. I didn't expect that after preparing 300 million to shoot this thing, it was only done with 10 million. Good luck. Miss, congratulations. Miss, congratulations. Miss, congratulations. The followers around him responded one after another, with fawning smiles on their faces and flattering words in their mouths. Yin Zhouyue's ears were almost calloused. She waved her hand impatiently and said, Okay, stop talking. Since we saved a lot of money on the spirit light skeleton, if you come across any materials related to fire attributes next time, take pictures of them all. Yes. Deal. Congratulations to guest number 111 for successfully bidding on the bright heartgrass for 750,000. These are all the items offered by Black City for this dinner. Then let's get to the main event. This finale features 18 items in total, each one a top-grade spiritual beast that we carefully selected. And we in Black Ghost City hereby guarantee that the virginity of these spirit beasts is still there. They are definitely not discarded goods that others don't want. Whether it's for entertainment or training as a combat spirit beast, they're both incredibly useful. I believe all of you are here for these grand prizes, right? Then I won't waste any more time talking nonsense and get straight to the point. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the atmosphere in the audience became even more boiling. The previous 100 lots were nothing more than a show of showing off wealth for these wealthy people. What people are really looking forward to is the auction of spirit beasts. At the same time, all the lights on the field were turned on. Several spirit beast girls carried a cage covered with fine silk and slowly walked to the front of the stage. Swish! The silk was yanked open. The scene that came into view was a young woman trapped in a cage, wearing only a thin top, with her hands on her knees, messy hair, and lifeless eyes. The auctioneer held up the microphone and introduced, today's first lot is from Fu Shaodai from Lincheng. 19 years old, a level bloodline hunting swallowtail butterfly, flying unit, has been trained to be very obedient, and can be used immediately after being photographed. Please see the VCR for other indicators. 1 minute later, Fu Shaodai will start bidding. The starting price is 3 million. Chapter 75 Spiritual Beast Auction. As the auctioneer finished speaking, Fu Xiaodia's information began to play on the large screen behind him. Everyone in the audience was talking about it. This girl is pretty good looking, and she has a level flying bloodline. The data is so good, it seems that the combat effectiveness should be quite good. My son is about to become an adult, and I don't know what kind of bloodline he will awaken. But as for this girl, I won't lose out by buying her. Are there so many people who want to take pictures? Oh, I feel like I won't be able to take any pictures. Listen to the discussions of these rich people. Chen Yi and his group also sighed and silently chose to turn on the soundproofing mode. Especially Lin Mengxue, her eyes were full of disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that her father had created such a despicable organization. As if sensing the unusual atmosphere, Shui Haiyao clapped her hands gently. Everyone, calm down. You're currently too weak to handle these things. If you want to stop this from happening, you must become stronger. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Don't overestimate your abilities and do stupid things. Chen Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, I know. No matter what I do, I will always prioritize their safety. I will never take any risks. As he spoke, he stretched out his arms and held Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taodao tightly in his arms. Seeing this, Shui Haiyao nodded slightly to express his satisfaction. Well, that's good. As long as you have this heart, it's enough. The speed of spirit beast auctions is much slower than before. Not only because there are so many people bidding, but also because each attribute indicator of each spirit beast needs to be carefully evaluated. In the end, Fu Xiaodai was bought by a second-generation rich man on the second floor at a high price of 11 million. From his eerie and terrifying smile, it is not difficult to imagine what Fu Xiaodia's future fate will be. Everyone, the next lot is from Li Xiaoling from Yanjing. She has an S-level bloodline spirit beast. Following the host's introduction, another spirit beast girl was brought to the front of the stage. Chen Yi and his group pretended not to see anything. Shui Haiyao also said that the Luo family could not stop such things. The interests of the wealthy and noble families involved are so complicated that even the Beastmaster Association finds it difficult to intervene. If you think that killing a few people can stop all this like killing Wang Yu, then you can only say that you are wishful thinking. Black market, for an ordinary black market group to develop to such a scale, the backers behind it must be top-ranked big families. Just kill as many people as you want and then replenish them. It won't have any impact at all. Unless all the families behind this can be exposed and used as an example to scare the monkeys. Otherwise everything will be in vain. After 2 long hours, it was finally the turn of the last item to be auctioned. Everyone, the next item is the last one. This lot is quite special. It's a pair of twins with B-grade bloodline, and they're from Seoul. But they seem to be suffering from some illness, unable to enter spirit beast form or armed form. They should be the type that cannot fight. But as playthings, their looks and bodies are top-notch. They can definitely give you an extraordinary experience. As he finished speaking, the silk covering of the cage on the stage was instantly lifted. The cold spotlight mercilessly shone on the center of the auction table, illuminating the twin sisters bound in chains. They were only wearing simple dresses and their faces were as pale as paper, but it did not hide their beautiful faces and curvy figures at all. When the people in the audience saw this scene, they instantly became excited. Holy crap! Are they twin spirit beasts? This appearance, I think it can be rated above 9 points. But I can't fight. This B-level bloodline is a complete waste. That's fine. Since they have B-grade bloodlines, the bloodline level of their future children shouldn't be too bad. Just for their looks and figures, I'd buy one and get one free. Wang, will take it for 5 million. I'm afraid this pair of sisters won't be able to get 5 million. A group of wealthy people looked at the twins on the stage and scrupulously and talked about them. My sister bit her bloodless lower lip, her long eyelashes trembling violently, trying hard not to let the tears fall from her eyes. The younger sister lowered her head deeply, almost burying her face in her sister's thin shoulders. The whole scene was heartbreaking and despairing. The auctioneer came to the cage where the twins were imprisoned and continued his introduction. This pair of twins, the older sister is named Hua Yuetong, the one on the left with the teardrop mole the younger sister is named Washington. Both names sound pretty good. Because they are unable to enter spirit beast in armed forms, and the test equipment displays garbled characters, we don't know their races and attributes. However, we have already consulted a beast master with a talent for detection. These diseases are not hereditary or contagious. They are just acquired symptoms of special spiritual power. Without further ado, the starting price is 2 million. Bidding begins now. 2.5 million. 3 million. 4 million. The price soared, and in a blink of an eye the auction price exceeded 8 million. Once twin sisters appear together at the same time, they will create a superimposed effect of charm. The charm value is much higher than that of a single person. What's more, both of these sisters are top beauties. In the eyes of many people, the first 17 spirit beast girls could not even compare with any of them. However, it seems that due to malnutrition in recent times, their bodies are a little weak. But after just a few days of rest, you will basically be back to normal. Because of this, the auction site was bustling with people and there was a constant stream of people participating in the auction. However, considering that the sisters cannot participate in the battle, they are just a showpiece that looks good but is useless. Although the B-level bloodline is already quite high, it is still much inferior to those spirit beasts with S-level bloodline. If you just want to use them to improve the bloodline level of your offspring, then it might be more cost-effective to spend 10 million to find a second-hand S-level bloodline spirit beast to be a surrogate mother. Therefore, after the auction price exceeded 10 million, it was obvious that the number of people participating in the auction decreased a lot. It would be a waste to spend a few million to try something new. Originally, Chenyi was too lazy to watch, so he just sat in his seat and chatted with the girls. However, when he took a quick glance at it, he was stunned. Because both of these twins possess SSS-level hidden bloodlines. Chapter 76 Huayuetong and Huashingtong. Name, Kazuki Hitomi. This target cannot enter the spirit beast form or armed form. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, B-level. Hidden bloodline, SSS-level White Knight Fairy. Level 2, Stage 10. Constitution, 19. Spiritual power, 22. Attribute, light. Skills, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, he has realized that he possesses an extraordinary hidden bloodline, but he used the wrong method to forcefully activate it, resulting in an incomplete manifestation of his bloodline, only showing a B-level bloodline. This also leaves him unable to transform into a spirit beast. The White Knight Fairy, who masters the power of light, can grant a powerful combat power boost to friendly units. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded its information. If the host successfully signs a contract and raises their favorability to 80 points or above, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 135 reinforcement points. Reward 2, Beast Taming Skill Strong Body. When the host possesses the skill, his physical fitness value increases by an additional 20%, and his physical strength recovery speed doubles. Name, Huashingtong. This target cannot enter the spirit beast form or armed form. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, B-level. Hidden bloodline, SSS-level Night Fairy. Level 2, Stage 10. Constitution, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Attribute, dark. Skills, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, he has realized that he possesses an extraordinary hidden bloodline, but he used the wrong method to forcefully activate it, resulting in an incomplete manifestation of his bloodline, only showing a B-level bloodline. This also leaves him unable to transform into a spirit beast. The Night Fairy, who masters the power of darkness, can give the opposing unit a powerful suppression force. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded its information. If the host successfully signs a contract and raises their favorability to 80 points or above, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 135 reinforcement points. Reward 2, Beast Taming Skill Spiritual Power Surge. When the host possesses the skill, the spiritual power value is increased by an additional 20%, and the spiritual power recovery speed and spiritual power guidance speed are doubled. What the hell? Is it so easy to find an SSS-level bloodline? It's only been a short time, and we meet again. Chenyi looked embarrassed and groaned inwardly. These two girls have been successfully bound to the system tasks, so Chenyi naturally hopes to sign a contract with them. But now the auction price has reached 12 million, which is really a bit tight. Brother Chenyi, what's wrong? Why do you look so weird? Luo Shirin noticed something strange about Chenyi and asked in confusion. Chenyi shook his head slightly, smiled bitterly, and said, "Nothing, I just saw a very good seedling." A very good seedling? The girls were all stunned when they heard this, and their eyes turned to the twins in the stands. Could it be that this pair of twins are also like them, spiritual beast girls whose bloodlines have been completely buried due to some special reasons? And two of them appeared at once? Luo Shirin frowned slightly and asked again, "Brother Chenyi, are you sure? Can the twins really become very strong with your talent?" Chenyi nodded and said affirmatively, "I'm not sure how strong they are, but they do have hidden SSS-level bloodlines just like you." Is this so? The girls sighed slightly. They know all too well the pain of being stuck in a quagmire, and the desire for someone to lend a helping hand is unforgettable. But now, two of them are coming at once. You can imagine the pressure of competition. Moreover, the price of more than 10 million is not affordable, at least for now. Su Taotao has invested all her savings in it. Although Lin Mengxue came from a wealthy family and was a veritable wealthy woman, most of her assets were fixed assets, and her liquid funds amounted to only 6 figures. Although Luo Shirin was born into a wealthy family, her family did not provide her with much financial resources because she had awakened her F-level bloodline before. If Li Yang's funds are included, the total amount is just over 10 million. With this little money, you're not even eligible to bid. 15 million. Just as Chen Yi and his group were struggling, the bidding for the Hua sisters had already reached 15 million. Apart from the S-level bloodline spirit beast girl who was sold for 50 million, the price of this pair of fancy sisters is the highest price at present. This shows how attractive this pair of sisters is. Shui Haiyao was in the shadows the whole time, quietly listening to the conversation between Chen Yi and his group, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She silently picked up the phone and dialed Luo Qinghe. Since this pair of sisters are good spirit beasts, and Chen Yi has the ability to stimulate their power, then just take them in. Save as many as you can. Really? That's what Chen Yi really said? SSS-level bloodline? Luo Qinghe murmured in disbelief. Could it be that there are many spirit beasts with SSS-level bloodlines? But most of them have their bloodlines hidden due to various restrictions. In just less than a month, I encountered 5 SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts. Yes, he said so himself. After thinking for a while, Luo Qinghe said, "Go and bring my card to Chen Yi." That card? Didn't you say the money on that card was a backup fund for Shirin to return to her family? Yes. Isn't it time to use it now? If Chen Yi can contract more SSS-level spirit beasts, Shiyin's status will rise, which will definitely be of great help when she returns to the family in the future. And it won't take much at all. I have something to do now, so come back and get it. Okay, I got it. Shui Haiyao didn't ask any more questions. She flashed and came to the house of her relative Luo Qinghe. However, unlike previous days, the hospital seems to be particularly lively today. Even the entourage and sisters in Luo Qinghe's mansion were not in the mansion. Is some important person coming? A hint of curiosity arose in Shui Haiyao's heart. But soon, she shook her head and put these messy thoughts behind her. The most important thing now is to bid with money. In just 10 seconds, Shui Haiyao returned to the box again and handed the bank card in her hand to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at Shui Haiyao suspiciously and asked, "What is this?" Shui Haiyao smiled slightly. "Since you think the twins are promising, then use the money in this card to take the photos. Don't worry about the cost." Chen Yi was stunned when he heard this. Could this be the black card that Shui Haiyao stole from somewhere? After all, Shui Haiyao has the ability to teleport long distances, so it seems normal for her to steal some things, right? Chapter 77 Letter from Yan Zhouyue. 19,200,000. The auctioneer's voice once again echoed throughout the banquet hall. Chen Yi didn't have time to think about it, he had to use it even if it was a black card. 20 million. Okay. The guest in box 7 has offered 20 million. Are there any other guests who would like to raise the price? 20 million once. 20 million twice. The price of 20 million has exceeded many people's expectations. Whether you have money is one thing, but whether you are willing to spend so much money is another. Even the rich second-generation young man who had previously asked for 19.2 million heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that Chen Yi was willing to raise the price. Fortunately, someone is there to cover the loss. Otherwise, he would have spent so much money to buy 2 vases, which would have been a huge loss if he thought about it carefully. If he hadn't been a little horny just now, there was no way he would have taken a picture of the twins. 20 million 3 times. Congratulations to number 7. Before the auctioneer finished speaking, someone in box number 6 suddenly called out to him. Wait. I'll offer 25 million. This sudden bid caused an uproar in the audience again. I spent 10 million to shoot the skeleton of the aura before, and now I'm spending so much money to shoot the twins? Could it be that he really has a conflict with the people in box 7? Hearing that it was Yan Zhouyue from box number 6 who came to disrupt the situation again, Chen Yi almost vomited blood. Are you fucking sick? Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Yin family and a spirit beast? What do you want to do by taking pictures of spiritual beasts? Are you a lily? But there is no way, this still has to be filmed. 26 million. However, Yan Zhou didn't seem to want to give up. 30 million. 3005. Before Chen Yi finished speaking, Yan Zhou continued to film without hesitation. 40 million. These sisters are mine, no one can snatch them from me. Chen Yi's eyes went dark. This guy has clearly never bid before? Why did this guy follow me as soon as I placed a bid? Could it be that they are really targeting me? In fact, this is true. Before Chen Yi bid, Yan Zhou had no interest in auctioning spirit beasts at all. After all, she herself is a spirit beast, not a lily. The Yan family doesn't have any other talented beast masters, so buying a spirit beast is simply a waste of money. The reason for following and filming was that a few minutes ago, Yan Zhou's followers finally found out the information of the owner of box number 7. When he learned that it was Chen Yi, who has been in the limelight recently, he immediately became interested. After all, there is a rumor about Chen Yi that is very popular on the internet. That is, Lin Mengxue, who had a contract with Chen Yi, was once exposed as an F-level spirit beast. This news caused an uproar in the Beastmaster circle, and people speculated about the reasons. Later, after an in-depth investigation, Lin Mengxue's father is Lin Xian, one of the founders of Black Ghost City and an S-class Beastmaster. Her mother is Lung Ningxuan, the daughter of the Lang family, the boss behind the Black Ghost City, and she is also an S-level spirit beast. This situation is exactly the same as hers. Her father was an S-class Beastmaster and her mother was an S-class spirit beast, yet they gave birth to an F-class waste like her. Fortunately, in the Gongsun family, where her sister Yan Zhou married, there was an old Beastmaster whose innate ability was to see the flaws of other spirit beasts. He concluded at a glance that Yan Zhou's current bloodline was incomplete. However, he didn't know what exactly caused it or how to awaken his true bloodline. However, with this shot of cardiac stimulant, Yan Zhou at least avoided the fate of being abandoned by her family. The Yan family also tried their best to find various methods for Yan Zhou to see if they could activate her true bloodline. It turns out that although these methods have certain effects, they are not significant. After 5 years, Yan Zhou's strength has only been improved from the original F level to C level, which is still not up to par compared to the Yan family. Coincidentally, at this time, her parents heard that in India, a similar situation had occurred with a spirit beast. Later, the spirit beast successfully activated its bloodline by passing through the 5 elements secret realm within the border between the two countries. Now that spirit beast has become an SS-level spirit beast. In order to activate the 5 elements formation in the 5 elements secret realm, 5 media are needed: the skeleton of spiritual light, the skeleton of storm, the skeleton of rain, the skeleton of flame, and the skeleton of earth. At present, the Yan family has successfully collected 4 of the key items, which is why they are willing to spend 300 million to buy the spiritual light skeleton. But now things have changed. Since Chen Yi was able to help the F-level Lin Mengxue awaken and transform into a dragon, maybe she can do it too. Maybe there won't even be the need to go through the trouble of activating it through the 5 elements array. For this reason, she chose to take a picture of the twins that Chen Yi liked, so that she could use them as bargaining chips later. No matter what the cost, she must get rid of her waste status. On the other side, I saw that box number 6 called out 40 million. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly and gently put down the call button. According to Shui Haiyao, there is 10 billion in cash in the card, which is Luo Qing savings over the years. If the bidding continues, Chen Yi still has a great chance of winning. However, he felt no need to do so anymore. Anyway, we still have to negotiate with our neighbors about the aura skeleton, so there is no need to engage in internal conflicts at this time. 40 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in box 6 for successfully taking photos of Huayuetong and Huashingtong. The first phase of the auction for this dinner has concluded successfully. On behalf of Black City, I would like to thank all the guests for their support. The second phase of the dinner will then proceed. Chen Yi did not plan to attend the next banquet. After all, he had 2 main purposes for attending the Niga City banquet. One is to take a picture of the spiritual skeleton, and the other is to investigate Wang Yu's intelligence. Now, Shui Haiyao has devoured Wang Yu. It is estimated that it won't be long before she can grasp the behind-the-scenes situation of the Black Ghost City. Old man Luo Qingha also followed the clues of the psychic potion and sent people to Eagle Country to investigate the affairs of the Demon Abyss sect. At present, both of these things can come to an end for the time being. The spiritual light skeleton and the twins have fallen into Yan Zhou's hands. Next, Chen Yi only needs to wait for contact from the Luo family and then negotiate with Yan Zhou. Anyway, she is a woman, she can't just harm the twin sisters tonight, right? At this moment, Chen Yi's mobile phone suddenly received a text message. Mr. Chen Yi, I am from Box 6, Yan Zhouyue from the Yan family. I just stole the spirit beast you were looking at. To be honest, I had something important to discuss, so I resorted to this method. Please forgive me. If our negotiations go smoothly, as compensation, I can give you the twin sisters I bought for 40 million for free. Location, room 3001, Seoul International Hotel. Chapter 78 Exchange Conditions. When Chen Yi and his group saw this text message, they were all stunned. Even Shui Haiyao, who was usually calm, couldn't help showing a look of surprise at this moment. The old man hasn't even visited the Yin family yet, so why is the eldest daughter of the Yin family coming to visit? And why is this person's thinking so weird? Let us not talk about the spiritual light skeleton that was auctioned before. If it is a negotiation or transaction, does it need to be so troublesome? Since we have already investigated the information of Chen Yi in box number 7 and also know his cell phone number, wouldn't it be better to let Chen Yi take the photos of the twins away and then contact them? You have to do this. But after thinking about it, Chen Yi and his group decided to go to the appointment. With Shui Haiyao around, why should we be afraid of her tricks? It wouldn't be a bad thing if I could get the twin sisters for free. However, she must pay back for what happened at the auction. Soon, Chen Yi and his group arrived at the designated location. As soon as I opened the door, the cold moonlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling window, gently wrapping the graceful figure by the window. Yan Zhouyue was leaning against the window frame. She was facing the door sideways, her graceful neck slightly raised, the moonlight flowing on her smooth skin, as if coated with a layer of hazy silver light. Her long silver white hair was casually spread out, and a few strands of hair were blown by the night wind, brushing against her jade-like cheeks. A fluffy and soft fox tail hung down naturally from behind her. The cloud-white tip of the tail was clearly visible in the moonlight, swaying rhythmically with her long breathing. She just sat quietly by the window, as if she had merged into one with the moonlight. Although Chen Yi's first impression of Yan Zhouyue was not very good. But I have to admit that this girl is really beautiful. Name, Yan Zhouyue Power Manifestation. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, C-Rank Flame-Eared Fox. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level 9-Tailed Demon Fox. Level, Level 3, Stage 10. Constitution, 23. Spiritual Power, 28. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Sparks, Enchanting Eyes. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, Not Yet Cultivated. Evaluation, by taking various heavenly and earthly treasures that enhance talent and attribute power, I forcibly broke through to sea level, but I have already reached the upper limit. The ancient ferocious beast nine-tailed fox, enchanting all living beings, eternal youth, the fox's fire can burn everything in heaven and earth. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded its information. If the host successfully signs a contract and raises their favorability to 80 points or above, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 130 reinforcement points. Reward 2, Item Intermediate Strength Amplification Card X3. Reward 3, Item Beast Taming Whip. See Yan Zhouyue's system information. Chen Yi's eyes also narrowed slightly. Is the favorability actually a positive number? Chen Yi, you're here. Yan Zhouyue murmured softly, her eyes fixed on the seat opposite her. Signaled Chen Yi to sit here. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze, asked the girls behind him to sit on the sofa, then walked to the opposite side of Yan Zhouyue and slowly sat down. What do you want from me? Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Come on, have some tea first. Yan Zhouyue poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Chen Yi. Drinking tea late at night, Chen Yi can only say that you rich people really know how to have fun. But Chen Yi didn't say much. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Can you tell me now? It's the middle of the night, and my little sister is still waiting for me to take care of her. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhouyue's mouth twitched. Is this Chen Yi really so straightforward in his speech? Okay, now that you've said that, I won't keep you in suspense. Yan Zhouyue's expression instantly became serious. But before we get to the point, Chen Yi, I want to test you first. What do you think of my bloodline? Before he finished speaking, Chen Yi answered first. Level 3, Stage 10, C-Class Bloodline Flame-Eared Fox. This is your current strength, but you possess a higher power within you, which can only be activated under specific circumstances. As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Zhouyue's pupils suddenly shrank. It was clearly the first time we met, but I could tell her situation at a glance. Isn't this too outrageous? This particular situation? What is it? However, Chen Yi just smiled faintly and said calmly, before I answer these, shouldn't you show some respect? Upon hearing this, Yan Zhouyue immediately understood what Chen Yi meant. She quickly picked up the phone, dialed her housekeeper's number, and informed him of the current situation. About 3 minutes later, the housekeeper's 2 contracted spirit beasts came here, carrying the 2 twins who had completely fallen asleep. They probably haven't had proper food or rest in a long time. I saw they were still hungry, so I took them to a food stall to eat. After they were full, they fell asleep directly. I didn't do anything to them, I've got to tell you that first. This is my exchange price. As long as you can tell me how to awaken the power within me, they will both be yours. Hearing this, Chen Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely noticeable smile. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Yin family cares very much about activating her bloodline. Originally, if what happened at the auction had not happened, Chen Yi would definitely give her a free gift package to experience the awakening power. But now it's different. Want to awaken your power? Okay, let us see your sincerity first. Thinking of this, Chen Yi said, no problem, but I need a medium to activate your bloodline. Medium? What is it? Remember that aura corpse you bought for 10 million? That thing is the medium. Hearing this, Yan Zhouyue was stunned. She never expected that Chen Yi would make such a request. She had found the spiritual light skeleton with great difficulty, but she didn't expect that Chen Yi actually needed it? Could it be that the reason why Chen Yi wanted to shoot the spiritual light skeleton was to maintain Lin Mengxue's power awakening? Are you going to use this, or? Of course it's going to be used. Why am I saying this if it's not necessary? Chen Yi was speechless. Anyway, if you want to awaken the power of your bloodline, I can help you. Just give me the medium. Whether you want to awaken the power in your body or not is entirely up to you. Hearing this, Yan Zhouyue's heart fell into a fierce struggle. Light-attributed spiritual treasures are extremely rare, and the Yin family had to search for the spiritual skeleton for a whole year before finally finding it. Should I give it to Chen Yi and fight for a chance to witness the awakening of my own power? However, after only a minute of hesitation, Yan Zhouyue made a decision. Okay, I promise you. But let me be clear, I must see the full power of my bloodline. Chapter 79 Nine-Tailed Fox. Yan Zhouyue is now about to turn 25 years old. Almost 6 years have passed since the day when it was confirmed to be an F-level bloodline. During these 6 years, she deeply felt the pain of having only low-level blood, as if she was lonely and abandoned by the world. Because she was not sure how strong the power in her body was, the Yin family did not dare to let her go to the Beastmaster to establish a contract. If her bloodline is S-level or above after awakening, it would be a waste for her to establish a contract with those S-level Beastmasters given her conditions. As for those Beastmasters above SS level, there are a lot of S-level spirit beast girls who want a contract with them. How could others rashly accept her when they are not sure of her bloodline and class? The 3rd level, 10th stage, was only reached thanks to my father and other Beastmasters in the family taking time out to guide the energy, which wasted a lot of other people's time. How much she longed to see the day when her power would be fully awakened. Yan Zhouyue took out the spirit light skeleton and placed it on the table. Here you go. I hope you don't fool me. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen Yi smiled crookedly. I got another baby for free. The Yin family is also quite strange. The Luo family completely dislikes Luo Shirin, who has F-level bloodline. But the Yin family is willing to help. I wonder if they can get more treasures. Chen Yi accepted the spirit light corpse and then suggested, come with me. This may not be a suitable place for awakening. Yan Zhouyue was a little confused. Where are we going? Where else can we go? Leave the city. Don't you want to test your own strength? There are no monsters in the city, so where can you go to see it? So, Shuer, come with us. Shirin, Taodao, please help take care of the twins. Good. The girls nodded and immediately acted according to Chen Yi's instructions. Yan Zhouyue, on the other hand, followed Chen Yi happily. At this moment, she no longer had the secluded look of a young lady that she had at the beginning. Instead, she looks more like a little girl who got good grades and is looking forward to being rewarded by her parents. You are not allowed to transform into spirit beast form in the city blocks, so you have to drive to the city gate. Afterwards, Lin Mengxue transformed into a frost dragon and carried Chen Yi and Yan Zhouyu to a place in the wild where third-level monsters appeared the ancient forest. After clearing out the surrounding monsters with a few blasts of ice breath, Chen Yi looked at Yan Zhouyu and asked, "Are you ready?" Yan Zhouyu's gaze was still fixed on the powerful strength that Lin Mengxue had just displayed, and she was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Is this the power gained after awakening F-level bloodline? So strong. It was not until she heard Chen Yi's voice that she came back to her senses as if awakened from a dream. "Hey, okay. I'm ready." Yan Zhouyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "Alright then, take your power." Chen Yi raised his right hand and placed his palm on Yan Zhouyu's back, and a warm and powerful force rushed in. At this moment, Yan Zhouyu's body trembled violently. The long silver-white hair flew up like a waterfall, dancing without wind. A dazzling mixture of silver-white and fiery red flames burst out from his body, and a powerful flow of spiritual energy swept over, causing the branches and leaves of the surrounding ancient trees to sway wildly, rustling, and falling leaves to fall. Behind her, a nine-tailed fox phantom made entirely of white flames suddenly appeared, roaring silently towards the sky. The surrounding monsters instantly fell silent and trembled, frightened by the pressure, and dared not move. Swish, swish, swish. There were 9 consecutive light sounds, and 9 huge tails of light burning with silver-white fox fire suddenly unfolded from behind her. Those tails were flying wildly in the air, making sharp whistling sounds wherever they passed. Wherever the tail of light passed, the air was distorted and scorch marks were left on the ground. Boom! Next second. The light gradually faded, the shadow merged into the main body, and Yan Zhouyu's body gradually became clearer. 9 fox tails swayed slowly behind her like a peacock spreading its tails, with an unquenchable silver flame burning at the tips of the tails, illuminating the ancient forest at night as if it were daytime. An oppressive aura that belonged only to ancient ferocious beasts hung heavily over the entire forest. Yan Zhouyu, awakened successfully. Name, Yan Zhouyu spiritual beast form. Level 3, stage 10. Constitution, 155. Spiritual power, 180. She stood there in a daze, staring in disbelief at her own huge body and the 9 tails swaying slowly behind her. Her body was trembling slightly, and she could clearly feel the terrifying power in her body that was enough to tear mountains and rivers apart. The lavender eyes were filled with shock and a hint of helplessness. Is this my power? Is he so strong? What level of bloodline is this? This Chen Yi actually has this ability? Ding! Yan Zhouyu's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Chen Yi, who was standing by, casually brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves and said calmly, "Well, not bad. An SSS-level 9-tailed demon fox, it really looks quite domineering. Chen Yi, is this the power I will gain after fully awakening?" "Yeah. What else? But this." Roar, roar, roar. Yan Zhouyu hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, several violent roars of monsters tore through the silence of the forest. Several third-level magical beasts, attracted by Yan Zhouyu's powerful spiritual energy, pounced out from the shadows in different directions. Lin Mengxue was startled and subconsciously stood in front of Chen Yi, but she saw that Chen Yi was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. "Schwer, leave it to her. She has just awakened her power and needs some opportunities to show it." "I know. I'm just in case." When Yan Zhouyu saw the attacking monsters, the fighting spirit in her heart instantly surged. Originally, she didn't dare to fight against the third-level monster, but now it's different. These monsters are your chance to prove your strength. She took a deep breath and gathered the strength in her body into the silver-white fox tail behind her. Swish! 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 The movements could not be seen clearly at all, but the silver-white fox tail behind Yan Zhouyu was seen sweeping through the air with astonishing speed and power. Puff! Bang! The 3 jungle wolves that pounced in the front instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the attack of the fox tail. Another sanddrag was swept by the tip of the fox's tail, and its rocky body shattered into pieces like broken porcelain. The last falcon that swooped down was swept away by the scorching airwave generated by the waving of the fox's tail. It turned into ashes and scattered without even being able to scream. The whole process happened in a flash. The forest was filled with a faint smell of blood and burning, but it was soon blown away by the night wind, as if nothing had happened. With just this one move, he instantly killed the monsters attacking from several directions. Chapter 80, No contract is like this. Yan Zhouyu was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. This. A third-level monster is so vulnerable? Is she too strong, or are these third-level monsters too weak? Chunyi looked at her slowly, a hint of a smile on his lips. Amazing, you have such strength just after awakening. Once you fully adapt, it will be really amazing. Yen Zhouyu was still immersed in the shock of instantly killing a third-level monster, and an indescribable joy surged in her heart. After hearing Chenyi's words, a hint of pride flashed in those lavender eyes. But he was immediately interrupted by a strange feeling coming from behind him. The 9 silver-white fox tails behind him suddenly lost control and began to wave uncontrollably. Wait, don't move. As soon as she had the thought, one of its tails uncontrollably slapped the ancient tree next to it. The tree trunk broke in an instant, and after making a teeth-grinding groan, it collapsed with a loud bang, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. The other tail seemed to have a strong interest in the remains of the sand shrew left on the ground. The tip of the tail poked it curiously, and with a click, the remains were crushed into finer powder. There was also a tail, which probably thought the scene of the falcon turning into ashes was very interesting, so it unconsciously flicked it lightly, and a blast of hot air suddenly swept towards the bushes next to it, instantly igniting it. Ah! My tail! Yen Zhouyu screamed in surprise and frantically tried to control these disobedient tails. However, under her panic, the 9 tails began to swing even more violently. The surrounding trees were also affected, with branches and leaves blown all over the place and scorch marks left on the ground. The scene became extremely chaotic for a time. Puff! Lin Mengxue looked at Yen Zhouyu's embarrassed look as she tried hard to control her tail, and couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Can't even control your own tail? Chenyi also scratched his head, his face full of confusion. If Yen Zhouyu was not pretending to be like this would be the first time he saw someone unable to control their body after awakening. System, what's going on? This target has used a special method to stimulate a certain amount of bloodline power. This power cannot be tamed by the spirit beast's awakening talent, resulting in the tail being independent of the individual consciousness. But the host doesn't need to worry. Independent consciousness will not harm the target's body. When the target's level is raised to level 5 or above, this state will naturally disappear. The host can also consume 30 reinforcement points to immediately help the target remove this status. After hearing that it was nothing serious, Chenyi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. It's just 30 points of strengthening, forget it. It would be fine if this happened to Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, or Su Taotao. You vixen, you still want him to spend 30 strengthening points? Unless you can expose your belly and admit your mistake, there is no point in talking. Thinking of this, Chenyi also put one hand behind his back and said in a pretentious tone, it's my first time to control this power. Being able to kill the monster in seconds is already very good. As for controlling the power of the 9-tailed fox, I'm afraid it will take some time to run in and adapt. Is this like this? Yen Zhouyu widened her eyes and looked at the 9 tails, feeling helpless. It's so frustrating that I finally have such a strong power but I can't control it. Isn't it? But fortunately, she felt relieved after confirming that her bloodline power was so strong. She is really not a waste, but a 9-tailed fox, an ancient ferocious beast, the 9-tailed fox. I have to go back and show off. But at this moment, the 9 fox tails leaping behind her suddenly lost all their light and substance. Like a punctured phantom bubble, it silently melted away in the moonlight, turning into specks of silver light and quickly disappearing into the air. The huge body formed by the overflowing blood power, like a deflated ball, suddenly shrank back to its original slender human form. The endless sense of power in the body also began to disappear rapidly at this time. The destructive power just now, the condescending attitude, the 9 tails dancing wildly, seemed like just a dream that was too real. Everything disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yen Zhouyu suddenly raised her head, her lavender eyes widened, filled with astonishment and confusion. What's going on? Chenyi, is it over now? That power that was enough for her to kill a third-level monster in an instant, that 9-tailed form that symbolized the ancient ferocious beast, was gone just like that? The huge psychological gap left her completely stunned. Chenyi nodded and said calmly, it's like this when there's no contract. What? Yen Zhouyu's eyes widened, and she almost fainted. Her voice unconsciously rose an octave. You mean to say that a spiritual light skeleton can only keep me strong for 3 minutes? Chenyi spread his hands and explained calmly, you didn't ask me how long I could awaken before, right? Go back and think about it carefully first, sign a contract with me, and then find some spiritual treasures with attribute powers like the spirit light skeleton. I should be able to give you strength to sustain for about a month. After hearing this, Yen Zhouyu was about to faint. This is the skeleton of spiritual light. This is the treasure she had been searching for a whole year, but it turned out to be just a 3-minute awakening power experience card. Moreover, after enjoying that powerful force, she knew that she could never go back to the days when she had no power. But she quickly grasped the key point and hurried forward to hold Chen Yi's hand. Contract. I am willing to make a contract with you. I have many similar heavenly and earthly treasures at home, I will give them all to you. Chen Yi waved his hand gently and said, go back and think about it carefully, and give me an answer later. After all, tonight's time is reserved for Su Taodao. Seeing this, Yen Zhouyu didn't say anything more. In fact, her words just now were also tentative. After all, the contract concerns her entire life and must be considered carefully. Chen Yi has a precedent of auctioning spirit beast girls. She had reason to suspect that Chen Yi might have used some secret treasure to deliberately give her such powerful strength, and then used it as a bargaining chip to trick her into signing a contract. In fact, this may only happen once, just like those scumbags who rent luxury cars to get laid. If Chen Yi had agreed immediately and taken her to the hotel to establish a contract, then she would definitely suspect that Chen Yi had impure motives. But now it seems that Chen Yi's behavior is relatively normal, and I must have been worrying too much. But there is one thing, why does she always feel that Chen Yi's tone is a bit harsh? Is it an illusion? Ding! Yen Zhouyu's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 40 points. Chapter 81, Demonization. Although Yen Zhouyu longed to gain complete power immediately. But you still have to be cautious about everything. Go back and ask your parents for their opinion first. I understand. I'll go back and think about it seriously. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then turned to look at Lin Mengxue behind him. Swear, let's go back. Lin Mengxue nodded obediently and transformed into a frost dragon again. Okay, brother Chen Yi. Soon, the three of them returned to the city. After they parted, Lin Mengxue quickly moved closer to Chen Yi, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. Brother Chen Yi, you are so bad. Is it really okay to lie to her like this? Chen Yi helplessly spread his hands and explained, the most urgent thing tonight is to help Tao Tao get rid of her demonic power. And that vixen bullied me at the auction, I must get revenge. I can't believe you're still so vindictive, brother Chen Yi. This isn't a grudge, it's a necessary strategy. I said that just to ensure I could get the aura corpse. What Chen Yi said was not empty talk. Before understanding Yen Zhouyu's character, getting the spirit light skeleton in this way is undoubtedly the easiest way. After all, the system interface clearly showed that she had improved her bloodline level through various means. Most likely after witnessing his fully awakened power. She will still choose to believe in herself and want to rely on her own strength to achieve a complete breakthrough. By then, it would become much more difficult to obtain the aura corpse. Therefore, using the spiritual light skeleton as a bargaining chip for awakening, and judging by Yen Zhouyu's generosity in spending 40 million to photograph the twin sisters just to meet Chen Yi, it is almost certain that she will accept this proposal. Of course, the main reason was indeed because Yen Zhouyu had treated him like that at the auction. It's hard not to wonder what's going on in this girl's mind. Lin Mengxue still covered her mouth and chuckled, saying coquettishly, alright, no matter what kind of brother Chen Yi is, I like him. Chen Yi took Lin Mengxue's hand and raised a wicked smile. Just for what you said, I will definitely pamper you tonight. Really? Thank you, brother Chen Yi, Buji. Are you so jumpy, little girl? How dare you force a kiss on me? No, I'm going to kiss you back. Ding. Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability, 88 points. When Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue returned to their hotel room, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were lying on the bed, saliva flowing down their cheeks, and occasionally uttering some incoherent mumbling. It looks like they haven't had a good night's sleep in the Black City, right? How pitiful. Even if she didn't awaken her SSS-level bloodline, with her current B-level bloodline, coupled with her top-notch looks and figure, she could easily thrive in this world. I never thought that I would be caught and auctioned off in the black market, and end up like this. But it's okay, those things are in the past. Chen Yi couldn't save everyone, but being able to save the two of them was already a happy thing for everyone. Let them have a good rest tonight. He sat on the edge of the bed and patted the empty space beside him. Tao Tao, come here. I've got the aura skeleton. I'll help you get rid of the evil first. Yeah, okay. When Su Taotao heard Chen Yi's voice, she immediately jumped in front of Chen Yi and sat directly on his lap. Looks like they really like this place. Chen Yi didn't say much, and shouted to the system, consume 25 reinforcement points, activate the power of the spiritual light skeleton, and remove Su Taotao's demonic state. Ding! Consumed 25 reinforcement points, activated successfully. As the system prompt sounded, the spiritual light skeleton in Chen Yi's palm instantly disintegrated, turning into a soft ball of pure white light that contained an indescribable purifying power. There seemed to be countless tiny runes circulating and disappearing inside the ball of light, emitting a warm breath that was enough to dispel all the haze. The next second, the ball of pure white light seemed to sense something strange inside Su Taotao's body, and instantly transformed into a stream of purifying light, continuously pouring into Su Taotao's body. Well, Su Taotao's body suddenly stiffened and she let out a groan mixed with pain. Her originally fair skin was now covered with dark purple magic patterns that were wriggling like living things, and wisps of black air emanated from her body. And as time went on, these dark purple magic patterns began to twist violently. Seeing this scene, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin couldn't help but sweat. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Why does it look so weird? Taotao, are you okay? I'm fine, it just hurts a little, I'll hold on. Well, just hold on for a while, it will be fine soon. Chen Yi has 100% confidence in the system's capabilities. Since the system says that the demonized state can be removed, then it can definitely be done, there will definitely not be any accidents. Just as expected. After about half a minute, the movement of the dark purple lines slowed down significantly. The thick black gas was like being burned by flames, making a hissing sound and was released madly from the dark purple lines. At this moment, a stream of pure white light emerged directly from Su Taotao's body, replacing the black aura. Wherever the white light passed, the magic pattern crumbled into pieces like torn paper. The black gas rolled, trying to escape from the illumination of the white light, but was firmly bound in place and quickly evaporated. This process only lasted about 10 seconds. As the last trace of black energy was completely annihilated by the white light at the heart of Su Taotao, all the magic patterns on her body disappeared without a trace in an instant. On Su Taotao's information interface, the constantly jumping demonization countdown also completely disappeared at this moment. The demonization was successfully lifted. At this moment, Su Taotao's tense body suddenly relaxed, and she fell softly on the bed, breathing heavily. His forehead, nose tip and lips were covered with fine beads of sweat, and it looked like he had been enduring for a long time. But soon, her originally pale face quickly regained its rosy color, and her face was filled with the excitement of surviving the disaster and the weakness after the demonization was lifted. The cold and gloomy atmosphere that originally filled the air disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was the warm lingering sound of the spiritual skeleton and the sound of Su Taotao's gradually steady breathing. Success, success? Is the demonized state lifted now? Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin murmured in disbelief. I originally thought that in order to remove Su Taotao's demonic state, I would have to set up a magic circle, pray, choose an auspicious day, and perform a series of tedious rituals, which might take several days to complete. Didn't expect it to be cured? It feels like the aura skeleton is a panacea for removing the symptoms of demonization. It's incredible. Chapter 82 The Worried Yin Family Parents. Su Taotao burst into tears of joy. Brother Chen Yi, I can feel it, the demonic aura has really disappeared. I really don't have to die. Chen Yi pinched Su Taotao's pink cheeks and teased, what are you talking about? I've already told you, if you follow me, you will definitely be saved. Brother Chen Yi, woo woo. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability, 90 points. Reward reinforcement points plus 25 points. Current reinforcement points, 50 points. Stop crying, or I'll taste salty at night. Really? Is now the time to say these things? Why, don't you want tonight? Want. Brother Chen Yi, you just said you would favor me. Brother Chen Yi, you can't get tired of the old and love the new. Come on, I'm in a good mood today, let's have a good fight. Good. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Just when Chen Yi was being affectionate with the girls, Yan Zhouyue has returned home and reported everything that had just happened to her parents. Yue, are you sure? Are you sure you're not being tricked? Yan Zhouyue's father, Yan Kongyu, frowned, his face full of suspicion. He always felt that something was wrong. This situation is like your own daughter is fascinated by a yellow-haired guy outside, and when she comes back, she keeps praising the yellow-haired guy's advantages to her parents, which is really awkward. How could a bloodline return to its original state after just a few minutes of awakening? However, Yen Zhouyue became more and more convinced of this. The power that looked down upon the world just now became clearer and clearer in her mind as time went by. It was an indescribable shock, absolutely true without a doubt. It's real. That power can't be fake. If Chunyi was really that kind of cheating scumbag, when I said I wanted to sign a contract, he would definitely take me to the hotel without hesitation and would not refuse at all. These third-level monster crystal cores are the best evidence that I just killed the monster instantly. And didn't you just send a tie to the scene of the battle? Didn't you confirm that there were indeed traces of fighting? Dad! Don't you want me to have a good home? Hearing this, Yen Kongyu also sighed deeply. Of course he hopes that Yen Zhouyue can have a good home. But it was precisely because he hoped Yen Zhouyue would have a good home that he advised her so earnestly. If Chunyi said that after Yen Zhouyue's bloodline awakened, she would become an S-level bloodline spirit beast, he was willing to believe Chunyi. But now, you, Chunyi, keep talking about SSS-level bloodline. You know, there are only 3 spirit beast girls in Dragon Country who are confirmed to have SSS-level bloodlines. How could Yen Kongyu believe that his daughter would be the 4th person? Any father would think that this is just a pretense used by a scumbag to get a woman, right? Yue, listen to me, that Chunyi. Yen Kongyu hadn't finished speaking yet. The person who was sent to investigate Chunyi's background rushed in hurriedly, his face full of shock. Master, this Chunyi's background seems to be from the Luo family. Luo family? Yen Kongyu was suddenly shocked. He knew that Chunyi's background and identity might be extraordinary, but he never imagined that he was from the Luo family? Yes. One of the women around Chunyi is Luo Shirin, the granddaughter of Senior Luo Qinghe, who was the last one in the Luo family as we mentioned before. But after following Chunyi, she has completely taken off. Fighting against a swarm of insects of the same level alone is no problem at all. Based on the analysis of the battle video, her bloodline level is definitely no lower than SS level. Hearing this, Yen Zhouyue showed a smug smile on her face. She flicked her hair lightly and said coquettishly, "See? Miss Luo is already with Chunyi, so why shouldn't I follow? Are you trying to say that Miss Luo is also a fool and was tricked into having sex by that Chunyi?" Yen Kongyu was speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. Indeed, the Luo family is not fools. Especially Luo Qinghe, he would definitely not hand over his granddaughter so easily. I would only do this if I was really sure that Chunyi had the ability in this area. Perhaps, this Chunyi is really Yen Zhouyue's destined benefactor. After a few seconds of silence, Yen Kongyu sighed and said helplessly, "All right. Since you said so, Yue, I won't object. If Chunyi really has this ability, Yue, you must be nice to him, okay? You need to change that stubborn temper of yours. You should know the situation of your bloodline yourself. If you miss this opportunity, you might not even know where to cry. Also, for the stupid thing you did at the auction, go over there and apologize to Chunyi. Who wants to ask others for help and then snatch other people's items?" Yen Zhouyue curled her lips and explained, "I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just felt that, and isn't that what you said, Dad? If you want to negotiate business, the cards in your hand must have what the other party wants." Yen Zhouyue's biological mother, Hu Qian, had been browsing her phone and was indifferent to what was happening here. She gave birth to an F-level bloodline for the Yen family, causing her status in the Yen family to plummet, and Yen Kongyu didn't treat her well either. It made her actually not want to care about this father and daughter anymore. But now, her mood was completely different. My daughter might have SSS-level bloodline. After she fully awakens, won't I be able to rise to prominence because of my son? We have to persuade him well. This Chunyi is indeed a remarkable man. What Kongyu said makes sense. Yue, you have to serve others well. We have money at home. We can get all the treasures that Chunyi mentioned. You don't need to worry about money. Just tell your family what he wants. Don't think about saving money. Also, if Chunyi wants a child in the future, you must offer to give birth to him right away. A genius like Chunyi will definitely create a large family in the future. If you can give birth to Chunyi's eldest son, your position will definitely be stable. Not only Hu Qian, but also Yen Kongyu's other contracted spirit beasts learned about this. They didn't even have time to get a good night's sleep. They jumped out of bed as if they had been injected with chicken blood, ran to Yen Zhouyue, and gave her all kinds of suggestions. After all, in this world, the children of a contracted beastmaster, even if they are not biological children, the relationship between them is not much different from that of biological children. Yan Zhouyuo was originally very disgusted with these long-winded opinions and felt that her ears were almost calloused from them. But today is completely different. Not only did she not feel bored, but she listened with great interest and even took out a notebook to carefully write down every suggestion. For some reason, every time the mothers talked about what might happen in the future, Yan Zhouyuo would feel an indescribable feeling of joy in her heart. It was as if those beautiful dreams had come true ahead of time, making her extremely excited. Unexpectedly, her future would change because of a dinner party in the Black City. It really feels like a dream. Ding! Yan Zhoujue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Chapter 83 The Hua Sisters. Chenny finally finished dealing with the 3 girls, and it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. The morning light outside the window has begun to brighten. Chenny felt as if his eyelids were weighed down by a heavy burden and he could hardly open them. Just about to lie down and rest. Suddenly, a reminder that Yan Zhoujue's favorability had increased sounded in his mind, instantly cheering him up. Has the favorability increased? Why so suddenly? Could it be that because she's determined to establish a contract with me, her favorability has increased? Not bad, not bad, this trip to the Black City was really worth it. Originally, Chenny came to Seoul just to complete the task assigned by Luo Qinghe. Unexpectedly, not only did he remove Su Tao's demonization, but he also unexpectedly found 3 girls with SSS-level bloodlines. And it's all free. This is incredible luck. However, just as Chenny was immersed in joy, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability 25 points. Current favorability, 25 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability 20 points. Current favorability, 20 points. He was slightly startled and turned to look at the other bed, only to see that the twin sisters had woken up. At this moment, he was staring at himself with a look of disgust and hatred. At this moment, Chenny realized that his situation was a bit embarrassing. He was naked, and a girl was sleeping next to him. No matter how you looked at it, this scene looked like the scene after a scumbag had his day off. Although this was indeed the case. However, both of them seemed to have accepted their fate long ago, knew what they would encounter, and were mentally prepared for what might happen. Therefore, although they felt disdain for Chenyi's behavior, their favorability towards him did not drop too much. Seeing this, Chenyi did not dare to delay. He quickly changed his clothes and walked over to the twins, trying to lighten the mood. What are your names? Snort. Cut. The 2 sisters turned their heads away, obviously not wanting to have too much communication with Chenyi, but they did not do anything extreme. Since Black Ghost City dares to engage in the business of spirit beast auctions, it naturally has corresponding after-sales service. Within 1 year after the buyer has purchased the spirit beast girl, if the contracted spirit beast at auction escapes, Black City will mobilize all its forces to search for his whereabouts, and you can choose to refund the money depending on the situation. And if he is caught this time, the consequences will be horrific and worse than death. Almost all of these spirit beasts that were auctioned had seen the videos of the execution of defectors before. Unless they are protected by a powerful master, or they think it is better to die after being taken away, or they find a place isolated from the world, otherwise they will never take the risk of escaping. Chenyi thought about it and decided to correct his favorability first. Otherwise, if the favorability is negative, then everything you say will be in vain. Later, take them to the wild and awaken a wave of power in them, and their favorability will most likely increase again. Now we just need to keep them both steady. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound gentler. Are you hungry? If you have anything you like to eat, just order it yourself. As he spoke, he took out the hotel menu and handed it to the 2 sisters. The 2 girls looked at each other, took the menu and started ordering. There is absolutely no intention of being polite. Seeing this, Chenyi didn't say much and just maintained the current situation. He sat aside quietly, opened his phone and began to search for detailed information about the Yin family in Seoul. The Yin group behind the Yin family is not a family of beast masters, but a business family with a total market value of more than 5 billion. Yin Kongyu, the head of the Yin family, is an S-level beastmaster, with a level as high as the 6th stage and 10th level. However, in a monster attack 20 years ago, his body was severely damaged. Not only did they lose their fertility, but their upgrade speed also slowed down significantly. Now, he only has 2 daughters under his command, one of whom has married into a family of beastmasters. It is also because of this that Lin Mengxue, the only remaining child, has received so much attention and is the apple of everyone's eye. She won't be like Luo Shirin, who was ostracized in the family and even had her biological parents look down on her. Only her grandfather Luo Qinghe took special care of her. At 25, there's still no sign of demonization. Could it be that his bloodline level has risen to sea level, thus relieving some of the pressure? Forget it, don't think too much about it. It's actually pretty good to have such a family. Seeing that Chen Yi did not attack him, Hua Yuetong and Washington looked at each other, a little confused. Could it be that he has entered sage mode? That's not right. The tent is bulging. How could it be sage mode? Sister, this man seems a little strange? It's hard to say. You can't judge a person's heart by their appearance, so it's best not to get your hopes up. You can eat and drink for free here, so just take care of yourself first and don't worry about anything else. Yeah, I understand. And so, half an hour passed. The hotel's breakfast was delivered in 2 batches. The atmosphere is a bit awkward now. It always feels a bit weird to have breakfast together. Hua Yuetong and Washington were very surprised by Chen Yi's arrangement. Is it so thoughtful? When they were photographed last night, they were actually extremely nervous. When they learned that the other party was also a spirit beast girl, their mood calmed down a little. But last night, while having a late-night snack at a food stall, I was told that it might be given to someone else, and my heart was once again in turmoil. And now, they suddenly discovered that this man did not seem as aggressive as the playboy they had imagined. This inner roller coaster is so bumpy. Moon pupil, star pupil, can I call you that? Before they had even had a break after dinner, Chen Yi suddenly spoke up. What do you want to do? Don't be so nervous. I won't force you two to do anything you don't like. You can rest assured. Then can you let us go? Of course, you can. But Lin Mengxue spent 40 million to photograph you. Isn't it a bit too much of a loss to just let you go like this? Humph, then you still speak so righteously. Hua Yuetong and Washington looked at each other without saying anything more. Although they don't like Chen Yi, after all, people who can go to the Black City are basically not good people. But they still understand the basic logic. 40 million is not a small amount of money. Others have spent so much money to take pictures of them, so how could they let them go easily? It would be almost impossible unless this 40 million hole is filled. Otherwise, they would be photographed and released. Even philanthropists won't do that. Chapter 84 Contract with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Look, your clothes are so dirty, pick out some clothes you like and take a good bath later. As Chen Yi spoke, he handed the phone to the 2 sisters. Humph, you're not touching us because you think we're dirty? Do we have to wear cosplay costumes to get you interested? Hua Yuetong and Washington still didn't appreciate it and spoke viciously. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. These 2 sisters are really hard to deal with. If the first impression is very bad, it is actually quite difficult to regain the favor through various actions later. But it doesn't matter, there is still a long way to go. If you are really stubborn, then just give up on it, it's that simple. Anyway, with his talent, all kinds of spirit beast girls who want to make a contract with him have to line up. You 2 are not missing. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to take you out of town later. What's the point of dressing like this? And you need a cell phone too, right? Think about what kind of cell phone you want. Snort. Although Hua Yuetong and Washington were relentless in their words, their bodies were very honest. Loving beauty is a girl's nature, and they don't want to go out on the street wearing tattered clothes. The 2 sisters picked and chose on their mobile phones for half an hour before they finally gave up. It's ordered. Save you some money. Chen Yi glanced at the bill. Wow, can these 2 sisters spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on clothes online? And they are all custom made by famous brands, costing tens of thousands of dollars each. It seems that there is still some anger in their hearts. But Chen Yi didn't care at all. Anyway, the Aura Corps and the twins came here for free, so just treat this money as normal consumption. About 2 hours later, all the custom-made designer clothes arrived. Hua Yuetong and Washington couldn't wait to take a shower, put on new clothes, and then dress up carefully in front of the mirror. I have to say, they both looked even more beautiful after dressing up. It turns out that girls need to dress up more to be beautiful. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 20 points. Ding! Washington's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 10 points. His mood improved, and the way he looked at Chen Yi became more pleasing. A negative 10-point favorability rating is like how others feel about you after you accidentally bump into them on the road. Apart from a few private complaints, there is not much malice. Sure enough, the gift offensive is still necessary. But it's not enough now. Chen Yi took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to Liang. I have successfully obtained the Aura Corpse. I will temporarily agree to what you mentioned. Last night, Chen Yi and Luo Qinghe talked on the phone. He said that if time permits, he would like to participate in the beast taming competition to broaden his horizons. As for spokespersons and the like, it doesn't really matter whether they exist or not. But if you act as a spokesperson for some rich second generations, you can ask the people behind you to help you handle many things. Therefore, if you want to participate, you can find an agent, which can save you a lot of trouble. Li Yang's reply was very quick. Really? Thank you so much, brother Chen Yi. I must treat you to dinner tonight. No need. I came to you today just to ask if you can get a large number of Warcraft cores? Or, do you know where I can buy a large number of Warcraft cores? In large quantities? How much do you need? 2 million Dragon Nation coins worth of goods. How powerful I can become before the beast taming battle depends entirely on you. Okay. Leave it to me. Looking at the message sent by Li Yang, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Didn't they say that the supply of Warcraft crystal cores is limited? In the end, it is still limited to ordinary people. The truth is, as long as you have money, you can have as much as you want. Just as I closed the chat interface with Li Yang, Yan Zhouyue's chat message came in. Chen Yi, are you free now? Chen Yi casually replied, what? Have you thought about it? Well, I can sign the contract right now. I've already prepared all the materials you mentioned yesterday. Where are you now? I'm in room 2501 at the Golden Hotel. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Not long after, Yan Zhouyue came into the room. She also brought rare materials for a space ring. Is this considered a dowry? Look, there are a total of 31 heavenly and earthly treasures with specific attributes, but there are no light or dark attributes. If one can be used for a month, it should be enough for me for 2.5 years, right? That's enough. Chen Yi was secretly delighted in his heart, but he tried hard to suppress a smile on his face. He just mentioned it casually last night, but he didn't expect that this girl actually brought the materials. According to the detailed introduction of the system, the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth with different attributes will produce various effects after being stimulated by the strengthening points. After the wood attributed spiritual treasure is activated, it can create a protective shield for defense. After the wind attributed spiritual treasure is activated, it can be moved to any location instantly. After the fire attributed heaven and earth spirit treasure is activated, it can launch an undefended attributeless attack. After the water attributed spiritual treasure is activated, it can heal any injuries and restore physical and spiritual strength. After the ice attributed magical treasure is activated, it can completely imprison the enemy and deprive them of their ability to move. After the light attributed heavenly and earthly treasure is activated, it can remove all abnormal states, including demonization. After the dark attribute of the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth is activated, it can greatly weaken the opponent's ability, and use the seized power to strengthen oneself or the contracted spiritual beast. The specific strength of these effects is closely related to the various spiritual powers contained in the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. The more spiritual power it contains, the stronger the effect will be, and the higher the class it can take effect on. It's just like a plug-in. Although the materials Yan Zhouyue brought did not have light and dark attributes, it was a little regrettable. But being able to unlock 5 plug-in abilities is already very satisfying. Suddenly, Yan Zhouyue's gaze inadvertently fell on the girls who were sleeping soundly on the bed. A very bad idea suddenly came to my mind. Wait, Chen Yi, you are a 3rd-level Beastmaster, right? Your contract quota. Chen Yi smiled slightly and comforted him, don't worry about that. Do you want to come? Yan Zhouyue swallowed and nodded. She was really a little afraid that Chen Yi would suddenly leave her. Come. Come now. Yuatong, Xingtong, if you two want to play with your phones, go play on the sofa. I have something important to do next. After Chen Yi moved the twin sisters to the sofa, he began his contract with Yan Zhouyue. Chen Yi, go slower. Ding. Yan Zhouyue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 60 points. Chapter 85 Awakening Failure. Watching Chen Yi and Yan Zhouyue having an in-depth conversation. Hua Yuetong and Washington looked at each other, feeling disgusted and shocked. They were captured by the Black City more than a month ago, so they knew nothing about the rumors about Chen Yi and what happened in Jiangcheng. But in their eyes, Chen Yi was just a playboy who indulged in reveling every night. How good can someone be who goes to the Black City to auction spirit beasts? However, the scene before them left them puzzled. Yan Zhouyue, who spent 40 million to buy the two of them yesterday, is now actively asking Chen Yi to sign a contract with her. This. There's something wrong with this, right? Lin Mengxue and the others woke up and heard that Yan Zhouyue had also established a contract with Chen Yi. I was completely dumbfounded. While they were sleeping, they had a new competitor? Can Chen Yi's kidneys withstand it? But forget it. As long as the spirit beast girl can help Chen Yi and will not betray Chen Yi, they are willing to accept her. After breakfast, Chen Yi brought the girls to the Falling Star Valley north of Seoul. Most of the monsters here are at the high level of the second stage, and occasionally there will be monsters at the early stage of the third stage. For the two sisters Hua Yuetong and Washington, this place is undoubtedly an excellent place for training. After clearing out the surrounding monsters, Chen Yi's gaze fell on the twin sisters and asked, if I remember correctly, you two shouldn't be able to fight in spirit beast form or armed form, right? Hua Yuetong snorted when she heard this and turned her head away abruptly, obviously not wanting to talk more. Washington's attitude was slightly more gentle. She nodded slightly and replied, indeed, so what do you want? There's no way the two of us can fight. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Chen Yi smiled slightly, then directly used Spirit Beast Awakening on Washington. Go on. This is your power. The awakening power suspended in his palm was like a gurgling stream, continuously pouring into Washington's body. What are you doing? I'll help you awaken your power, just watch. At first, everything went well. Under the infusion of Chen Yi's power, Washington's body was gradually enveloped by a layer of emerald green halo full of vitality. Behind her, a huge flower bud made of pure energy slowly emerged. The petals were sparkling with dark spots like stars at night, dreamy and beautiful. This scene made Hua Yuetong stunned. You, what did you do? However, Chen Yi's brows were furrowed, and he had no intention of paying any attention to Hua Yuetong. Why does it feel a little strange when the spirit beast awakens this time? Sure enough, Chen Yi's premonition was correct. Just when the flower bud was about to fully bloom and the power of the Dark Night Fairy was about to burst out, something strange happened. The power of the Dark Night Fairy in Washington's body was like a lit powder keg, boiling violently without any warning. Buzz. The energy bud behind her trembled violently, and the emerald green halo shattered instantly, and the originally soft breath of life became sharp. Ah! Washington groaned, his face turned pale, and veins appeared on his forehead. Chen Yi's face changed drastically. He made a prompt decision and suddenly retracted the light in his palm, forcibly cutting off the power connection of the awakened spirit beast. Bang! The huge energy bud flickered violently for a few times, then shattered into pieces, turning into uncontrollable green light spots all over the sky, and disappeared into the air. Washington's body softened and she fell forward powerlessly, but was immediately caught by Chen Yi. She leaned weakly in Chen Yi's arms, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down her forehead like a spring, soaking her clothes. He seemed to have fainted. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability 30 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Get out of the way. Damn it, what did you do to my sister? Hua Yuetong suddenly snatched Washington from Chen Yi's hand and called out repeatedly, Xingtong, wake up, what's wrong with you? When Yan Zhouyue saw this scene, her brows furrowed tightly. She quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, Chen Yi, what's going on? How could this happen? A trace of fear surged in her heart. Is it possible to fail in awakening the power of bloodline? She had just established a contract with Chen Yi, and now he was telling her that Chen Yi's power was unstable. Do you have to be so deceiving? Chen Yi was also a little confused. Why did this awakening fail? System, what is going on? Ding! The target used the wrong method to forcibly activate their bloodline, leaving behind the aftereffect of spiritual power collapse. The collapse of spiritual power will hinder the flow of spiritual power in the body, thus making all operations related to spiritual power impossible. This is also the reason why this target cannot transform into a spirit beast or an armed form. However, the host withdrew his power in time and did not cause any secondary damage to the target. He is expected to wake up within 3 hours. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the system's prompt. I'm glad Huashingtong is okay. But soon, countless doubts came to my mind. What the hell is spiritual power collapse? Is there still such a symptom? Even the awakening talent of a spirit beast can be invalidated? System, is there any solution to this? Ding! 3 feasible options have been detected for the host. Method 1. Use the strengthening points to stimulate the light-attributed spiritual treasures of heaven and earth to remove all abnormal states. Method 2. With the help of the power of the 5 elements formation, you can forcibly repair the symptoms of spiritual power collapse. Method 3. After the spirit beast breaks through to level 6 or above, the spirit power circuit in its body will automatically recover. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but scratch his head, looking embarrassed. This is not easy to do. There are really too few spiritual treasures of heaven and earth with light attributes, and I don't know if I can get a second one. If he wants to break through to the 6th level, even with his training speed, it will probably take several months. What's more, after experiencing such an incident, it is still unknown whether Huashingtong will still be willing to let himself guide his spiritual power. Then, there is most likely only one method left to lift the seal with the power of the 5 elements magic array. But before that, we have to clear up the misunderstanding first. System, tell me all the information related to the collapse of spiritual power. Ding! Loading all the information for this symptom requires 5 reinforcement points. Please ask if the host would like to consume them. Consume. Ding! Loading all information into the host's mind. As the system prompted, a large amount of information flooded into Chen Yi's mind like a tide. At this time, Hua Yuetong was holding the unconscious Huashingtong and glaring at Chen Yi fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him alive. What on earth did you do to her? Chen Yi did not argue immediately. The confusion on his face quickly faded away, replaced by a calmness that seemed to understand everything. He ignored Hua Yuetong's anger, slowly took a step forward, squatted down, and his eyes fell on the inside of Huashingtong's wrist. Under the violent conflict of power just now, a few faint golden cracks seemed to emerge, which could not be detected without careful observation. Chapter 86 Big Liar. Yuetong, calm down and take a look here. Chen Yi pointed at the golden lines and said calmly, you 2 sisters must have set up a spirit gathering array a long time ago to activate the hidden bloodline power in your bodies, right? But it must be because someone forcibly interrupted you that you were unable to transform into spirit beasts, right? This symptom is the collapse of spiritual power. I never thought you would suffer from this extremely rare disease. Hua Yuetong was stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously looked down at her sister's wrist. Spiritual power, collapse? The anger in Hua Yuetong's eyes was instantly replaced by surprise and suspicion, and her voice unconsciously lowered. She had never heard of this symptom, but what they experienced was exactly the same as what Chen Yi said. They wanted to forcibly activate their bloodlines by setting up a spirit gathering array. However, because their levels were too low at that time, they were completely unable to withstand the powerful force and had to hastily terminate the activation. As a result, they remained at the B-level bloodline and lost the power to transform into spirit beasts in armed forms. Chen Yi struck while the iron was hot and turned his gaze to Yin Zhouyue, who was also in a state of confusion. Zhouyue, you awakened your bloodline last night, so you should have felt it most clearly, right? When I awakened your bloodline back then, you shouldn't have felt any obstruction, right? Yin Zhouyue immediately recalled how she felt at that time. Although she was somewhat unable to control it at first, the power itself was surging and smooth, without any hindrance at all. She nodded vigorously and said, yes. Although the awakened power was extremely fierce, it flowed smoothly. Everything happened naturally, and then my bloodline was fully awakened. Chen Yi continued to look at Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao and asked the same question. Their answers were all similar. They were very powerful, but they didn't feel any unusual resistance at all. Chen Yi nodded slightly and continued, because your sister's spiritual power collapsed, the spiritual power circuit in her body was blocked, and I couldn't inject my power into it, so this happened. But it's not a big problem. She will wake up soon and there won't be any other sequelae. But the problem of you and Xingtong's spiritual power collapsing must be solved as soon as possible. Your current situation is like forcibly opening the floodgates to release floodwaters in a river full of hidden reefs and landslides. No matter what you do, the result will be futile. Power is simply not enough to irrigate the water. Chen Yi paused halfway through his speech. He watched the anger on Hua Yuetong's face fade, replaced by shock and worry. He pondered for a moment and continued, if I'm not mistaken, since your spiritual power is so severely depleted, you must have consumed a lot of spiritual power enhancing treasures after the failure of the spirit gathering formation, right? You should have also sought help from other beastmasters to guide your spiritual power, but all of them failed. Fortunately, I stopped in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Hua Yuetong's hands holding her sister began to tremble slightly. With the personal experiences of Yan Zhouyue and the other three girls as evidence, coupled with Chen Yi's omniscient analysis, and combined with the strange cracks on Huashington's wrist and the real feeling of blockage in her body, all the accusations were directed towards a horrible fact that she had no idea about before. There might have been something wrong with her and her sister's health for a long time. At this moment, a huge sense of guilt suddenly surged into my heart. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 40 points. Current favorability, 10 points. With tears in her eyes, she murmured, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to do something to us. It's okay, you don't even know the root cause, that's normal. Chen Yi's tone softened. Spiritual energy collapse is a disease that is almost unknown to the public. It has almost no impact on daily life and is difficult to detect. The corresponding symptoms only appear when a huge amount of spiritual energy is needed to support it. But your condition must be treated. Because of the collapse of spiritual power, the spiritual power circuit cannot be formed. You can't even establish a contract with other beast masters. The blood in your body is very powerful. Without a beast master to suppress it, it won't be long before you turn into a demon. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuetong suddenly looked up, and a trace of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked anxiously, Is there any way to solve this problem? On the way here, Su Taotao talked about many things with the two of them. This included the fact that she had already begun to transform into a demon at the age of only 22. The stronger the blood in the body, the earlier the demonization will occur. Originally, they had hoped to use their B-level bloodline and beauty to find a contract with a rich second-generation man, and then live a peaceful life as ordinary women in the city. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. When he arrived in Seoul, he was deceived and imprisoned by people from the Black City. However, this doesn't seem to be entirely a bad thing. After all, the person who could pay such a high price to buy them both must be a rich man, and it would save them the trouble of searching. Although the treatment may be worse, and you may meet some people with strange quirks. But at least you should be able to enjoy your old age, no big problems. As a result, they were now told that they could not establish a contract with the Beastmaster, and the only fate that awaited them was to become demons. How can they accept this? Chen Yi looked at Hua Yuetong's pleading eyes and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, the mistake this time was entirely his fault. Without knowing their situation first, he rashly used the Spirit Beast Awakening technique, causing Huashingtong to fall into a coma. Under such circumstances, it is actually quite difficult to reconcile with the sisters, and it is also very troublesome to explain. Fortunately, the system was there, and combined with the information about the collapse of spiritual power, Hua Yuetong was successfully tricked into it. Of course, although it can be said to be a lie, every word Chen Yi said is true. With their spiritual power collapsing, the two of them were indeed unable to establish a contract with the Beastmaster. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a demon. Thinking of this, Chen Yi nodded and said softly, There is a way, but it may be a bit troublesome. You must have heard of the Five Elements secret realm at the border between Tianzhu Kingdom and our Dragon Kingdom, right? In this secret realm, there is a special area called the Five Elements Array. All you need to do is activate the Five Elements Array. Using the awakening and refining power of the Five Elements Array, you can restore the spiritual energy circuits in your body and cure the state of spiritual energy collapse. Then you too will be saved. Chapter 87 Hua Yuetong's Apology. Five Elements, Magic Array? Hua Yuetong opened her lips slightly, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. She naturally knew about the existence of the Five Elements secret realm. But she never expected that the only hope for her and her sister Huashington's survival actually existed here? Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 0 points. Yan Zhouyue's pupils also shrank suddenly, and her red lips opened slightly. He was obviously shocked by the four words Five Elements secret realm that Chen Yi uttered. Chen Yi nodded and continued to fool around, Yes. If it is just a simple awakening, I can do it easily, just like this. Before he finished speaking, he reached out very naturally and grabbed the wrist of Yan Zhouyue beside him. Buzz. A tremendous force suddenly erupted. A violent torrent of spiritual power swept across in an instant, distorting the air. The nine-tailed fox proudly emerged again with the shadow of ancient oppression, and merged into Yen Zhouyue's delicate body with unmatched momentum. Awaken! The nine-tailed fox reigns supreme again. Ah! Yen Zhouyue couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and was then completely overwhelmed by the familiar and powerful feeling of power in her body. The ecstasy of regaining what he had lost surged into his heart, instantly overwhelming all his previous doubts about Chen Yi. Strength! Her power is back. She subconsciously tried to control the fluffy and soft tails behind her, but found that they were still swinging around disobediently. But this small flaw cannot dilute the extreme excitement at the moment. Ding! Yen Zhouyue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Roar! Almost at the moment when Yen Zhouyue's power exploded, several ferocious roars came from the depths of the canyon. Several third-level monsters attracted by the powerful blood aura rushed over like sharks smelling blood. Humph! You're looking for death. A cold light flashed in Yen Zhouyue's eyes, and she was worried about where to vent the power she had regained. She raised her jade hand lightly, and pure white fox fire swept out instantly. Those monsters that rushed forward didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly charred by the white flames, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Gudong! Suta looked at the barbecued meats and couldn't help swallowing a big mouthful of saliva. She tugged at the corner of Chen Yi's clothes and whispered, "Brother Chen Yi, I'm hungry and want to eat." Chen Yi chuckled twice and rubbed her little head lovingly, "Eat if you're hungry. You don't have to endure it here with me." "Thank you, Brother Chen Yi." Suta cheered and jumped excitedly to the pile of barbecue, instantly transforming into an armed form. The black hole vortex under the armpit opened silently, and a strong suction force enveloped the roasted monster corpse. The pure energy visible to the naked eye was swallowed up in an instant, leaving only a little ash to drift away with the wind. Suta smacked her lips in satisfaction, a blush of happiness on her little face. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin looked at each other and saw helpless smiles in each other's eyes. It seems that they have no chance to take action. At this moment, Hua Yuatan was completely frozen. Just now, Chen Yi grabbed Yen Zhouyue's wrist and triggered the awakening power. She clearly caught the familiar breath. It was exactly the same power that she had felt in the spirit gathering formation before, which caused her blood to move strangely. There is no doubt that it is indeed the true power of awakening. It turns out that awakening bloodline is so simple. Those complicated rituals, those painful sufferings, those slim hopes, all seem like a huge joke in front of Chen Yi's casual handshake. The reason why Chen Yi bought them at the auction. Maybe it's because he saw the hidden blood in both of them and wanted to use his power to help them awaken. This also explains why Chen Yi did not make things difficult for them at the first time and prepared everything for them, including food and clothing. They are treated completely as partners, not toys to be photographed. He came to this habitat of magical beasts where the highest creatures were only at level 3, just to wait for them to awaken so that he could verify his own strength as soon as possible. It was just that such an accident happened because of the collapse of spiritual power. But what about yourself? Without knowing anything, she just yelled at him, questioned him, and treated him with hostility. What is their identity? It was a toy with a clearly marked price and a signed indenture at the auction. As their master, it would be normal for Chen Yi to kill the sisters on the spot. However, he didn't. Faced with his own anger and misunderstanding, he not only did not get angry, but patiently explained the reasons. When his sister was in danger, he not only did not stand idly by, but immediately gave her the only way to survive. If this is scum, then what are they? Thinking of this, a mixture of great shame, fear and gratitude suddenly rushed into Hua Yuatan's heart. Tears instantly filled my eyes and blurred my vision. Ding! Hua Yuatan's favorability plus 20 points. Current favorability, 20 points. Yes. I'm sorry. Chen Yi, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to. Chen Yi smiled and said, "What am I thinking?" No, it's my problem. Hua Yuatan said pleadingly, "Chen Yi, since you can say this method, it means you should know how to do it, right?" Chen Yi squatted down, stretched out his finger and flicked her forehead lightly, smiling calmly, "Silly girl, why are you crying? You two sisters are the ones you specially photographed and handed over to me. Now that I've told you about the 5 elements secret realm method, I'm sure I can save you. Now, it depends on whether you are willing to believe me this time." "Believe it. I believe it." Hua Yuatan practically roared, "As long as you can save us." I, Hua Yuatong, swear to heaven that I will be your slave for the rest of my life, agree to any request you make, and never betray you. My sister and I are both innocent. Even if we were caught by the Black City, we have never done anything unethical. Please. Save us. Save me and my sister. Chenyi looked at the tearful girl in front of him, and the evil taste in his heart was satisfied. He suppressed his smile and said seriously, my request? Only one. From now on, put aside those messed up thoughts of being auction items or slaves. To me, you are just partners. I will not force you to do anything that goes against your will, and you don't need to feel inferior. It's that simple, how about it? Partner? Hua Yuatong was completely stunned. She had anticipated countless harsh conditions and was even prepared to give up everything. But I never expected it to be such a request, almost like a gift. Is this the bearing of a true peerless genius? She looked at Chenyi's gentle eyes, and her defenses completely collapsed at this moment. Ding! Hua Yuatong's favorability plus 15 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Thank you. Thank you, Chenyi. Thank you so much. Hua Yuatong burst into tears and could only repeat her thanks over and over again. Okay, I'll thank you later. Chenyi stood up and said, Xingtong needs to rest now. Let's go back to the hotel and let her have a good rest. I have my own arrangements for the 5 Elements secret realm, don't worry. Of course, that's what I say. Chenyi also criticized himself several times in his heart. Although in this world, it is normal for a powerful beastmaster to contract a few spirit beast girls to live together. But why do I feel like the label of a scumbag is becoming more and more solid? The dragon slayer eventually becomes the dragon? This feeling doesn't seem bad? Chapter 88 Misunderstanding Resolved. In the evening. The rosy glow of the sky shines through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, giving the room a warm orange-red tint. On the bed in the hotel, Washington's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. There was still a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he had just woken up. Xingtong. You're awake. That's great. A beautiful face filled with loss and recovery instantly filled her vision. Hua Yuatong could no longer restrain herself and rushed forward to hug her sister tightly. Sister? Washington was a little confused. What's wrong with me? I feel so tired. Hua Yuatong quickly let go of her, wiped her own tears, and gently wiped away the wet marks on her sister's face with her fingertips. She took a deep breath and told her sister everything that had happened in the calmest possible tone. At the same time, it emphasized that Chenyi stopped awakening in time to avoid more serious consequences, as well as the solution he proposed. Washington listened quietly, her originally confused face gradually replaced by surprise, then sudden realization, and finally turned into a hint of bitter self-mockery. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently stroked the smooth and delicate inside of her wrist with her fingertips. There, the pale golden cracks have disappeared without a trace. But a powerful torrent of spiritual energy was clearly imprinted in her perception, and it was completely unable to integrate into her limbs and bones. I see. The problem that troubled her, the blood power that could never be successfully transformed, the root cause was actually here. Her gaze, filled with complicated emotions, passed over her sister's shoulder and fell on Chenyi, who was not far away. Thinking of the hatred I felt in my heart for Chenyi's failure to guide me before I fell into a coma, and thinking of my sister's fierce accusations against Chenyi in a desperate situation. In contrast, the man in front of them not only did not care at all, but also accurately pointed out their terminal illness and gave them the solution. A feeling of guilt instantly overwhelmed her. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chenyi. Washington struggled to sit up, but Hua Yuatong carefully supported her. She looked at Chenyi, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Thank you for saving me, and for being willing to find a solution for us. Before, we misunderstood you. My sister was just too worried about me. Chenyi nodded slightly upon hearing this. No need to apologize. You just escaped danger and your vitality is severely damaged. The most important thing now is to rest and recover. You don't need to worry too much about the 5 Elements secret realm. I have my own arrangements. Okay. We will all listen to you. Have a good rest. Ding. Washington's favorability plus 40 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Washington was fine except for being a little weak. A stone in Chenyi's heart fell to the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. A secret place, as the name suggests, is a secluded place independent of the real world. That was a different dimension independent of reality that descended into this world along with the dimensional rift when Warcraft was born. Just like dimensional rifts, a large number of monsters are born every day. This is different from the low-level monsters in the wild, which are mostly weak at first and need to devour each other to grow slowly. The magical beasts born inside the secret realm may have a starting point as high as level 3 or 4. Even higher. What's even more deadly is that in the secret realm, all modern means of communication will be completely ineffective and reduced to scrap metal. This means that once you go deep, you will be completely isolated from the outside world. Unless you have a special communication gadget, you won't be able to contact the outside world. According to the information Chen Yi found on the Beastmaster forum, the 5 Elements secret realm is not a good place. Its internal environment is extreme, the energy of the 5 elements is extremely violent and chaotic, and all kinds of extreme weather are prevalent. It can be said to be a hodgepodge of various disasters. Although intelligence shows that the average level of monsters born in the 5 Elements secret realm is around level 3 or 4. With Lin Mengxue and the others' current strength, they can definitely handle it. But the most terrifying thing about the secret realm is that it has no regular clearance. The forces of the Dragon Kingdom army are mainly deployed in dimensional rifts and outdoor training areas for novices. The magical beasts in the secret realm cannot leave the secret realm, so these magical beasts rely more on the spontaneous exploration of adventurers. No one knows what kind of monster will be born in the secret realm. What is even more terrible is the geographical location, the 5 Elements secret realm, which happens to be located at the junction of the southwestern border of Long Kingdom and Tianzhu Kingdom. Not only do you have to face the violent natural environment and ferocious monsters, but you also have to be wary of humans. In the wilds of Dragon Country, murders, treasure grabbing, and robbery incidents happen from time to time, let alone inside the secret realm. The country of Tianzhu is notorious in the circle of beastmasters as a region that is prone to insults to spiritual beasts. The attitude of the beastmasters in that country towards spiritual beasts is simply outrageous. In their eyes, spirit beasts are basically pure playthings, slaves, or even worse. Thousands of vicious incidents against spiritual beasts occur every day, and they have long been notorious. What's even more terrifying is that the fetish of some Tianzhu beast masters even extends to pure beast form monsters. In the polls for the most disliked and least wanted to encounter beast tamer nationalities held by the International Beast Tamer Anonymous Forum, Indian beast tamers consistently top the list, a testament to their reputation. Of course, the reason why Chen Yi went to such a dangerous 5 Elements secret realm was not just to save the Hua sisters. When the system loaded the information about the collapse of spiritual power into Chen Yi's mind, he accidentally discovered something. The reason why the 5 Elements magic array can heal the collapse of spiritual power is that it uses powerful force to forcibly break through the obstacles in the spiritual power circuit, and at the same time uses the power of repair to repair the spiritual power circuit in the body. If that's the case, work backwards. People like them who have not lost their spiritual power can use the power of the 5 Elements formation to impact the meridians and achieve the body tempering effect described in martial arts novels. Anyway, after the 5 Elements formation is activated, it's not like only one person can use it. If we temper ourselves together, we might see a big improvement. However, before heading to the 5 Elements secret realm, you still have to improve your strength. Are these sure you can swallow them directly? Don't they have to be ground into powder and drunk with water? Brother Chen Yi, what are you doing? Yan Zhouyue and Su Taotao were confused. How could someone swallow a monster's core raw like this? What shocked Yan Zhouyue even more was Chen Yi's request everyone, at the same time. An almost absurd idea flashed through her mind. Multiple guidance, and S-level talent. Only a beastmaster who has awakened this talent can guide multiple spirit beasts to absorb spiritual energy at the same time. But wasn't Chen Yi's talent, as demonstrated before, bloodline awakening and multiple contracts? Could it be that he has a third talent? And it's S-level multi-boot? What kind of monster-level talent combination is this? But even though they thought so, they still did it. As a result, naturally, he was shocked by Chen Yi's methods. 100% refining. Perfect guidance for multiple targets. Is it so outrageous? Ding. Yan Zhouyue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 89 points. Chapter 89 Heading to the Border. The sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, who were watching the whole process from the side, were stunned. although they did not personally experience the impact of the violent energy entering their bodies. But he could clearly sense the aura of Lin Mengxue and the other four rising like a rocket. This has completely overturned their understanding of the Beastmaster training system. Hua Yuetong had only heard her sister talk about Chun Yi's magic before. Witnessing this miraculous scene with his own eyes, the last trace of doubt in his heart completely disappeared. Instead, there was an indescribable excitement and relief. Perhaps these sisters had really met a noble person. A peerless monster that cannot be understood by common sense. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 40 points. Ding! Lin Mengxue's affinity has reached 75 points, meeting the class requirement of level 2, stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Lin Mengxue for successfully learning the new skill Dragon's Fury. Concentrating spiritual power, he roars, significantly weakening the enemy's fighting spirit and defense, and adding dragon-like power to suppress them. Ding! Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 50 points, meeting the class requirement of level 2, stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning the new skill Song of the Wind. Play the Song of the Wind and increase the action speed of friendly units. Ding! Su Taodao's affinity has reached 30 points, meeting the class requirement of level 1, stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Su Taodao for successfully learning the new skill Power Grant. Temporarily draws a portion of your own strength and infuses it into a designated friendly target, giving it a short burst of power. Ding! Yan Zhouyue's affinity has reached 20 points, meeting the class requirement of level 2, stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Yan Zhouyue for successfully upgrading his spark skill to the high-level skill monster Foxfire. Concentrate spiritual power at the tail and launch a cold flame at the enemy that can annihilate the enemy's soul. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. With Chen Yayatsi's hard work day and night, the affinity of the four contracted spirit beast girls finally lived up to expectations and reached the critical point of unlocking new skills. The saying really comes true: hard work pays off. Chen Yi rubbed his aching waist, feeling a mixture of emotions. The high-intensity training in the past half-month is even more tiring than going out to hunt monsters. The only drawback is that, apart from the system prompts brought by the unlocking of skills, the girl's favorability values towards him are as if welded and do not move at all. Are affinity and favorability two independent tracks? Or, isn't my way of farming enough for them to enjoy? Li Yang, Yan Zhouyue's family and Luo Qinghe would send a lot of monster cores every day. Thanks to him, Chen Yi and his group can practice in peace. During this period, Chen Yi himself broke through to the 3rd stage, 6th stage. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin both reached the 3rd stage, 5th stage. Su Taodao reached the 1st stage of the 3rd level. Yan Zhouyue's class remained unchanged. After all, her level is as high as the 3rd stage and 10th stage. Although Chen Yi can lead the spiritual power flow to multiple spirit beast girls at the same time, the physical strength consumed is still real. Before conquering Hua Yuetong and obtaining the skill of strong body, Chen Yi could only strategically allocate resources to prioritize the rapid growth of Su Taodao, who had the lowest level. In this regard, the 25-year-old Queen Yan Zhouyue behaved extremely reasonably, even with a bit of indulgence towards her juniors. Little Taodao is in the period of growth, so I, your sister, am not in a hurry. Of course, the prerequisite is to cultivate affinity every night, and her position will remain unchanged. This is a matter of principle. As for the sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, their physical condition has improved visibly under the special conditioning method provided by Chen Yi. The pale cheeks finally showed some color, and the weak breath became strong. The most crucial thing is when they try to mobilize the dormant power in their bodies. A long-lost sense of throbbing is clearly conveyed. Although there is still a long way to go before truly entering the spirit beast form, this is undoubtedly great news. At least it proves that Chen Yi's diagnosis and initial treatment direction were completely correct. Of course, if you want to truly transform yourself, you still have to look at the 5 elements formation. On this day, Chen Yi and his team, who had made all the preparations, boarded a flight to the southwest border of Longhua. We didn't encounter any monster attacks along the way. After a day and night of sailing, they finally arrived at Tianhai City, the human city closest to the 5 Elements secret realm. Of course, although it is said to be recent, the entrance to the secret realm is actually still in the desolate border area 70 or 80 kilometers away. Chen Yi's old acquaintance Li Yang also followed. However, he had no intention of entering the secret realm with Chen Yi. He was simply worried that the potential stock he had finally found would be lost there, so he volunteered to serve as the logistics support captain. Brother Chen, how about I give everyone a ride over there? Lin Mengxue volunteered. It's only 70 or 80 kilometers away, and it'll only take me half an hour to fly there. Chen shook his head. Forget it. What kind of filthy things can't those guys from Tianzhu do? Low-flying targets are too big and easy to make sitting ducks. To be safe, it's better to drive in. Shireen and Zhou can both drive, so it's more discreet and saves effort. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately played the role of the logistics director and made a phone call to get someone involved. After a moment, he rubbed his hands together and approached Chen with a bit of flattery and helplessness. Brother Chen, the car is fine, but it needs to be equipped with a special protective shield that can resist the erosion of the secret realm elements. The ready-made modified cars are all rented out, and the new car modification. The earliest we can pick it up is tomorrow morning. Otherwise, let's rest for the night? Chen sighed. Alright, safety first. Tonight, everyone should have a good rest. He said this not only to everyone, but also to his own weathered kidney. I must rest well tonight. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. When the words "have a good rest" came out of Chen Yi's mouth, the eyes of Lin Mengxue, Luo Shireen, Suta, and Yan Zhou instantly became subtle. The new skills have just been mastered and need in-depth practice to consolidate and improve them. As their beast master, how could Chen Yi miss such an important training session? So, under the siege of the 4 diligent and inquisitive contracted spirit beast girls. Tonight, Chen Yi's plan of recuperating was completely ruined. Until the sky outside the window turned pale, the clock hands slowly pointed to 3 o'clock in the morning. The girl finally fell into a deep sleep. Call. Chen Yi collapsed on the bed, feeling drained. Capture Hua Yuetong and acquire the physical strength skill. It's urgent. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll die here before I even enter the secret realm. With an endless desire for core skills and physical fatigue, Chen Yi fell asleep almost instantly. Chapter 95 Elements Secret Realm. The next morning, outside Tianhai City. A modified off-road vehicle covered with a special matte coating and with an extremely high chassis drove away from the hotel and rushed towards the border area. In the car, sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong sat next to each other in the back seat. He gazed through the reinforced car windows at the increasingly desolate and primitive scene. His eyes were filled with uneasiness about the unknown secret place, a strong desire to heal himself, and a hint of indescribable pressure. They definitely believe in Chen Yi 100% now. After spending half a month together, they both became convinced that Chen Yi was a beastmaster who doted on his contracted spirit beasts and possessed very powerful abilities. The other sisters were all rescued by Chen Yi from despair and given new life. For this pair of defective products, meeting Chen Yi is probably the blessing they received for saving the Milky Way in their previous life. But precisely because of this, they are even more worried. The 5 Elements secret realm is extremely dangerous. Chen Yi and his companions have to go deep into such a dangerous place for the sake of the 2 sisters. If anything happens to them because of them, they will never be able to pay for it. It's really Alexander. Lin Mengxue, who was sitting on Chen Yi's lap in the passenger seat, seemed to sense the sister's depressed mood. She turned around and said calmly, "Don't worry. You haven't seen all of Brother Chen Yi's methods yet. If he says it can be done, it will definitely work. We will all come back safely. But, what if we encounter a very scary enemy? Nothing will happen. Little Xingtong, just rest assured. Don't forget, Chen Yi has prepared a lot of secret weapons using the treasures from heaven and earth that Sister Zhou brought back. When the time comes, it will definitely open your eyes." Is that so? What exactly are Chen Yi's innate abilities? Why does he have so many abilities? I don't know either. Anyway, I think that as long as it's related to us, he can do anything. The 2 sisters laughed twice and didn't say much. Is this filter too heavy? Why don't you say that Chen Yi has a system just like those online novels? However, Chen Yi really deserves such a filter. It is indeed too excellent. However, Yan Zhou vaguely discovered something was wrong. Wait, aren't those heavenly and earthly treasures I brought used to activate bloodlines? As soon as these words were spoken, the originally relaxed atmosphere in the off-road vehicle instantly froze. Chen Yi twitched his lips, he almost forgot about it. If I had known that we would have an in-depth conversation last night, I should have taken the opportunity to confess when Yan Zhou shouted "I want more." At that time, she was the most gullible and would definitely be fine after a few words of coaxing. "Zhou, about this matter. Shenyi cleared his throat and tried to explain. I'm sorry, Sister Zhou Yue. However, Su Taotao interrupted, it's all my fault. I wanted to cure my demonic transformation quickly, so I begged Brother Chenyi to say that. Actually, Brother Chenyi doesn't need something like the Aura Corpse to awaken his bloodline. He said that at the time so he could get the spiritual light skeleton from you as soon as possible for me to use. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't be angry with Brother Chenyi. Hearing this, Yan Zhouyue was slightly startled, and then burst out laughing. Taotao, how could I blame you? That thing is just sitting there anyway. I'm so happy that you can use it and make the most of it. Is that so? Thank you, Sister Zhou Yue. But... Yan Zhouyue changed the subject, her captivating peach blossom eyes instantly locked onto Chenyi, with 7 parts anger and 3 parts grievance. Chenyi, we have already signed the contract, and even my entire body is yours. Why did you hide such a small matter from me? Do you think I don't trust you enough? Or, The elongated ending tone also made Chenyi's scalp tingle. Guilty, he avoided the scorching gaze and mumbled nonsense, Sister Zhou Yue, you're so beautiful. Every night you look at me, I get dizzy. Once my mind gets foggy, I just forget everything. Humph. Excuses. I won't listen. Yan Zhouyue proudly tossed her long hair and pouted her red lips, unless you accompany me alone during the next affinity training. Not with them. Chenyi rolled his eyes instantly. Really? I knew it would be like this. This vixen's abacus beads are about to break off her face. Okay, hey, that's pretty good. Alright, stop messing around. Luo Shirin, who had been driving quietly, spoke at the right time, we're here. Everyone was cheered up and looked forward together. In a desolate wilderness, there stood an arched light gate about 5 meters high and 6 meters wide. A bustling crowd was walking in front. It looks like a commercial street at night, so lively. Anyone exploring the Wind Realm? We're short one of 3. A level 3, stage 5 beast tamer or higher will do. Looking for a fire mirror hunting team for fire attributed monsters. A 3rd level, 8th stage beastmaster and 2 water attributed contracted spirit beasts. Any Indian beastmaster, level 3 or above, will do, no dragons required. I'm selling a map. The 5 elements magic array map. 10,000 Dragon Nation coins or 1 million rupees. Anyone interested? Various sounds were heard everywhere, and it didn't look like the wilderness at all, but more like a supply station. No wonder the journey here was smooth and we didn't encounter any monsters. Could it be that they were all wiped out by the beastmasters here? Chenyi scanned the crowd. As the intelligence said, 3rd level beastmasters are the mainstream, and occasionally a few stronger 4th level auras can be felt, but their number is very rare. This scene inexplicably gave him the feeling of playing a large-scale online game and waiting at the entrance of a dungeon to form a team. There are so many people. There are also many Indians. It's strange that so many people want to explore the 5 elements secret realm. Isn't it said to be dangerous? The stronger the waves, the more valuable the fish. The more dangerous the place, the rarer the spiritual treasures born there. The women were talking about it. Just then. Hey, bro. A dark-skinned man with a thick Indian accent approached Chenyi's car window, waving a scroll of parchment in his hand. Want a map? The latest survey version, updated just half a month ago. 10,000 Dragon Country coins, absolutely worth it. Chenyi noticed that this guy originally wanted to chat up Luo Shirin, who was in the driver's seat. But when he saw that it was a woman driving the car, a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked around to his side. It is obvious that they do not treat spirit beasts as human beings. The virtues of the Indians are indeed well deserved. It seems like it was right to take precautions against the Indian beastmasters in advance. Chenyi sighed and didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, they really need maps now. Can I see the map first? Certainly. The map seller readily handed the map through the car window. Chapter 91, Entering the Secret Realm. Chenyi unfolded the map and scanned it quickly. The entire 5-element secret realm is clearly divided into 5 huge regular pentagonal areas: light, wind, water, fire, and earth. The environmental features of each area, known types of dangerous monsters, and even some relatively safe paths are marked with different symbols. According to rough estimates, The side length of each area is more than 500 kilometers, which is an astonishingly large area. The core of the secret realm, where the entrance and exit are located, is exactly the central intersection of these 5 areas, the location of the 5 elements formation. It is specially marked on the map that to activate the magic circle, one piece of each of the 5 elements, bell spirit stones and a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth with corresponding attributes are needed as a trigger. Lin Mengxue can be found in 5 areas, and can also be purchased from other beast masters, but the price and difficulty, a big question mark, is drawn on the map. In addition, there are many areas marked with eye-catching skulls with words such as high risk and high-level magical beast written on them. I have to say, it is quite detailed, with all kinds of annotations, and even the general appearance of Warcraft is recorded, which is clear at a glance. Good, very detailed, I want it. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing the transfer arrive, the map dealer put on a smile and looked around. Hey, Dragon Country friend. Since you're so straightforward, I'm giving you a heads up. Did you see that bald, burly guy wearing a black vest over there? He's a tough guy at the 5th level, 1st level. The 2 guys next to him are his minions, the local bosses of this area. There are too many beauties in your car. If he spots one of them, He didn't finish, but the gloating and sympathetic look in his eyes said it all. I see. Chen-Yi nodded calmly and closed the car window. A 5th level beast master? What's there to be afraid of? Give Yin Zhou a strength amplification card, and you will instantly gain level 6 combat power. I can smash your head. If all else fails, there's still one communication crystal left. If I really can't win, I can call for help and let him know what a spiritual beast above level 10 is. Then brother Chen-Yi, can I drive in directly now? Well, just drive in. Let me explain this in 2 ways. I watched as Chen-Yi's modified off-road vehicle completely sank into the light gate of the secret realm and disappeared in the distorted halo. The map seller, who had a fawning look on his face just now, suddenly changed his expression. He bent his waist and slid to the side of Galahan's group in small steps. Boss Lahan. A fat sheep. Top-notch stuff. He deftly removed the inconspicuous metal pendant from his neck, and with a flick of his finger, he pulled out a micro SD card from the back. I've taken photos of everything. Please take a look. As the SD card was inserted into the tablet computer next to it, a clear image immediately popped up on the screen. It was the scene inside the car of Chen-Yi and his group. 6 faces with different styles but equally stunning beauty instantly caught the attention of Galahan and his 2 men. Hiss. Accompanied by a few sounds of people gasping for air. The 3 gazes instantly became burning, filled with undisguised lust and possessiveness. Fuck, they're all top-notch. Each one is more powerful than the other. Garahan's breathing became heavier, and he grinned a cruel and greedy smile. I've been squatting in this godforsaken place for almost a week, and now I can finally open a business. And 6 of them came at once. When I get tired of them, I'll sell them for 1 billion rupees. The map dealer leaned in closer, grinning obsequiously. Boss, the pretty boy is at most level 3, stage 3 or 4, and none of those girls in the car are above level 4. They don't even have a decent guard. They're probably just a bunch of clueless rookies trying to get lucky in the secret realm. They're a bunch of noobs, it's easy to take them down. Well done. Garahan hummed with satisfaction, pulled out a card from his pocket, and tossed it over like he was sending a beggar away. 20 million rupees, a reward for you. Get out of here. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The map dealer grabbed the bank card and bowed. A barely perceptible trace of pity flashed across his eyes, but was immediately drowned by deeper greed. He immediately continued to sell maps. He had warned them in advance, but was finally caught by Gallagher. We can't blame him, right? People die for money and birds die for food. This is the only way for those at the bottom to make money. Galahan stared at the entrance to the light gate, the grin on his face becoming more and more ferocious. Remember, none of those girls are allowed to get their faces hurt. I want the whole thing. Yes. Boss. The secret realm of the 5 elements, where the 5 elements meet. After a strong sense of space tearing and a dazzling white light, the off-road vehicle fell heavily to the ground. But when they saw the scene in front of them, even though they were prepared, they couldn't help but gasp. The sky is not a single color, but like an overturned palette. The red, indigo, khaki, emerald green, and bright white light bands twist wildly like living things, and burst into dazzling flashes from time to time. The ground beneath my feet is equally strange. One step away may be a cracked and charred lava field, one step within may be a slippery and muddy swamp, and in the distance you can see floating icebergs and howling sandstorms. The energy at the intersection of the boundaries of the 5 areas collides violently, forming energy turbulence visible to the naked eye. The air was thick and heavy, and every breath was accompanied by a strong sense of discomfort. When the body comes into contact with this air, it always feels like falling into a quagmire, which is very uncomfortable. It can be said that any ordinary person of the first level who comes here will probably die within a minute. It is so terrifying. Is everything okay? Chun-Yi quickly glanced at everyone and asked. Well, I don't think it has any impact. Me too. I just feel a little uncomfortable and want to take a shower. My whole body is sticky, even though I haven't even sweated. It's okay, I don't think it will have any impact. The 4 girls' physical fitness is quite high, so they can still hold on. But Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong's conditions were obviously much worse. Their faces were pale, sweat oozed from their foreheads, and their breathing was a little rapid. How do you feel? Chun-Yi looked at the 2 sisters and asked. I can only say it's okay. I feel like we can only hold out for about an hour or 2 at most. The energy at the center is too chaotic. How about going to a single attribute area first? Maybe that would be better. That makes sense. Let's go to the attribute area first. Chun-Yi looked at Yan Zhouyue. Zhouyue, you said you wanted to come here before. Any suggestions? Which area should we go to first? Yan Zhouyue tilted her head, her furry fox tail twitching before pointing in one direction, wind. I feel like it's relatively, calmer over there? You weren't just pointing randomly on the spot, were you? You didn't actually have a plan at all? Hey! I'm serious, okay? Do you dare to swear? If I'm talking nonsense, you'll serve me at night. If I'm telling the truth, you'll train me at night. Sister, does it make any difference? Chapter 92 Strengthening Spiritual Power. In the end, the off-road vehicle drove towards the wind area. Just as Yan Zhouyue felt, the closer they got to the border of the wind area, the weaker the violent and chaotic energy erosion in the center became. But what replaced it was a pure pressure of wind that seemed to tear everything apart. It was not until they actually drove into the entrance of the wind area that the scene before them made everyone completely understand this so-called calmness was another kind of hell mode. There is no road at all. Instead, countless broken rocks of different sizes and strange shapes were densely suspended in the air, moving slowly along the direction of the storm, forming the only passage. The wind here has long surpassed the concept of airflow and turned into a real sharp blade. The sharp whistling sound is the only background sound in this world, and it never ends. What is even more terrifying is that the countless pieces of debris at the bottom of the canyon that were swept up by the strong wind formed a stone rain that covered the sky and the sun. Fist-sized stones, driven by the terrifying speed of the strong wind, bombarded everything indiscriminately with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. There were no clouds in the sky, only the dim light torn into pieces by the strong wind, and the biting chill brought by the high-speed airflow. Of course, this is actually nothing for beastmasters and spirit beasts above level 3. Unfortunately, the off-road vehicle will not be able to play a role on the rest of the road. At the same time, there are a lot of strong winds in the air. This harsh environment made Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's flying ability almost useless. If it forcefully takes off, its huge body will only become a target for the strong wind and rain of stones. But according to the notes on the map, these strong winds are actually similar to tornadoes, and only the outer areas are lethal. As long as we pass through this outer belt of deathly gales and enter the relatively stable core area deep in the Rift Valley, the situation will improve. Not long. Chun-Yi and his group successfully passed through the energy barrier at the entrance to the wind area and arrived at the death gale belt. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed, and a huge rift valley with no bottom and no sight of the other side stretched out before me. It seems that if you want to cross this place, you can only rely on the temporary road formed by countless suspended boulders floating in the violent airflow. Chun-Yi quickly scanned and quickly locked onto a relatively stable floating path. He turned and looked at Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong. Can you two hold on? No problem, as long as we don't get hit directly by the strong wind. Hua Yuetong said as she took out a rope and neatly tied her waist and her sisters together. Hua Xingtong is naturally a bit reckless, so this should minimize the danger. Sister, I'm fine. Hua Xingtong protested a little embarrassedly, but was glared back at by Hua Yuetong. Shut up and hold on tight. I understand. Watching the interaction between the two sisters, the other girls couldn't help but smile. Does it feel good to have a twin sister? Let's go. Watch your step in the wind. Chenyi took the lead and jumped to the first target rock. The foothold is quite stable and you won't fall. Soon, the girls followed one by one. Luo Shirin entered the armed form, spread his wings, walked at the end, and acted as a safety officer. After all, the gaps between these huge rocks are quite large, and you may fall down if you are not careful, so safety is the top priority. Soon, an hour passed quietly. The crowd moved forward step by step towards the other side of the rift valley along the road made of suspended boulders. The initial vigilance was slightly relaxed as the journey went smoothly. After all, the map warned of hidden monsters in the rocks, but after walking for an hour, there was no sign of them. However, just as Chenyi's toes landed on the surface of a seemingly ordinary huge rock covered with honeycomb-shaped holes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp and piercing hissing sound instantly erupted from every hole in the rock. Immediately afterwards, the surface of the rock cracked with a loud bang. Dozens of blue-gray shadows, with shrieks that tore through the air, swooped down from all directions towards Chenyi, who had just landed. The tip of the claw flashed with a sharp green light, which was actually a wind blade compressed to the extreme. Warcraft, Wind Falcon. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level 3, Stage 2. Attribute, Wind. Skills, Miniaturization, Wind Claw. Introduction, a cunning, social predator, adept at hiding in wind-eroded rock holes and launching deadly surprise attacks. While their individual strength is limited, their swarm attacks are swift and powerful. Holy crap! There really is an ambush? Chenyi was shocked and cursed inwardly, saying that the map had not deceived him and that he had been careless. However, in a split second, the girls who had already formed a tacit understanding of fighting reacted extremely quickly. Fortunately, their previous vigilance had not completely disappeared, and the girls reacted the moment they sensed the danger. Brother Chenyi, be careful! Lin Mengxue shouted and blew gently. An ice wall instantly rose from the ground, firmly protecting Chenyi's foothold and preventing him from falling into the abyss due to unstable footing due to the sudden attack. Luo Shirin waved her jade hand, and several condensed green silk streams intertwined into a fine net, covering Chenyi and the Hua twins, isolating them from Feng Falcon's attack. Su Taotao directly reached out and grabbed a wind falcon. A terrifying suction force erupted from the vortex under her armpit, and it was decomposed and swallowed in just a few seconds, turning into a stream of pure energy that was absorbed by it. Yan Zhouyue immediately entered the armed form, with 9 silver-white tails stretching out behind her. 6 of the fox tails accurately whipped and exploded the approaching wind falcons, while the other 3 tails were responsible for guarding and swatting away the wind blades shot from a distance. Chenyi finally had the opportunity to verify his own strength. Before, the girls were too strong, and he, the Beastmaster, became a tourist and could only play with stones out of boredom. Now you have to see how strong you are. He raised his right hand, clasped his thumb around his middle finger, and made a very standard snapping motion. Wind blade slash. Call out. A light blue wind blade about 2 inches long tore through the air and accurately shot towards a wind falcon in the outer area. Puff. The wind blade hit the target accurately. However, the effect is not very good. The falcon was only knocked back by the impact, with a bloody cut on its wing and a few feathers falling off. And then nothing happened. The corner of Chenyi's mouth twitched. The damage is so touching? Could it be that my spiritual power is too low? I feel like I can strengthen my spiritual power and see. Chenyi's current physical value is 60 points, but his spiritual power value is only 24 points. Apart from upgrading, it has not been improved. If converted into a spiritual beast, its spiritual power value is only about the 10th level of the first stage of an A-level or B-level spiritual beast. It's indeed a bit too low. There are still 60 strengthening points left. It's okay to use some to strengthen yourself. Keep 30 points as a backup for emergencies, and the rest, go all in. System, increase my spiritual power by 30 points. Ding. Strengthening successful. Current spiritual power value, 54 points. Chapter 93: The Danger That Follows. As the system prompt sound fell. Boom! A torrent of refreshing energy, unprecedented in its intensity, instantly surged into his mind. It was as if a river that had been blocked for years was suddenly unblocked. The world before his eyes suddenly became extremely clear. The trajectory of the wind, the flow of energy, were all reflected in his perception as if in slow motion. His mind had never been so clear, and he could control every bit of spiritual power flowing in his body at will. Holy crap! So this is what it feels like to have high spiritual power? Chen Yi was surprised and delighted. Physical fitness strengthens the body, while spiritual power strengthens mental perception and control? This is a huge profit. His eyes were once again fixed on the injured falcon that had escaped dozens of meters and was still flapping its wings. Try this again. With the same finger-snapping action, 54 points of spiritual power in the body surged and instantly condensed at the fingertips. Call out. This time, the sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing, like a long whistle. A huge wind blade that was 4 inches long, condensed to the point of being almost tangible, with a sharp green light flashing on the edge, tore through the sky with a speed and power several times greater than before. The falcon seemed to sense the fatal danger and tried to dodge in panic. But, it's too late. Puff. A green light flashed by. The wind falcon's body suddenly stiffened in the air, and then a deep red bloodline emerged from the center of its body. The next second, its body was neatly split into two halves like tofu cut by the sharpest knife. The blood mixed with the internal organ fragments were instantly blown away by the violent gale. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. With 30 points of spiritual power enhancement, the power of skills is so different? That's a bit outrageous. TSK, not bad, not bad. Chen Yi shook his fingers. Feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, he looked at the wreckage of the wind falcon that was neatly cut in half in the distance, and felt secretly happy. It seems that with my current combat power, I should have no problem fighting an ordinary third-level spiritual beast alone. Next time I have a chance, I'll have to strengthen my spiritual power. This thing can instantly increase the power of my skills. The ensuing battle was no surprise. The remaining dozens of wind falcons were completely wiped out in front of the girls before they could even last a minute. Only a few monster crystal cores were left and collected. These little things are so insidious. If I hadn't had the map to remind me, I might have been bitten by them if they suddenly emerged from the rocks to attack me. Yeah. Fortunately, I was prepared. But what I'm more concerned about is the skill that Brother Chen Yi just used. It seems to be Wind Blade, right? Can Beastmasters also use our skills? As soon as these words were spoken, all the girls' eyes were focused on Chen Yi. Although they had long been accustomed to Chen Yi's endless magical methods. But witnessing the Beastmaster himself unleash the Spirit Beast's combat skills, the power was quite strong. It still brought a huge shock to my heart. Chen Yi's lips curled up into a smug smile, enjoying the girls' surprised and slightly admiring gazes, and was about to show off. I've already told you, I have a lot of cards up my sleeve. Before he finished speaking. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a burst of rock-breaking sounds above the head, so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. A very violent updraft suddenly rose from the bottom of the rift, sweeping up countless pieces of rubble. Under the crazy acceleration of the violent gale, these broken stones turned into a stone rain that covered the sky and the sun, and smashed down heavily towards the suspended rock area where Chen Yi and his group were. Fuck. Is this going to end? Chen Yi's pretentious declaration was forcibly held back, and he couldn't help but blurt out a beautiful Chinese quintessence. Left. Quick. There's a depression under that huge rock. Walk. Ping pong pong. Boom boom boom. Bang, bang, bang. Dense stones hit the surrounding rocks like cannonballs. Countless deep pits were instantly dug out in the hard rock, and gravel flew everywhere. With the physical fitness of a third-level spirit beast, it should not be a problem to withstand this rain of stones. But, we are not masochists, so why should we look for trouble? Finally, 5 minutes later. The stone rain finally stopped. It finally stopped. This 5-element secret realm is simply not a place for human beings to stay. No wonder people online say this place is rich in resources but has a low recommendation index. It's like they're living a life of making money but not spending it. It's really too dangerous. The Beastmasters who come here to make money are probably not poor people. Chen Yi observed the environment and everyone's condition, and decisively ordered, let's rest here for a while. Replenish water and adjust your spiritual power. Judging from the situation, it will probably take several hours to reach the inner area. Good. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Just when Chen Yi and his group were resting, Gallahan also brought his 2 men and followed the path that Chen Yi and his group had taken, heading towards the wind area. Behind them, 12 female contracted spirit beasts with numb expressions and more or less scars on their bodies followed behind like zombies, with no reaction to the dangerous environment around them. It seems like he suffers a lot of torture and abuse on a daily basis. Fuck. Gallahan kicked aside a piece of rubble that was in the way. What the hell are these Dragon Country people doing? They don't want to take the sunny road in the light zone, but insist on going through this godforsaken wind wasteland? If they drop a few of them to death, I'll skin them alive. Of course, what he cared about was not Chen Yi's life or death, but whether the 6 top quality goods were intact. The contracted spirit beast behind him turned a deaf ear to its master's roar, and there was only a dead grayness in the depths of its eyes. Capture new sisters? For them, it is just a repetition of this hellish life. Brother Lahan. Look over there. A sharp-eyed younger brother pointed to a huge rock in front of him with a pitted edge. It's them. They seem to be taking a break. Gallahan looked in the direction of the voice, and a grim smile finally broke out on his tense face. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. At least you didn't fall to your death. This saved me a lot of trouble. Let's go. Say hello. However, just as he was about to charge forward, he was stopped by another troublemaker. Wait, Brother Lahan, this isn't possible. Look at that rock, it's like a sieve. If we start fighting, that broken rock won't hold up. Then those people will fall through and it'll be game over. Gallagher looked closely. Sure enough, the huge rock structure used as a shelter was already very fragile and covered with cracks. His face instantly darkened. Damn. This is so damn unlucky. Boss, don't be impatient. Since they can get here, they must be able to get to the inner circle. Although the inner circle of the storm is also dangerous, the terrain is much more open and the space is stable. Why don't we go around it first and wait on the road leading to the inner circle? Then we can catch them in a trap and then directly retreat through the relatively easy to travel fire area without anyone noticing. After weighing the pros and cons, Garahan finally snorted heavily. Alright. We'll do as you say. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he led his men and those numb spirit beasts to bypass the huge rock where Chen Yi and the others were, and continued to move towards the inner circle of the storm. Chapter 94 Deathwind Eagle. Although Gallagher and his group moved covertly, but Chen Yi still caught the greedy look that was cast over at that moment. That person seems to be Gallagher, right? How did they appear here? Is it a coincidence, or are they coming for us? The other party's deliberate avoidance made Chen Yi relax his vigilance a little. But he still kept a watchful eye. He had clearly driven a car with one-way glass into the secret realm in order to prevent the Beastmasters from India from seeing the appearance of the contracted girls, and he didn't see anyone else on the road. Normally, no one should notice it, except the map vendor. But in the end, Gallagher still showed up here. The cause and effect relationship here is really intriguing. What's wrong, Brother Chen Yi? Why do you look so ugly all of a sudden? Su Taotao noticed the change in Chen Yi's aura, came over and asked worriedly, gently tugging at the corner of his clothes with her small hand. Lin Mengxue also cast a cold but concerned look at him. Are you injured? Or have you consumed too much spiritual energy? Chen Yi instantly suppressed his murderous intent, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face again. He reached out and rubbed Su Taotao's head, saying teasingly, What are you imagining? I'm fine. I was just thinking, when we set up camp tonight, this damn place is full of cracks in the rocks. Which feng shui treasured spot should I choose to properly train you to? Upon hearing this, the two girls' faces flushed. It's still broad daylight, and you're saying things like this. Yan Zhouyue, who was just about to come over, couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. The tip of her fox tail gently brushed Chen Yi's calf. Hey, Brother Chen Yi, it's not even evening yet, and you're already thinking about me? Chen Yi smiled and said, You are all so beautiful. If I don't care about you, then am I still a man? Hearing this, Yan Zhouyue licked her lips lightly. Since you, Brother Chen Yi, are already thinking about us, why not solve it right here? There happens to be a bunker here. Rested for about 2 hours. Chen Yi and his group set out again, advancing steadily towards the inner circle of the storm. Having learned from the previous lesson of being ambushed by the Wind Falcon, Lin Mengxue, who also has the ability to fly, volunteered to explore the way ahead to ensure that everything is safe. It turns out that this arrangement is extremely wise. On the following journey, they encountered 3 waves of Wind Falcon's attacks. These monsters always suddenly emerge from the cracks in the rocks, trying to catch everyone off guard. However, in front of Chen Yi and his group who were well prepared, these sneak attacks were like delivering food. The 3 battles were clean and efficient, not only with 0 damage, but also with hundreds of Warcraft cores harvested. Su Taotao also had a hearty meal. It feels like a food delivery service. Strangeness. As Chenny stored the crystal core in his storage space, he frowned and thought, Garahan's group was clearly ahead of us, so how come the Wind Falcon ambush wasn't triggered along the way? Do they have some special method to avoid it? Xiao. This question just came to my mind. A sharp eagle cry that pierced the clouds and split the rocks suddenly came from the sky. The terrifying sound waves caused the surrounding floating rocks to tremble slightly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, its body made entirely of wind elements, circling in the sky. The body formed entirely by wind elements is translucent bluish-white in color, the edges of the wings are flashing with white light, and every flap of the wings will create a small tornado. A huge shadow passed by, and the moon-white eagle eyes stared at Chen Yi and his group. It seems that it has been regarded as prey. World of Warcraft, Death Hawk. Difficulty, 8 stars Beast King. Level 4, Stage 2. Attributes, Wind, Light. Skills, Fierce Storm, Rapid Dive, Flash. Introduction, constructed from pure wind and light energy, it has no physical form, moves extremely quickly, and excels at high altitude raids. It is the nightmare of countless explorers. 4th level Beast King. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Instead of being afraid, he became excited. Finally, a good thing has arrived. Everyone, be careful, don't let it get away. This thing is the king of beasts. Clear. The women responded in unison and instantly entered combat mode. The Deathwind Eagle obviously also realized the difficulty of the prey below and did not dive rashly. Instead, it circled continuously in the sky, and as its wings flapped, violent storms condensed and roared towards everyone. What's even more insidious is that it will occasionally use the flash skill, and the dazzling white light seriously interferes with vision. Boom! 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 The violent storm hit the huge rock where everyone was hiding, making a deafening explosion. This thing is so difficult to deal with. Hide so high, my foxfire can't reach you. It's too fast and too far away, it's so hard to hit. Damn it! I should just transform and kill him. This demon beast is too arrogant. Don't! Chen Yi hurriedly tried to stop Lin Mengxue from transforming. What if there are flying stones and scratches on your face? But what should we do? It's too far away, we can't hit it. It's okay, leave it to me. Just as the Deathwind Eagle swooped down to test again, Chen Yi put his fingers together to form a sword and slashed it towards the sky. Wind Blade Slash. A wind blade flashing with dazzling green light broke through the air. This is an advanced version of the Wind Blade Slash that he created in previous battles, combining the spiritual power control techniques taught by the girls. Compress all spiritual power into a line, and the speed, accuracy and penetration will increase dramatically. Xiao. The Deathwind Eagle let out a long, terrified howl, instinctively sensing the fatal threat. It flapped its wings frantically and suddenly gained altitude at the critical moment. The wind blade brushed past its translucent wingtip, and the wind pressure it created actually tore off half of its wings. This attack completely scared the Deathwind Eagle. It no longer dared to lower its altitude, and only circled at the maximum distance, occasionally dropping a few tornadoes in a harassing manner. TSK, you hid really quickly. Chen Yi swung his fingers with some regret, but... Schwer, I have an idea. What's the solution? Use your ice breath to create an icy path from beneath your feet. That way we can attack us. Lin Mengxue's beautiful eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? She took a deep breath and blew it out sharply. An ice wall quickly extended from under her feet to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it formed an ice road leading to the Deathwind Eagle. Walk! Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin looked at each other, stepped onto the ice path without hesitation, and rushed towards the sky. In their armed form, they move as fast as lightning as if they were walking on flat ground. The Deathwind Eagle obviously did not expect that its prey could fight back like this, and it flapped its wings and retreated in panic. However, seeing that Chen Yi didn't seem to take any action, only these two little girls came. It thinks it can do it again. Xiao. It flapped its wings, let out a sharp scream, and dived down again, releasing a small tornado at the same time. The two women dodged nimbly and quickly approached the Deathwind Eagle. It didn't take long for it to come into his attack range. He raised his hand and slashed out with a breath of ice and a wind blade. Chapter 95 Entering the Inner Area. The Deathwind Eagle dodged to the side, and the two moves just brushed past its body. However, at this moment, Chen Yi seized the opportunity and used the wind blade slash again. The Deathwind Eagle had just completed its ultimate dodge and had no time to stabilize its body. Puff! The wind blade accurately hit one of its wings, and its body made of wind elements was torn apart, and its body tilted out of control. Now! Lin Mengxue seized the opportunity and took a big step forward. The Azure Dragon claws directly tore off half of the Deathwind Eagle's body and pressed it against the huge rock. Luo Shirin began to sing the Song of Destruction. A terrifying demonic sound instantly spread out, sweeping through the consciousness of the Deathwind Eagle and destroying its body. Boom! In the final struggle, a terrifying gale erupted around the Deathwind Eagle, trying to force the two women back. But it was all in vain. With the perfect cooperation of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, this fourth-level Beast King soon came to the end of its life. Its body broke into pieces and turned into spots of light floating all over the sky. A green crystal core as big as a fist, with a storm swirling inside, fell down and was caught steadily by Lin Mengxue. Su Taotao couldn't wait any longer. The armed form is fully activated, and the black hole vortex under the armpit spins wildly, swallowing up all the pure wind element energy that escaped when the Deathwind Eagle dissipated. After all, he is a fourth-level Beast King, this body cannot be wasted. I have to say, it is many times more delicious than the flesh of ordinary monsters. It's so delicious. I feel hungrier the more I eat. Knock off. A fourth-level Beast King isn't that great, is it? It has to be Brother Chen-Yi. If it weren't for the support just now, I feel like this thing would have run away. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong witnessed the entire battle and were shocked beyond words. A third-level spirit beast surpasses its level and kills a fourth-level Beast King. Moreover, the opponent has an absolute advantage in terrain. What is even more terrifying is that Yan Zhouyue, the strongest member of the team, and Su Taotao, who has the ability to weaken, didn't even make a move and won so easily. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Is this the power after Bloodline Awakening? Is this Chen-Yi's team? Hua Yuetong murmured to herself, her small hands unconsciously clenching the corners of her clothes, her beautiful eyes flashing with unprecedented desire, and Hua Yuetong's heart was also pounding, but her gaze was more focused on Chen-Yi. This man's command, his miraculous wind blades, and his precise control of the battle situation. Is this the Beast Master who can be called a peerless genius? So strong. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of security surged into her heart. She was absolutely certain that by following this man, she and her sisters would be able to regain their lives. Perhaps because they were contaminated with the aura of the Beast King after killing the Deathwind Eagle, Chen-Yi and his group's subsequent journey was surprisingly smooth. The monsters that were lurking in the dark seemed to have sensed danger and retreated. I don't dare to deliver express anymore. After most of the day's trek, Chen-Yi and his party finally passed through the most dangerous storm belt and stepped into a relatively flat wasteland. Looking around, the gray-brown barren land stretches as far as the eye can see, dotted with a few stubborn thorn bushes. There were no violent gales, no deadly rain of rocks, and even few traces of magical beasts. It is desolate, silent, and ethereal, yet it carries a sense of peace that comes from surviving a disaster. Finally out. We've been walking for most of the day, right? I think so. Come to think of it, it's quite exciting. Anyway, it should be safe from now on, right? Chen-Yi looked around, his eyes fixed on a huge depression in the weathered rock. It's getting late, let's set up camp there. The map says that the secret realm's day and night cycles are synchronized with the outside world. Now that it's late, let's rest for a night. As he spoke, he took out tents, kitchen utensils, and various fresh ingredients from his space ring, and placed several warning stones around the camp. After saying that, he took out various ingredients and kitchen utensils from the space ring, and set up warning stones around the boulder. The girl stepped forward and divided the work, quickly setting up the tent and starting a bonfire. Of course, only Chen-Yi, Hua Yuetong, and Hua Xingtong's sisters needed to eat. Others rely on Warcraft crystal cores to replenish the energy they need. Hua Yuetong carefully checked the small wounds on her sister and herself caused by the gravel, rinsed them with clean water and applied ointment. It hurts, be gentle, sister. Why are you crying for such a minor injury? Hua Yuetong's face was stern, but her hands moved a little more gently. When we can transform into spirit beasts in the future, this little bit of pain will be commonplace. Can it be the same? Chen-Yi came over and took out some candied fruits. Here, let's replenish some sugar. Look at how pale your little faces are. Hua Xingtong ate it in small bites. The sweet taste relaxed her tense nerves a little, and she smiled faintly. Thank you. Chen-Yi waved his hand and turned to walk towards Su Taotao, who was busy by the campfire. This girl has just swallowed a lot of spiritual power from the Wind Falcon and the Death Wind Eagle, and she needs help guiding it. As the spiritual power guidance continued, Shinny suddenly noticed something strange. The guidance speed was much faster than before. I didn't notice it when my spiritual power was increasing slowly before, but after strengthening it by 30 points at once, the effect was so obvious. Su Taotao also felt the change and opened her eyes in surprise. Brother Chenyi, you guided me so quickly today. Well, I made some minor improvements. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Su Taotao's body. Successfully broke through to the third stage, second stage. The little girl jumped up excitedly, and before Chenyi could react, she quickly pecked him on the lips. Thank you, Brother Chenyi. Half a month ago, I couldn't imagine reaching the third level. Chenyi was stunned for a moment, then chuckled twice and reached out to pinch her pink cheek. Are you so bold? You dared to attack me? Don't even think about sleeping tonight. If it was Brother Chenyi. Su Taotao's ears turned red, and her voice became smaller and smaller. It's okay not to sleep. TSK, you little girl, have you learned how to tease people? After squeezing the kidneys all night, the next day finally arrived. Chenyi's team set off again in high spirits. The environment inside the wind area is much more comfortable than outside. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and the breeze is refreshing. We walked deeper for about 2 or 3 hours. Suddenly, movement in the distance attracted the attention of Chenyi and his group. In the mountain stream, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. On the left was the Indian Kingdom's Beastmaster team, led by Galahan, 3 male Beastmasters and 12 numb-looking female contracted spirit beasts. On the right are 5 Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters and their contracted spirit beasts. They are all wearing the same uniform and should be a team from a certain family or organization. Although they have an overall advantage in numbers, their overall strength is obviously inferior, and most of them are around the first level of the 4th stage. Did they discover some treasure, which is why they are stuck in a stalemate? Chapter 96, Fighting for the Zhongling Stone. At the center of the confrontation between the 2 sides, a green vortex tornado was quietly suspended in the air. It is about the size of a fist, and you can vaguely see fine runes flowing inside, emitting a pure breath of wind. Chenyi took a look and activated the identification technique. A system interface appeared before my eyes. Shifeng Zhongling Stone, 8 stars. To activate the wind attribute base of the 5 elements formation, you need to use it with other wind attribute spiritual treasures. Is that the Zhongling Stone? Chenyi was a little shocked. He originally thought it would be some kind of mineral, but he didn't expect it to be this form of energy. If it weren't for the system recognition, I'm afraid I wouldn't even recognize you if I passed by you. Brother Chenyi, should we intervene? Let's wait and see what happens. Chenyi shook his head and said, if we go out now, we will probably be attacked by both sides. There's some bushes over there for cover. Walk. Everyone quietly slipped into the bushes, hiding themselves perfectly. At this time, the confrontation between the 2 sides also entered a white-hot stage. Indians, do you understand the rules of the wild? First come, first served. A young beastmaster in his mid-20s from the Dragon Nation team glared angrily. Our team was the first to discover the breathing wind bell spirit stone. According to the rules, it should belong to us. Chenyi narrowed his eyes. Although this young man was only at the 4th level, he did not flinch in the face of the 5th level first level Galahan, showing some backbone. Or, is there any reason why we have to give in? In fact, Chenyi guessed correctly. 2 months ago, a wealthy man in Tianshui City issued 5 bounty missions at once. The price of each bounty is as high as 5 million, and the goal is to purchase the 5 elements Bell Spirit Stone. The team that this young man belongs to has taken on the bounty mission of the Zhongling in the wind area. However, their luck doesn't seem to be very good. Nearly 2 months have passed, and almost all the food reserves have been used up, but no trace of the Zhongling Stone has been found. Just when they felt desperate, they finally found clues about the Zhongling in this place. But at this critical moment, Galahan, the 5th level Beastmaster from India, also arrived here. And he was obviously eyeing the Shifeng Zhongling Stone. 5 million, that means 1 million per person on average. How could the young man easily give up the Zhongling? Ha ha ha. Galahan laughed wildly, his face trembling. I'm here, and I'm the rule. Whoever has the bigger fist gets the stuff. How dare you, a bunch of losers, dare to get your hands on the Zhongling Stone? Get out if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll all die here. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The reason why Galahan did not wait at the entrance of the central area was that he did not trigger the ambush of the Wind Falcon on Chen Yi's way and the sneak attack of the Deathwind Eagle. It was because the soul-seeking compass hanging on his waist suddenly vibrated yesterday and pointed directly at this mountain stream. This compass was the loot they had snatched from a rich second generation from the Dragon Country in the Five Elements secret realm 3 years ago, after using all possible means and paying a considerable price. It can be called a magic tool for treasure hunting in secret places. According to the user's spiritual power value, he can sense the energy fluctuations of rare treasures within a radius of 10 miles, and the pointer will accurately point to the direction of the target. It is indeed a must-have item for treasure hunting. Of course, this kind of treasure also has strict limitations. It can only be activated in an environment full of spiritual power like the secret realm, and it is just a piece of scrap metal in the outside world. I didn't expect that when I followed the pointer, it turned out to be the Shifling Bell Spirit Stone. This thing is a hard currency that is in short supply on the black market. Those wealthy people who are eager to use the Five Elements magic array to break through the bottleneck may not be able to buy one even if they offer tens of millions of Dragon Country coins. What is even better is that there are several Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters and their contracted spirit beasts on the scene. Although the overall quality is far inferior to the exquisite ones in Chun Yi's car. But 3 of them have excellent looks and figures, and it would be no problem to sell them for tens or even millions of Dragon Country currency after playing with them for a while. After finishing the things here, I will go back and kill Chen Yi and take those beauties. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, double happiness. Galahan seemed to have seen mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him, and even looked at those annoying Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters with a bit more favor, although they were just fat sheep to be slaughtered in goods that were about to be obtained. You bastards from Tianzhu. Do you still have any shame? Face? Gala laughed wildly, as if hearing a huge joke. People die for money, birds die for food. This is the golden rule of your dragon nation. Stop pretending to be so noble in front of me. I just don't believe it. Would you dragon people not fight for this kind of treasure if you encountered it? The last 10 numbers. If you don't get out of here, you'll die. 1, 2, 3. The word 4 has not yet been uttered. A hot-tempered beastmaster from the Dragon Nation team shouted, "Why are you trying to reason with these beasts? Brothers, kill them. Kill, kill, kill. Damn it. If you cut off my money, go to hell. Roar, roar, roar." It only takes a breath. More than a dozen contracted spirit beasts simultaneously entered armed form and pounced on the Galahan team from all directions. For a moment, fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, all kinds of skills intertwined, and spiritual power surged in the mountain stream. A temporary suppression brought about by numerical advantage. The Indian side was caught off guard and was forced to retreat repeatedly by this desperate fighting style, with their formation slightly disrupted. However, in just a few breaths, the situation was reversed. The class gap is still a fatal flaw. Galahan and his 2 beastmasters all awakened talents of the individual combat type, and their individual combat capabilities were extraordinary. It is precisely because of this that these abducted spirit beast women can be suppressed. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago when no one was around. Especially Galahan, the talent he awakened is an A-level talent, Blood of Rage. After being injured, his strength will be greatly improved according to the degree of injury, and he will become stronger and stronger as he fights. Focus on that red-haired hedgehog. Take him down first. Seeing that the situation was somewhat disadvantageous, Wu Ming, the captain of the beast taming team, immediately gave orders. He saw that among the 3 beastmasters on the other side, except for the 5th-level Galahan, the prickly man with dyed red hair looked the weakest. Most of the contracted spirit beasts of the Indians were trafficked and did not have much loyalty to the beastmasters themselves. Basically, as long as their beastmaster is killed, they will most likely choose to give up resistance. As soon as the order was given, the Dragon Country team cooperated well, and most of the attacks were instantly turned towards the troublesome man on the right. Several fierce spiritual attacks and the pounces of several spiritual beasts covered the area like a violent storm. However, faced with this sudden concentrated fire, neither the troublemaker nor Gallagher showed any panic on their faces. Instead, they revealed sarcastic smiles. The thorny man even licked his lips with his tongue, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Just because you are a bunch of trash, you think you can focus your fire on me? The prickly-headed man sneered, "Let me show you what true power is. Go berserk, go." Chapter 97. The prey came to the door. Boom. A violent energy burst out from the thorny man's body. His muscles expanded wildly like balloons, bursting his clothes, and the veins on the surface of his skin twisted and squirmed like a living thing, and his eyes were instantly filled with scarlet blood. His nails grew into sharp black hooks, and sticky saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. B-level Beastmaster talent Berserker's blood. At the cost of burning one's own sanity, one gains an explosive increase in strength in a short period of time. At this moment, his aura was even slightly stronger than that of Gallahan next to him. Roar! With a roar that completely lost his mind, the frenzied thorny man did not retreat but advanced, and at a speed far exceeding his previous speed, he actively crashed into the oncoming torrent of attacks. Puff! Crack! The teeth-grinding, tearing and bone-cracking sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Rushing in the front, the fourth stage, second stage flame leopard girl was as fragile as paper in front of the sharp claws of the thorny man, and the claws pierced her heart without any hindrance. Ah! The girl only had time to let out a short cry of pain before the light in her eyes instantly went out. The armed form was removed, and the body that had turned back into human form fell limply to the ground. A bloody hole the size of a bowl on the chest was oozing blood, staining the rocks beneath it red. Flash sale. Absolute crushing. Xiao Yun. Her Beastmaster let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing their companions, whom they had been with day and night, being slaughtered so easily before their eyes, a chill ran through everyone's heart. It's not like they haven't seen Beastmasters die in front of them before. But this is the first time I have seen such a quick and tragic death. Now! Kill them all! Gallagher seized this opportunity and immediately gave the order to attack. The spiritual beasts from Tianju launched a surprise attack instantly. Puff! Ah! No! Screams rang out one after another. In just a few breaths, 3 more spirit beast girls fell in a pool of blood. One had his throat cut by a wind blade, one had half of his body shattered by a fireball, and one had his abdomen pierced by sharp claws. The smell of blood was instantly so strong that it was nauseating. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Split up! Wu Ming looked at the team members and spirit beasts who fell down in an instant and shouted loudly. He knew that defeat was inevitable. If we don't run away, everyone will die here. Want to run? Too late. Gallahan took a few steps forward and instantly appeared in Wu Ming's retreat path, with a cruel smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. These desperate criminals who live on the edge of a knife and make a living by selling spiritual beasts are best at killing everyone. Leave no one alive, leave no trace. This is the iron rule that allows them to get away with it. Leaving someone alive is a soft-hearted act, and that is cruelty to yourself. You beasts of India. You will not die a good death. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. A beastmaster with a hole in his abdomen cursed with his last bit of strength. Ghost? Garahan crushed his throat with his foot and sneered, I've killed more people than you've ever seen, so how come I've never met a ghost? Go to hell and complain. Finally, Gallagher's eyes locked on Vice Captain Zhao Ming, who was trying to break out with the remaining team members. It's your turn, Captain. He grinned fiercely, unleashing the 5th level power without reservation as he punched out. Zhao Ming only had time to cross his arms to block, but it was completely useless. The punch was almost as strong as a train collision and sent him flying on the spot. He fell heavily to the ground, his chest collapsed, his eyes became unfocused, and he soon lost his voice. With the death of Captains Wu Ming and Zhao Ming, it was officially announced that the Dragon Kingdom Beast Tamer team had completely collapsed. Next, it's just hunting time. No, impossible. Husband, why is this happening? Damn it! Seeing their companions die tragically and their captain killed, the remaining spirit beast girls were terrified and immediately abandoned their companions and fled. However, the contracted spirit beasts of Gallahan and his group were no mere decorations and immediately gave chase. These spirit beasts were carefully selected and trained, and their talents were almost all focused on speed and tracking. They were tools specifically used to hunt down escapees. Puff. Crack. Ah. The sounds of claws slicing throats, bones cracking, and the screams of the dying echoed through the mountain stream. Although these beast girls may be unique in other aspects, perhaps they have a deep relationship with the Beastmaster, perhaps their bloodline level is stronger, or perhaps they are more powerful in the battle to destroy the monsters. But in terms of pure hunting efficiency, they were no match for Gallagher's hounds. In just a few minutes, the battle was completely over. Only 3 of the most beautiful spirit beast girls were left. In desperation, they disarmed themselves, collapsed to the ground, and begged for mercy with tears streaming down their faces. Humph, if you had known better earlier, why would you have gone to your death? Gallagher spat in disdain and signaled his men to keep the 3 trophies under guard. Then he walked towards the suspended Shifeng Zhong spirit stone and stretched out his finger to touch it. The black storm lingering on the surface of the Zhongling stone dissipated in an instant, revealing the true appearance of its core, a piece of emerald green jade with a storm swirling inside. This is the form of the Zhongling stone after it stabilizes. Boss. Today's luck is simply amazing. Ha ha ha. After we get rid of those Dragon Nation idiots and take the Bell Spirit Stone, we can go back and get those 6 top-notch girls. We won't have to worry about anything in this life. Humph. But since that guy can bring 6 girls to explore the secret realm, he must be from a big family. After we deal with him, he will probably have to hide for a while. Before he could finish his words, Gallagher was startled. He turned around abruptly, his fierce gaze shooting towards the bushes where Chenny and the others were hiding, and shouted fiercely, "Who are you? Get out!" Almost at the same time he spoke. The 5 contracted spirit beasts under his command immediately pounced towards the bushes. The movements are swift, brutal, and merciless. However, an accident happened. Bang! 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 5 dull bangs exploded almost at the same time. The 5 figures that rushed out shot back at a speed even faster than when they went, and slammed heavily into the surrounding rock walls. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and amidst the smoke and dust, only a few painful groans and twitches could be heard. The pupils of Gallahan and his group suddenly shrank. What happened? Then they saw a huge silver figure slowly stepping out from the bushes. 9-tailed demon fox. 9 fluffy silver fox tails swayed gently in the wind, and each hair exuded a moonlight-like luster. The dark blue fox eyes swept over the Indians present with the indifference of looking down on ants. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Demon, monster? No, this breath is the breath of a spirit beast. What is this thing? 9-tailed fox? Is there such a bloodline in the spirit beast atlas? Just when Gallahan and his group were frightened by the sudden appearance of the 9-tailed fox, their scalps were tingling. Chen Yi, along with his spirit beast sisters, walked out calmly from behind the 9-tailed fox. When he saw Chen Yi and the stunningly beautiful women around him, Gallahan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. The memory of the image in the video instantly overlaps with reality. Unexpectedly, the prey came to the door? Chapter 98, Strange Foxfire. It's you! Gallahan roared, his voice filled with disbelief and a hint of rage at being toyed with by his prey. Hearing this, Chen Yi also instantly determined that this person's target for coming here was indeed them. But it doesn't matter. Since the Shifeng Bell Spirit Stone is here, a battle is inevitable no matter what the reason. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, with a hint of playful smile on his face, and deliberately asked, "Oh? You are from India, and you recognize us? Humph. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will break into hell." Gallahan suppressed his fear, replacing it with an intense greed and murderous intent. The prey just came to me, saving me the trouble of searching for it. Today is truly a double blessing. Go ahead. Kill all the men. Capture all the women alive. Not a single one of them will be hurt. You're just a 3rd-rank beastmaster. Who gave you the courage to come here? In his eyes, Chen Yi was already a dead man. And those beauties are priceless treasures worth billions of rupees that he is about to get. After hearing this, the 2 men around him and all the contracted spirit beasts also burst into greedy light in their eyes and pounced towards Chen Yi. In their eyes, a mere 3rd-rank beastmaster is just fish on the chopping board. Maybe the 9-tailed fox is more powerful, but 2 fists can't beat 4 legs. After sending a few people to restrain the 9-tailed fox, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Chen Yi? However, they were completely wrong. At the moment when Gallahan gave the order, Yen Zhouyue, who had transformed into a 9-tailed fox, suddenly burst out with murderous intent. If before, she was only disgusted by the atrocities of the Indians and just watched them kill and rob treasures indifferently. At this moment, when he heard the other party's order to kill Chen Yi, a rage from the depths of his soul instantly surged into his heart. Chen Yi, the man who gave her a new life and allowed her to regain her strength and dignity. He is her beast master, and also her recognized master. To touch Chen Yi is to touch her reverse scale. Roar! A roar filled with murderous intent burst out from Yen Zhouyue's mouth. A wave of light purple air swept forward in an instant. Boom! Just a roar was enough to send all the attackers flying. There are different levels of burning all over the body. How is that possible? She clearly only has the aura of the 3rd stage, 10th level. This power must have reached the 5th stage. This is impossible. It's a secret treasure. She must have used some kind of temporary enhancement secret treasure at a huge cost. This kind of power can't last. And she's the only one who was enhanced. Garahan recovered from his shock in an instant and shouted, "Mena! Sima! Ravi! The 3 of you, entangle that 9-tailed fox. No need to fight hard, just hold her back. Consume her strength. Everyone else, follow me and kill that brat as quickly as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 contracted spirit beasts responded and pounced on the huge 9-tailed fox again. It must be said that Gallagher is indeed a veteran who has been robbing for so long but still lives a carefree life. In just a moment, he was able to analyze Chen Yi's situation roughly. Chen Yi did use the last strength enhancement card on Yen Zhou to gain such power. However, I guessed wrong about the second half. The reason why I didn't continue to spend 5 points on strengthening is to strengthen other girls as well. That's because Yen Zhou alone is enough. Facing these 3 aggressive spirit beasts, Yen Zhou was too lazy to even use her skills and just yawned lazily. Swish! 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 3 silver lightning bolts tore through the air. Yen Zhou's 3 foxtails arrived at a speed that ordinary people could not even see, and hit the 3 spiritual beasts that pounced on them. Bang! Bang! Ah! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only 3 dull and terrifying sounds of flesh bursting. The 3 spirit beasts in armed form didn't even have time to react before they were shot backwards at a speed faster than a cannonball, slamming heavily into a huge rock dozens of meters away. Boom! The hard rock was smashed into pieces like tofu. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared slightly, only 3 blurry pools of blood and flesh were left at the 3 impact points, embedded deep in the rocks. Even a complete body could not be found. One by one, the entire mountain stream fell into deathly silence in an instant. Gallahan and his group were stunned on the spot before they even launched a surprise attack on Chen Yi. The originally playful expression now made a sharp 180-degree turn, like turning the pages of a book. The remaining arrogance froze on his face in an instant, leaving only stiff fear. What's going on? What happened? Could this 9-tailed fox be at the 6th level of strength? Level 6? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Gallagher himself didn't even notice that his calves were shaking uncontrollably. In the world above level 5, every gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm. A challenge beyond your level? That's absolutely impossible. If this 9-tailed fox really has the strength of the 6th level, even if all of them are tied together, it will not be enough to fill the gaps in the opponent's teeth. No. Boss. That fox is probably just very fast. Its strength is definitely not at level 6. At most, it's probably level 5, first level at best. The thorny man seemed to have grabbed the last straw and tried desperately to convince himself and his companions. Although Gallahan himself didn't believe it, he needed a dose of encouragement at this moment. Did you hear that? Don't let that fox scare you. She's just bluffing. Speed is useless. Stick to the original plan, hold her back. Everyone else, follow me and kill that pretty boy as quickly as possible. Hello. A cold female voice instantly froze Gallahan's roar. The 9-tailed fox transformed by Yen Zhou slowly raised one of its front paws. You want to kill my Chen Yi? Have you asked for my opinion? Before he finished speaking, boom! A force far exceeding the previous one suddenly erupted. There are 9 tails, and at the tip of each tail, a ball of strange lavender flame is burning. The flame did not have a scorching high temperature, but instead emitted an extreme coldness that could freeze the soul and extinguish life. The air seemed to be frozen and distorted by the flames. Die! Swish, 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 swish. 9 streaks of lavender light tore through the solidified air, emitting a shrill scream that pierced the eardrums. Weird fox fire. The deadly purple light rapidly expanded in Gallahan's suddenly shrinking pupils. All his calculations and ferocity were replaced by the most primitive fear at this moment. His mind was blank, with only the instinct of survival driving his body. He suddenly and roughly dragged the nearest female contracted spirit beast in front of him. The spirit beast only had time to show a hint of surprise and disbelief in its eyes before it was pushed into the purple flame of death. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no tragic scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Only a chilling annihilation. The Beastmaster and the spirit beast that were hit head-on by the strange foxfire are all equal. None of them could even utter a scream, and their bodies disappeared silently in the lavender flames like snowmen thrown into a furnace, leaving only a few wisps of green smoke drifting away. And a few fleeting, hallucinatory purple sparks. At this moment, there was only deathly silence in the mountain stream. Chapter 99. Can you be more environmentally friendly? This moment. The only person left in the entire wilderness was Gallahan, who was sitting in a pool of his own blood and urine, barely surviving after using his body shield to block the fatal blow. All the others disappeared. There is not even a trace of existence left. These Indian spirit beasts may be pitiful, but are the people who die at their hands not pitiful too? What's more, they also want to kill Chen-Yi. If they are left behind, there may be some trouble in the future. So they must all be killed. This was also the reason why Chen-Yi did not let them help and allowed the Beastmaster teams to be destroyed. What if I save them but they don't appreciate it and still want to fight for the Zhongling stone? What should I do then? There will definitely be troubles one after another. Since you are here to look for treasure, you must be responsible for your own life. Strange monster. Gallagher collapsed to the ground, his body shaking violently like a sieve. He looked up at the giant silver beast that was walking towards him, his eyes were dull, and there was only boundless fear and collapse. Yen Zhouyue walked in front of Gallahan and slowly retracted his 9 giant tails, and the purple flames at the tips of the tails quietly went out. Bang! What answered him was Yen Zhouyue casually waving a claw. No skills were used, just pure strength. Gallahan's body below the waist was like a rotten tomato hit by a 10,000-ton hammer, instantly turning into powder. Flesh, bones, internal organs, all exploded. Aha! The painful wails echoed throughout the wilderness, but unfortunately, his legs were gone and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. A 5th-level Beastmaster should be able to survive for a while even if he loses half of his body. But letting him die like this is really too easy for him. Chen-Yi also walked up to Gallahan at this time and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me how you know me. Based on your answer, I may consider letting you go." The severe pain and fear of death instantly crushed Gallahan's last bit of hope. He was grabbing at a straw, yelling incoherently, "Speak. I'm telling you. It's the map seller. The pendant on his chest is a miniature camera. He filmed the people in your car and informed me, let me go." This answer made Chen-Yi raise his eyebrows slightly. It turned out to be the map seller who kindly reminded him to be careful of Gallahan at the entrance of the secret realm. I didn't expect it to be a two-faced turtle. However, in a place like this, trust is a luxury. If you trust others 100%, that's the problem. Okay, I understand. Chen-Yi stood up, and the spiritual power on his fingertips condensed slightly. A condensed green wind blade emerged silently and instantly passed over Gallahan's neck. The shrill howl stopped abruptly, and the head filled with fear rolled to the side. The mountain stream was completely silent again, with only the strong smell of blood drifting in the wind. Letting Gallahan go is naturally impossible. Even if we leave him here, he will probably die soon. But even when someone put a knife to his neck, he still let the other person go. This is no longer enough to describe him as a saint, but a fool. Yen Zhouyue's huge body quickly shrank in a soft light and turned back into the charming fox girl. She glanced at the mess on the ground with disdain. "Tisk, how disgusting. If I had known, I would have burned it all with a foxfire to avoid polluting my eyes." Of course, having said that, she did enjoy it. The 3rd level, 10th stage, crushed a group of 4th and 5th level spirit beasts and beastmasters. I feel like I'll have material for my dreams tonight. All this is thanks to Chen-Yi. Ding! Yen Zhouyue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Chen-Yi smiled and stretched out his hand, rubbing her furry fox ears out of habit. "Zhouyue, you did a good job. But, next time when you dispose of the garbage, can you be a little more environmentally friendly?" As he spoke, he looked at the blood in the rubble beside him. If possible, he still hoped that Yen Zhouyue could directly burn all of Gallahan and his men. Upon hearing this, Yen Zhouyue gently wrapped her fluffy tail around Chen-Yi's arm and murmured with a devilish look on her face, "Yo, do you think my methods are bloody and violent now? Last night, who was it that held onto my tail and wouldn't let go, saying, 'Sister Zhouyue, please be gentle'? Well, it shouldn't be me, right? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Mengxue, who was standing aside, coughed lightly twice, and two barely noticeable blushes flashed across her pretty face. Brother Chenyi. Are you still going to take the Zhonglingsher? And, what should we do with those prisoners? She pointed at the three captured dragon beast girls not far away, whose faces were already pale with fear. After hearing this, Chenyi withdrew his hand that was entangled by the fox tail, walked towards the Shifeng Zhongling stone floating in the air, and put it into his pocket. Although the process was a bit strange, I finally got the Zhongling stone. Then he turned and walked towards the three frightened captives. Are you all right? Thank you for saving my life. One of the cat-eared women mustered up her courage and said in a trembling voice, but we are all injured. Can we take? Before he finished speaking, Chenyi interrupted him and said, go back the way we came. He doesn't have the mind or time to be a bodyguard. I was lucky enough to find the Shifeng Zhongling stone, but who knows when I will find the Zhongling stones in other areas. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other, seeming to want to say something but stopping themselves. In the end, they bowed to Chenyi and others with great gratitude, supported each other, and staggered in the direction they came from, quickly disappearing behind the rugged rocks. Brother Chenyi, are you just going to let them go like this? Su Taotao blinked her big eyes, a little puzzled. We killed someone. If they tell others about what happened here, won't we be? Of course, Su Taotao definitely has no bad intentions. She was just a little worried that if Chenyi was involved in a murder case, there would definitely be trouble. It's okay. I was acting in self-defense, getting rid of a bad guy. Maybe I'll even get a reward. Chenyi said calmly, besides, I guess they probably won't tell anyone. Su Taotao was still a little confused. You won't tell anyone? Why? Luo Shirin came over and patiently explained, because they also participated in the treasure hunt. Although this kind of thing happens frequently in the wild, it is ultimately a very shameful thing, and the laws of Dragon Country clearly prohibit this kind of thing from happening. The bloodline levels of the three of them are not high. They were able to break through to the 4th level probably because of their good looks. But now they have lost their beast masters. The most urgent task is to find another contract with them to avoid becoming demonized. Once they tell others about what happened here, their involvement in the treasure hunt will be confirmed, which will greatly hinder our search for the next buyer. Besides, you saw the fight just now, didn't you? Those three women didn't hesitate at all after hearing the order to kill and seize the treasure. I guess they must have encountered other treasure hunts before, but they were the victorious ones. If we really investigate, we can't even say for sure who's at fault. After hearing this, Su Taotao suddenly understood. The waters of love are so deep. Chapter 100 Treasure Hunting Compass. Brother Chenyi. Lin Mengxue held Chenyi's arm and puffed out her cheeks. You promised before that you would give us a chance to show our abilities. You don't keep your word. That's right. Luo Shirin almost immediately grabbed Chenyi's right arm and said angrily, Brother Chenyi, you are biased. Shuer has used the red card twice, and Sister Zhouyue has also been very impressive, but I haven't used it once. Being held hostage by two stunning beauties on either side, Chenyi could only smile bitterly. The main thing was that he had never thought that people like Gallagher were so vulnerable. After the strengthening of Yin Zhouyue, the whole team was wiped out with just a few moves. Next time for sure. I still have a few power boosting cards, and I'll let you two have some fun next time. Snort. That's more like it. Lin Mengxue's lips curled up slightly and she let go of her hand. Luo Shirin also smiled with satisfaction, her eyes moving around, and she gently kissed Chenyi on the cheek. Sure enough, only girls who know how to act coquettishly get lollipops. Chenyi. Come over here. It seems there is a very good baby. At this time, the Huayuatong sisters, who were responsible for cleaning the battlefield and clearing out the usable spoils, waved excitedly. Because they were unable to fight, the two of them felt like a bit of a burden along the way. So at the very beginning, he took the initiative to volunteer to be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield after the war. At this moment, they were squatting beside a pile of broken equipment, holding an ancient bronze compass covered with a little dust in their hands. The compass has a unique shape, with intricate astrological runes engraved on its surface and a central pointer emitting a faint glow, making it obvious at first glance that it is an extraordinary item. Let me take a look. Chenyi walked over and took a look, and was immediately shocked. Treasure hunting compass, 12 stars. Can sense the location of rare treasures. The sensing range is related to the user's spiritual power. Only usable within the secret realm. Hiss, a treasure hunting compass? Chenny took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with disbelief. This thing is simply a secret cheat tailor-made for him. With it, the efficiency of finding the 5 elements Bell Spirit Stone and other treasures will increase exponentially. That Gallahan, with such a magical weapon, could easily make a fortune, but he actually did those risky things. What the hell, could it be that his brain is soaked in magma? Is this a good baby? Hua Yuetan looked at Chun Yi nervously and asked. Washington, who was standing by, also tightly grasped the corner of her sister's clothes, her little face slightly pale with nervousness and anticipation. They followed all the way, watching their sisters display their prowess, while they themselves could only do some supporting work, and the sense of self-blame that was a burden deep in their hearts could not be shaken off. Therefore, they hoped very much that what they found could really help Chen Yi. Good baby? Chen Yi ruffled the sister's hair affectionately. This is no ordinary treasure. This is a magical tool that allows us to walk sideways in the secret realm. You two have made a great contribution this time. Well done. Real? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? The sisters' eyes lit up instantly, and the heavy stone in their hearts finally fell. An indescribable sense of relief and joy surged up in them. They are really afraid of being considered a burden. As long as they can help Chen Yi, it will be fine. Ding. Hua Yuetan's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 45 points. Ding. Washington's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 55 points. Chen Yi took the treasure hunting compass from Hua Yuetan and tried to inject a trace of spiritual power into it. Buzz. The needle in the center of the compass seemed to spin crazily for a few times, and then, it pointed steadily to the inconspicuous silver-gray space ring on his left index finger. No matter how he moved his index finger or shook the compass, the needle remained fixed on the direction of the ring and did not move at all. Well. The excitement on Chun Yi's face froze for a moment, and he felt a bit amused and helpless. How do I use this thing? Why does it keep pointing at my own space ring? I can't just throw the ring away, can I? Ha! A treasure hunting compass? What a good baby! Yan Zhouyue and Luo Shirin also came over at this time and said in surprise. As daughters of wealthy families, they had naturally heard of such a good treasure. However, since Yan Zhouyue came from a wealthy family, she would probably have to spend a lot of money to afford one. Besides, she was a spirit beast, and not only could he not use her himself, but it would also be a bargain for the future beastmaster he would contract with, so he never bought her. Luo Shirin had obtained one before awakening her bloodline, but later because of the F-level bloodline incident, it was given to Luo Yuqing by someone in the family. I didn't expect to meet one here? Isn't this luck a bit too good to be true? Chen Yi was a little curious. Do you two know about this thing? That's right. This thing is really good. With this thing, you can get any treasure in the secret realm. Brother Chen Yi, if my guess is correct, you are now thinking about how to avoid interference from the space ring, right? Yes. Chen Yi nodded inside. The pointer keeps pointing to the space ring. It can't be used? Luosher covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled softly, a little pride flashing in her eyes. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would be able to see something that Brother Chen Yi can't do. Leave it to me. Luo Shirin took the compass from Chen Yi, closed her eyes, and slowly injected spiritual power into it. Click. A sound like gears meshing was heard. Then, something magical happened. The needle on the compass that was originally locked to the space ring began to rotate again. After a few seconds, it pointed steadily at Yan Zhouyue standing beside it. No, to be precise, it was pointing to the pendant worn on Yan Zhouyue's chest. That fiery red ruby that I bought at the auction before. Is this all right? Chen Yi was confused. Yes. Luo Shirin's eyebrows curved, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her smile. Its principle is actually an energy imprint shield. While injecting spiritual energy to activate the compass, think of something you don't want noticed. Once the compass is activated, it will automatically ignore the energy fluctuations of the item you're thinking of. How's it going? I'm still somewhat useful, right, sister? Chen Yi took the compass and tried it according to the method Luo Shirin said. Sure enough, this thing was no longer pointing at Yan Zhouyue's pendant. Instead, he pointed at Lin Mengxue, who was helping Su Taodao braid her hair not far away. Judging from the looks of it, the target should be the pendant on Lin Mengxue's neck. Success! Shirin, you're awesome. Luo Shirin chuckled twice. I thought Brother Chen Yi was omnipotent. I didn't expect there are still things he can't do. It seems that the knowledge I learned before may come in handy. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations to Luo Shirin for reaching 90 points. Reward reinforcement points plus 30 points. Current reinforcement points, 60 points. Chapter 101, Fire Zone. Hear the system prompt tone. Chen Yi was also slightly stunned for a moment. This increase in favorability is quite interesting, isn't it? Despite showing such fighting ability in the previous battle, Luo Shirin's favorability has not changed at all. Instead, I get extra points now because I don't understand something? This is unexpected. It seems that being strong is certainly important. But in front of these girls who are destined to be extraordinary, occasionally showing a little imperfection will give them the opportunity to display their strengths and can actually bring them closer. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Chen Yi came back to his senses and looked at Luo Shirin's bright and smug smile. He said with a smile, "I'm not an omniscient god. How can I possibly know everything? Every profession has its specializations. If I encounter such blind spots in knowledge again in the future, I will have to rely on Miss Shirin to guide me." Of course. Leave it to me. Luo Shirin nodded excitedly. Brother Chen Yi, I'm here. I'm also good at fighting. I can be of great help. Yan Zhouyue immediately took Chen Yi's other arm, and her fluffy fox tail gently brushed across his calf, with a hint of seeking credit. Chen Yi, I can help too. Cleaning up the battlefield, identifying treasures, etc. Sister, don't leave me behind. I will do my best. The two sisters also came to join in the fun. Hey, what are you doing? If we're not careful, Brother Chen Yi will be divided up by you again. Although Lin Mengxue complained, she also hugged Chen Yi from behind. Brother Chen Yi, we will always support you. Su Taodao stood aside, smiling like a flower. I wanted to join in, but I didn't know how, so I felt a little clumsy. Chen Yi looked at the group of beautiful women with different personalities around him, all surrounding him with trust. A warm current surged from the bottom of my heart, instantly dispelling the solemnity and fatigue after the battle. Thank you, you are all my good children. If I don't understand or lack the ability in the future, I will rely on you. Chen Yi and his group did not stay in this bloody area for too long. After ignoring all the treasures on his body that might be identified by the treasure hunting compass, he left the mountain stream filled with the smell of blood. Chen Yi was originally very excited and planned to explore along the way to see if there were any treasures he had missed. However, after being injected with spiritual power, the compass needle turned diligently for several times, and finally, it drooped down listlessly, without any movement. Within a radius of more than 30 kilometers, apart from the Shifeng Bell Spirit Stone obtained before, there is no other rare treasure that can catch the Luo Pan's eye. Do you want to be plundered so thoroughly? But it doesn't matter. Chen Yi's target was not these treasures. But if they were closer, just a few dozen kilometers away, without the influence of strong winds, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin could arrive in minutes. It's not too much to pick up a treasure on the way, right? And with the treasure hunting compass, it is very easy to get it if you search through it. But there is no need for that. The most urgent thing is to cure the collapse of Huayuetong and Huaxingtong's spiritual power first. According to the map, the left side of the wind area is the light area, and the right side is the fire area. The light area seems to be a better choice. However, the map between the wind area and the light area was covered with warnings in small letters such as spatial turbulence, unknown high-level monster nests, and frequent energy storms, which sounded very dangerous. This made Chen Yi decisively give up the idea. Safety first, let us take a detour to the fire area. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. Lin Mengxue turned into a dragon and flew into the air, carrying everyone towards the fire area. Along the way, everyone found that the surroundings were unusually quiet and there was no trace of any beastmasters or spirit beasts. Perhaps the strong wind outside the wind zone was too strong, so it scared many people away. During the flight, you will occasionally see some flying monsters. But compared to Lin Mengxue, they were all beings that could be killed instantly in one breath, and there was no trace of any beast king. The treasure hunting compass in my hand didn't respond at all along the way, which was really a pity. And so, after a full half day of flying, finally arrived at the boundary between the fire area and the wind area. This place is not like the wind area, which has the boundary of strong windstorm. Instead, an extremely hot heat wave swept over. The sky was no longer blue. Instead, it was covered in crimson and dark gold. The burning sky was shrouded in thick clouds of volcanic ash, appearing a depressing dark red. On the ground, the winding lava river was like a wound in the earth, emitting a dazzling golden red light. It flowed slowly and deadly, illuminating the rolling black smoke. The exposed rocks were burned black by the high temperature, and deep red flames spewed out from the cracks in the cracked earth from time to time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not a place for human beings to stay. Hiss, it's so hot in this damn place. Chen Yi was instantly covered in sweat. It's so hot. Brother Chen Yi, I'm melting. Sutata's face was flushed red, and she was breathing out with her tongue out, looking nothing like the cute little girl she used to be. Luo Shirin tried to summon a breeze, but what hit her face was an even hotter airflow. No, it's getting hotter. The sisters Huayuetong and Huashingtong had red faces and were breathing rapidly. It was obvious that they were also tortured by this extreme environment. Everyone, do you need to cool down? Lin Mengxue asked in a relaxed tone. As an ice-attributed spirit beast, although its weakness is fire, that is only compared to fire-attributed attacks. In this high-temperature environment, the ice property can actually isolate most of the high temperature and is almost unaffected. Similarly, Yan Zhouyue, as a fire-attributed spirit beast, will naturally not be affected by high temperatures. It even feels very comfortable. Yes. Chen Yi hurriedly said, give me some big ice cubes, otherwise your beastmaster will die of heat. Okay, take it. Lin Mengxue blew gently, and the rich ice spiritual power quickly gathered, forming a huge piece of black ice half a person's height in the blink of an eye. It seems really out of tune with the hot environment around it. Seeing this, Luo Shirin quickly transformed into a spirit beast and carried the ice up. Chen Yi and the girls rushed over and hugged the huge block of ice tightly as if they had seen a savior. The cool touch instantly dispelled the heat, and I felt so comfortable that I felt like I was finally pulled back from the brink of hell. I'm alive. This damn place is no place for human beings. We must quickly find the Zhongling stone and get out of here. I thought so too. Has the treasure hunting compass responded? Not yet. If there is any reaction, I will remind you immediately. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, the treasure hunting compass in Chen Yi's hand suddenly vibrated violently. The pointer made a rapid buzzing sound, began to rotate continuously, and finally locked on the southeast direction. Yes, there's a reaction in the southeast. And it's quite strong. Okay, I got it. Everyone hold on tight. Lin Mengxue shouted, and the dragon wings flapped violently, breaking through the rolling heat waves and flying rapidly in the direction indicated by the compass. Chapter 102: The Heart of the Secret Realm. The flight lasted about 10 minutes. An active volcano that looks ready to erupt at any moment appears at the end of the field of vision. The compass needle trembled even more violently at this moment, pointing precisely to a cave entrance at the bottom of the volcano that was illuminated red by the lava. The space inside the cave is extremely vast, and the rock walls are burned by underground fire all year round, showing a dark red and almost black glass luster. But it seems that quite a few beastmasters and spirit beasts have gathered here. A rough estimate is that there are at least 70 or 80 people, including dragon people and Indian people. There are still many remains of fire-attributed monsters around, which should have been cleared out by them. They were divided into 5 or 6 distinct small groups, keeping a wary distance from each other. They didn't communicate with each other, nor did they seem to be digging or searching for anything. What are you all doing here? So many people? What are they doing here? Having a bonfire party? If they light a fire here, they'll burn themselves. Suta hid behind Chen Yi, poked her little head out, and whispered curiously in a low voice. Chen Yi frowned, his mind filled with doubts. The treasure hunting compass is clearly pointing here, and the vibration is so violent, which means there must be a treasure here. Could it be that the treasure is hidden on someone? Or, underground? At this time, everyone also noticed the arrival of Chen Yi and his group. When they discovered that there were 6 women following Chen Yi, they were all shocked. Could he be a 6th-level beastmaster? However, after realizing that Chen Yi's aura was only at the 3rd level, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Either 3 of the spirit beasts are contracted spirit beasts of other people, or they possess S-level talent multiple contracts. Anyway, no matter what, there is at least another team of 5 people here. Thinking of this, several unfriendly looks were immediately cast at him. Surprise, lust, jealousy, possessiveness, all kinds of emotions are there. Tisk, here comes another group of people to grab food. An Indian man with a scar on his face spat and cursed under his breath. Look at those girls, wow, they are simply the best of the best. I wonder what kind of sounds they will make. Another short Indian licked his cracked lips, with a gleam of lust in his eyes. Idiot! Shut up! A tall Indian beastmaster beside him shouted, anyone who dares to take so many beauties deep into this dangerous place must either be a dandy with a strong background who is too fearless to die, or someone so powerful that he feels confident and confident. Do you think he's the first type? Don't get me into trouble. Wait until the door opens. As soon as these words were spoken, they were unanimously agreed by the other two companions, who shrank their necks in disappointment. The way to survive is to make money but not spend it. Don't provoke people from big families. The looks from the other small groups were also full of scrutiny and fear, and they ultimately chose to remain silent and wait and see. Obviously, no one wants to cause trouble at this critical moment. Chenny scratched his head. The location where the treasure hunting compass points is the central area of the cave. But there are a lot of people gathered there. Could it be that the treasure really is with someone? Boom, boom, boom. Just when Chenny was confused. Suddenly, a dull roar came from deep underground, and the entire volcanic cave shook violently. The fiery red gravel fell to the ground, making a dull thud as it hit the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air, and it felt like the cave was about to collapse. However, instead of fear on the faces of the beastmasters and spirit beasts gathered here, they were instantly replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and greed. It's open, it's finally open. It's really true. Damn it, I've been waiting for almost 3 days. If you don't open it soon, I'm going to be roasted to death. Everyone, attention. Follow the original order. Armed forms fully deployed. Prepare to enter. Hurry, hurry. The portal is open for a limited time. Go, whether you want to eat meat or drink soup depends on this exploration. Under everyone's fanatical gaze, the rock in the center of the cave cracked without any warning. Countless huge spider web-like cracks spread wildly in all directions at an alarming speed. The hot air gushed out from the crack like a substance, carrying with it a pungent smell of sulfur and devastating high temperature. The cracks grew larger and larger, and the red light became brighter and brighter, as if there was a heart beating violently beneath the earth. Bang! Finally, with a loud noise, the rocky area in the center collapsed completely, and a deep red pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared. It was a lake of magma that was constantly bubbling and emitting a golden glow. But this is not the most shocking thing. It was originally a very scary scene. But those beastmasters and spirit beasts jumped in one after another and were swallowed by the magma lake, fearless of death. As a result, a strange scene happened. The moment their bodies came into contact with the magma, they were not burned to ashes. Instead, they were like stones thrown into the water, causing only a faint ripple before disappearing in an instant. It seems that this lava lake is a teleportation array. Luo Shireen raised her eyebrows and murmured, could it be that this magma lake is actually the heart of the secret realm? When these words were spoken, Chen Yi and the girls all widened their eyes, looking incredulous. The so-called heart of the secret realm is a special area similar to the core of the secret realm. If the secret realm is compared to the human body, then the heart of the secret realm is the heart of the human body, which is the gathering place of the spiritual power of the entire secret realm. Every secret realm has a secret realm heart, which exists in a corner of the secret realm and its location will not change. However, the opening hours of the secret heart are irregular. Sometimes it takes a week, sometimes even a month, it's completely random. What is even more frustrating is that each opening time is only a few minutes, which is gone in a flash. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to detect any clues. If you don't have incredible luck, even if you immerse yourself in the secret realm for your entire life, you may not be able to discover the existence of the heart of the secret realm. Among the 365 secret realms recorded in the world today, countless beastmasters have explored them. However, after so long a time, only 4 secret realm hearts were finally discovered. This shows how difficult it was to discover them. Of course, something won't be sought after simply because it's rare. The heart of this secret realm is an independent space, which can be said to be a secret realm within a secret realm. Since it is the core area where the spiritual power of the entire secret realm gathers, it naturally breeds all kinds of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth, and various powerful monsters will also emerge. If you are lucky enough to discover some extremely rare treasures from heaven and earth, you probably won't have to worry about your livelihood for the rest of your life. It can be said to be a supreme opportunity that can be encountered but not sought after. No wonder so many people are willing to stay here for days despite the scorching heat. After all this time, is this the entrance to the heart of the secret realm? Chapter 103: A Secret Realm Within a Secret Realm. In just 2 minutes, all the beastmasters and spirit beasts in the cave jumped into the lava lake. Only Chen Yi and his group remained here. How about it? Do you want to come in? Yan Zhouyu asked first. She is a fire-attributed spirit beast, and the breath emitted from the lava lake is an instinctive desire for her. Chen Yi smiled and asked, I have no problem with that. Let me see if you guys want to go explore it? Although it is not clear what treasures are here, nor is it clear what dangers we will encounter. But since the heart of the secret realm is right in front of him, and he has the cheat in hand, it is definitely not to be missed. Of course I want it. The treasure is right in front of me, how could I miss it? That's what I mean, brother Chen Yi, you have so many cards up your sleeve, why are you afraid of these noobs? I don't think I've seen any high-level beastmasters. It seems the news hasn't spread yet, and many treasures may have gone undiscovered. There must be unimaginable treasures inside. Okay then, it's settled. After taking a deep breath, Chen Yi brought the girls to the lava lake. Sure enough, I didn't feel any heat at all, and even felt a cool sensation. This lava lake is just an illusion. No wonder those people dared to jump in without any hesitation. If it really is that kind of boiling lava lake, even if you know it is the entrance to the secret realm, it will take a lot of effort to jump in. Everyone, remember to be alert. This isn't a picnic. Jiu Yue. Exist. You are the strongest and your attributes are most compatible with this place, so you will lead the charge. Activate your armed form and guard against any sneak attacks at the entrance. Yeah, I understand. Yan Zhouyu responded, and 9 fluffy silver white fox tails instantly stretched out, wrapping her body tightly and protecting her. Without hesitation, she leaped towards the rolling lava lake, aiming directly at the center of the lake. The moment her figure touched the magma, only a slight ripple appeared and then disappeared without a trace. Mengxue, Shireen, Taodao, let's go in too. Stay alert and confirm the location and threats immediately after entering. Good. The 3 women responded and moved, their armed forms activated instantly, and they followed Yan Zhouyu and jumped into the magma portal. Moon Pupil. Star Pupil. Chen Yi looked at the last Hua sisters and said, you don't have much fighting power. Go in after 10 seconds. Don't panic after you go in. Get close to us immediately. Do you understand? Clear. The 2 sisters nodded heavily, held each other's hands tightly, and began to count down, 10, 9, 8. Seeing this, Chen Yi did not hesitate too much and jumped in. 10 seconds later, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong looked at each other and jumped down towards the surging golden red lava together. And at the moment their figures disappeared on the surface of the magma. Buzz. The surging lava lake, the huge pit, the spider web-like cracks, all the strange visions were like being wiped by an invisible eraser and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The huge lava cave fell into deathly silence again. No one noticed what had happened here. A feeling of spatial distortion, similar to that felt when entering the 5 elements secret realm, came over me. Everyone's gaze was engulfed by a burst of white light. When Chen Yi's sight refocused, what came into view was not the expected purgatory of roiling magma, but a very strange scene. This is a forest. But what constitutes the forest is not lush green trees, but blazing flames of various shapes. The whole forest was burning silently, filled with an unreal and dreamy feeling. However, the most peculiar thing is that even in this flaming forest, one can't feel the slightest bit of heat. Instead, a cool energy enveloped the body, dispelling the heat brought by the fire area. Touching the flames did not cause any harm. This flaming forest is actually an illusion? Chen Yi looked around quickly. The various groups of beastmasters that had poured in earlier were now scattered in different directions, keeping a vigilant distance from each other and guarding against each other, with no signs of taking action for the time being. Yan Zhouyu, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shireen, Su Taodao, Hua Yuetong, Hua Xingtong, none of them were missing, and they all arrived safely. They were not standing on flat ground, but on a circular mountain with a peculiar structure. The entire mountain is like a giant layered cake, divided into 5 huge circular platforms according to 5 different attributes. If you look at this mountain from a distance, you should see a mountain that looks like a colorful popsicle. In the area at the foot of the mountain shrouded in a colorful halo, one can vaguely see the magical treasures of heaven and earth emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. Just sensing it from afar makes one's heart burn with joy. But there seems to be only one way leading down the mountain, a circular road that spirals down layer by layer along the ring-shaped mountain. The height difference between each platform is estimated to be more than 300 meters. What's even more strange is that this space is filled with a powerful restrictive force, making it impossible to fly. Even with the physical fitness of a 5th-level spirit beast, if it jumped from a height of hundreds of meters, it would probably break bones and tendons. From this point of view, if you want to get the treasure at the foot of the mountain, you can only go down step by step. In fact, 2 groups of beastmasters have already started to move forward. Hurry! Keep up! Don't let those Dragon Country guys get the upper hand. Damn, these bastards run so fast. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and catch up. If you're slow, you might not even have anything to eat. Boss! Look over there. What's that? An Indian suddenly pointed to a relatively empty area in the fire illusion not far away and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw that on the burning flaming grass, there were actually several fiery red flowers growing. The petals are composed of dancing golden red flames, while the petals supporting the petals present a warm and thick dark golden color, which is particularly eye-catching against the background of the flame illusion. Then, could that be a spark? Sparks? Are you kidding me? Can't that thing only grow in magma? How can it possibly grow in the soil? Don't forget, these flaming forests are all illusions. Maybe these sparks are also illusions. It shouldn't be an illusion. The fire-attributed spiritual energy emanating from the petals doesn't seem fake at all. The discussion instantly exploded in the crowd. Greedy and doubtful gazes were as real as substance, focused on those sparks. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Because of the existence of the system interface. He could tell at a glance that this thing was not an illusion, but real sparks. Sparkle, 8 stars. A divine flower containing a large amount of spiritual power. After being consumed by fire attribute spirit beasts, the improvement effect will be significantly improved during affinity training. Chapter 104 Trial. Brother Chen Yi. Yan Zhouyue gently tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and said coquettishly, I want that flower, okay? She could clearly feel the power contained in the flaming petals. If she can refine it, she will definitely be able to learn new skills soon in the future. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said softly, Don't worry, Zhouyue. Since it's a good treasure, you have to be alive to get it. Let them help us explore the way first. Sure enough, the moment Chen Yi finished speaking, the other beastmasters reacted immediately, rushing forward and starting to fight for the sparks. Get out of here. Our team members saw this flower first. Who dares to snatch it? A burly Indian beastmaster roared and charged towards Star Spark like a bull. Who said that? I saw it a long time ago, but I just didn't say it out loud. Another member of the Dragon Nation team sneered and quickly approached Starspark from the other side. The 2 figures rushed to a place less than 5 meters away from the sparks almost at the same time. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Swish, swish, swish. Just when their fingertips were about to touch the petals, the grass under my feet suddenly shook violently. Several thorny vines, as thick as thumbs and burning with dark red flames, broke out of the ground at lightning speed. With a scream that tore through the air, it pierced through the hearts of the 2 beastmasters from behind. Ah! Lin, save me! Upon seeing this scene, their contracted spirit beasts were immediately horrified. He immediately rushed forward and tried to cut the vines to rescue him. However, it was too late. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted from the bodies of the 2 beastmasters. In just 2 or 3 seconds, they were engulfed by flames from the inside out in full view of everyone, turning into 2 dazzling balls of fire and then annihilated. Only some burnt residues were left. How so? Damn it! There really is an ambush. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to get a treasure like the Starspark. However, since there is a protective mechanism, doesn't that mean these sparks are not illusions? Just as everyone was staring at the flaming vines vigilantly. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by teeth-grinding friction sounds and low roars, the entire flaming forest suddenly came alive. The illusions of flaming trees around suddenly became reality. The thick roots suddenly pulled out from the ground and turned into feet to support the body. A hideous face appeared on the twisted rough tree trunk, and the hollow tree hole emitted a scream like that of an evil spirit. It turned out to be Warcraft? And there are as many as 70 or 80 of them. Warcraft, Red Flame Demon Tree. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level 4, Stage 5. Attributes, Fire, Wood, Earth. Skills: Flame Thorns, Fireball, Camouflage. Introduction: specializes in disguising as harmless plants to launch deadly sneak attacks. Prefers to fight in groups, making them extremely formidable. It's a monster, a camouflaged monster. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Everyone, prepare to fight, stand back to back, and be careful of the vines. Be careful, this thing is a type of monster I've never seen before. I have no idea how it attacks. Don't panic. I don't think its aura has exceeded level 5. Hold the formation steady. I have to say, they are truly a team of beast masters that can survive in the fire zone for several days. Although the scene of their companion's tragic death was still before their eyes, their combat experience allowed them to calm down quickly and organize the battle. The spirit beast girls instantly switched to armed form, and lights of various colors lit up, forming a defensive circle. The male beast masters activated their own talents, strengthening their spirit beasts, building shields, or preparing for long-range attacks. The hostility between different teams was temporarily put aside at this moment, and they faced the monster tide in front of them together. The battle broke out instantly. The sounds of energy exploding, monsters roaring, and people shouting filled the air. Fortunately, the combat effectiveness of these red flame demon trees is not strong. The only difficulty may be disguise and sneak attack. If the two beast masters at the beginning had not focused all their attention on Sparkle, they would not have ended up dying in this place that is not even a foreign land. Wow, husband, you died so tragically. What are we going to do if you leave? Damn it! Why did this happen? After the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster sacrificed himself. His 3 contracted spirit beasts surrounded the sapphire pendant, which had only half of it left, crying heart-wrenchingly and inconsolably. The other beastmasters and spirit beasts on the team came forward and whispered words of comfort. They said things like, "The dead cannot be resurrected, my condolences, there is hope only if we live, we can sell the sparks for a good price," etc. On the other side, after the death of the Indian Beastmaster, several of his contracted spirit beasts just glanced indifferently at the place where he disappeared, and there was even a barely perceptible trace of relief and pleasure on their faces. Even his fellow beastmasters didn't say anything. Feeling a little ironic? After the battle, the remains of the magic trees and thorns were cleared away one by one. Wait, did you guys notice? The number of these red flame demon trees seems to be exactly the same as ours? Could this be some kind of mechanism? One of the beastmasters who was responsible for collecting the Warcraft Crystal Core trophies murmured in disbelief. After the joint battle just now, the atmosphere between the various groups has eased a lot. They are no longer hostile to each other like they were at the beginning. But as the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food, and they will not give in when it comes to interests. Therefore, each group sent a beastmaster to collect the spoils, supervise each other, and then discuss how to distribute them when the time comes. I didn't expect that after counting together, I found that the number of monster crystal cores, plus the number of the 2 dead people, were exactly the same. Upon hearing this, the beastmasters around also came forward. Really? They're exactly the same. Is this a coincidence? Should be? Everyone agreed that this might just be a coincidence. How could it be such a coincidence that the number of monsters that appeared was equal to the number of people here? However, Chenny didn't think so. With his systemic perspective, he had already realized that something was wrong. Before launching the attack, Chenny didn't even see any interface of these flaming trees and thorns. In other words, they were instantly transformed into monsters after the 2 sacrificed beastmasters approached the Starspark. Combined with the number that is accurate to the single digit. A word came to his mind: trial. Just like the monster boss in some online games, it will summon a corresponding number of monsters based on the number of players. I'm afraid this is the rule set in the heart of the secret realm. Only by defeating the guardian corresponding to your share can you obtain the corresponding treasure. Chapter 105. Watching the show. Brother Chenyi, what's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Luo Shirin noticed that Chunyi's expression changed a little and asked with concern. Those sparks, shouldn't we get them? Yan Zhouyue couldn't help but pull Chenyi's sleeve again. If you don't go now, they're really going to divide it all up. Chenyi came back to his senses from his thoughts and said calmly, I'm fine. Let them have that thing first. Are you going to give that thing to them? But I really want it. It's okay. If I'm right, these treasures will be ours sooner or later. Let them keep them for a while. Is that so? Yan Zhouyue was itching to do it. But since Chenyi said so, it means that he is definitely sure of this. You can't go wrong by trusting him. On the other hand, after some debate and compromise, the remaining 5 teams finally reached an allocation agreement. There are 7 sparks in total. The 2 teams that sacrificed their beast masters, as discoverers and victims, each received 2-star sparks as compensation and pensions, while the remaining 3 teams each received 1. The Warcraft cores are evenly distributed according to the number of team members. As for Chen Yi and his group who stood by and watched the whole process, they were naturally ignored by everyone tacitly. You didn't contribute anything in the battle just now, and you're just a beastmaster. Why should you get a share of the spoils? Is it because of the many beauties you bring with you? Chen Yi didn't care about this at all. Instead, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth as if he was looking forward to the show. How long you can keep these treasures warm is still unknown. The spoils were quickly distributed. Everyone gathered their composure and continued down the circular mountain road, heading towards the next level of a cyan platform emitting rich wind energy. The illusion of flames was gradually replaced by a flowing blue halo, and the air was filled with the gentle breath of wind. Not long after they started walking, the Beastmaster who was exploring the way ahead exclaimed again. Look everyone! What kind of tree is that? There was an ancient tree with a strange shape growing next to the steep cliff at the edge of the green platform. The trunk is strong and twisted, with a jade-like color. The branches are full of strange fruits that are the size of fists, shaped like starfruits, and have a green and yellow halo all over their bodies. Rich wind-type spiritual energy emanated from the fruit like a substance, forming tiny cyclones visible to the naked eye. It doesn't look like an ordinary thing. What is that fruit? Does anyone know? I've never seen this before, but this spiritual energy fluctuation is definitely a top-notch treasure. Wait. Why do I feel like that thing is a wind soul fruit? I remember that wind soul fruit slices are also in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Wind soul fruit? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A wind soul fruit tree only bears 1 fruit, and there are at least 40 or 50 fruits hanging here. How could it be a wind soul fruit? Don't forget, the sparks from before grew in the earth. In the heart of the secret realm, everything is possible. Regardless of whether it's the wind soul fruit or not, since it's a divine treasure from heaven and earth, it's right to collect it and prepare for it. According to the rules, each team will send 1 person to form an exploration team. Approach with caution. Soon, 5 selected beastmasters formed a temporary team. They looked nervous and moved cautiously towards the strange wind soul fruit tree. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, just the moment they stepped into a certain area. An eagle's cry that tore through the sky suddenly sounded from high above. Accompanied by violent airflow, dozens of giant eagles with a wingspan of more than 5 meters and covered with blue-black feathers suddenly appeared in the sky and swooped down towards the crowd. The number is exactly the same as everyone on the platform at the moment. Warcraft, Exploding Wind Sculpture. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, Level 4, Stage 5. Attribute, Wind. Skills, Explosive Dive, Wind Blade. Introduction, aerial hunters who control the power of storms, possessing extreme speed and aerial dominance. When deployed in groups, their threat is doubled. Sure enough, there are guardian monsters here too. Be careful in the sky. Look, their number is exactly the same as ours. It seems this is the same entity as the treasure guardian. Everyone, prepare for battle. Stop talking nonsense. Maintain your formation. They are flying monsters, be careful of their ranged attacks. The battle broke out instantly. The exploding wind eagle had absolute air superiority, shuttling through the air at high speed, and each dive brought with it a powerful wind blade storm. Watch your left. Hold on. How difficult. Before long, the beastmasters and spirit beasts on the ground were engaged in a bitter battle. The inability to fly makes them sitting ducks, and they can only passively defend and counterattack with long-range skills, which is extremely inefficient. Although there were no new deaths for the time being, people were constantly being cut by wind blades or injured by the shock waves of the explosion, and their combat effectiveness continued to decline. If we continue to fight like this, defeat is probably just a matter of time. But, unexpectedly, the situation this time was exactly the same as when the red flame demon tree attacked before. These magical beasts had no intention of attacking Chen Yi and his group. They seemed to be specifically targeting the group of beastmasters. However, to be more precise, 2 spirit beast girls were also not attacked. After witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was finally convinced that this was the trial specially set up by the heart of the secret realm. Only those who successfully pass the trial are qualified to obtain the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth guarded by Warcraft. Not only that, this trial seems to have a level limit. All the Beastmasters who come here to explore are powerful warriors above level 4. The two Spirit Beast girls were only at the 3rd level and 10th stage, and had not yet broken through the bottleneck of the 4th level. Perhaps that was why they were able to escape. In addition, there is another eye-catching detail. Once these explosive wind sculptures lock onto a target, they will never switch targets again. Even if a spirit beast had its back to them and was completely defenseless, they showed no signs of a sneak attack. They really take care of low-level players. What made those Beastmasters who were fighting hard feel extremely frustrated was that Chen Yi and his group were still standing leisurely at the edge of the battlefield. Damn it, they were all fighting hard, but Chen Yi was just watching the show. Funny? Damn. Is this thing so difficult? If I could fly, I wouldn't be so exhausted from fighting. What's the point of saying all this now? Stop the fucking whining. Ciao. You guys who are watching the show over there. Are you guys dead? Come and help. In the Dragon Nation team that had lost its captain earlier, a 4th order, 6th stage Beastmaster was so angry that he cursed, 7 of these are yours. If it weren't for you, would I have had such a hard time fighting? Why don't you come and help? What a stupid rich 2nd generation. In this case, if they lose, you guys will die here too. Don't you understand this common sense? Chapter 106 Request for Support. Hearing this logically clear accusation, Chen Yi almost laughed out loud. The red flame demon tree was so weak just now, why didn't you think of him? Now that you can't defeat the exploding wind eagle, you start using moral blackmail? But even if you think this way, people can still be saved. Otherwise, these people would be blown down the mountain by the exploding wind eagle, and they wouldn't be able to get the sparks. Your Excellency is right. There should indeed be 7 of them for us. Then I'll help take care of 7 of them. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls who had already understood what he meant moved instantly. Ice breath. Lin Mengxue opened her red lips slightly, and an extremely cold, frosty breath swept out, freezing the air wherever it passed. The 3 explosive wind sculptures froze in an instant, turned into ice sculptures, and shattered on the ground. Wind blade. Luo Shireen raised her jade hand slightly, and countless green wind blades appeared out of thin air, interweaving into a web of death. In an instant, the 2 wind eagles that were trying to gain altitude were swept into it and turned into a bloody mist. Monster fox fire. Yen Zhouyue snapped her fingers, and 2 dark purple sparks shot out, accurately hitting the 2 explosive wind eagles. There was no explosion, no screams. The 2 sparks were like black holes, completely wiping out the existence of the 2 explosive wind eagles in an instant. Life devouring. Su Tao Tao was even more simple and brutal. The black hole vortex appeared and she directly pulled an explosive wind eagle over. Under the influence of life devouring, the cyan body gradually collapsed and turned into pure energy to be absorbed by it. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and 10 explosive wind eagles were annihilated. Chen Yi said he would kill 7 of them, and even kill 3 more. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. All the Beastmasters, Spirit Beasts, and even those ferocious Wind Eagles that were fighting against the Wind Eagles, froze in their movements for a moment. What just happened? Am I dazzled? One move, killing everyone instantly? That little girl, she ate the monster? Oh my god, could this really be a 6th level Beastmaster? Too strong. The burly man who had just been cursing opened his mouth wide, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Thinking of the ridicule and contempt I had shown towards Chen Yi just now, I wished I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It turns out that Chen Yi didn't hesitate to take action because he was completely unaware of the current situation. But because he has absolute confidence in his own strength, he feels that there is no need to take action at all. After all, with such strength, if he waits until they are all dead before taking action, he can completely enjoy the entire treasure to himself. It's just fucking against the will of heaven. However, even though Chen Yi and his team instantly killed 10 exploding Wind Eagles, the disadvantageous situation of these Beastmasters remains unchanged. The exploding Wind Eagles' advantage in the air is simply too great. Those of them on the ground can only be treated as living targets. After seeing this scene, Chen Yi finally understood why there were rarely any beast tamers in the wind area. It is really difficult for them to deal with flying spirit beasts. The Dragon Country team that had lost its captain was now in the most difficult situation. The few remaining members and spirit beasts were in danger under the siege of several Wind Eagles. The team leader, Wang Ruochen, shouted towards Chen Yi, "Brother! Help us! Help us get rid of these monsters that are pestering us. The 2 sparks our team was given earlier are yours. Although sparks are very valuable. But rather than dying here immediately, he had no choice but to cut off his arm to survive. A sparkle costs about 1 million dragon country coins. But within the heart of this secret realm, all kinds of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth are everywhere. This time, he just happened to encounter a flying monster that he was not good at dealing with, so he was beaten so badly. If you come across other treasures later, are you still worried that you won't be able to earn back the money? Your life is saved, so why are you worried about not making money? What's more, Chen Yi didn't seem to want the wind soul fruit. Although one of these things can only be sold for around 20,000 to 30,000, the quantity is huge. If I get a bigger share at that time, I might make more than 2 sparks. Chen Yi's eyes swept across Yan Zhouyue's eyes, which lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth curled up in the expected arc. Star spark? That thing won't be of much use to me. Chen Yi said calmly, but since you've already brought it up, I'll accept those 2 sparks with reluctance. Deal. Here you go. He almost shouted, and at the same time quickly took out 2 special jade boxes from his backpack and threw them towards Chen Yi. Happy. Chen Yi raised his hand to catch the jade box and threw it directly to Yan Zhouyue, who was already impatient. At the same time, a look was given and the girls responded one after another. In no time, they got rid of the monsters surrounding them. The crisis was resolved just like that. The remaining few members of the Beastmaster team collapsed on the ground as if exhausted, gasping for breath, and looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of gratitude and awe for surviving the disaster. The other teams that were still struggling seemed to have discovered something after seeing this scene. It seems that as long as he can get rid of the monsters that attack him, he will be done. Damn it! That Dragon Country guy, come and help. The 2 sparks we have are yours too. The Indian Beastmaster team, one of whom had lost a member, now sent a cry for help to Chen Yi with anxious faces. Damn it, if they continue like this, they will surely die. The only way to survive is to cut off your arm. Chen Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. No problem. Swish, swish, swish. The girls used a few simple moves. The explosive wind eagles surrounding the Indians were all killed. Of the remaining 3 beast tamer teams, 2 finally succumbed to the immense pressure. Similarly, they also used sparks as bargaining chips to ask Chen Yi for help. The last team of Indian Beastmasters gritted their teeth and chose to hold on to the end. In the end, at the cost of 7 spirit beast girls being slightly injured and 2 spirit beast girls being seriously injured, they successfully defeated the enemy. At this time, everyone did not immediately choose to scramble for the spoils, but looked at Chen Yi and his party with complicated expressions. An hour ago, they were still secretly laughing at Chen Yi in their hearts, thinking that he was just a young master who took a girl for a ride. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The strength of these girls is beyond imagination, and they are definitely the best among the 3rd-level spirit beasts. I'm afraid that if they were just one team, no, even if 2 teams were combined, they might not be a match for Chen Yi alone. The Beastmaster from the Indian Kingdom also looked at Chen Yi with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. They could never have imagined that such a powerful figure would appear in Dragon Country. This was simply outrageous. Thanks for the help, bro. The team of Tianju Beastmasters from before also walked up to Chen Yi with 2 sparks, and said with gratitude, "This is the reward we promised you before." Chen Yi took the sparks and said, "Thank you. My little beauty really likes this thing now." Seeing this, other teams also sent representatives to deliver the goods. The heart of the secret realm is such a tiny place, and Chen Yi is so powerful. If you default on your debt, you might die without knowing how. Chapter 107 Weird Creatures. Here, Zhouyue, the sparks you wanted. Chen Yi handed all the sparks to Yan Zhouyue. Are you satisfied now? The moment she saw the sparks, Yan Zhouyue's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed and she smiled. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. Buji. By the way, brother Chen Yi. Lin Mengxue stared at the tree not far away and asked in confusion, those people are fighting over the fruit. It looks so tempting. Why don't we want it? Chen Yi did not answer immediately. He just silently cast his gaze towards the Beastmasters who were fighting for the prize, a hint of indifference in his eyes that seemed to understand everything. He turned to look at Luo Shirin and said, Shirin, please explain to everyone what the windburn fruit is. Windburn fruit? Hearing this, Luo Shirin's body trembled violently, and her pupils shrank slightly. Chen Yi, are you trying to say that those fruits are wind-burning fruits? Yes. Chenny nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over the beast masters whose eyes couldn't leave the fruit trees. They've simply been distorted in appearance by the special environment of the secret realm heart, disguising themselves as the wind soul fruit that everyone desires. Luo Shirin took a deep breath, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. I instantly understood why Chenny had been indifferent before. She quickly turned around, lowered her voice, and explained, "Sisters, you all know about wind poison, right? Its core ingredient is this wind burn fruit." Hiss. Hearing this, the girls collectively gasped. The name of Fengdu can be said to be an urban legend in the world of beastmasters, and it is well known. Even an 8th level spirit beast would die instantly after accidentally ingesting wind poison. For those of them who haven't reached the 4th level yet, they might die immediately if they touch it. It can be said to be extremely poisonous. Who would have thought that the dreaded poisonous core is actually the fruit in front of us that looks like a dragon fruit? Fortunately, Chenny had a keen eye and recognized the thing. Otherwise, the consequences will be truly unimaginable. The short break did not quell the greed in people's hearts. After being wary of each other and having brief negotiations, several teams of beastmasters finally couldn't resist the temptation of what might be the wind soul fruit and began to divide it up impatiently. It was still the same old rules. Each team sent one person forward to pick the fruits, and the other team members supervised each other to prevent anyone from taking more than they wanted. Morid, a tall, dark-skinned Indian beastmaster, was chosen by his companions. He licked his cracked lips, took a deep breath, and without any precautions, he walked forward and picked the largest-looking fruit. But at the moment his fingertips touched the smooth fruit peel, something strange happened. Ah huh! Heart-wrenching screams swept across the world. He pulled his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, but it was too late. I saw an extremely strange, sticky dark green color that looked like a living thing spreading wildly from his fingertips that touched the fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the dark green passed, the skin instantly lost its luster and became like rotten leather. In just 1 second, the dark green color engulfed his entire arm and spread to his shoulders, chest, and even his entire body at a terrifying speed. Morid! What's wrong with you? His companions were horrified and subconsciously wanted to move forward, but were forced back by the strong ominous aura. Oh no! Look at his skin, it's all green. This fruit is poisonous. The green, it's spreading so fast, it's wind poison. That thing is windburn fruit. Get away from him. Get away from that tree. A knowledgeable beastmaster from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly changed his expression, roared loudly, and retreated violently, rolling and crawling backwards. The crowd retreated in fear like a boiling pot, leaving a huge vacuum. Even Morid's own contracted spirit beast retreated 100 meters away in an instant. Just a few seconds. Morid's skin had become a sticky dark green color, like a corpse soaked in venom. He fell to the ground, his body rolling and twitching violently uncontrollably, and his wails resounded through the sky. Each twitch was accompanied by dark green mucus oozing from under the skin. Finally, after a few seconds, the wailing stopped completely. Dead. A 4th level, 5th stage Indian beastmaster, famous for his resistance to poison, died just after touching the windburn fruit? The tragic death made all the witnesses' scalps tingle, their backs chilled, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. How is this possible? Wind poison, is it really so terrifying? Just a touch and it's gone? At this moment, everyone gasped. The air was filled with a strong sense of fear and relief at having survived the disaster. This basin of cold water completely extinguished the greed in everyone's heart, leaving only a cold fear. However, this is not the end. Just a few breaths after Morid died, the body that was curled up in pain suddenly trembled. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the corpse slowly crawled up from the ground in a strange posture that was completely contrary to its physiological structure. A large area around was covered in green shadows. Wherever the shadow passed, everything seemed to be soaked in sulfuric acid, making a hissing corrosion sound. The thing stood in the shadows, emitting a pale green light like rotting moss, and its skin constantly oozing pus. His body was twisted and hunched, his limbs were as thin as dead branches, yet he had a strange and inhuman feeling. It slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of completely cloudy, pale eyeballs. There were no pupils, no focus, only a white film as if covered with thick corpse wax, staring intently at every living thing present. Just looking at it, everyone present felt a chill. What is this? Morid, what's wrong with you? Hello, can you hear me? Don't call him. This thing seems to have been corroded by something. Stay away. Everyone, get away from that thing. An unprecedented sense of panic instantly spread in everyone's heart. The zombie monster's eyes rolled emotionlessly, instantly locking onto the Indian beastmaster closest to it. The next second, it moved. Bringing with it a gust of foul-smelling wind, it pounced forward at an almost unimaginable speed, aiming directly at the beastmaster's throat. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. At the critical moment, the beastmaster's contracted spirit beast, the saber-toothed tiger, rushed from the side, and its metal blade claws directly blocked the zombie's dry claws. The enormous force caused her body to sway, but she still managed to block the fatal blow. She used the recoil force to wrap her own beastmaster with her tail and leaped back several meters. However, when the spirit beast girl looked down at her blade claws that had touched the zombie monster, she was completely dumbfounded. It turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then began to peel off and wither as if it was eroded by time. Just one contact caused such a terrible backlash? What the hell is this? Chapter 108: The Cursed Evil Corpse. Everyone, prepare for battle. If we don't get rid of this thing, we probably won't be able to find the treasure. No close combat, focus fire from range. Quick! No, it's too fast, I can't hit it. Look out! It's coming! A group of beastmasters immediately took up a defensive stance and began to resist the invasion of zombie monsters. However, the zombie monster was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, relying on its extremely fast speed and the horrific and corrosive poison it carried all over its body. It shuttled through the crowd and wreaked havoc. The beastmaster's formation collapsed instantly, and they could only dodge and retreat in a panic. All long-range attacks missed due to its high speed and irregular movements, and no one dared to approach it in close combat. At this time, Chen narrowed his eyes. A system interface appeared before his eyes. However, it is not the system interface of spirit beasts or demon beasts, but the system interface of items. Cursed Evil Corpse, 1 star. A product of the rules of the heart of the secret realm. Anyone who dies from the wind poison will transform into this creature. The Guardian's class is the same as the deceased's in life, and their level of strength is roughly that of an S-level spirit beast bloodline. Note, this target possesses a large amount of wind attribute spiritual power. After killing a wind attribute spiritual beast, you can extract the spiritual power from it to nourish yourself. So he's the guardian of the secret realm? So, the two people who were pierced through the chest by thorns and turned into ashes just now were not actually the ability of the red flame demon tree. But if you die from a fire attribute attack, you'll die in that state. Am I correct? Yes. This is a unique mechanism of the secret heart of the 5 elements secret realm. After being killed by the 5 attributes, you will encounter different curses. Is that so? This 5 elements secret realm is quite interesting. Different attributes have different effects. Even if you die from an attack of a certain attribute, you will get different death rattle effects. It doesn't feel like a secret place, but rather like a natural martial arts training ground. Swish! A pale green claw shadow flashed by. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. A spirit beast girl who was unable to dodge in time was pierced through the shoulder by the sharp claws of the cursed evil corpse. The toxic and corrosive forces invade instantly. Her beastmaster's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, wanting to rush over to rescue her, but his companions held him back tightly. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. As a result, the next second, a scene that was enough to destroy all will to resist occurred. The severely injured spirit beast girl began to twitch violently and unnaturally the moment she was thrown away. The dark green color quickly spread to the wound, and the skin visibly shriveled and changed color. Just 10 seconds later. Under everyone's horrified gaze, she stopped struggling, twisting her body in an equally strange way, and slowly climbed up from the ground. She also emitted a pale green light, and her cloudy white eyes stared at everyone present. Surprisingly, it transformed into the second cursed evil corpse. How is this possible? If you're killed by it, will you also turn into that kind of monster? 2 of them. We couldn't handle one, and now there are 2? It's over, it's completely over. We're all going to die here. We're all going to turn into monsters like this. The panic completely turned into desperate wails. Faced with 2 agile evil corpses that could kill anyone who touched them and even cast spells, the remaining beastmaster's fighting spirit completely collapsed. Some people collapsed to the ground, some people ran away with their heads in their hands, and the situation was completely out of control. Brother Chen, should we take action? Luo Shirin looked at the 2 crazily rampaging evil cursed corpses in the field and asked tremblingly, if this continues, the more people are killed, the more evil corpses there will be, forming a corpse tide, and I'm afraid we will also. She didn't say anything else, but the meaning was self-evident. Hearing this, Chun-Yi pondered for a while. The reason why he never let the girls take action. On the one hand, they were worried that if they were accidentally poisoned, they would also turn into zombies. On the other hand, Chun-Yi wanted these people to give up and leave the heart of the secret realm honestly. I didn't intend to be a savior. But the current situation is out of control. If these two evil corpses are allowed to continue killing and transforming, their numbers will increase exponentially, which will indeed cause huge trouble. The girls are also eager to try it, so there is no need to dampen their enthusiasm. Chun-Yi nodded, go ahead. From the looks of it, it seems like it doesn't have any long-range moves. But Taotao, don't attack me, I don't like lowly zombies. Hearing this, Su Taotao curled her lips and murmured, I already said I'm not a lowly. Alright, now's not the time to talk about this. You stay here to protect Yuetong and Xingtong, stay away, and don't get close to the battlefield. After all, Chun-Yi didn't know either. Su Taotao used the power of Tao Tai to devour the power of the evil corpse, but would she also be corroded by the poison? Okay, I got it. Su Taotao nodded, immediately took Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong's hands, and quickly retreated behind the relatively safe rocks at the edge of the battlefield, vigilantly observing everything around her. Roar! The two cursed evil corpses were wreaking havoc, and they couldn't be touched. The spirit beast's formation was broken in minutes, and no one dared to approach them. Despair gradually appeared on the faces of the beast masters. I barely managed to survive the attack of the exploding wind eagle, but now here comes an even more powerful one. Am I really going to die here? At this moment, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Yan Zhouyue joined the battle. Because the cursed evil corpses only attack beings above level 4, they only need to be responsible for long-range firepower output, just like hitting wooden stakes. But the result was somewhat unexpected. Frost breath freezes an area, but only leaves frost on the ground after the evil corpse passes through. The wind blade flew past the afterimage of the evil corpse and shattered a piece of rock. The strange foxfire burned the air, but it only burned the fishy trail caused by the evil corpse, and couldn't hit it at all. Damn it! Too fast. As slippery as a loach. Why can't it be like in the game, where hitting friendly units doesn't cause damage? The evil corpse's dodging ability is beyond imagination, and its movement trajectory is irregular. In addition, with the presence of teammates, it is impossible to launch a large-scale attack. It's considered good if 2 or 3 out of 10 attacks can hit the target, and the damage caused is like scratching an itch. When Chun-Yi saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. Is the speed so fast? This is a bit difficult to handle. While thinking, Chun-Yi suddenly made a very extravagant decision. He took out an ice jade fruit from his space ring and faced it forward. This thing is one of Yan Zhouyue's dowry, and it's time to use it. Su Taotao, who had retreated to a safe corner, saw this scene and asked in confusion, what's wrong, brother Chun-Yi? It's not time to eat now, is it? Chun-Yi smiled and said, how is that possible? Taotao, I'm going to use my ultimate move next. You better watch carefully. Big move? Su Taotao was stunned for a moment. What ultimate move requires the use of ice jade fruit? But since Chun-Yi said so, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Chapter 109, Stimulating the Power of Ice Element. After taking a deep breath, Chun-Yi whispered, System, I want to activate the ice jade fruit's confinement effect. Ding! Consumed 5 reinforcement points, activated successfully. At the moment the system voice fell, something strange happened. The ice jade fruit in Chun-Yi's palm suddenly burst out with a very dazzling blue light. The light did not spread outward, but rapidly collapsed and condensed inward. In just a moment, it turned into 2 ice runes composed of the purest ice laws. The rune floated in Chun-Yi's palm, rotating slowly. The air around him would make a crackling sound from time to time, and the surrounding ground was covered with a thick layer of white frost, spreading outward with Chun-Yi as the center. Oh. So this is how the imprisonment effect works. In that case, it's settled. Chun-Yi uttered a word lightly and flicked his wrist seemingly casually. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by 2 sounds of breaking through the air. 2 thumb-thick dark blue cold lights appeared in response, as if they had life, accurately bypassing the gaps between all the beast masters, ignoring all obstacles, crossing the space, and sinking into the chests of the 2 zombies. Crack! Crack! A teeth-grinding freezing sound suddenly rang out. With the point where the cold light penetrated as the center, the pale frost spread outwards madly like flesh corroded by wind poison, instantly covering the limbs, torso, and head of the cursed evil corpse. The terrifying cold air erupted, even condensing into tiny ice crystals and snowflakes in the air. Moment. The two evil corpses that were still slashing around in the crowd just a second ago, all their movements were forcibly paused. They maintained their ferocious pouncing posture, completely covered from head to toe by a layer of crystal clear ice several inches thick. They turned into two ice sculptures emitting a chilling cold air. Even the bloodthirsty expressions remaining on their faces and the mucus dripping from their claws were clearly frozen in it. The entire battlefield seemed to be paused. All the shouts, screams, and sounds of weapons clashing came to an abrupt end at this moment. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, their movements frozen, their eyes fixed on the two ice sculptures. Dead silence. Deathly silence. Only the wisps of white cold air emitted by the ice sculptures rose silently on the scorching battlefield, bringing a strange and cold contrast. The next second, all the beast masters burst into shouts of disbelief. Ice, frozen? Oh my god. Who did this? Which boss did it? Is that the little girl with dragon horns? Are her ice attribute skills that powerful? No, it wasn't her. It seems to have been done by her beastmaster. As soon as these words were spoken, countless shocked eyes focused on Chen Yi, who was not far away. Seeing this, Chen Yi just smiled faintly, ignoring the thunderous reactions of the beastmasters. He glanced at the two ice sculptures calmly, then looked at the girls and said softly, "That thing is trapped, but it's not dead yet. You should get rid of it." Hearing this, the girls finally came back to their senses from their shock. No, this is too outrageous, right? Especially Lin Mengxue, her whole body was numb from the shock. She has the blood of the frost dragon. But it was difficult for her to hit the cursed evil corpse, let alone freeze it completely. But in the end, Chen Yi succeeded with just one move? Who is the spiritual beast with SSS-level bloodline? Ding. Lin Mengxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations to Lin Mengxue for reaching 90 points. Reward reinforcement points plus 30 points. It's not just Lin Mengxue's favorability that has increased. Changes in the favorability of other girls also followed one after another. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 91 points. Ding. Sutada's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 92 points. Ding. Hua Yueton's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Ding. Hua Xington's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Of course, the most surprising person is Yan Zhouyue. Brother Chen Yi, is he so powerful? How many abilities does he have that I don't know about? Ding. Yan Zhouyue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding. Yan Zhouyue's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 reinforcement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Intermediate Strength Amplification card X3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Beast Taming Whip. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Yi exclaimed inwardly. He almost couldn't maintain his pretentious image, and burst out with a series of beautiful Chinese quintessence. I was stunned on the spot. In fact, at the beginning, Chen Yi never thought about gaining the girl's favorability. He simply wanted to confirm what kind of effect the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth with various attributes would produce after being activated. After all, Chen Yi had already thought about it carefully before. As for things like favorability, he thinks everything should be left to fate. Sometimes, when it comes to the relationship between men and women, the more deliberately you plan, the more likely you are to become trapped in it and unable to extricate yourself. Who could have expected such an unexpected surprise? The girl's favorability levels have skyrocketed. After this wave of operations, the reinforcement points soared directly to 115 points. So cool! At this point, the girls also came to their senses and began to attack the frozen cursed evil corpse. Chen Yi's ice freeze is slightly different from Lin Mengxue's ice breath. Lin Mengxue's ice breath can only freeze the opponent after successfully killing him. It plays a role of icing on the cake. Chen Yi's freezing can only restrict the opponent's movements and will not cause any substantial damage, but there is one thing that is very special. That is, when in a frozen state, even if attacked, the frozen state will not be released. Moreover, freezing does not reduce the damage suffered by the opponent. If I were to describe it more accurately, it would be time stops. The mystery behind this is really hard to understand. With the girl's strength, defeating these two evil cursed corpses that are as hard as wooden stakes is naturally a piece of cake. With just a few moves, he easily dealt with the two evil corpses. Watching the two cursed evil corpses turn into ashes in an instant, the entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, their mouths opened so wide that it seemed like an egg could be stuffed in, and their faces were full of disbelief. An existence that cannot be defeated even with the combined strength of dozens of people present. How could he be defeated so easily? This. There's something wrong with this, right? Chapter 110 Quitting Halfway. Anyone who witnessed the scene just now knew a cold fact in their heart. If Chenyi hadn't used that strange ice freezing technique to freeze the cursed evil corpse, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. Silence. Deathly silence. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with disbelief and horror. Before, everyone took it for granted that the spirit beast girl that Chenyi contracted was extremely powerful in herself, or that it was because of his enhanced talent that she was able to unleash such amazing combat power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why those spirit beast girls are so powerful. But what about now? Chenyi used his nonchalant attack to shatter everyone's inherent cognition. His own strength is probably even more terrifying than those spirit beast sisters of his. The icy power that instantly froze the powerful evil corpse was so overbearing. How could this be something that an ordinary beast master could possess? This is clearly SS-level talent? No. It might even be a powerful force that can only be explained by the legendary SSS-level talent. Since when did the Beastmaster become so powerful to such an unbelievable degree? This completely overturned everyone's understanding of the beast taming system. Dragon Country, when did such a peerless evildoer emerge? A Beastmaster from the country of India muttered to himself in despair. Of course, his question was destined to remain unanswered. At the same time, Luo Shirin, who was standing not far from Chenyi, trembled violently. She clearly felt a pure wind-attributed spiritual power flowing into her body like a trickle, rapidly nourishing her body and even subtly promoting her perception of the power of wind. It feels like refining the Beast King crystal core with wind attribute. She suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, and subconsciously looked in the direction of Chenyi. Chenyi was also looking at her and nodded slightly, as if he had already seen through everything. Does it mean that I should accept this spiritual power? Brother Chenyi, you are so amazing. Next time I have time, I will spoil you well. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 92 points. Lin Mengxue, Yan Zhouyue, Su Taodao, and the Hua sisters beside him all looked at him with doubt. However, although they were shocked, they did not intend to ask any more questions. There are so many people here now, it might be even more troublesome to explain in detail. If you have any questions, wait until late at night and whisper in someone's ear. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get the answers? Similar thoughts flashed through the minds of several beauties at the same time, and their eyes looking at Chenyi became more meaningful. It is enough to predict that Chenyi's kidney brother will suffer again next. After this shocking aftermath, it is time to conduct post-war statistics. After the previous encounter with the cursed evil corpse, all the members of the team except Chenyi suffered heavy losses. Among them, 2 teams of Beastmasters from Dragon Country and 1 team of Beastmasters from India chose to withdraw from the exploration almost without hesitation. Although their team did not suffer any casualties, everyone was injured to varying degrees. In this world, the bloodlines of spiritual beasts with healing abilities are extremely rare, and can be said to be as rare as S-level bloodlines. Once identified, their training will basically be monopolized by the state, and ordinary beastmasters will not be able to access them at all. The price of the healing treasures of heaven and earth is not enough for ordinary beastmasters to use as ordinary medicine. They love money, but that doesn't mean they don't care about their lives. In the end, only 2 teams of Indian Beastmasters and 1 team of Dragon Beastmasters were left, all of which were 4-person teams. The Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts who had sacrificed before were all from their team. It is precisely because of the price paid that it seems even more foolish to return empty-handed. The huge sunk costs forced them to continue on, hoping to bring back treasures that could make up for their losses. Chenyi looked at the remaining fear and greed in their eyes and sighed silently. It seems that it is unrealistic to scare everyone away by using danger. Whatever. Chen Yi thought to himself, it's better for someone to be willing to step on the minefield ahead than for me to run around like a headless chicken. I just need to keep a close eye on them and make sure they don't get into any big trouble. After a short rest, everyone continued to move towards the depths of the secret realm. However, the atmosphere was completely different from when I first arrived here. The attitudes of the two Tianzhu teams and Wang Ruochen's Longhua team towards Chen Yi changed drastically. Maybe you had a contemptuous or disgusted attitude before. After all, colleagues are enemies, not to mention that they are all competitors in treasure hunting. But now, there is only almost fawning flattery left, and the attitude is extremely humble. Especially those spirit beast girls, the way they looked at Chen Yi was full of affection. There was even a hint of humble prayer, wanting to establish a contract with Chen Yi. However, facing these burning gazes, Chen Yi pretended not to see them at all. He is not pretending to be noble, but he has the will but not the ability. Although the system's capabilities gave him theoretically unlimited contract positions. But his energy, especially Brother Yaozi's energy, is limited. The contractual relationship between the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast is that on the surface, the Spirit Beast does most of the fighting, while the Beastmaster watches from the rear, which is much safer than the Spirit Beast. But only after you have a deep understanding of the duties of a Beastmaster, you will know that being a Beastmaster is really tiring. A person has to bear the responsibility of guiding the energy and cultivating the affinity of multiple spirit beasts. In addition, his physical fitness is not as good as that of the spirit beasts. It is easy to die suddenly in such an environment. There is not much free time at all. On the other hand, once the spirit beast girl has cultivated her energy guidance and affinity, she can basically do her own thing without affecting her progress at all. Therefore, Chen Yi would only choose to train those spirit beast girls who could activate the system favorability tasks, had top-notch bloodline qualifications, had compatible personalities, and preferably were beautiful. Of course, those spiritual beasts with high aspirations and bad attitudes will be directly passed. With the system, wouldn't it be easy to find a contracted spirit beast? Why bother yourself with troubles and find a group of ancestors to worship? But then again, Chen Yi discovered something. In the remaining team of Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters, the girls who contracted spirit beasts were generally above average in appearance, but their bloodline levels were generally low. Why does it feel like? It's a bit like a young man from a wealthy family taking his girlfriend out to show off. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Let's first think about how to plunder all the treasures in the heart of the secret realm. Just as Chen Yi was thinking about whether to continue exploring downwards or return to the top-level flame forest to search for treasures. Brother. Stay. A figure with a huge smile on his face came over quickly. How about getting to know each other? My name is Wang Ruochen, the second son of the Hanbei Wang family. I wonder if you have heard of our Hanbei Wang family. Chapter 111, the grandson of the 7 dragon generals. Wang family of Hanbei? Chen Yi stopped, turned around and looked at the man in front of him who claimed to be from the Wang family of Hanbei. Damn, I was just thinking that this Dragon Country team might be some rich young man bringing his girls out to show off. So he exposed his family background? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? His eyes swept over Wang Ruochen. The other party's aura was hovering in the middle of the 4th level, which was not weak, but it was definitely not worthy of the aura of noble family origin that he was trying to create. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi responded calmly and asked, "What is your relationship with General Wang Shihao, one of the 7 dragon generals?" I heard that Chen Yi indeed knew the name of the Wang family, especially the name of his grandfather Wang Shihao. Wang Ruochen's face was filled with pride, and he straightened his back even more. Ah, brother, you are very knowledgeable. General Wang Shihao is my grandfather. At the end of his words, he deliberately emphasized the word grandfather, as if that was the source of his confidence. Hearing this, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across Chen Yi's eyes, and then he returned to his calm and composed expression. He once again looked up and down at the young man in front of him, who looked weak and frail, and shook his head secretly. One of the 7 dragon generals, the grandson of a big boss who is of the same generation as Luo Qinghe? Is this all you have? Either it is a fabrication, or this so-called grandson is too exaggerated, or he might even be an abandoned child? Oh. Chen Yi's tone was still casual, so it's the young master of the Wang family. I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize him at first. The words were flat, without a trace of joy, anger, or shock. He did not have the awe and fear that ordinary beastmasters would have when they heard the names of the 7 dragon generals, nor did he have the slightest enthusiasm to curry favor with them. It's like just stating an insignificant fact. Seeing this scene, the smile on Wang Ruoquan's face froze instantly. Why does Chun Yi's reaction seem a little off? In the past, as long as the name of my grandfather was mentioned, which Beastmaster would not immediately put on a respectful or even flattering expression? Why is this person in front of me so calm? So calm, it even made him feel a little despised. He quickly suppressed his displeasure, smiled even more broadly, and lowered his posture. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Brother, you are too polite. What's the use of calling me young master? Just call me Ruoquan. May I know your name, brother? Which family are you from? The magical skill you just used to freeze the ice was truly earth-shattering and heart-wrenching. I'm completely impressed by you, absolutely impressed. Luo Shirin, who was standing behind Chen Yi, had a flash of understanding in her beautiful eyes, which then turned into amusement. Wang Shihao from the Hanbei Wang family? ISNT the Grandpa's colleague? She glanced at Wang Ruoquan calmly, then looked at the three team members behind him who could hardly hide their tiredness and dishevel, as well as the several spirit beast girls around them who had mixed auras and were obviously not strong. She shook her head inwardly. Put yourself in his shoes. If she were a beastmaster, with her level of skill, she would rather die in obscurity than choose such a half-baked person as her contract partner. As someone who comes from a big family, you either become famous or disappear quietly. This Wang Ruoquan actually plays like this. It seems that there are many hidden dangers here. Thinking of this, Luo Shirin's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. However, she did not interrupt, but just elegantly gathered her hair at the temples and stood quietly beside Chen Yi. Chen Yi seemed oblivious to Wang Ruoquan's enthusiastic compliments and simply gave his name calmly, Chen Yi. 2 words, concise and clear, without any suffix or title. Brother Chen Yi. What a great name. Domineering. Just hearing it makes you think you're a rare talent. Wang Ruoquan seemed unaffected by the indifference and continued to flatter him enthusiastically. Brother Chen, look at this secret realm's heart, it's filled with murderous intent. You saw that zombie just now, how scary it was. Who knows what ghost things are behind it? How about, we travel together? There's strength in numbers, and we can look out for each other. Besides, our Wang family has some unique insights when it comes to exploring secret realms. When I get out, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. My grandfather admires young talents like Brother Chun the most. He extended an olive branch and also implicitly pointed out the royal family's resources behind it, trying to increase his bargaining chips. The team members behind Wang Ruoquan and another team of Indian Beastmasters also pricked up their ears and looked at Chen Yi nervously. If you can explore with this big guy, your chances of survival will undoubtedly increase greatly. Those spirit beast girls looked at Chen Yi eagerly, their eyes full of hope. However, Chen Yi hadn't spoken yet. A lazy female voice with obvious sarcasm interrupted. It was Yen Zhouyue. She crossed her arms, her 9-fox tail swaying gently behind her. She glanced at Wang Ruoquan with her beautiful eyes. Oh, there's strength in numbers? Why didn't you see strength in numbers when we were dealing with those 2 zombies just now? If my brother Chen Yi hadn't intervened in time, some people would have become the same kind as that zombie, dancing in this forest. If I'm not mistaken, what you meant by strength in numbers is that when resources are divided later, since you have more people, you can get more resources, right? Puff. Suta couldn't help laughing out loud, and Lin Mengxue also pursed her lips, as if she was trying hard to hold back her laughter. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this, yet Wang Ruoquan still spoke so confidently. Should we say that this is truly too stupid to understand, or is it that he is treating everyone else as fools? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Wang Ruoquan's face suddenly became extremely awkward and stiff, and he was almost speechless. The team members behind him blushed, lowered their heads in shame, and dared not refute. After all, what Yen Zhouyue said was indeed the truth. If they really have the ability, they would definitely go solo instead of seeking cooperation. Chen Yi raised his hand and patted Yen Zhouyue's shoulder to stop her sarcasm. He looked at Wang Ruoquan, whose face was turning pale and blue, with a calm gaze as he gave his final answer. Forget about traveling together. We don't like to team up with others. However, considering General Wang's dedication to his country, I'll give you a heads up. From now on, if you encounter danger again during your exploration, I will not help you. Whether to continue deeper or withdraw now, you should weigh it carefully and act accordingly. After saying that, Chen Yi no longer paid attention to the ugly expressions of Wang Ruoquan and the others. He turned around and said to the girls around him, "We are leaving. You can wish for the best." Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Yen Zhouyue, Su Taodao, and the Hua sisters immediately followed suit, their movements quick and decisive, without any delay. He didn't even bother to look back at Wang Ruochen and his group, and followed Chen Yi up the mountain. Only Wang Ruochen and the Tianzhu Beastmaster team were left standing there, their faces ashen. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating, and the whole place was dead silent. Chapter 112. No need to give you face. Captain, what should we do now? A team member asked with a trembling voice as he looked at the receding backs of Chen Yi and the others. Wang Ruochen clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Fuck! Shameless bastard, damn! He finally couldn't hold back anymore and punched a huge tree next to him. The team members behind him were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. Brother Wang, calm down. A contracted spirit beast bravely said cautiously, that kind of person is ignorant of his own limitations and will inevitably fall sooner or later. Let's think about what to do next. What to do? Wang Ruochen whipped his head around. What else can we do? Without that guy named Chen, we'd be dead in this damn place with our limited talent. Didn't you see how fierce those girls around him are? And he's a monster himself. Everyone was silent for a while, completely speechless. Indeed, given their current situation, if they encounter that zombie again, they will surely die. But, after finally reaching the heart of the secret realm, you're just going to quit like that? I'm afraid I'll regret this for the rest of my life. A fierce light flashed in Wang Ruochen's eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, damn, if it weren't for that old immortal. He knew best how much truth there was in his proud identity as the grandson of the Seven-Dragon General Wang Shihao, but he certainly did not lie. His mother was indeed the daughter of General Wang Shihao, but she was the greatest shame in General Wang's life. Back then, General Wang carefully selected a contract with a promising beastmaster for her, hoping that his daughter could become a helper. As a result, during the period of the contractual relationship, his good mother could not stand the loneliness and was deceived by a smooth-talking scumbag into giving birth to him, Wang Ruochen. When General Wang learned about this, he was furious and regarded it as a great humiliation. Announce publicly that you have severed the father-daughter relationship with her and will never have any contact with her again. His mother was also terminated from her contract by the contracted beastmaster and kicked out of the house. She eventually died of depression due to the humiliation she suffered. And he, Wang Ruochen, used the name of Wang Shihao's grandson to deceive people. He relied on bragging and scheming to curry favor with some second and third-rate forces and obtain resources. He's actually doing pretty well. However, the good times did not last long. Not long ago, his biggest financial sponsor found out from some unknown channel that he was just an illegitimate child who was completely abandoned by the Wang family. The other party was furious, feeling that he had been fooled and deceived. Not only did he kick him away immediately and cut off all resource supplies, he also used his influence to completely ban him. Whenever they found out that he was trying to find a new backer, the other party would immediately tell him all his little affairs. Overnight, he fell from the clouds to the mire. Friends who once called him brothers now avoid him, and enemies who covet his resources take advantage of his misfortune. With nowhere else to go, he took a risk and brought his last bit of assets and manpower to the Five Elements secret realm to try his luck, hoping to find valuable treasures and turn his life around. As a result, I accidentally followed others and found the heart of the secret realm. After waiting for a few days, it was finally opened. I thought that good fortune would come after bad luck, and that I would get rich unexpectedly, but this happened. After much difficulty, he met a beastmaster who was unaware of his own situation, was very powerful, looked young, and had no scheming. He thought that he could use his status to suppress them and get a share of the pie. But who would have thought that this guy was so arrogant that he didn't even pay any attention to them? This is really fucked up. Don't the young people nowadays even take the Seven Dragon Generals seriously? Damn it, who is this? Husband. Wang Ruochen's contracted spirit beast, Wang Zihan, came over and said, don't get yourself hurt by getting angry. It's not worth it to get angry over that kind of person. Wang Ruochen irritably shook her hand off. Not angry? Then tell me, what should I do? Just watch that Chen guy take over all the resources? A cold light flashed in Wang Zihan's eyes. She moved closer and lowered her voice, husband, did you just see that? Wang Ruochen asked angrily, what did you see? Space ring. Wang Zihan said solemnly, that guy surnamed Chen and the vixen beside him both wore space rings. Although I don't know the exact volume, it must be able to hold much more than the bags we carry. Also, seeing how they were so picky at the mountaintop area just now, not taking ordinary stuff. I bet this Chinese seems to have a very comprehensive knowledge of all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. Wang Ruochen's pupils suddenly shrank. Space ring. It's bad enough that Chen Yi has it, but even the spirit beast he contracted has it? Where does this bastard come from? But then, stronger greed instantly overwhelmed the doubts. Wang Zihan continued to tempt him. Hubby, think about it. After that kid has plundered all the heavenly and earthly treasures in the heart of the secret realm, we can use that to wait and see. As long as we succeed, those 2 space rings and all the treasures inside will be ours. It's enough for us to live happily for the rest of our lives. Even, it's enough for you to rise again and make those who look down on us pay the price. Hearing this, Wang Ruochen's eyes flashed with hesitation. That's my only trump card. If I use that thing, what should I do if my enemies come looking for me? And that thing? Before he finished speaking, another contracted spirit beast, Lin Mengxue, came over. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Her pretty face flashed with a sinister smile, her gaze falling on the 2 teams of Indians. As for that thing, don't we have a ready-made spiritual beast here? We just need to establish a good relationship with them. Under the double attack of Lin Xiaoyu and Wang Zihan, the hesitation in Wang Ruochen's heart finally disappeared. This is a big gamble. As long as you succeed, you will have no worries for the rest of your life. And the success rate is very high. Good. Wang Ruochen uttered a word heavily, a twisted and ferocious smile on his face. Let's do it. Chen Yi, since you don't give me face, then I don't need to give you face. Let me explain this in 2 ways. It is different from the hypocrisy of Wang Ruochen and others. After getting rid of that group of burdens, Chen Yi and his team returned directly to the core area of the flame forest with a clear goal and amazing efficiency. Brother Chen Yi, where do we start? Su Taotao looked around curiously, her little face full of excitement. She had an almost blind trust in Chen Yi, as if as long as Chen Yi was there, this extremely dangerous fire forest was like her own backyard, and she didn't need to worry about any trouble at all. Wait a minute, let me take a look. Just when Chen Yi was about to take out the treasure hunting compass from the space ring, suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host is detected to be holding a treasure hunting item, the treasure hunting compass. There are a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures in this area, which can easily cause the treasure hunting compass to misjudge and cause trouble for the host. This system recommends that the host consume 50 reinforcement points to fully refine the treasure hunting compass and learn the skill Treasure Eye. This skill can reveal the locations of various hidden treasures and detect all traps. Does the host want to learn? Chapter 113 Treasure Hunting Eye. Hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly stunned. Is this even possible? Although 50 strengthening points are a lot, it is still worth using them compared to the safety of the girls. If you can see through all the traps, even 500 points of reinforcement will be worth it. Consume it. Ding! Refining the treasure hunting compass. Refining completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill Treasure Hunting Eye. As the system voice fell, the treasure hunting compass in the space ring melted away instantly like ice meeting hot water. It transformed into an invisible energy flow and poured into Chen Yi's brow. He closed his eyes slightly, his consciousness sank into the system interface in his mind, and used the treasure hunting eye. A translucent light curtain that only he could see unfolded, clearly marking all objects containing high energy within the visible range, and using different colors to indicate the level and degree of danger. 15 meters to the left, in the gap at the roots of the ancient lava tree, red flame crystal 3 stars, safe. A depression in the rock wall 100 meters to the right, flame mine 7 stars. Approach and a high temperature lava flow will erupt, covering a range of 10 meters. 50 meters northeast, in the center of the crimson flame thorn bush, fire soul fruit 5 stars. The guardian thorn bush contains a paralyzing toxin. If you are hit, you will likely die from respiratory failure. 500 meters south, on top of a burning giant rock, earth fire essence gold 8 stars. The surrounding ground is prone to magma eruptions at any time. Approaching it will activate all the surrounding flaming giant rocks and transform them into monsters. The system interface of the treasure hunting eye is like a radar and an appraisal master, clearly presenting the location of the spiritual treasures and traps in this area to Chen Yi. It's clear at a glance which ones are worth taking and which ones are pitfalls. This is damn convenient. The corners of Chen Yi's mouth rose slightly. With this skill, why worry about not finding treasures? Come with me. Be careful with those thorns, they have paralyzing toxins. Zhou use your fox fire and carefully burn a path. Don't touch that thing. Clear. Yan Zhou giggled and took a step forward. With a light wave of her jade hand, several balls of pale purple foxfire landed precisely on the key points of the thorn bush. The foxfire containing devouring power spread rapidly, burning the thorns in an instant. In just a few seconds, a safe passage was cleared to the center of the thorn bush, and a tree full of bright red fruits came into view. Go get them, those trees are full of fire soul fruits, they're great stuff. The girls nodded, carefully avoided the thorn bushes, and went forward to pick the fruit. In a short while, the whole tree was plucked clean. No harm at all. Brother Chen-Yi, how did you know there were fruits here and that the thorns were poisonous? Yan Zhouyu retracted the foxfire, her beautiful eyes moving as she looked at Chen-Yi curiously. The other women also cast inquiring glances, as if wanting a reliable answer. Chen-Yi smiled mysteriously and said calmly, "Of course it depends on experience, let's go to the next point." The girls heard this and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, the same old saying still applies, just whisper a few more words to your partner at night, and you won't be able to get anything out of him. Next, under the guidance of Chen-Yi, the group moved freely in the dangerous flaming forest as if they had turned on a full map perspective cheat. Stop! Chen-Yi suddenly raised his hand to stop Lin Mengxue, who was about to approach a rock. The ground around that rock is a triggered lava trap. If you step on it, the area within a 10-meter radius will turn into a lava pool. It's very dangerous. Is this like this? Luo Shirin was startled and quickly stepped back, looking at the ordinary stone with lingering fear. He immediately spread his green wings and flew over the huge rock without touching the ground, grabbing the earth fire gold. Seeing this, Chen-Yi continued to order the other spirit beast girls to work. Swear, that burning tree on the right has a piece of flame heartwood hidden in its trunk. It's a valuable treasure, but an explosive fire ant lives in the heart of the tree. It's very aggressive and will explode if provoked. Use your cold energy to instantly freeze the inside of the trunk, then take the treasure. Tao, there's a piece of green fire jade at the bottom of the magma pool ahead. It's very valuable. Use your devouring power to create a vortex and move the magma away. Sister Shirin, use your wind blade to retrieve the jade from a distance. Sister Zhouyu, you're not afraid of high temperatures, right? The flaming bushes ahead aren't an illusion, they're real flames. There are several flaming four-leaf flowers growing in the bushes, all of which are great treasures. Please pick some. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong followed behind, already stunned. In this flaming forest full of dangers, how can you still stroll leisurely in the garden? There was no danger at all. How can this be considered exploring a secret place? This is clearly purchasing goods. He really seems to know everything. Hua Xingtong tugged at Hua Yuetong's sleeve, her voice filled with incredible admiration. Hua Yuetong looked at Chen-Yi's confident and upright back, and a hint of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, only this kind of person can truly be called a beastmaster. Planning and winning the battle from thousands of miles away is so cool. Soon, Chen-Yi and his team had looted all the valuable things in the top flame area. Although the space ring is indeed very convenient and can store a large number of treasures, but its storage space is limited after all. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it won't be long before the news of the heart of the secret realm spreads out and is then monopolized by the high-level beastmasters of the major forces. For Chen-Yi, those ordinary resources are naturally not worth his attention. We must collect all the rare resources as quickly as possible. When Chen-Yi and his party arrived at the wind area on the second floor, they found that Wang Ruochen's team, which had been staying in this place, and the other two Indian Beastmaster teams, had all disappeared without a trace. They were previously in the fire attribute area on the upper level. If they left, we should be able to see them. Chen-Yi frowned slightly, feeling very surprised. Have these three teams formed an alliance to continue exploring? What on earth is Wang Ruochen playing? Chen-Yi thought to himself. Just now, when he rejected Wang Ruochen's request, he noticed that Wang Ruochen's contracted spirit beast's favorability towards him dropped a lot in an instant, almost to a negative number. Especially that B-level bloodline girl named Wang Zihan. I don't know how I offended her, but her favorability dropped sharply to minus 70 points. It can be said that she hates her to the core. I always feel that with such a good impression, even killing someone is reasonable. Originally, Chen-Yi thought that they would do some small tricks in secret, such as a sneak attack. However, what he didn't expect was that they went to the next floor so easily. Did I misunderstand them? Chen-Yi shook his head and thought, forget it, let us solve the resource issue first. Anyway, from the moment he entered the Five Elements secret realm, he remained highly alert to anyone other than his sister. No matter what, we must be careful about Wang Ruochen and his group. Chapter 114. Arriving at the foot of the mountain. Time flies and 3 hours go by in a flash. In the fire area on the top of the mountain, all treasures with a unit price of more than 1,000 were dug out by Chen Yi and his team. According to the valuations of Luo Shirin and Yen Zhouyue, these treasures are roughly worth at least 80 million Dragon Country currency in total. Taking into account emergency factors or collection value, etc., it is not a problem to spend some time to sell it for hundreds of millions. This is not Zimbabwean currency, nor is it virtual happy beans, but real Dragon Country currency. For an ordinary family of 4, even if they work for a lifetime, 10 generations combined may not be able to save that much money. It's just outrageous. Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. Beastmasters really make money. It's a pity that those low-level resources have to be given away. Otherwise, it feels like hundreds of millions can be easily earned. Of course, if other beastmasters heard what he said, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. First of all, not everyone has a system. Just the traps in the fire area are enough to kill an ordinary beastmaster hundreds of times. They all come here to make money at the risk of their lives. During an exploration trip, a team of 5 beastmasters was able to loot items with a total value of over 10 million. They can now go back and open some champagne, confess their love to their goddess, and get married. You think you don't earn enough? Listen, is this human language? Return to the wind area on the 2nd floor. Everything here is still the same as before. Before I fully enter, a heart-pounding breath of wind blows towards me. Chen-Yi took a deep breath and used the power of the system to recheck the situation here. As expected, most of the places here are traps, and you will fall into them if you are not careful. After much difficulty, we found a few treasures worth our attention, but they were all tightly wrapped in various poisonous substances, and without exception, they were all highly toxic. As long as you're careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. But there is always a chance of something happening. What if I accidentally turn into a zombie? Chen Yike doesn't have the habit of sleeping as a zombie. He doesn't have any light-attributed magical treasures, so he can't even use a plug-in. After careful consideration, Chen-Yi and his group decided to skip the wind attribute area and go to the 3rd level of light. This place is just as its name suggests, a mountain range with light attributes, and is shrouded in a dazzling light everywhere. It was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Fortunately, the power of the treasure hunting eye is completely unaffected by this strong light. Where the treasure is, where the trap is, which trap is easier to deal with, etc., nothing can escape your gaze. This feeling is really like picking up money. As for those spiritual treasures of heaven and earth guarded by magical beasts, considering the strength of the spirit beast girls, it is simply a piece of cake, no problem at all. However, the only drawback is that the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth and the light area are not of light attribute. Wind attribute, fire attribute, water attribute, ice attribute, earth attribute, everything is there, except for light and dark attributes. I'm speechless. I thought I could get some light attribute spiritual treasures as a backup. Just like that, half a day passed quietly. The good treasures from the light layer, water layer and earth layer were also easily taken into Chen-Yi's pocket. The total value of the resources directly exceeded 300 million. If all of them were sold, he could be said to have completely entered the wealthy class. Of course, Chen-Yi would definitely not do that. These things are also needed for the training of girls. At this moment, all the girls were staring at Chen-Yi with admiring eyes. It's not because Chen-Yi made a lot of money. The main reason is that Chen-Yi is so awesome and seems to have an omnipotent power. Any trap, any monster, any hidden mechanism, are all like child's play in his eyes, completely useless. What is even more amazing is that Chen-Yi's personal combat power is so strong that it is against the will of heaven. Isn't this too powerful? Brother Chen-Yi. Suta blinked her eyes and asked curiously, what exactly is this innate ability of yours? Why does it feel like a cheat? Does it have all sorts of effects? Have you read the novel? I'm a man with a system. Chen-Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. He gently rubbed Suta's little head and joked, as long as I train you well, I can give me some strengthening rewards. With this thing, I can do anything. As soon as the words fell, a barely perceptible blush appeared on the girls' faces. They lowered their heads, with a hint of shyness in their eyes. Although I know Chen-Yi must be joking. But these words made them feel warm. Isn't this a disguised way of saying that he will definitely take good care of them? Really, can't you be more straightforward? Looking at the girls' cute expressions, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that no one would easily believe such a fantastic thing even if it was told truthfully. Even Chen Yi himself probably wouldn't believe it if he heard the girls say they had a system, right? Brother Chen Yi, we are all your contracted spirit beasts, why are you so unwilling to reveal it? Su Taotao extended her index finger and cautiously poked Chen Yi's chest, muttering softly, but, since you said that only after training can you get the reinforcement point reward, can't you work a few more hours every night? Just to earn those reinforcement points? As soon as this was said, the other girls also echoed it. Yeah. I'm tired after just 2 or 3 hours a day. A man can't say no. This kind of thing requires more practice. By the time Xingtong and Yuetan's illnesses are cured, we won't be able to do it with only this little time. Brother Chen Yi, I think it takes at least an hour per person, otherwise it won't increase affinity at all. That's right, since you have to train to gain enhancement points, you have to train more. The girls were talking at once. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel his waist tighten. He muttered to himself, damn it. I'm really digging a hole for myself. Originally, he just wanted to be perfunctory, but he completely forgot how picky these girls were, ahem. The first time they said it was not enough after a few minutes, then it was extended to half an hour, but they still felt dissatisfied. Now 2 or 3 hours have passed, and they still feel it is not enough. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly, and silently said to his own Yaozi in his heart, I'm sorry, brother Yaozi, I will definitely strengthen my physique in the future. After a while of playing, Chen Yi and the girls continued to go down the mountain. No traces of fighting were found along the way, nor were the bodies of the beastmasters seen. It seems that Wang Ruochen and his team most likely bypassed all the resource points on the way and went down the mountain. In this way, as long as you don't collect the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth on the mountain, you will not trigger the protective mechanism of the heart of the secret realm. When I looked down from the top of the mountain, there seemed to be many colorful crystals at the foot of the mountain. However, when they arrived at the entrance at the foot of the mountain, they found no trace of the treasure. It looks like they have all been looted. I don't know what these crystals are. Chapter 115 Rainbow Crystal. The environment here is completely different from the mountain area with distinct 5 colors. There are no scorching flames, no dazzling lights, no insidious poisonous miasma, no deep waters, and no quicksand deserts that could trap you at any time. Instead, there is a relatively open and flat valley. The valley floor was a grayish-white color washed by time, and was surrounded by low hills covered with dull-colored vegetation. The light throughout the space is a constant and soft twilight tone, neither glaring nor dim, giving people the illusion that time has stopped. If this is not in the secret space, but in the outside area, it will probably be developed into a holiday resort for beastmasters and spirit beast girls, right? A resort like a paradise on earth. At this moment, Yin Zhou seemed to have discovered something. She looked towards an open space not far away and shouted in surprise, Brother Chen Yi, sisters, look over there, what is that? Following her gaze, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. In an open space not far away, there are large amounts of colorful minerals piled up, almost forming a towering mountain. If you look more closely, you can see that the members of the 3 teams are collecting colorful minerals everywhere and transporting them to the colorful mountain. As originally speculated, these people had completely given up the fight for treasures in the 5-colored area on the mountain and instead came to the foot of the mountain to collect resources. And from the current situation, it seems that collecting these colored minerals will not trigger the guardian mechanism. Rainbow Crystal, 5 stars. It contains the harmonizing energy of all elements. After devouring and refining it, spirit beasts other than those of the chaos attribute can imprint a spiritual power circuit in their bodies. Its effect is equivalent to that of a 5th-tier Warcraft crystal core, and it can also slightly restore physical strength. Special rules for the heart of the secret realm: after collecting a certain amount of these items, you can begin the final trial. Is this a trial item? Holy shit, this heart of the secret realm has something special. Chen Yi was secretly surprised. The secret realm is clearly a naturally formed space area, but I never thought there would be such special rules. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, right? That's quite interesting. However, Chen Yi's heart was also full of doubts. These people shouldn't have a system, right? How did they know that collecting these colorful ores would allow them to embark on the final trial? Or, are they simply planning to collect the surrounding colored minerals first in order to facilitate the division of the spoils later? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Chen Yi's mind in an instant. When he came to his senses, he looked up and saw the girls looking at him with expectant eyes. They all seemed to be asking, what kind of treasure is that colorful crystal? Chen Yi smiled and explained, that thing can be considered a kind of cultivation material. You can think of it as a 5th-level monster crystal core that can restore some physical strength. It's the kind that is universal for all attributes. Is that so? So do we need to collect these treasures? Those people are collecting from the left area, so should we go to the right area? Yeah. Let's do it. Chen Yi nodded slightly and agreed immediately. However, we should gather together first and collect a few to see if they can trigger any mechanism. Xingtong and Yuetong, the two of you stay close to me and don't run around. His treasure hunting eyes didn't find anything unusual. However, the final trial mentioned in the introduction of the rainbow crystal system still attracted Chen Yi's attention. Does this sound a bit bad? It's better to be cautious in everything. Good. All the women responded in unison. Soon, Chen Yi led the girls towards the right area. There are quite a lot of rainbow crystals here. Looking around, there are at least several pieces scattered everywhere. Some are embedded in the soil, some are attached to rock walls, and even traces of these colorful crystals can be found on tree trunks. They appear in a variety of colors. Red as fire, orange as the sun, emerald green as jade, azure as the sea, indigo as fantasy. From different angles, it will show different colors, which is very magical. These crystals are not regular geometric shapes, but more like the ores dug out from a mine. The surface is not very smooth, but it reflects the constant dusk light, emitting a tiny star-like glow. Sisters Yan Zhouyue and Luo Shirin looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and then carefully approached a colorful crystal growing on a huge rock. Suta and Lin Mengxue stood on both sides, concentrating their attention and ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. However, it turned out that everyone's worries were unnecessary. There were no obstacles in collecting these colorful crystals. Apart from the fact that it takes some effort to dig them out of the stone, the whole process is not too difficult. I got it. Phew, my heart is about to jump out. Yan Zhouyue and Luo Shirin breathed a sigh of relief, and then excitement appeared on their faces. I feel that the energy in this rainbow crystal is very gentle. If it can be eaten in the future, it will definitely be delicious. Su Taotao gently pulled Chen Yi's hand and asked curiously, so are we going to collect these crystals next? Let's collect a few more and see. Good. A few minutes later, all the rainbow crystals within a radius of 100 meters were looted by the girls. There seemed to be some rainbow crystal fragments on the corner of Su Taotao's mouth. It looked like she might have secretly eaten one because she was hungry. What a greedy little cat. So, do you want to collect them separately now? Well, go ahead, but remember to be careful. Chen Yi instructed, collect in pairs. Try not to leave my field of vision. If you get hurt, come to me immediately. Do you understand? According to the system's prompts, the water-attributed spiritual treasure of heaven and earth can heal all injuries after being activated. Simply put, as long as you are not killed instantly and still have a breath left, you can recover to your best condition in an instant. It was precisely because of this that Chen Yi felt at ease letting the girls go separately to collect the rainbow crystals. Working in groups of two is also to prevent dangerous situations where one person is instantly deprived of the ability to move. Otherwise, even if Chen Yi collected fewer rainbow crystals, he would never take the risk easily. Good. The girls all agreed and immediately dispersed to collect the rainbow crystals. In the valley, the dusk-like light is eternal and constant, reflecting the rainbow crystals that shine all over the ground. Chen Yi and his team were extremely efficient. In just half an hour, hundreds of rainbow crystals were dug up. Together with the treasures collected before, the space ring is already piled up like a mountain. However, just when Chen Yi put the 120th piece of rainbow crystal into the space ring, something strange happened. Chapter 116 Final Trial. Boom! A terrifying energy wave erupted from Chen Yi without any warning. No, to be more precise, some preset rules have finally been fully activated. This energy did not originate from himself, but exploded from the rainbow crystal in the space ring. A huge beam of light composed of colorful rays shot up into the sky from under Chen Yi's feet without any warning. Ah! What is this? Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, who were closest to the scene, screamed in surprise and were pushed back repeatedly by this sudden force. Brother Chen Yi! Brother Chen Yi! Su Taotao, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Yan Zhouyue all changed color at the same time, and subconsciously wanted to rush over. Don't come over here! All of you, hold still. We might be teleported somewhere else next. Shenny could feel that the power contained in this beam of light seemed to be the same power as the last time he entered the space portal to take the final exam at Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy. In other words, this beam of light should also be a kind of teleportation skill. If he guessed correctly, he should have collected enough rainbow crystals to start the so-called final trial. As soon as the words fell, it seemed as if a chain reaction was triggered. Call out. Call out. Call out. One after another, slightly smaller but equally dazzling 5-colored light beams rose precisely from under the girl's feet. At the same time, dozens of identical beams of light can be seen in the distant left area. In an instant, the entire valley was covered by countless colorful light pillars shooting up into the sky. Each beam of light exudes a powerful confining force, locking the people within it firmly in place, unable to move. What's going on? What kind of power is this? Help! I can't move. Is it that Chun who did this? Exclamations, screams, and curses instantly filled the entire valley. Wang Ruochen and everyone on the Tianzhu team were stunned for a moment. They struggled hard, unleashing their spiritual energy in an attempt to break free from the restraints of the light column. But the level of power contained in that beam of light was far beyond their imagination, and it remained completely motionless. Thanks to Chen Yi's reminder, the girls remained calm and were not too panicked. Just when the chaos and despair reached its peak, an old voice resounded directly in the depths of everyone's mind. You have successfully collected 999 rainbow crystals. The final trial begins. Clear the final trial and you will receive the legacy of the 7-colored phoenix and receive its help. The moment the words fell, the colorful beam of light that enveloped everyone suddenly burst out with an even more dazzling light. An irresistible force of space teleportation instantly enveloped everyone. When the light faded, the dizziness subsided. Everyone found themselves forcibly transferred to a completely unfamiliar area. This is a circular canyon. Surrounding it were dark red rock walls hundreds of meters high and nearly vertical, tightly enclosing the entire battlefield, leaving only a gray, depressing sky overhead. The ground at the bottom of the canyon is hard dark red rock, covered with signs of weathering. The most frightening thing is that there is a circular energy barrier emitting a light golden light, like an inverted giant bowl, covering the entire circular canyon. The barrier was flickering with light, emitting a powerful aura of confinement, clearly telling everyone no one is allowed to leave. What's going on? Where is this place? This is a space-related skill. We seem to have triggered some mechanism and been teleported here. I don't know if I was hallucinating just now, but I seem to hear something about the final trial. You're not hallucinating. I just heard it too. What the hell is this? Everyone looked around in shock, confusion, and fear written all over their faces. Chen Yi quickly glanced around and confirmed that Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, Yan Zhouge, Huai Wutong, and Washington were all by his side. They seemed to be fine, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chen Yi, are you okay? Lin Mengxue hurried to Chen Yi, her beautiful face full of worry. I'm fine. Chen Yi shook his head and looked around the canyon with a serious look. He naturally knew these things a long time ago. But he didn't expect that it would be triggered so inexplicably. I thought there would be at least some kind of ceremony before the final trial began. Moreover, he had only collected 120 of them before the so-called final trial was triggered. From the looks of it, the number of rainbow crystals collected by everyone in the heart of the secret realm must reach 999 to trigger it. Look, what is that? Just as Chen Yi was thinking, a burst of exclamations suddenly broke out from the crowd of beastmasters. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. I saw that the space above the center of the canyon was rippling violently like water waves. A blurry figure was descending silently from the center of the distorted space. She was a woman with colorful long hair, a slender figure, and a colorful long skirt. The hem of the skirt moved without wind, flowing with a dreamy luster. However, when everyone tried to see her face clearly, they only felt dizziness and palpitations. Because there are no facial features on her face. There is only a blank space as white as jade, just like the faceless monster in urban legends. She was barefoot, quietly floating in the air dozens of meters above the ground. There was no powerful spiritual power emanating from her, but her mere presence gave off an extremely dangerous aura. An absolute sense of oppression originating from the level of life instantly overwhelmed everyone in the canyon. Seeing the system information of this woman, Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted and he stared at the floating faceless figure. Just like the cursed evil corpse she encountered before, the system interface she displayed was neither a warcraft nor a spirit beast. But it's a prop. Spiritual Beast Spirit Colorful Phoenix, 15 stars. A woman who has not yet awakened her Spirit Beast bloodline can immediately awaken her SSS level 7 colored Phoenix bloodline after devouring and refining it. A Spirit Beast that has already awakened its Spirit Beast bloodline can awaken its SSS level 7 colored Phoenix bloodline after devouring and refining it and, through energy guidance and transformation by a Beastmaster, can awaken its SSS level 7 colored Phoenix bloodline. Warning: failure to guide energy may cause bloodline collapse and immediate demonization. 15 stars. SSS level colorful Phoenix bloodline. Even Chun-Yi couldn't help but gasp at this moment. How can this be called a guardian monster? This is clearly a supreme divine object that is enough to drive the entire blue planet into madness and trigger a world war. Its value far exceeds the total of all the spiritual treasures in heaven and earth that he had obtained before. If he guessed correctly, this so-called final trial is probably to defeat this thing, right? And the price for the final trial is probably this SSS level bloodline, the spirit essence of the 7-colored Phoenix. Chapter 117 Phoenix Puppet. I have to say, this time Chun-Yi was really shocked. This divine object that can endow a spirit beast girl with SSS level bloodline is truly a priceless treasure. You know, in today's volatile international situation, more than 95% of countries have not actually had an SSS level spirit beast. Of course, this doesn't mean they don't exist. It is highly likely that due to various factors, the bloodlines of these spiritual beasts cannot be fully activated and are thus deeply hidden. Nowadays, even in Dragon Country, there are only 3 people who are confirmed to have SSS level bloodline. Of course, this does not include Lin Mengxue and others. This shows how rare SSS level bloodline spirit beasts are. More importantly, this is a supreme divine object that can give others SSS level bloodline. Which of those young ladies from wealthy and aristocratic families does not desire to awaken SSS level bloodline? Who doesn't want to use the power of SSS level bloodline to expand the influence of his family? Who doesn't want to become famous and go down in history by relying on the power of his or her SSS level bloodline? For the Spirit Beast girls, being able to contract an SSS level Beastmaster is undoubtedly something worth bragging about. But if they had a choice, they would naturally prefer to awaken their SSS level bloodline rather than just relying on the title of contracted SSS level Beastmaster to show off their power. If other people knew the true purpose of this thing, it would be an understatement to say that it would cause a world war. This is enough to show how awesome this thing is. The power and value it contains are simply beyond words. What is that? A human? Or a monster? Something's wrong. That woman doesn't have any spiritual energy. I remember hearing something about a 7-colored phoenix in my mind just now. Could this be it? Could it be that the so-called final trial is to defeat that faceless woman? At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Only the occasional smell of sulfur wafting from the cracks in the dark red rocks and the faint golden light flowing from the energy barrier above proved that this place is not completely still. Everyone, whether it was Chen Yi and his group, or Wang Ruochen and the Tianzhu Beastmaster, all stared at the colorful figure floating high in the sky, the Phoenix Puppet. Just when the suffocating silence reached its climax, the suspended Phoenix Puppet moved. No warning, no build-up. She just slowly raised her right hand, pointed at the void, and gently clenched it. Swish, swish, swish. A heart-pounding energy wave condensed in an instant. Blazing white light, cyan wind, dark blue water, crimson fire, dark yellow earth, threads of energy symbolizing the 5 elements emerged from thin air and converged towards her empty palm. The light keeps twisting, entwining crazily, and being compressed to the extreme. Finally, after a few seconds, it condensed into a 5-colored spear that was more than 10 feet long and shining. The moment this spear appeared, the shadow of death immediately poured out. Everyone gasped instantly. There is no need to say more about the current situation. If you want to pass this final test, or to survive, it is definitely impossible without defeating this Phoenix Puppet. The cold wind roared in the steep canyon, blowing up the fallen leaves. The air was stagnant, filled with the smell of earth and burnt food. The silence was dead and heavy, suffocating. In the next moment, a spiritual pressure of about the 6th level suddenly erupted from the Phoenix Puppet. On the faceless face, where the normal human eye sockets should be, 2 cold, star-like spots of light were locked below. A murderous intent erupted instantly. She's going to take action. Are you going to use your ultimate move right at the start? Defend. Quickly form a defensive formation. Wang Ruochen roared wildly. As his voice fell, the ice shield, vine wall, and fire shield were hastily stacked, making them fragile and chaotic. The two teams of Indian Beastmasters followed suit, planning to block the first wave of attacks first. Chun Yi's reaction was equally quick. Schwerer. I understand. Lin Mengxue had already prepared herself for the attack. With a delicate cry, she slammed her palms down on the ground. Boom! 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 Three huge ice walls, more than half a meter thick, crystal clear and emitting extreme coldness, were stacked up in front of everyone. Just when everyone's defense was taking shape. The two cold rays on Huang Kuei's face seemed to be looking at the chaotic defensive formation below. She brandished the five-colored spear and slashed it hard at everyone below. Laugh. A huge green wind blade appeared silently out of thin air. There was no sound of breaking through the air, and the speed was so fast that it was beyond visual capture, like the scythe of the god of death, slashing in an instant. Puff! 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 The cutting sounds rang out one after another like tearing silk. The seemingly thick ice shield, vine wall, and flame shield were cut through without any hindrance by this wind blade, just like a hot knife cutting through butter. The light of the defensive barrier shattered and dissipated in an instant. Next, the body. The three spirit beast girls standing in the front row of each team all had their upper bodies sliding down along the smooth diagonal line. At the cut, inky mucus gushed out crazily, covering the broken surface. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The three spirit beasts' upper bodies were twitching strangely, their skin was oozing pus, and their nails were growing wildly. They had turned into the cursed evil corpses that had died of poisoning before. Xiaoling? A Tianju Beastmaster was stunned when he saw his contracted spirit beast instantly transformed into a zombie. No! How could this happen? Fuck, how can I turn into a zombie like this? Could it be that if you're killed by that wind blade, you'll also turn into a zombie? Damn it! Why is this happening? If I had known this would happen, I would have left with them earlier. A group of beastmasters and spirit beasts wailed everywhere. Quick! Quick, kill that zombie, don't come over here! Wang Ruochen roared fiercely. He watched with his own eyes as a pretty spirit beast girl in his team instantly turned into a zombie monster, and he felt both shocked and angry. Panic spread instantly, and the fragile defense that had just been established collapsed instantly. But Huang Kuei's gaze was now coldly locked on Wang Ruochen in the crowd. Zihan quickly spread out the vines for protection. I know. Wang Zihan, in his armed form, shouted, Vine Guard. In an instant, the vines on her armor suddenly expanded and hardened, forming a vine shield reflecting a dark green luster in front of her and Wang Ruochen. At the same time, Wang Ruochen fumbled in his pocket like crazy, trying to take out his last trump card, the Secret Realm Teleportation Talisman. The reason why he dared to take such a risk and go deep into the heart of the Secret Realm even though he had already suffered casualties and believed that his own combat effectiveness was insufficient was because he had already suffered casualties and believed that his own combat effectiveness was insufficient. In the final analysis, it is because of the existence of this trump card. Chapter 118 Desperate Battlefield. This Secret Realm Teleportation Talisman is a treasure that was refined by a space-type spirit beast of level 10 or above, spending a lot of time and energy. Its magic lies in the fact that after use, it can directly escape from any secret space and teleport the user outside the portal. Otherwise, with the tragic experiences he had experienced before, how could he have the courage to continue exploring the foot of the mountain? Do you think you have too many lives? After all, Wang Shihao is his biological grandfather. When he learned that he was going to explore the Five Elements Secret Realm, he asked someone to bring him this life-saving trump card. Originally, he was thinking of selling it after the exploration to make some money. However, it now seems that all this has become a bubble. At this critical moment of life and death, staying alive is the most important thing. But this time, he miscalculated. The tip of the five-colored spear in the phoenix puppet's hand turned slightly, and the crimson light suddenly became brighter. The tip of the gun was pointed towards Wang Ruochen and Wang Zihan and tapped lightly. Call out. A condensed red flame ray shot out from the tip of the gun. Wherever the rays passed, the air was burned and distorted, making a shrill scream. Boom! The flame ray penetrated the vine shield that Wang Zihan had built with all his strength without any hindrance, and was hardly blocked at all. How is that possible? Wang Zihan's pupils dilated instantly, and she was terrified. Sizzle. The flame ray that broke through the vine shield continued to gain momentum and instantly pierced through Wang Zihan's chest. A terrifying hole the size of a bowl, with smooth edges and a molten appearance, instantly appeared on her towering chest. The skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs were completely vaporized by the extremely high temperature within 1,000th of a second. The horror on Wang Zihan's face froze. She looked down blankly at the hole in her chest that was transparent from front to back, with smoke and molten sparks still coming out of the edge. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. Immediately afterwards, her body began to burn out quickly from the molten hole, like a burning paper figure, and turned into a flying black ash. As soon as the wind blew, it completely dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed. And the scorching air wave and explosive shock wave spread out. As luck would have it, the secret realm teleportation talisman that Wang Ruochen had just taken out of his arms was blown away. And it was swept by the aftermath of the violent fire energy in the air, instantly burning and turning into a small handful of ashes that drifted away with the wind. No! My teleportation charm! Puff! Wang Ruochen was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The last way to survive is cut off just like that? Just when he was in despair, his other contracted spirit beast Lin Xiaoyu suddenly threw him to the ground, avoiding the aftermath of the flame ray. At this moment, the others looked at the figure that turned to ashes and couldn't help but gasp. Turned to ash? No way? Will we be reduced to ash if we are hit by that flame? No, I guess in this secret heart, being killed by attacks of different attributes will have different effects. Just like those zombies just now, they turned into that because they were killed by wind attribute attacks? According to what you said, doesn't it mean that attacks with other attributes have other effects? Just as an Indian beastmaster finished speaking. The five-colored spear in the phoenix puppet's hand rotated again, and the tip of the spear lit up with a dazzling milky white light. This time, the target was locked on a sea-level bloodline spirit beast on the flank that retreated in fear and just wanted to hide in a corner and wait for the battle to end. A humanoid digging mole girl. Call out. A point of holy light condensed to the extreme, like a sniper rifle, pierced directly through her head. The digging mole girl fell down without making a sound. However, the shocking thing is yet to come. After just a few seconds, her body began to expand violently like a balloon being inflated. The back suddenly exploded with the sound of bones breaking, and two pairs of wings of light composed of pure dazzling white light tore through the flesh and stretched out. Her cheeks twisted in pain, and she eventually turned into a faceless monster like the phoenix puppet. A four-winged angel of light emitting a strange aura and with a hideous face, descended on the battlefield. What's going on? What happened? Hey, Linid, what's going on with your girl? Shamitha? Don't scare me. Leinard looked at his instantly mutated contracted spirit beast and screamed in horror, what's wrong with you? Hey! Wake up! The four-winged angel of light's empty eyes, made of pure white light, slowly turned towards Leinard. Although he could not sense any murderous intent, Leinard felt a chill to the bone. Shamitha, you. The angel of light didn't give him a chance to speak. He raised his right hand and clenched the air in the direction of Leinard. A shadow of sharp claws covered with holy light appeared out of thin air on Leinard's chest, accurately penetrated his chest, and pulled it out fiercely. A heart that was still beating slightly and bleeding was firmly grasped in the palm of the claws of light. How so? The horror on Leinard's face froze. He looked down at his empty chest in disbelief, then looked at his own heart in the claws of light. The next moment, holy light burst out. His heart was instantly annihilated and turned into a wisp of green smoke. Leinard, who had lost his heart, fell limply to the ground. Countless pure white light spots fell from the sky and covered his body. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the corpse began to twist and swell, and two pairs of light wings were torn and stretched out from its back, transforming into a second hideous four-winged angel of light. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Are you serious about this? After being killed by a wind attribute attack, it will turn into a zombie. After being killed by a fire attribute attack, it will turn into ashes. After being killed by a light attack, he turned into an angel. If this was a boss in a game, the creator of this game would definitely be criticized to pieces by the players. How the hell should I fight this? And this chapter of killing has just begun. A heavy shield beastmaster from India, suppressing his fear, protected two seriously injured and slow-moving companions and planned to evacuate the battlefield first. The phoenix puppet took a step forward, and his figure disappeared from the spot, and instantly appeared in front of the heavy shield beastmaster. On the tip of the five-colored spear, a faint blue light suddenly lit up. Sizzle! A deep blue waterline like a long snake strangely bypassed the solid heavy shield and directly penetrated into the body of a wounded man who was crawling with difficulty behind him. The injured man's body suddenly stiffened, and blue light under his skin moved wildly. The whole person was like a rapidly inflated water bag, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin was stretched to be transparent and shiny, and one could even see the blue energy surging violently inside. It looks like it's about to burst apart by the power of water. Chapter 119: The Final Kill. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. After the injured man died, he turned into countless high-speed deep blue water arrows, shooting madly in a fan shape. Puff, puff, puff. The water arrow landed on the heavy shield, instantly covered with cracks and shattered. The Beastmaster holding the shield was pierced through the chest and abdomen by several water arrows in the blink of an eye. Blood mist splattered and he fell to the ground and died. However, then, a horrible chain reaction occurred. The Beastmaster, who was pierced by the water arrow and fell to the ground, his body began to swell uncontrollably, and blue light flickered under his skin. Boom, boom, boom. There were several more violent explosions. Countless deep blue water arrows sprayed wildly in all directions. Several spirit beast girls in the back who were still struggling with the cursed evil corpses and the four-winged light angels were caught off guard and shot into sieves on the spot, falling to the ground with screams. And these spirit beast girls who were shot into sieves turned into water arrows and bombs and scattered in the next second. Fortunately, the others were far away and were only scratched at most, nothing serious. But even so, due to the death of teammates, the chaos suddenly intensified, and despair drowned the survivors like ice water. The smell of blood, corpses, burnt food, demonic energy, holy light, all kinds of disgusting smells mixed together and filled the closed circular canyon. In just 1 minute, more than half of the 40 remaining members of the 3 Beastmaster teams had been killed. The atmosphere of despair completely overwhelmed all the survivors. At this time, the circular canyon has turned into a hell on earth. Only the position where Chen Yi and his group were still maintaining a relatively complete formation. I don't know if it's because Huang Kuei thinks that Chen Yi and his group are the strongest, or if it's because Chen Yi and his group are too few in number and he has no desire to attack them at all. Chen Yi. Damn it, are you watching the show again? Wang Ruochen turned around and shouted in the direction of Chen Yi. He was completely furious now. Damn, what a stupid thing. Why is it that every time you encounter trouble, you act like nothing happened and just watch the show? Do you really think that this Phoenix puppet is as easy to beat as the previous group of monsters? You still want a one-on-one fight, right? It seems like he heard something interesting. The Phoenix puppet flapped its wings and descended from the sky, its icy blue eyes scanning everyone present, finally stopping on Chen Yi and his group not far away. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately brandished the 5-colored spear and rushed towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi's eyes focused, and he immediately chose to buy a strength enhancement card from the system. System, buy me 4 strength boosting cards and give them to me to strengthen them. Ding. Consumed 20 reinforcement points, exchange successful. Chen Yi. At this moment, 4 charming voices sounded almost at the same time, and they instantly flashed and protected Chen Yi behind them. On the left, Lin Mengxue's pretty face was frosty, her long snow-white hair fluttered in the wind, and her whole body was filled with a biting cold. Ice breath. An ice-blue cold wave surged out with her as the center, the ground crackled, and rushed straight towards Huang Kuei. The temperature in the canyon suddenly dropped to freezing point. On the right, Luo Shirin's black hair was flying, and a green phoenix shadow vaguely appeared behind her. She opened her red lips slightly, and the song of wind surrounded everyone. At the same time, she raised her jade hand slightly, turning it into a real sharp blade to chop down. Sonic boom wind blade. The invisible sound waves and wind blades came first and slashed fiercely at the head of the phoenix puppet. Right in front of her, Yen Zhouye took a step forward, and 9 fox tails burning with pale purple foxfire suddenly unfolded behind her. Monster foxfire. With a delicate cry, the foxfire instantly surged up against the wind, bringing with it endless implications, strangling the phoenix puppet directly from 9 tricky angles. Behind Yen Zhouye, Su Taodao's figure seemed a little blurry. She raised her little hand slightly, and 2 whirlpools suddenly appeared, and a heart-pounding devouring force quietly spread out. Life devouring. Her goal was not to attack the phoenix puppet directly, but to continuously absorb the elemental energy glow flowing around the phoenix puppet. It can be seen very clearly that the phoenix puppet's aura is rapidly falling. The 4 spirit beast girls cooperated well with each other and were so powerful that they instantly submerged the phoenix puppet in a sea of skill light. However, facing this attack that was enough to destroy everything, the 2 cold eyes of Huang Kuei did not fluctuate at all. It stood quietly in the same place, without even a sign of moving. He simply held the 5-colored spear in his hand horizontally in front of him, drawing a circle. An energy barrier formed by the perfect fusion of 5 colors of green, red, white, blue and yellow took shape instantly. Boom! Crack! Sizzle! Accompanied by several earth-shaking loud noises. The combined attack of the 4 spirit beast girls couldn't even leave a ripple on the shield. At this moment, the phoenix puppet finally made a move. The 5-colored spear in its hand shook slightly, and the barrier dissipated instantly. And at the moment the barrier disappeared, the blue, red and white lights on the tip of the gun suddenly lit up, entangled with each other, and turned into a 3-color spiral light cone, shooting towards Suta. The speed of this light cone is astonishingly fast, almost beyond the limits of human perception. There is no way to defend at all. At this critical moment, the strengthening effects of the 4 strength amplification cards were finally successfully applied to the girls. In an instant, they seemed to be reborn, and their strength almost instantly increased to the middle stage of the 5th level. At this moment, the 3-colored light cone also shot over in an instant with a sharp roar that pierced through the void. Sutao's pupils suddenly contracted, and she placed the devouring black hole in front of her without hesitation. The 3-colored light cone pierced into the black hole with the force of thunder, and the terrifying force of annihilation erupted instantly. This powerful force was quickly completely swallowed up and even refined into Sutao's own power. Tao, are you okay? Lin Mengxue screamed, and an ice wall instantly stood up in front of Suta. It's okay, thanks to the strength boosting card that Brother Chen gave me. Suta took a deep breath, and after stabilizing her breath a little, she immediately distributed her strength to the other 3 people. Luo Shirin felt the strengthening effect of the strength amplification card and the power gift brought by Suta, and a feeling of ecstasy instantly surged in her heart. Is this the feeling that Yan Zhouyue and Lin Mengxue have experienced? This is so cool. I feel like my strength is almost approaching the 6th level. At this time, Huang Kuei did not continue to chase Suta. The spear in her hand rotated again, and the blue and yellow light on the tip of the spear became brighter, pointing at Yan Zhouyue from a distance. Boom! The ground beneath Yan Zhouyue's feet exploded without warning, debris splattered, smoke and dust billowed, and hundreds of deep blue water arrows containing terrifying power scattered wildly from bottom to top. At the same time, a dull roar came from the gray sky above, and a meteorite as big as a car suddenly appeared in the air, tearing through the clouds, and smashed into Yan Zhouyue's head with the momentum of destroying the world. Attacking from both sides, this is almost a sure kill.